Thank you for watching and supporting our channel. Don't forget to subscribe. And if you enjoy any of the comics, feel free to let us know in the comments.
3 days had passed in the outside world, and Dave returned to the Fexer Empire to investigate why the Alexander clan had sent their envoy to this world. He found Grace still cultivating, and within just 3 days, her strength had reached the Imperial King level due to the energy he supplied. He didn't disturb her and went to the event on his own. The palace was bustling with feasting and decorations as everyone had heard about the envoy from the Alexander clan visiting their empire. Many families were invited by the emperor to join the event, and even the emperor was nervous when facing the envoy. People were worried about offending the envoy, so they tried to impress them with their best efforts. The emperor, after being busy for 3 days, was now sitting on his throne, while many families chatted with each other. Dave also appeared in the crowd, and many recognized him. No one dared to offend him, and many tried to gain his favor. Dave acted aloof and cold, which excited many ladies from prominent clans who wanted to know more about him. However, his cold demeanor was just an act to earn sin points. His aura was awe-inspiring, and combined with his handsome appearance, even the emperor envied him. Yudi was also sitting beside Dave, along with a muscular man wearing a white mask named Zegran. Dave decided to show Zegran to everyone. While Zegran's aura was weaker than Yudi, Zegran's fighting prowess surpassed Yudi's. Dave had left Flamey and Eldritch in his space world to get used to it. He also established an alchemy hall and assigned Eldritch to teach alchemy to some people, leading them in their studies. Flamey became Eldritch's assistant, even though he wasn't keen on the idea. Flamey also created a clone that now floated around Dave like small particles, making him appear more mysterious and enchanting. Draco sat beside Dave, eating food as if no one else was around. Suddenly, the guards opened the gate and shouted, "The envoys are here." An old man wearing golden ancient clothes led 3 young people. There were 2 women and 1 man, and they looked at everyone with pride, not taking them seriously. The old man wore a friendly smile, but his aura was definitely on par with the emperor and Yudi. An Imperial Saint King, Dave murmured when he saw the old man exuding the power of an Imperial Saint King. He also noticed that the 3 youngsters behind him were only Imperial Emperors, with the strongest among them being the woman at the low-tier Imperial Saint level. The Emperor stood up and greeted them respectfully. "I welcome you, great envoy, to my humble empire. I hope you have a good experience here." The old man nodded appreciatively, noticing the Emperor's respect, which pleased him. Though he was just a servant in the clan, acting as an envoy allowed him to behave like an elder of the clan. "My name is Ming, and the 3 geniuses behind me are from the Alexander clan," he introduced. "Please, young Mrs. and young Master," he said, acting as though he was still a guard of the 3. The status of these 3 youngsters was very high for an Imperial Saint King to be serving them. "My name is Emerald Alexander, and I greet the Emperor," said the beautiful woman, whose height was 5 feet 7 inches with long black hair. However, she maintained her pride when mentioning her surname. "I am Lucy Alexander," said the lady next to Emerald, greeting the Emperor with a respectful tone. She had long blue hair and was even more beautiful than Emerald. Dave had scanned her earlier and found that she was the strongest among the 3, an Imperial Saint. The Emperor greeted them back with a calm tone, but Dave could see that he was very nervous. Lastly, the young man spoke with arrogance. "My name is Kevin Alexander. It's your blessing to meet me," he said disdainfully towards the Emperor. Despite being only an Imperial Saint King, he acted as if he were an emperor himself, and his numerous guards on par with the Emperor made him disrespectful towards him. The Emperor felt awkward, but none of the 3 reprimanded him. Many realized that he might have the highest status among them. "I thank every clan for their participation. Let us give our full hospitality to our guests." The Emperor quickly changed the atmosphere, skillfully handling the situation. He didn't feel provoked because he knew the Alexander clan was strong, and he couldn't afford to offend them. Every clan sent gifts to the envoys, and they didn't ask about their goal, as it would be disrespectful to inquire. Instead, they displayed their hospitality, and some even tried to curry favor with them. Dave noticed that Ryan was not present, but he assumed he was still training, so he didn't bother. He sensed that there might be an interesting show about to happen. Dave intentionally concealed his aura, not wanting to draw attention to himself, so no one bothered to talk to him. After an hour of feasting, the old man, Ming, stood up near the Emperor and addressed him. "We are here because our Holy Son commanded us to find his son, who is in this world. I hope that the Emperor will help us locate him." The Emperor was stunned, not expecting that the Holy Son of the Alexander clan had a son in his world. He replied, "Of course, I will help you to the best of my abilities. Please provide me with some specifics about his appearance." Ming nodded and explained, The Holy Sun said that his son is definitely the most handsome youngster. If you see a very handsome young man with long red hair, that's him. His name is Dave Alexander. The specificity of the description was surprising, but they couldn't disobey the Holy Sun's instructions. The Holy Sun had also sent 3 people to be his son's underlings to help him manage himself, fearing his son might create trouble. At first, the 3 geniuses didn't want to accept such a mission, but since it came from the Holy Sun's command, they knew how to concede, albeit pridefully. They considered it their luck to serve the son of the Holy Sun. The Emperor was stunned but soon realized something. Handsome with long red hair? Isn't that young Master Dave? He mumbled, and others around also noticed it. They looked at a handsome young man sitting in a corner, eating with his 2 subordinates, seemingly uninterested in the Emperor and the envoys. Ming's eyes lit up when he saw Dave. He was the most handsome man he had ever seen, and his long red hair, with a few golden strands, perfectly matched the Holy Sun's description. However, he couldn't sense Dave's cultivation, and the same applied to the 2 people beside him. Old Ming approached Dave and asked him, "Excuse me, are you Dave Alexander?" He smiled and spoke with a respectful tone. Dave looked at him but ignored him, continuing to eat. The scene became awkward as Dave ignored everyone and focused on feeding Draco. "Hey Draco, don't eat too much, your belly is large. You look like a pig," Dave teased, causing Draco to look at him with anger. "That's right. You look like a pig," Flamey added with disdain, creating a rivalry between Draco and Flamey. "Hey young master, we are talking to you." The young man named Kevin couldn't bear being ignored and called out to Dave. Dave raised his eyebrows and asked Zegran, "Who is this guy?" "Don't worry, master. I will deal with this young man for disturbing you," Zegran replied, intending to beat Kevin for the disturbance. Everyone, including Old Ming, was stunned by their arrogance and how they didn't care about their identities. Nevertheless, being the son of the Holy Sun qualified Dave for such behavior. "You?" Kevin was stunned and filled with anger. He was one of the direct descendants of the clan, and having to become someone's underling was a great humiliation for him. He resented Dave and didn't respect him, thinking Dave was inferior as he came from the mortal plane. Zegran stood up and confronted Kevin, his tall and muscular body emitting an oppressive aura. "You dare to disturb my master? How do you want to die?" This display of strength scared everyone, including Old Ming. He tried to intervene, nervously bowing to Zegran and pleading for forgiveness for Kevin's actions. He now realized that Dave was not as simple as he initially thought, with 2 strong men by his side. Dave waved his hand, and Zegran stopped his aura but continued to lock eyes with Kevin. He, weren't you arrogant just now? Why are you afraid of my Zegran?" Dave sneered at Kevin, wanting to wipe the arrogance off his face. Dave didn't plan to kill them, as they were from the Alexander clan, but he wanted to show his position. He didn't expect his father to be the Holy Sun, so he now had a solidified status in the clan and could return there. "Thank you, young master," Old Ming said, sweating heavily, as he felt threatened by Dave's aura. He realized that Dave's aura was strong enough to pose a real danger. Dave knew that since he had comprehended many laws and perfected them, he could defeat anyone who hadn't reached the perfected stage. This made him virtually invincible in the immortal plane. "Let's get down to business. Are you all here to send me to the clan?" Dave asked. Old Ming nervously smiled and confirmed, "Yes, your father instructed us to bring you safely there. The 3 geniuses behind me are a gift from your father and will be your underlings from now on." Dave was stunned but scanned the 3 one by one and said, "You call them geniuses? I bet they can't even withstand a punch from me. Don't taint the word genius like that." Dave looked down on them but of course, he just said that to trigger them and get sin points. Dave's words angered the 3 geniuses, but Lucy remained impassive and continued to scan Dave. "Hey, I know I'm handsome, but don't tell me you fell in love with me that fast?" Dave noticed Lucy staring at him like a wolf. Lucy nodded and replied, "Yes, I think I liked you at first sight, young master. You are so handsome," she said while blushing. The scene made others envious and cursed Dave for being so handsome. No one expected the usually cold and indifferent Lucy to be so brazen. Emerald was stunned, while Kevin grew even angrier. He had been trying to court Lucy for many years, but she showed no interest in him. Yet, upon meeting Dave, she confessed her liking for him. This fueled Kevin's envy and anger. Dave found it amusing and said, "Since you like me, let's go to bed and let me explore your world." He laughed haughtily, curious about Lucy's reaction. Onlookers were stunned by Dave's shameless words, and both Lucy and Emerald blushed, not expecting him to be so forward. Lucy's face turned red, but she nodded shyly and said, "It's still early, young master, maybe later." Dave was still taken aback, as he had been joking, and didn't expect her to agree like that. Kevin couldn't bear the situation anymore. He felt a green light on his head and couldn't stand to see it. Consumed by envy and jealousy, he lost his composure. "You? Even you, the son of the Holy Sun, I challenge you to a duel," Kevin declared, acting impulsively. Old Ming was stunned, and he slapped Kevin immediately, causing him to stumble and cough up blood. "How dare you disrespect young Master Dave? You better face the consequences of your actions. It will implicate your family," Old Ming warned Kevin sternly. Dave was amused and looked at Kevin with a smile. "You are not qualified to fight me. Consider yourself lucky that I am in a good mood right now, hee, or else you'd already be on your way to the underworld with Yama." The unexpected revelation stunned everyone. No one had anticipated that Dave was the son of the Holy Son of the Alexander clan, a status that even made the Emperor kneel before him. Old Ming informed them that they would leave the following day as instructed by the Holy Sun. The Emperor, who had shown respect to Dave before, now treated him with even more reverence and sought to form connections with him. He was delighted that his son had connected with Dave and believed that his status in the royal clan might rise if others knew about it. He planned to boast about the connection and saw it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. News of Dave's status shocked many families, and they sent numerous gifts to his residence in an attempt to curry favor with him. Dave accepted the gifts without much concern, aware of their intentions. Curious about his family's history, Dave asked Old Ming about how his father became the Holy Sun despite having ascended not long ago. Old Ming provided some answers. According to Old Ming, when Lucas and his grandpa ascended, they were directly taken to the domain of the Alexander clan due to the token of Lucio, Dave's grandpa, which Lucien had left behind. The current patriarch of the Alexander clan is Dave's great-grandfather, Lucien Alexander, who was said to stand at the peak of the true saint realm and was feared for his strength in his era. Lucas's bloodline was pure, and the Alexander clan members and elders recognized him as the rightful Holy Son. His talent was exceptional, as he broke through several levels in one go upon ascending and became an imperial saint king. The position of the Holy Son had been vacant for many years, and Lucas fulfilled the prophecy of the patriarch about the appearance of the best Holy Son. Lucio, Dave's shameless grandpa, was grounded and locked in his residence initially due to causing trouble during his ascension. Nevertheless, he was strong, and his grandma excelled in alchemy and held a high position in the clan. The other guardians who came with them also did well and became part of Lucas's guards. Lucas's young age and monstrous strength were shocking news to everyone. Lucas was still young, but he confidently proclaimed that his son was even more monstrous than him. This news shocked many, and they couldn't fathom where he got such confidence in his son's abilities. At first, people thought Lucas was just bragging, trying to create fame for Dave. However, Old Ming came to believe in the truth of Lucas's words. He could sense an endless suppression emanating from Dave, and despite being much older than him, Old Ming could feel that Dave could easily kill him if he wished. Not only was Dave immensely powerful, but even his followers were exceptionally strong. The mortal plane they came from seemed miraculous, and Old Ming couldn't understand how Dave had become so formidable in such a short time since ascending. Dave's reputation preceded him, with tales of his deeds spreading far and wide. Even some clan members had heard about him. The Holy Sun finally realized that Dave had arrived in the immortal plane, which deeply surprised him. In response, he immediately ordered Old Ming and the others to bring Dave to the clan to prevent any further trouble. Dave didn't mind going to the clan. In fact, he missed his father, other relatives like his grandma Stella, but definitely not his shameless grandfather Lucio. With such a strong backing in the clan, Dave was assured that his life there would be smooth sailing. Before heading to the clan, Dave checked on Grace and found her still immersed in cultivation. He decided to take her and bring her inside his space world for a quieter place to cultivate. He also kept an eye on his other women, knowing that they were safe and growing stronger under Tracy's care. Old Ming revealed a lot of information to Dave, fearing both his strength and status. In this world, respect was earned through both status and power. While Old Ming might be respected and esteemed in other worlds, in the Alexander clan, he was just a humble servant. This illustrated the terrifying and deep heritage of the clan. No one dared to provoke them, even the top clans avoided conflicts with the Alexander clan, fearing the depth of their strength. Lucien, the youngest patriarch, held many secrets about the clan's ancient patriarchs, who were possibly still sleeping and hibernating within the clan, ready to emerge in times of great disaster. Even the royal clan, the largest force in the immortal plane and shrouded in mystery, avoided direct confrontations with the Alexander clan. Dave couldn't help but realize the immense power of his clan and felt grateful for being born into such an influential family. While many protagonists in novels started in poor families, facing bullying and lack of talent, Dave's life was the opposite. Born into a rich and powerful family, he had a favorable starting point and possessed unparalleled talent, further amplified by his system. With such strength and backing, Dave knew that no one would dare to offend him, although there might be enemies lurking in the shadows trying to harm him. However, he exuded confidence that no one in the immortal plane could harm him due to his formidable laws. Unafraid of anyone, even gods and demon lords, Dave knew that it would be others who would fear him in the end. Old Ming and the rest of the geniuses settled into their arranged rooms. Old Ming was delighted because he found Dave easy to get along with, and as a result of his valuable information, Dave even rewarded him with some pills. He sternly commanded the other geniuses not to offend Dave, warning them that he wouldn't save them if they disregarded his advice. They all understood that Dave, being the son of their holy son, possessed strength beyond their capabilities. Emerald was thrilled to serve such an extraordinary person, even if it meant becoming a maid. While she was also considered a genius in the clan, she knew that her non-direct lineage to the Alexander clan limited her chances of attaining a high position. In contrast, Dave's status as the great-grandson of the patriarch guaranteed him a prestigious standing. Kevin, on the other hand, was recovering from his beating at the hands of Old Ming, but he still harbored resentment. Dave was technically his close relative since his father was the cousin of the Holy Son, but he couldn't help feeling humiliated and unwilling to follow Dave's orders. His father had sent him to become one of Dave's followers, and despite his pride, he knew he had to obey and curry favor with Dave to appease his father. Deep down, Kevin believed that someone from the mortal plane didn't deserve his recognition, but he was taken aback by Dave's immense strength, which he couldn't even fathom. He learned from Old Ming that even Old Ming himself wasn't certain if he could defeat Dave. This realization filled him with fear and made him question how he could become stronger while being accompanied by someone as powerful as Zegran, whose killing intent was directed at him. If it weren't for Old Ming's intervention, he believed he might not have made it out alive, sensing that Dave cared little about his life. Old Ming advised Kevin to apologize to Dave, but witnessing Lucy's flirtatious behavior with Dave, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Lucy's newfound attraction to Dave was a shock to him, as he had always seen her as a goddess, noble and rejecting any advances. Kevin acknowledged his powerlessness in front of Dave and decided that in the future, he would seek revenge and warned Lucy to stay away from Dave, believing him to be a dangerous person. He trailed behind Old Ming, feeling defeated and anxious about the implications of his actions for his family. Unbeknownst to Kevin, Zegran still harbored a grudge against him and remained on guard, ready to teach him a lesson, even though Dave had stopped him. Zegran's loyalty to his master, Dave, was unwavering, and he couldn't bear to see him disrespected. Dave, however, paid little attention to Kevin's behavior, seeing the three geniuses as potential underlings when he entered the Alexander domain. Since they were sent by his father, Dave intended to treat them well and make use of their abilities. Emerald, meanwhile, accompanied Lucy and persistently asked why she acted the way she did around Dave. Lucy's mysterious demeanor puzzled Emerald. Both of them were chosen to join the clan and nurtured from the age of 12. Lucy was exceptionally talented and was known for her beauty and prodigious abilities in the clan, which is why she was selected to serve Dave. Lucy evaded Emerald's inquiries, simply attributing her attraction to Dave's handsome face. However, Emerald sensed that there might be more to it than just physical appearance. While she was also drawn to Dave, she didn't let her feelings overwhelm her to the point of acting like a fangirl, unlike Lucy. At night, Dave lay on his bed, his hands holding various energies floating beside him. These energies were the laws he had mastered, and he felt a strong sense of control over them. The power of reaching the perfected stage was truly astonishing. With his perfected law of water, he realized he could manipulate water with absolute precision, rendering water-based attacks useless against him. Similarly, his control over fire had greatly improved thanks to his perfected law of fire, which even drew Flamey, his primordial fire, closer to him. Dave intended to use Flamey's power to strengthen his golden overlord body, but he lacked the necessary materials for the enhancement. He planned to find them within the Alexander clan and, with his knowledge in alchemy, he could make his body stronger than ever before. Dave's strength was already terrifying. He could obliterate Yudi with a single punch. If he further refined his body and combined it with Flamey's primordial fire, he couldn't fathom how powerful he would become. His bloodline Heavenly Titan bloodline was equally overwhelming and tyrannical. He felt every cell in his body compacted and strengthened, making him nearly invulnerable. He knew his previous self would be no match for his current form without using his other means. Dave decided to investigate the connection between the Alexander clan and the Heavenly Titan race through his new subordinate, Kegu. Kegu revealed that he was one of the supreme elders of the Heavenly Titan race in the Celestial Plane, a race that rarely showed itself. Kegu's memories were hazy, but he recalled that his clan had faced a disaster when one of their members offended the Dark God of the God race. Despite being on par with the Dark God in strength, the latter resorted to scheming and called for help from the Fire God, ultimately ambushing Kegu. Although Kegu fought valiantly, he was fatally injured in the battle. The circumstances of his resurrection remained unclear, but before he died, he commanded his clan to seal themselves and hide in their domain to avoid retaliation from the god race. Kegu was not afraid of the god race since there were many in his clan with similar power levels, but he sought to protect his clan from further damage, knowing that the god race held greater overall power. He admitted that he didn't know the exact number of gods, but he mentioned that they outnumbered the demon kings. The demon race had only 7 demon kings, but they could fight 3 normal gods simultaneously. He further explained that while demons were generally stronger than gods in one-on-one battles, there were exceptions, such as the goddess of light and the feared sword goddess, who were exceptionally powerful. Among the gods, there were the top 10 ranked deities known as the 10 Commandments, each carrying unique and extraordinary powers. Both the sword goddess and the goddess of light belonged to the 10 Commandments. As for the other gods, Kegu wasn't familiar with them, despite his old age. Dave lay silently on his bed, his mind filled with contemplation. Numerous thoughts and worries swirled in his head, causing him to feel stressed and uncertain about his next course of action. Comprehending the remaining 4 laws was his primary goal, and with his blank law orbs, reaching perfection in these laws seemed attainable. Among them, he yearned to comprehend the law of space and time. However, the challenge lay in finding someone who had achieved even a partial understanding of it, as there were few resources on this elusive subject. Nevertheless, Dave trusted in his talent and believed that, even without relying on the ancient eyes, he could achieve perfection given enough time and resources. As he completed the mission assigned by the system, he looked forward to the rewards that would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation rapidly. Though his sin points continued to rise, Dave decided to refrain from using them for the time being, curious about the potential outcome when he obtained all the primordial sins. He had yet to acquire the sin of gluttony, which would enable him to hatch the toady in his space world. Still, this goal felt distant, and he knew he had a long way to go before achieving it. Dave's clones updated him on their progress, having already conquered 50% of the worlds in the mortal plane. However, they strategically avoided certain worlds with direct connections to the immortal plane to minimize risks. The guardians of the mortal plane began to notice discrepancies, but Dave's cunning schemes and spy network allowed him to easily subdue them, turning them into his unwitting puppets. Although the 10 guardians were once powerful beings, they now paled in comparison to Dave's might. Amidst all this, the royal clan, a mysterious force comparable to the Alexander clan, intrigued him. He couldn't help but wonder what secrets and power lay hidden within their ranks. Given the chance, he planned to visit and learn more about this enigmatic group. In addition to his other pursuits, Dave eagerly searched for Samantha, his other lover. She was the reincarnation of a powerful figure, and he had already dispatched his men to gather information about her sect. He longed to be reunited with her and uncover the secrets of her past. Meanwhile, Dave received exciting news from Ronan. The organization they had established in other worlds, using the artifact Dave had provided, was thriving and already serving as their base of operations. The artifact's ability to travel between worlds and remain concealed from prying eyes made it an asset for their cause. As Dave's mind buzzed with plans and ambitions, he remained restless yet driven. Right now, his plans were still in an infant stage and needed more time to develop. Knock. Knock. Suddenly, Dave heard a knock and a wicked smile crossed his face. He already knew who the person was. "Come in," Dave's calm voice could be heard, and the door opened, revealing Lucy wearing revealing clothes and exuding an attractive body fragrance. She looked shy, her face flushed like a tomato. If others had seen her, they would have been entranced and willing to care for her for the rest of their lives due to her beauty and cuteness. However, Dave was not that kind of person. Though he liked to believe he was a good and righteous individual, he couldn't help but joke that if he became the epitome of goodness, there would be no bad person left in the world. Lucy looked bashful as she gazed at Dave's handsome face, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement. "Young master," she called him in her cute voice, and Dave waved his hands, motioning for her to come closer. She smiled and sat on Dave's bed, their distance only a meter apart, while Dave's eyes roamed around her alluring figure. He hadn't indulged himself for a while. "Am I beautiful, young master?" she asked with a low voice, her professional enchantress act not escaping Dave's notice. He smiled in response. "Yes, you're beautiful. I can't help but be on fire," Dave replied with a hint of mischief. He hugged her body and his hands began to explore Lucy's body, causing her to feel a mix of shock and excitement. She could also sense a substantial presence sticking behind her, which made her sure that Dave was indeed well endowed. She showed a nervous expression and acted shyly. "Young master, the first time I saw you, I was deeply attracted. So please, love me," she said bravely while blushing. Her face was red, and her body exuded an attractive fragrance. Dave smiled in interest and replied, "Hee, sure. The feast is right in front of me. If I reject it, then I cannot call myself Dave at all." Dave caressed her breast, deliberately releasing his lustful aura from the sin of lust, which quickly aroused Lucy. She started breathing heavily, but Dave continued to caress her whole body, moving from her neck to her breasts, and then to her sacred cave. He kissed her neck while removing her clothes slowly. Dave moved professionally, and Lucy felt like she was reaching heaven due to his caress. Huff, huff, she started to sweat and pant, feeling excited. Her mind was in chaos, and she didn't expect that a mere touch of Dave could make her feel this way. What is happening to me? Lucy felt confused, but her body felt hot all over. She definitely had a mission, but she couldn't help but want more. It was her first time being so close and intimate with a man, and she didn't expect her body to react like this. Chanting some words, she tried to clear her mind. "I need to focus on my mission," she calmed herself while hiding her emotions from Dave. She believed in her acting skills and didn't think that Dave had already seen through her motives. Dave smirked, realizing that the seed had already been planted. Lucy hugged Dave and held his face. "I want to kiss you, young master," she said with closed eyes, placing her lips on Dave's. Dave was stunned by her boldness and wondered what this girl was scheming. Ding. It is detected that the other party is using a forbidden technique called Deadly Kiss. Once the host is affected, he will be controlled by the other party and will become their puppet. Deadly Kiss is a curse that infiltrates the soul, and once the target is affected, they will become obsessed and loyal to the caster. The target cannot disobey and can only worship the caster. Ding. It is detected that the host is immune to such kind of curse, and the system doesn't need to dispel it. Ding. Deadly Kiss was ineffective. Dave smiled, knowing that Lucy was not simple. When he checked Lucy's status, he saw that she was from another clan and definitely a spy. Her talents were certainly good enough to be chosen by her clan, and her acting skills were good enough to fool everyone in the clan. Of course, the strong people in the clan don't care about such young seeds, so no one noticed that she had a motive. Due to the strength of the clan, they became more confident that no one would want to offend them. She came from the Moon Shadow clan, which is one of the overlords in the Immortal Plane. The Moon Shadow clan is a top clan that is under the Alexander clan. The Moon Shadow clan is strong and has many connections. They are known for using their charm, and most of their members are females, making it a matriarch clan. All of them are good-looking, and they use their attractiveness to form connections. From seeing her status, Dave realized that Lucy is the daughter of the leader of the Moon Shadow clan. Even if he were blind, he could still use his system to identify others using sin points. Dave had learned many things from Old Ming, and Yudi had also told him about this clan before. He had read a lot about them in the library, so he was familiar with the Moon Shadow clan. Lucy didn't know that he had such skills, so she was confident in her plan. Dave's status in the clan was definitely a good target because he was the son of the Holy Son of the clan. They thought that he was weak and an easy target, but upon seeing his power, Lucy received a command from her mother to use their forbidden technique, the Deadly Kiss. If Dave was weak and easy to fool, they don't need to resort such tricks, and with just her beauty, she can make Dave fall head over heels for her. But the plan changed due to Dave's strength. She was confident that even Dave was strong, he cannot escape from the Deadly Kiss. She came from the Moon Shadow clan, who specialize in illusion and their charm. They were not strong enough like the Alexander clan, but many feared their clan due to their wide connections. This clan is a matriarch clan, and they rose to their current heights by enchanting and marrying their beautiful ladies to other clans. This way, they rose to prominence, and they have many connections all over the Immortal Plane. Many disdain their style, but many still seek marriage from them because of their innate beauty. Their matriarch is also at the top of true saints, so no one dare to force them. Moon Shadow clan has a good relationship to the Alexander clan, so they definitely found the news that the Holy Son had a son who comes from Mortal Plane. But they choose the wrong target and they were bound to suffer backslash. Dave acted like he was in the woman's hands and the spell is activated. He acts dull and doesn't speak a word. He acted like he was under a spell, and Lucy was overjoyed. Lucy saw his reaction, so she sighed in relief and said in disdain, "Hee, even though you are strong, how can you escape our clan's forbidden technique?" As expected of the Deadly Kiss, she caressed Dave's body because she still felt hot all around her whole body. She didn't know why, but she was attracted to Dave, and she became lustful. She had never felt this kind of thing before, but she realized something was wrong. Dave, who was looking dull a while ago, was now looking at her with a mocking look, and she realized that she had been fooled. "What? You are not affected?" She was stunned, but Dave smiled devilishly. "Hee, you made me hot, so now you will pay for it." Too late. Dave saw that she wanted to escape, but how can his prey escape from the hunter? Dave said as he saw that she wanted to escape using a token, "But having a beautiful woman in my bed at night, how can I miss such a blessing?" He waved his hands and took her token in an instant, leaving her stunned and scared. She knew that she was weak in front of Dave, but she thought that she could still escape if something went wrong. However, she was wrong all along. She thought that her plan was flawless and she could finish the mission, but Dave's power made her despair. Dave easily used his sin of greed and stole the treasure token she had. Dave easily suppressed her and sealed her cultivation. She became weak and didn't have the power to escape his devilish clutch. He removed all her clothes and threw her on the bed with a smile. Hee, what a good sight. What a good body. He marveled at her body and admitted that she was very charming and beautiful. Her skin was so white, and her ample twin towers were alluring. Her cave was pink and flawless without any hair. She was so beautiful that Dave's dragon stood in ovation. Lucy was scared and realized that she had fallen into Dave's hands. She had been fooled all along and regretted accepting the mission from her mother. She knew that she didn't have any choice at that moment and regretted not thinking of other plans to escape. She was nervous because she knew what would happen next, and she was unwilling. She had never gotten close to any man, and she was not innocent as she knew what would happen next. She couldn't defend herself because her cultivation was suppressed. She was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered by Dave, and as a lady, she was scared. Dave removed his clothes, and his mighty dragon could be seen by Lucy. She was charmed by Dave's body but suddenly became afraid when she saw how huge the dragon was. "So big," she murmured, and her body became stiff in shock. She knew that being cultivators could make one's reproductive organ big, but she also knew that the size of Dave's dragon was natural and inborn. She had already felt it a while ago, but she was still shocked to see it in person. "What are you doing? Please forgive me, young master. If you do something bad to me, my mother will kill you." She begged and even tried to threaten him, but she realized that Dave ignored her and continued to get near her. She was in despair and saw that it was useless to beg for mercy. Dave's status was definitely above hers, and he wouldn't care about such threats. Later, you will beg again. But not for mercy, Dave said as he approached her and made her face the wall. She could not move her body and only do what Dave wanted. She closed her eyes, and tears came out of them. She was scared, but she knew that since she failed her mission, she would suffer the consequences. Soon I will know everything," Dave said, positioning his huge cock at her entrance. It looked like it would not fit and could destroy her, but he didn't care and pushed it brutally. Plaque. Arg, Lucy cried in pain, not expecting to lose her virginity like this. She had a prestigious background and was once a glorious woman, but now she was treated like a toy by Dave. She cared about her virginity, but now it was taken by force. Dave's size also caused her immense pain as her walls were stretched, and she felt it reaching the end of her womb. "Arg, please stop," she begged and tried to persuade him, even though it had already started. She felt pain all over her body, but Dave didn't care. Plaque. 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 Dave continued to thrust into her mercilessly. He held her head, scanning her memories while giving her divine punishment. Despite already knowing her plans, he still wanted to confirm them from her memories. Lucy initially felt pain, but soon, she started to moan loudly due to Dave's sin of lust. She began to enjoy it and begged for more, losing herself in the pleasure. Unaware that Dave was scanning her memories, she gave in to her body's desires. Plaque. 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 He continued to thrust for 4 hours until he finally extracted all the information he needed. He released his load inside her mouth, choking her momentarily, but she was still okay. After playing with her, he threw her aside and started to contemplate what to do with her. As he suspected, he learned that Lucy was one of the daughters of the matriarch, sent to the clan to spy. Her mission was to find someone they could control, make them fall in love with her, and then manipulate them as a puppet. The matriarch intended to use Dave's high status to elevate their clan's position. The matriarch was cunning and ambitious, but they chose the wrong target. They thought he was an easy target, but they didn't expect to enter the lion's den. He looked at Lucy, and she was already enslaved. She would serve as his mate and be useful when he paid back the Moon Shadow clan. His enslaving skill had developed to the point where she wouldn't even realize she was enslaved and would obey all his orders. He then glanced outside his door and smirked. He knew Kevin had followed Lucy when she entered his room, and he deliberately let her moans be heard by him. Outside the door, Kevin clenched his fist, seething with anger. He had heard all of Lucy's moans, and he knew that something had happened. It made him furious because he didn't expect Lucy to give in to Dave. Unbeknownst to Kevin, Dave had intentionally let him hear all the noises, earning him a lot of sin points. "Bitch, I will kill both of them," Kevin fumed, but he remembered that he was weaker than Dave, and his status was below him. He decided to come up with a plan because his hatred ran deep. The next morning, Dave and Lucy appeared in front of everyone. Lucy stood behind Dave, acting like a submissive maid with her head bowed. Many were astonished at this sight, but they realized that Dave was their master, so it seemed normal. Old Ming had already prepared everything, and they were ready to set off. Dave had already bid farewell to the Emperor and Ryan. There was also a beautiful woman to Dave's right, Grace, whose strength had elevated to another level. When Dave saw her, he realized that she had already comprehended the law of death, though it was only at the initial stage. He planned to give her blank law orbs, but she declined, stating that she felt she didn't need them and could raise her strength on her own. Being a prideful woman, Dave respected her decision and advised her that she could go to the Tower of Trials to obtain those orbs if needed. He introduced her to everyone, and they treated her with respect because she was Dave's woman. Initially, Grace was angry when she saw Lucy, but she could only accept it as she couldn't change Dave's decision. Dave also noticed Kevin, but he acted as if he didn't see him, remaining silent. Dave suspected that Kevin was plotting something, but he didn't care. If Kevin sought revenge, he would face brutal consequences. "Are you ready, young master?" Old Ming asked, and Dave nodded. Old Ming took out a token with the word Alexander carved on it. As Old Ming infused his mana into the token, a brilliant light enveloped the courtyard. The token glowed with a radiant energy, and before everyone's eyes, a portal materialized, swirling with colors that seemed to dance and shift like kaleidoscopic flames. "Let's go," Old Ming said, his voice steady and resolute. He stepped onto the threshold of the portal, and the group followed closely behind him. Dave, ever composed, reached out and took Grace's hand on his own. Their fingers intertwined, a silent reassurance passing between them. With a shared nod, they entered the portal together. As they crossed the threshold, a sensation of weightlessness washed over them, and for a moment, it felt as if they were suspended between worlds. The colors of the swirling portal engulfed them, and they could hear faint echoes of distant places and voices. In the blink of an eye, the sensation passed, and they found themselves standing in a vastly different environment. They had arrived in Alexander's domain, a realm filled with breathtaking landscapes, strong people, and a unique essence that set it apart from other worlds. Dave and Grace took a moment to absorb their surroundings, their eyes widening with wonder. Ancient trees towered above them, their leaves shimmering with hues of gold and silver. Majestic mountains loomed in the distance, their peaks touching the heavens. They appeared on a huge stage where the portal was located and guarded by many guards. The security was very tight, and those who wanted to enter the domain were being scanned strictly. When the guards saw Old Ming, they just let them enter because he was holding the token of the clan. Only those with high positions and high merit in the clan could hold it. Old Ming's token was the token of the Holy Sun, so they could enter directly without hassle. Dave, who was wearing shades, and everyone looked at their surroundings. A group of strong people lined up as if they were waiting for their arrival. They wore uniforms with white and red colors, and they looked majestic. Old Ming had already explained that they were the soldiers of the clan. Each of them was well-trained and very loyal to the clan. They were picked meticulously, and their background was checked carefully before they underwent hellish training. The requirements for being guards were high, and each of them was proud to be guards because even if they went to other places, they would still be respected due to their status, even as guards. "Welcome, young master," everyone bowed to Dave, and Dave's face was calm as he scanned them. Every guard was an Imperial Saint, and there were a few who were stronger at the Imperial Saint Lord and Imperial Saint King levels. They wore prideful looks but maintained their respectful expressions in front of him. The Imperial Saint King in front bowed to Dave and said, "We welcome young Master Dave. I am the 20th Commander of the Imperial Guards, Pharaoh." Pharaoh released a strong aura, but he maintained his respectful demeanor in front of Dave. Dave had heard that there were a lot of commanders in the Imperial Guards and they were ranked based on their strength. Since he was the 20th ranked, he must be strong. Pharaoh scanned Dave and he was astonished when he saw how handsome he was. He was sure that he had never seen someone who could compare to Dave's looks. He also felt trepidation and danger in front of Dave, and he couldn't explain this feeling, so he was confused. He felt that if he made a wrong move, he would die. He felt like a prey being looked at even though he was an Imperial Saint King. Dave nodded and waved his hand, acknowledging them. "You don't have to be polite." Dave's calming voice and natural posture gave everyone a good feeling, and their impression of Dave rose to another level. They expected him to be arrogant and look down on them as guards, but it was the opposite of their expectations. Suddenly, a majestic carriage appeared in front of everyone, and the guards gave way. Dave looked calm and he smiled. When the carriage opened, a handsome man who looked young emerged. He had short red hair and a muscular body. He released a strong aura, and everyone except Dave and Grace bowed to him. He walked slowly towards Dave, and the guards shouted in respect, "Holy Sun." Lucas smiled and looked at his son with an approving look. Dave was astonished to see his father, who looked 19 years old. His face was radiating a youthful aura, and he was stronger than before. He was now the same height as his father, but his father was more muscular, and Dave even felt danger when facing him. "Son," Lucas smiled at him, and he gave Dave a bear hug. Dave smiled and hugged his father back. His father was one of the people who cared about him the most and had sacrificed a lot for him. He was happy to see him more natural and not being restrained by sadness. His father is not even 50 years old and it was still considered young in the immortal plane. "Wow father, you look so young. If I didn't know your aura, I would think that you were my long-lost brother." Dave laughed as he stopped hugging his father. He didn't try to scan his father because he respects him. Lucas smiled and looked at him lovingly. "It was normal because when I broke through and removed my restraint on my body became stronger, and my lifespan increased by many times. I was suppressing my power and bloodline for many years, so it was a little bit hard. But you shock me every time, my son. You were not even 20 years old, yet I cannot see through you. I thought that it would take you at least 10 years before ascending, but I was not here for a year, and you already ascended earlier than I thought. I am proud of you." He explained that it didn't look good to become a middle-aged man while being a holy son, so he maintains this youthful image. He was also considered young in the immortal plane because some sects and clans have holy sons and holy daughters who are 1,000 years old and above. Dave smiled and he was happy for his father. Lucas saw that Dave was wearing shades and realized something was wrong with his eyes. "What happened to your eyes?" He was confused, and Dave waved his hand and said, "My eyes will recover soon, so don't worry about it, father. I just used some techniques." Lucas nodded, and he knew that his son was a smart person and would not do anything that could harm him. Dave smiled and he was happy to see his father again. Lucas told Dave that he had prepared a feast for his coming here. Grace also greeted Lucas, and he was satisfied with Grace because he could also see that she was a good seedling. Grace was talented and beautiful, so Lucas was happy for Dave. He also asked about Dave's other woman, but Dave said that they were safe in training. As Dave was chatting with his father, both realized something, and Lucas smiled but didn't move. Dave, on the other hand, felt that an attack was targeting him, and he recognized a familiar aura. He felt an attack behind him, so he faced it and used his hands to catch it. Boom! The guards were stunned and preparing to fight, but Lucas waved them off, indicating it was okay. Dave caught the fist of the attacker and heard a laugh. "Ha! You've become stronger, brat. You really are my grandson." Dave saw the old man he didn't want to see, his shameless grandpa, Lucio Alexander. He maintained the appearance of an old hermit, but his body was strong, and Dave could feel that his grandpa also had a thick bloodline of the Heavenly Titan clan, although much weaker than his father's. His grandpa was also on the same level as Lucas, and Dave didn't know who would win if they fought. "Hey, I can beat you now, old man." Dave smiled, and he didn't care about the attack a while ago. He knew that his grandpa was crazy, but he didn't want to hurt him and was just testing him. Lucas smiled and greeted his father. "Father, did Grandma already let you escape from being grounded?" Lucas said and remembered that his father had been grounded by his grandma, the wife of the patriarch. He never saw his grandpa and grandma in the mortal plane because they had already ascended. His grandma was very calm and treated Lucas with love when he ascended, while his grandpa was proud of him. But when his grandma saw his father, she beat him for 3 days and locked him in her residence, grounding him. He heard from the patriarch that it was normal for the two of them and it was their way of bonding. He heard that his father did something that angered his grandma, but he didn't say it to him to maintain his father's image. He visits his father every day, and he saw how badly injured he was, but he knew that his father was just acting pitiful, and those damages were nothing to him. His mother Stella, on the other hand, became close with his grandma, the matriarch, and gave her a lot of gifts, accepting her to be her disciple. His grandma was also strong and feared by many. When Lucio heard Lucas, he smiled and replied, "Hee, that old woman cannot lock me up if I want to escape. If she heard you, I don't know how many days you will be locked up again." Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared, and everyone recognized her and greeted her. Lucio's face turned black, and he became scared. "Stella, don't say that to mother," Lucio said, looking at his wife with a pleading look. Stella ignored him and rushed to Dave, hugging him tightly. Dave smiled and was being suffocated because his grandma's twin towers were huge. "Hee, I missed my little Dave. You are still handsome as ever. Don't follow your grandpa, he will lead you astray." Dave smiled and chatted with her. He introduced Grace to them, and Stella became close to her instantly. She also asked about Ariane, but he said that he left her in the mortal plane. He visited her before he ascended and asked if she wanted to go with him, but she said that she still had a lot of things to do and would ascend on her own. He didn't force her but gave her a lot of life-saving means in case she was in danger. Lucas then led everyone to the reception area because he had prepared food and drinks for everyone. He invited a lot of people, and they didn't dare to reject his invitation because he was their holy son. It didn't take them long to reach the reception area, and Lucas had prepared a lot of food. Beautiful women were also assisting the guests. He invited many people, and no one dared to snub him. They had heard about the son of their holy son, so many of them brought their beautiful daughters, hoping to attract Dave's favor. The Alexander clan didn't only consist of people with the bloodline of the Alexander clan. Some inside the domain were subordinates who had gained a foothold in the Alexander clan's territory. Many families and clans lived in the Alexander clan domain, but they had paid a huge price and showed great merit to seek protection and enter the domain. The party ended peacefully, and many were disappointed when they learned that Dave wasn't interested in their daughters. However, upon seeing Dave's image, many females tried to capture his attention. Dave already had many companions, and his standards were high. Grace, who was by his side, gave murderous glares to any woman who approached him. Her beauty and demeanor were top tier, as she was the former queen of the Butterfly clan in the Beast world. Her presence made others lose confidence in getting near Dave. Even so, it didn't stop others from admiring Dave. Unbeknownst to him, his arrival had caused a lot of excitement due to his handsome face. Dave, who had been handsome since birth, became even more refined and matured as his strength increased, making his face lethal to women. They had never seen anyone as handsome as him, and many fell in love with him instantly. His arrival caused a sensation in the domain, and his image circulated among groups of young and older women alike. There were even rumors that deceased women rose from their coffins just to catch a glimpse of his face, though it was merely a joke circulating in the whole domain. Many people talked about him, and many tried to assess his power level at the banquet, but they failed. He was very mysterious, and even a true saint would fail to measure his real powers. If he wanted to hide his cultivation, no one could detect it. Although he was still an imperial saint, his raw power could crush an imperial saint emperor, and when he used his laws, he could even injure and kill a true saint. Perfected law represented the peak of power not only in the immortal plane but also in the celestial plane. Only those who reached a higher level of cultivation could comprehend the laws to the perfected stage. Some took many years to comprehend a single law, and almost everyone focused on mastering just one. Dave was different because he could instantly master them to perfection using his ancient eyes, but the cooldown was long for him. If others were to hear that he had comprehended 6 laws to perfection, they might worship him and consider him the reincarnation of a celestial. Lucas, Stella, Lucio, and Dave were talking at the table, and Dave told them about many things he experienced before leaving the mortal plane. He mentioned leaving a clone to manage the empire and how he conquered those ancient clans, making them his subordinates. He didn't disclose everything, but his methods still shocked them. Upon learning that he was now an imperial saint, they were surprised, but they didn't inquire further, respecting each other's secrets. His father and grandmother were proud of him, while his grandfather wanted to spar with him. However, his grandma Stella hit Lucio on the head, and he stopped considering it. They chatted and drank wine for 3 days before everyone decided to leave as they still had things to do. Lucas gave Dave his own manor, but Dave said not to worry about it because he wasn't the type of person who likes to remain in one place. Lucas agreed, but he still gave him his own place. Lucas was well respected, and their place was located at the core of the Alexander domain, called Origin City, where the heart of the Alexander clan was located. Lucas mentioned that he would bring Dave to meet the patriarch when he had time, but he was busy preparing for the upcoming birthday of the matriarch, as he represented the clan and needed to prepare to receive guests. Dave was astonished but felt it was a good time to harvest sin points. He started to formulate many plans in his mind and didn't disturb his father. Dave and Grace were now walking in the streets, holding hands. They looked like a celestial pair, and their appearance matched each other. Many people glanced at them from time to time, especially after Dave's image circulated throughout the whole domain. Dave decided to pamper and spend time with Grace, so they went outside to have fun. However, he noticed that everyone kept looking at him, which puzzled him. When he first appeared at the banquet, he received many sin points from others' admiration, but it continued to accumulate, and he didn't know why. Grace noticed his confused expression and playfully looked at him, smiling. With hubby's handsome face, your image is circulating throughout the entire domain. I even heard that many women dropped their underwear when they saw your picture. Upon hearing this news, Grace found it hilarious and laughed for hours. She acknowledged that Dave was handsome, and she was very attracted to him. Their first meeting had left a good impression on her due to his aura and appearance. She remembered how her mother had tried to abduct Dave to use him as her plaything, but he turned out to be strong and subdued her mother instead. Dave even offered to help remove the control of the goddess of death from her body, but the process was embarrassing. Although hesitant at first, Grace decided to trust him and realized that Dave cared for them and treated everyone in his harem equally. She considered herself fortunate to be chosen by him. Dave smiled at her and replied, "So, you're teasing your hubby now? I'll punish you for 10 hours straight later." Grace got scared and quickly said, "It was just a joke, hee hee." Dave looked at her with an evil grin, as if he was looking at his prey. They continued their outing, and Dave showed Grace many places and treated her to delicious food. His wealth was unimaginable now due to his efforts and the rewards he received for exposing the demon's plans. He also received numerous treasures from Tracy, each of which would cause a commotion in the immortal plane. As they teased each other, they suddenly heard a commotion and curiously went to investigate. Both of them were hiding their aura, appearing like ordinary people, and no one noticed them. "Ha ha ha, that's what you get for offending young Master Roko," one of the men said. "That's right, who told you to covet the treasure of young Master Roko? You should hand it over to us, or else we will kill you," another man threatened. Dave noticed 3 men surrounding a youngster who was covered in bruises and injuries. Despite his pale appearance, he looked at them with coldness. "You are bullying too much. This sword was given to me by my father when I was a kid, but you want to steal it from me. You even framed me for stealing, even though this sword is mine," the young man exclaimed. "Also, I am not afraid of you. Killing here is forbidden," he retorted, and Dave could see his endless hatred towards them. "Ha! Even though killing is forbidden here, we can still cripple you and shame you," the 3 of them threatened as they prepared to attack the man. Onlookers glanced at the young man with pity, but they chose to ignore the scene. The young man looked at them with coldness and spoke firmly, "You will pay for this." Although the young man was only an imperial lord, facing 3 people with the same realm as him, he didn't show much fear, but he had an intent to kill them. He unsheathed an old and rusty green sword and slashed it towards the 3 people. Misty sword art boom. The 3 men were blown away, while the young man remained in his position, but he coughed blood due to his injuries. Unsheathing and releasing such a technique took a toll on his body, and he suffered internal injuries. The guards saw the commotion, but they didn't intervene, and Dave realized that they feared the people behind these 3. "Interesting," Dave said, and Grace looked at him with a questioning gaze. Dave just laughed and said, "I think the person behind these 3 won't even survive for 5 chapters, haha. Definitely cannon fodder. A good show is waiting." Grace was confused, but she didn't care. The 3 people who were blasted were angry and humiliated. They suffered from injuries and felt fear when they saw the young man's murderous looks. "HMMP, useless trash, you can't even defeat a mere peasant," a handsome young man suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. He wore a prideful look, and his body released a strong aura that suffocated those near him. "TSK, with just power, you think you can become arrogant here?" Grace sneered at the man, realizing that he must be the young Master Roko they were talking about. "Young Master, please forgive us. We didn't expect that he had such a strong technique." The 3 men prostrated and asked for forgiveness. But the young master unsheathed his sword and beheaded all 3 of them. "HMMP, what is the point of keeping you if you're useless?" the young master remarked coldly, stunning the onlookers. Dave looked at the guards, but they chose to ignore what happened. He felt that the situation was becoming interesting. Dave secretly scanned the memories of some guards and realized the identity of Roko. He was the young master of the Ingram family, one of the subordinate families of the Alexander clan. Roko's father had powerful connections with the elders of the Alexander clan, which made Roko arrogant in front of ordinary people. However, he maintained a humble attitude in front of the main clansmen of the Alexander clan. In short, he was arrogant in front of the weak but coward in fear in front of the strong. Roko's reputation was not good, but his father loved him the most and did everything to clean up the messes he created. Roko then looked at the young man in front of him and spoke, "You vile thief, bring back the sword you snatched from me, or else I will kill your entire family." Roko sneered at the young man, but the young man maintained his prideful look and sneered back, "Hee hee, if you say that in front of my father, your clan will be eradicated in one night. You think you can continue bullying others? You will suffer retribution in the future." The young man showed no fear, surprising everyone with his arrogant words. They didn't expect him to disdain young Master Roko. Roko's face turned murderous, and he instantly appeared in front of the young man, punching him in the abdomen. Boom. The young man was beaten to the ground and had no chance to fight back. Roko's strength as an imperial king was superior to the young man's. Boom. "Ha, let's see if you can continue being arrogant," Roko taunted as he continuously punched the young man. Finally, Roko took the sword from the young man's hands. Cough. The young man coughed up blood, witnessing his sword now in Roko's possession. "If you had given it to me earlier, you wouldn't have been beaten, hee, Roko mocked. The young man was angry but unable to move due to his injuries. "I'll kill you, fucker," he cursed, though he knew he could only shout. He was weak in the face of such power, but he refused to give up. Hee, what a pitiful child. He should not have offended someone he cannot afford to offend. The people around sneered, while some felt pity. They knew that young Master Roko only wanted to snatch the sword, but there was nothing they could do about it. Clamp! Clamp! Suddenly, everyone heard a clap, and a handsome young man and a beautiful woman appeared in front of them. Both were wearing gorgeous clothes and carried themselves with dignity and high status. Young Master Roko became wary upon seeing them. It was his first time encountering them. He knew many people with high status in the domain, but he had never seen these two before. The guards, who recognized them, hurriedly went in front of Dave to greet him. "Young Master Dave, Miss Grace." The guards had been informed about the Son of the Holy Sun, and their images had been sent to everyone. So, if they saw them, they knew they had to be respectful and greet them. Dave looked at the guards and said, "So, these are the guards of the clan? TSK, I should talk to Commander Pharaoh." The guards were stunned and afraid. They knew what they had done was wrong, but they couldn't afford to offend young Master Roko. However, they were even more afraid of Dave's status. "Please forgive us, young master," the guards said, sweating heavily. Dave ignored them and turned his attention to the young man lying on the ground. "I have something to ask," Dave said with a smile. The young man was surprised by Dave's friendly demeanor, which was aloof and different from young Master Roko, who had treated him with disdain. "What is it?" the young man asked respectfully. He realized that the young master in front of him was not simple. Dave nodded and said, "Are you a not talented man in your family? Did your fiancé break your marriage contract, and then you met an old man who wanted to accept you as a disciple?" Everyone was stunned, including Grace and Roko, who looked at him strangely. The young man was also taken aback but replied bitterly, "Definitely not, young master." "What are you saying?" Dave nodded and said, "A pity, then you must be a young man who lived in the mountains with an old man and decided to leave the mountain to gain experience, but ended up offending a person with high status." The young man was stunned and shocked. "How did you know?" he asked, not expecting Dave to be aware of his background. Dave smiled and replied, "The plot was used in novels." Not everyone understood what he meant, but Dave waved his hands, and a terrifying force covered the young man's body. The young man felt refreshed as his body rapidly healed. "What?" Everyone was stunned by Dave's method and didn't expect him to heal the young man in a matter of seconds. Of course, with Dave's mastery of the law of life, it was an easy matter, even if the young man had been on death's bed. Roko was stunned, having never seen such a method before. The guards became even more fearful of Dave, while the young man was grateful to him. "I thank young master for saving my life. My name is Jiang Chen." The young man, Jiang Chen, expressed his gratitude to Dave. His perception of young masters changed when he saw him. He had always assumed they were arrogant and looked down on others, but Dave was different. He emanated a sense of light and calmness, governing everyone around him. Jiang Chen was filled with gratitude towards Dave. He thought that everyone he met looked down on him. Just like Dave said, he was living in the mountains together with his grandpa and father. He admired his father the most because he was strong and taught him swordsmanship, but his father said that his grandpa was a better swordsman than he was. His grandpa always liked to drink wine, and he rarely talked to him. However, before he left the mountain to gain experience, his grandpa taught him a swordsmanship called Misty Sword Art, and he only comprehended its first form. His grandpa was mysterious, but all he knew was that his father and grandpa were strong, so that's why he was not afraid of young Master Roko. The sword he was carrying was given by his father, and he said that it was his father's sword since he was a kid, and he gave it to him as his inheritance. The sword was rusty, but it was harder than any metal, and he felt that he was stronger when he was using the sword. Jiang Chen was a very talented swordsman since he was a kid, that's why his grandpa taught him the Misty Sword Art, which is his signature art. When he went down the mountain, he realized that he was very poor, and he could not even afford some food in the city. His money was only enough for a week, so he tried to look for a job and became a mercenary. He became successful, joined the mercenaries, and went on a mission. The mission was to escort young Master Roko to the origin city, but he didn't expect that Roko would covet his sword, and he was hunted for many days. He thought that people would be good to him as long as he treated them with kindness, but he was wrong all along. He now realized why his father told him to go down the mountain to experience the true nature of humans. Unlike in the mountain, it was peaceful, and he didn't need to think of material things. Even so, as a youngster, he still sought to have fun and enjoy his young days, but it was destroyed by Rocco. If he hadn't met Dave, he would surely have become crippled or dead. He saw that Rocco could break some rules, and the guards didn't care. The onlookers were still amazed by Dave's action, and they didn't know why he helped him. Rocco was angry to be ignored because even some people in the Alexander clan gave him face, but Dave ignored him as if he were air. "Who are you? Why are you meddling in my affairs? Do you not know who I am?" He was out of the city for many days, and he didn't know about Dave's face that was circulating in the city. Dave continued to ignore him, and Rocco started to get annoyed. However, he realized that a killing intent was directed at him, and he knew that if he spoke again, his head would roll on the ground. He was sweating heavily and didn't know who was targeting him. He didn't know that Zegrin was near him, and his claw was already on his neck, but Zegrin's concealment was top tier, and he could merge with the shadow. Zegrin hated those who disrespected his master, so he was ready to kill Rocco as long as Dave commanded. Rocco stopped speaking, and he was fearful. He just wanted to snatch the sword because he saw that it was interesting and he felt that it was a treasure at just a glance. Dave waved his hands and said, "Helping you is just an easy matter. I am just a man who hates bullying others. Since I was a kid, I like to help people, and that's why I was called a saint, but I don't want to be called that because helping is a must." Dave acted benevolent, and as if a holy light was covering his whole body. Grace pinched his waist and said, "Acting again." Grace looked at Dave with disdain. If he was a good person, then there is no bad person in the whole world at all. He was just acting again to get the attention of the people. The onlookers were amazed and charmed by his words. As expected, he was handsome and kind. "I didn't expect that there are still kind people in the world. I want to become his follower and save the world." Ding. "You gain sin points." Ding. "You gain sin points." Dave smiled, and Jiang Chen was overwhelmed by the soothing aura of Dave. "I will repay this favor in the future, young master. May I know your holy name?" He bowed to him and asked his name. Dave smiled and spoke, "You can call me Dave, Dave Alexander." Some knew him, and some who didn't know him were amazed and became more respectful. Just having the surname Alexander made them respectful, and they realized why the guards were afraid of him. Rocco was stunned, and he didn't expect to hit a sturdy rock, and he became even more afraid. He knelt on the ground, and his prideful look vanished. "Please forgive me, young master. I have eyes but fail to see Mount Tai." This sentence never fails to make me laugh. The people looked at Rocco with disdain, and they felt good to see him become humble. Dave looked at him with a calm face and said, "Don't worry, I am a kind person, and I am not violent. Since I was a kid." "Ouch, don't pinch me." Dave saw Grace pinched him again, and Grace was tired of hearing him brag again. Okay, I will be kind today since I am in a good mood." Rocco sighed in relief, but he was stunned when he heard his next sentence. "But I hate those who snatch my treasure. Give me all your clothes and your storage ring. I didn't expect that someone would steal my things." Dave sighed, and the onlookers who thought of him as an idol looked at him with an embarrassed face. They didn't expect him to be crazier and more shameless than Rocco. "What, you don't want to give back my things? Do you want me to use force?" Dave looked at Rocco. Rocco was afraid, so he bowed and said, "Sorry for snatching your things, young master. I will give them back." He knew that if he didn't follow his words, he would seriously die. He removed all of his storage rings and gave them to Dave. He also took off his clothes as he followed Dave's instructions. Right now, nothing was left to him except his underwear. It was shameful, but it was his style, afraid of the strong and bullying the weak. He didn't have an intention to get revenge because he knew that it would only implicate his family. Rocco felt embarrassed, his face red with shame. He had no thoughts of revenge. Instead, he planned to flatter Dave and establish a connection with him. Dave nodded as he collected all his wealth. His clothes could sell at high prices, and there were many spirit stones in the spatial ring. "Now that you've returned my treasures, I will forgive you. But you must ask forgiveness from that kid," Dave said. Rocco nodded and kneeled in front of Jiang Chen. "Please forgive my actions. I was blinded by greed," he said, sweating and feeling immense shame, but determined to live on without caring about it. Jiang Chen was amazed and unsure how to handle the situation. The once arrogant young master was now begging for mercy in front of him. Jiang Chen understood that this was the display of power, something only someone like young Master Dave could do. He also sensed danger from Dave but was relieved that Dave wasn't his enemy and had been kind to him. Though angry at Rocco, Jiang Chen saw that young Master Dave forgave him. He decided to let it be because he admired Dave's benevolence. Inside the carriage, Dave and Grace sat close to each other, with Jiang Chen in front of them. Rocco, wearing only underwear, drove the carriage pulled by unicorns. The scene would have been majestic if not for Roko's outfit. Many women saw Roko and shouted at him for being shameless, but he had to bear it as he couldn't afford to offend Dave. To gain Dave's favor, he had informed him about the Alexander auction hall, where there were many good treasures and a rumored item about to be auctioned. Dave became interested and commanded Roko to lead the way. Dave decided to bring Jiang Chen along and talk to him. Upon scanning Jiang Chen, he realized he was a protagonist-type character with overflowing luck. Dave knew that even if he hadn't saved Jiang Chen earlier, he would still be fine and eventually benefit from the experience, becoming stronger. On the other hand, Roko might have sought revenge, and Jiang Chen could have been hunted down by Roko's family. In essence, Dave's intervention saved Jiang Chen from enduring more chapters of suffering and gave Roko more exposure in the story. Now, Roko acted like a loyal dog to Dave. The plot had been set, so Dave decided to interfere further and befriend Jiang Chen, making him owe a favor. He had learned about Jiang Chen's origin from the sword art he displayed. He had asked Old Ming about many things, and Old Ming had told him about the 5 sword saints in the Alexander clan. One of them was called the Mist Sword Saint, known for being elusive and preferring a simple life. The Mist Sword Saint was a true saint being and had been incredibly loyal to the clan for thousands of years. Dave found it surprising that Jiang Chen didn't know this information, but he assumed it was part of the protagonist's training and thus kept it from him. Dave planned to find the old man, the Mist Sword Saint, and get some sword ideas from him to strengthen his swordsmanship. He was also intrigued by Jiang Chen's physique called the Sword Immortal Body. It was on par with his own Sword Heart Body, but it had different abilities. The Sword Immortal Body allowed its owner to control any sword at will, absorb swords to strengthen the body and comprehension and wield any sword art with ease. Given that Jiang Chen's name had appeared in other novels about sword experts, Dave believed he would become a formidable figure in the future. He saw his investment in befriending Jiang Chen as worthwhile and thought that Jiang Chen would be useful to him in the long run. The Sword Immortal Body was useless to Dave, and the system hadn't given him a mission related to it. Right now, he was more interested in the upcoming auction, where some main character would likely offend some powerful figures over an item. Others might raise the price of an item during the auction, only to give up and tease the other party. There might even be a beautiful elf or a seemingly worthless treasure that was actually valuable, causing a stir during the auction. After the auction, someone might try to attack them to snatch the treasure and threaten them to use their clan name and status. Alexander Auction Hall. Dave looked out of the carriage window and saw a 100-meter-tall building with many people lining up. The guards emitted a strong aura on par with Yudi, preventing any troublemakers. Many people were excited to enter the auction hall, and numerous prestigious individuals were present, eager to obtain valuable treasures. However, not everyone could enter. They either needed to pay a significant entrance fee or be a loyal customer or VIP. Owned by the matriarch, this auction hall was off-limits for chaos. When people saw the carriage and Roko, they were stunned and laughed at his outfit. Though Roko was used to such reactions, he proudly sneered at them and said, "Give way, young Master Dave is inside." He then took out a token carved with the text Alexander, amazing everyone present. Only true bloodline members possessed such tokens. Those who had accomplished great feats only had star tokens, which allowed them to skip inspection at the portal and directly enter the domain. On the other hand, the token with Alexander was the highest honor, reserved only for direct descendants. Those who received it were either greatly appreciated by the Patriarch and the Supreme Elder or had achieved significant merits. As for why Dave had such a token, it was because his father had given it to him, explaining that it was a gift from the Matriarch. Dave had a positive impression of the Matriarch, despite her being feared by others, and he planned to give her a significant gift on her birthday. When the guards saw the token, they instantly called the manager. The manager appeared in front of the carriage, and they didn't need to inspect the token because no one had the guts to replicate it. The manager was a middle-aged woman. She had been beautiful in her younger years, but now she was not strong, and only an imperial lord. The carriage opened, and a young man with tattered clothes appeared. Everyone was stunned, as they didn't expect the owner to be wearing such an outfit. The manager didn't care, as some people had such a fetish. "May I ask what the young master's name is?" she asked Jiang Chen, and he was stunned, realizing the misunderstanding. No. I am not young Master Dave." He waved his hands, directly clearing the misunderstanding. Then, a handsome man holding the hand of a beautiful woman got out of the carriage. They exuded an air of elegance, seeming like a match made in heaven. Both looked like living immortals, and everyone was captivated by their looks. The manager bowed to them and said, "I welcome distinguished guests. Please follow me to the VIP room." When she heard the young man being called young Master Dave, her heart shook. Even though she was a middle-aged woman, It was hard for her to maintain her calm due to Dave's face. She had heard about the rumors, but she didn't bother to look for his image. She didn't expect that her dormant heart would awaken when she saw him. It was hard to calm herself, but she was professional, so she retained her calmness. She didn't need to make them wait in line and directly led them into the auction hall. Everyone made way because they didn't want to offend them. Everyone saw that the manager had a flushed face, and it was the first time they had seen her with that kind of expression. She was always serious and strict. "Is that young Master Dave whose image has been circulating lately?" Suddenly, one of the onlookers recognized Dave. Dave was well known to the women in the clan, and many tried to get near him to ask for his autograph. He was like a celebrity, and many men hated him because it created a crack in their relationships. Their wives and girlfriends started to ignore them, and they were always talking about his name. Some lost interest in their lovers, and their standards for men rose to another level, which caused resentment towards him. Dave ignored them, and they continued to walk inside. He was followed by Grace, who was amused when she saw the situation, and Jiang Chen, who followed silently. Even Roko followed proudly as if he were not wearing only underwear. Being near Dave, he felt that his status rose to another level, and he could brag about this scene to his friends. "This way, young Master Dave," the manager said with a smile, leading the way. Grace hit Dave with her elbow and said, "Even a middle-aged woman cannot escape your evil charms." Dave smiled and rubbed her head. "You can't escape from me later either." Grace puffed her mouth, trying to annoy Dave, but she was the one being annoyed. Dave always wore a calm face as if everything were nothing in front of him. It looked like he was calculating everything, and everything was within his grasp. The manager led them to a VIP room where no one could disturb them. They could see the stage where the auction would happen, and their room number was 7. Many saw this scene and speculated about their identity to be led by the manager. Many knew that the manager was a person of the matriarch, so no one dared to disrespect her, even though she was weak. She had been managing this auction hall for thousands of years and could command many strong people to punish any offenders in the hall. She was ruthless and had commanded the guards to behead some people who tried to do something funny. After settling them, the manager looked at Dave with a smile and handed a card to him with a shy look. "Young master, this is a VIP card, and you can have a 30% discount on everything you purchase in the auction hall. If you need something, you can go to my office alone and tell me." She said this while her ears turned red and left the place hastily. Jiang Chen was stunned, while Roko felt even more respect for Dave to make the fierce woman act like a shy girl. Dave looked at the card and then saw a note behind it. "Room number 35, 5th floor. Hermina Noel." Grace read it and looked at Dave with murderous looks. "Don't you dare to go there, HMMP. I will ignore you." She knew Dave's weakness was women, and as long as he was bored, he would find someone to accompany him. Dave was stunned, but he smiled and replied, What am I? I am a very kind and good man who will never do such things." Jiang Chen and Roko felt that Dave was really a saint to resist such temptation. Grace sneered at him and didn't believe him. Dave then looked at Roko and said, "Where are the stairs to the 5th floor? I just need to pee." Roko and Jiang Chen were stunned, while Grace pinched his waist again. Hee, of course, it was just a joke. Why would I go there when I have you?" Dave put his arm around Grace's waist and looked at her with a smile. HMMP. Grace ignored him and decided to sit on the chair. Dave told Jiang Chen and Roko to go to the restroom and fix their outfits. Both nodded and felt that their outfits were shameful. After they left, Dave created a barrier and looked at Grace with an evil smile. Hee, we are alone now." Grace was stunned and didn't expect him to do this here. A shocking moment happened in the auction hall, but it went unnoticed by anyone. Tremors and earthquakes were happening inside the room for an hour until it finally stopped. Jiang Chen and Roko returned after an hour because they suddenly lost their way, as if they were in an illusion. They tried to find the room again but ended up mistakenly entering the women's restroom, and both were chased by the women and labeled as perverts. Unbeknownst to them, they were under Dave's illusion law, which prevented them from being disturbed. Upon arriving at room number 7, they found Dave smiling and leaning against the wall with Grace, but their clothes were messy, and Grace's hair was disheveled. Neither of them knew what had happened, but they didn't care as they sat near them. Both were now wearing proper clothes, and Jiang Chen's face was clean and handsome, unlike his dirty appearance a while ago. They wanted to explain that they had lost their way but decided to keep it to themselves, finding it too shameful. The life-threatening experience they went through had brought Jiang Chen and Roko closer. Recalling how the women had chased them, they felt scared and became sworn brothers while running for their lives, as if they hadn't been enemies just a while ago. Grace looked at Dave with a resentful expression. Her face was still beautiful, and her skin was glowing, but her hair was messy from Dave's tight grip a while ago. Dave ignored her angry looks and blew into her ears. "Do you also enjoy it? Was it exciting? We tried a lot of positions." Grace became even more annoyed, but she decided to fix herself. She tied her hair and wiped her face with a towel. Dave remembered Sophia, whom he had met at the auction in the Dragon Empire and had a good time with during the event. Sophia was a good woman who liked to cling to him, but she was also skilled in business. Currently, she was with the other girls, practicing with Tracy. Dave reminisced about those memories when he was having sex with Sophia while his father was conducting the auction, which had been an exhilarating experience. He also got Draco there, which was the reason why he had attended the auction. Grace was angry with Dave for not expecting him to behave this way here, but she admitted that it was exciting and her first time doing something like that in front of so many people outside. She knew that Dave was shameless, but that was one of the characteristics she loved about him. He could be like a demon to his enemies but was very caring to his loved ones. She decided to let him have his way because she didn't want him to go to that woman on the 5th floor. She worried that Jiang Chen and Roko would show up after changing clothes, but she didn't expect them to appear after an hour, having just finished many rounds. They were told that the auction was about to start, so Dave decided to end it. Suddenly, a beautiful woman who appeared to be in her 20s stood in front of everyone. She was wearing a red gown and exuded confidence and pride. She was an imperial saint like Dave and considered a genius due to her young age. Her looks could rival Grace's. If Grace was 98, this woman was a 97, with a sexy and charming body. Many recognized her and were stunned. "What? She's the one who will lead the auction today?" Everyone was shocked, even Roko was amazed. Dave didn't know her, so he asked Roko. "Young master, that lady is Miss Rain Alexander. She is a direct descendant of the clan and one of the 4 flowers of the clan. Her father is one of the elders, and her grandpa is the minister and the right-hand man of the patriarch. She's called the little devil of the clan because she's ruthless despite her innocent and beautiful appearance. She has made many eunuchs in the clan because they tried to woo her. Many fear her, and she is pampered by many elders due to her talent." Dave nodded but didn't care about her identity. Both of them had the surname Alexander, and he didn't know if she was his cousin or anything. But he didn't care. Grace looked at the woman and then at Dave. Dave shrugged and didn't explain. Even though he was a womanizer, he knew his limits and would not cross the line if she was his relative. He felt that this lady had the same character as him, ruthless, to be called a little devil. Rain looked at room number 7 and felt trepidation inside her. Who is that? She felt like she was being scanned, and nothing could be hidden from in her body and soul. She didn't know the person, but she still believed that no one would dare to offend her. Even though she couldn't see the person, she felt danger, something she didn't even feel when facing her father. She could see into some rooms because those people allowed themselves to be seen by others and were confident in their status. Some hid themselves, like Dave, because he was doing something with Grace a while ago and didn't want to create commotion, so he decided to act mysterious. Rain had decided to lead the auction today because the matriarch commanded her, and she couldn't decline. She also respected the matriarch to the bottom of her heart, and the matriarch was her goal to surpass. She was preparing for her birthday, but she still followed her commands. She knew that many people had visited their clans a while ago because of her upcoming birthday, so she was the one who would lead the auction. Rain composed herself and took out the microphone. "Hello, distinguished guests from the clan and afar. The auction will now start." She didn't explain the rules because everyone had already been notified by the assistants in every room about them. She waved her hand, and an item appeared in front of everyone. It was a purple flower covered with thick petals. This item is called the spider lily. It can be used to refine many potions and can extend one's lifespan. The starting price will be 100,000 spirit stones, with an additional 10,000 spirit stones for each subsequent bid. After she said that, everyone was shocked, and the crowd erupted into an uproar. "Wow, I didn't expect to see the spider lily here. I heard Lord Muzan was looking for it. My alchemy clan should get this flower. I am old, I need this. I hope everyone can give me face." Many voices could be heard, and everyone was excited. The first item alone was already shocking, and they were eager to participate in the event. Dave looked at the item and wasn't interested. He was now considered an alchemy emperor in terms of knowledge, and this flower was only an inferior type of demonic purple flower. The latter could grant 100,000 years of lifespan and maintain one's youthful appearance. He didn't need this, so he didn't place a bid. 150,000 spirit stones. You expect to get the spider lily for just that price? 300,000 spirit stones. Some had a heated bidding war, and in the end, the flower was sold to an old man who spent 500,000 spirit stones to acquire it. Rain smiled, feeling that the start was good, and then she presented the next item. A blue sword floated in the air, emanating a strong and cold aura. This item is called the Frost Sword, once owned by one of the Sword Saints, Frost Sword Saint. He decided to auction this sword because it is now useless to him and he wishes to pass it on to the next generation. He also highlighted that there are some hidden techniques inside it. What? The Frost Sword Saint? After she said that, everyone became even more excited, their eyes fixed on the sword with desire. If they obtained the sword and comprehended its techniques, they might become disciples of the Sword Saint. Being a Sword Saint in the clan meant reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship and strength. It could change their fate and elevate their status to another level. Dave smiled and said, as expected of the Alexander clan, they're even auctioning off this kind of sword. Dave inspected the sword and saw that it was a good one. While not the strongest he had ever seen, it was weaker than his black sword. It was still valuable to those who sought to become stronger. His own sword had become a legendary item thanks to the black slime and its potential for continued evolution. The Frost Sword was only an epic item, but it was still highly sought after, especially because of the techniques hidden within it, left behind by the Sword Saint, which were undoubtedly of great value. Artifact levels: common, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, special, unique, epic, legendary, mythical, god. He also had a mysterious sword in his tattoo, a god-level sword given to him by his mother. Dave had come to realize before that his mother's origins were not simple and that she might be an incarnation of a powerful being in the celestial plane. He didn't know if she was alive, but he hoped she was because he wanted her to be reunited with his father. His mother's own technique, the Sword of Calmness, was also formidable, but he had only comprehended a few of its forms. Dave looked behind him and saw Jiang Chen gazing at the sword with desire, but he seemed saddened, likely realizing that he couldn't afford such a treasure. Dave smiled and patted his shoulder. "Do you want that sword?" he asked, wanting to tease him a little because Jiang Chen's own sword was also an epic-level sword, though he didn't seem to know its true worth. Dave knew that Jiang Chen could also ask his grandpa, a Sword Saint, for some swords, but the desire for the Frost Sword must be because of his physique. Jiang Chen's body could easily absorb the sword and comprehend its technique, making him much stronger. Jiang Chen nodded but replied bitterly, "I feel that I can become stronger if I acquire the sword. It's a pity that I am a poor man." He knew his status, so he didn't have much hope to acquire such treasure. Dave smiled and said, "Then we will get it." "What is the use of my money if I don't spend it?" Jiang Chen was stunned, wanting to reject the offer, but Dave continued, It's hard to be rich. I recently found some money on the road while walking, and they were inside a spatial ring. I also found some fancy clothes." Dave grinned, and Roko's face turned black as he realized that Dave was referring to the wealth he had stolen from him. "Also, I need to spend it because my father said he will punish me if I continue to be thrifty. My house is full of money, and I find it hard to use it all." Dave sighed, and Grace wanted to punch Dave's face, but she restrained herself due to tiredness because of their recent battle. Jiang Chen was stunned, and he knew that Dave was just letting him not feel like he owed him too much. Dave was kind to him and willing to spend money on the sword. He listed this favor in his heart and planned to repay him in the future. "This sword will start at 1,000,000 spirit stones," Rain announced, and everyone began bidding, their excitement palpable. Each guest had their eyes locked on the sword, eager to obtain it at any cost. 1,500,000 spirit stones. Our Aaron clan bids 2,000,000 spirit stones. Our Yaga clan bids 3,000,000 spirit stones. Every family and prominent family bid with high prices, and the excitement was at its peak. 7,000,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, the price rose to several million, and everyone looked at room number 1. The room was open, and everyone saw a young man standing there with an old butler. Others recognized him and didn't expect him to bid. "Wow, is he young Master Reynold? I didn't expect him to bid for the sword." "Yeah, I thought he didn't need this sword because he was not a swordsman." Many people talked to each other, and Dave looked at Reynold. He saw that Reynold was also an Imperial Saint, and his bone age was only 240 years old. He wore a calm expression, and it was hard to discern what he was thinking. Roko was stunned and spoke, "I didn't expect Master Reynold to be here as well. He was one of the candidates before to become the Holy Sun, but he was defeated by the Holy Sun in 3 moves. His status in the clan was also high and favored by many elders. He was the son of one of the 5 generals." Dave smiled and didn't expect to meet an interesting person here, apart from Rain. He didn't care about Reynolds since he was defeated by his father. His father's talent was top tier, and even now, Dave couldn't guarantee that he could win against him using raw power. If not for his father taking care of him in the mortal plane, his father might have already reached a stronger cultivation level. Old Ming explained before that there are hundreds of commanders, and they are under the 5 generals of the guards. Some clansmen enter the ranks of being soldiers, and Reynolds' father must be one of the generals who had the bloodline of the Alexander clan. Dave checked Reynolds' body and saw that his bloodline was thicker than others, but it was weaker than his grandpa's. For others, Reynolds could still be considered a genius, but for Dave, he was already old and his power was mediocre. Dave smiled and felt that it was now the time to show off. 15 million spirit stones. Suddenly, a calm voice could be heard, and Dave doubled the bid in an instant. What? Wow. Who is that guest in room number 7? He must be one of the rich young masters to spend such money. Dave gained a lot of sin points, and he saw Reynolds' expression turn ugly. Dave's bid directly slapped him in the face, as if he was showing off his wealth. If Dave wanted, he could borrow his father's money, but he didn't need to do it because his wealth was definitely more than even the elders of the clan. He just didn't have time to spend it, so he decided to use it here. He rarely needed cultivation resources because he could get stronger using sin points, unlike others who needed wealth to buy resources. Rain looked at room number 7 with a smile and said, "Since room number 7 bid 15 million spirit stones, is there anyone else who would like to bid?" Everyone became silent for a moment until someone bid again. 16 million spirit stones. Reynolds bid again, and everyone could see that his calm expression from a while ago changed, and now he was gritting his teeth. He just wanted to regain his face and didn't want others to look down on him. It was painful for him to spend such a large sum, even though he was rich. He still needed to consult his elders if he was spending so much money. TSK, what a poor fellow. Since I'm in a good mood, I will bid 30 million spirit stones. Dave's voice was heard again, and everyone was shocked. Wow, he is really a tycoon. His voice sounds young, but he must be from a prominent clan. Yeah, from his voice, spending such wealth seems easy for him. Reynolds was stunned and realized that he was insulted. Everyone was amazed by the person in room number 7. But he swallowed his anger and didn't bid more. 30 million spirit stones were a huge wealth even for him, and he needed 5 years to collect them. He felt that the person in room number 7 still had a lot of money, so he decided to back down, but he kept this matter in his heart. Investigate the person in that room, he commanded his men, and they bowed to him and nodded. No one doubted whether room number 7 would pay, because no one had the guts to joke in the main auction hall of the Alexander clan, or else they could not leave this domain alive. Rain saw that no one was bidding again and noticed many people smiling bitterly. Some wanted to get the sword, but they didn't have the funds to acquire it. She was stunned when the person in room number 7 spent such a wealth, and even her own wealth was only 150 million spirit stones. Spending such money on a sword was considered prodigal. Since no one bids again, the winner is our guest from room number 7, Rain announced, waving her hand, and asked the person to deliver the sword to that room. Many looked at the room in awe and tried to see who the person receiving the sword was when the delivery person entered the room, but they only saw a young man wearing ordinary clothes and realized that he must be a follower of that person. Jiang Chen received the sword at Dave's command, and Dave also paid for it. Dave didn't even flinch when he took out such wealth. Dave, who was a money grabber, swore to help the poor while robbing the rich and finally achieved such goals. He was proud, but no one could see it because he maintained his calm appearance. Grace knew how wealthy this bastard was, but she was happy to see him lose some wealth because he was the one who always took advantage of others. She found that Dave must be gritting his teeth to spend such money, but she didn't know how deep Dave's wealth was. Dave had roamed to many worlds and extorted a lot of people with dedication and with his heart, accumulating almost 1 billion spirit stones. He also received a reward from the royal clan when he exposed the plans of demons, and he got 5 billion spirit stones from that and a token to their library. He also got some treasures from Tracy, most of which could be sold at high prices, and at last, the money he stole from Rocco, but it was only 7 million spirit stones. He was never short on money, and spending 30 million was light work for him. Jiang Chen felt a connection to the sword, and he was delighted to get it. He thanked Dave many times and was very grateful to him. Not only had Dave saved him and healed his injuries, but he had also willingly spent such wealth for the sword. Rocco looked at him with envy but decided that he must gain the favor of young Master Dave so that no one would have the guts to provoke him in the future. He resolved to become a loyal follower and do whatever Dave commanded. Dave smiled, but he didn't care. Jiang Chen hid the sword for now because they were still in the auction. Rain saw that everyone had already calmed down, but some still felt envious of the new owner of the sword. Rain smiled and took out the third item for auction. She waved her hand, and a 1-meter white snake appeared in front of everyone. It was chained by an extraordinary chain, and it couldn't move its body. The snake's scales were shining, and its eyes were crimson. This snake is mysterious, and even the elders don't know its origin. Don't be fooled by its looks because it has killed thousands of people in the forest, and its venom is very deadly. The elders personally dealt with this snake because it was very tricky to catch, and it can even escape from an Imperial Saint King, Rain introduced. Everyone was shocked, and they didn't expect to see such an interesting snake. To escape from an Imperial Saint King, the snake must be extraordinary. No one recognized its origin, but its strength made others want to acquire it. It could be a good pet if tamed, or they could sell it at a higher price. Dave looked at the snake and mumbled, "Interesting." He didn't expect to encounter so many interesting things today. Grace looked at the snake and felt a close connection to it. Dave noticed her look and asked, "You want that snake?" Grace nodded and said, "I don't know, but I feel some connection to the snake right now." Dave smiled and said, "You can really feel a connection to the snake because it is related to the blessing you have." Grace was stunned and asked, "You mean it's related to the blessing of the goddess of death?" She felt that it was impossible, but she trusted Dave, and he had shown them a lot of miracles. Dave's ways could not be explained by normal things, so she didn't doubt him. Dave nodded and explained, "That snake is called the Underworld King Snake. It is a species that reveres the goddess of death, and the darker their color, the stronger they are. It means that the snake in front of us is only a newborn snake, but its strength is already terrifying, and it can kill an Imperial Lord if they were bitten by it." Jiang Chen and Roko, who were standing nearby, were stunned by the revelation, and they didn't doubt Dave's words. Grace was also shocked, so she now realized why she felt a slight connection to it. Since she was plotted against by the goddess of death when they entered the trial, where they had to kill each other with her friends, she felt despair because she didn't want to be under someone's control. Even though it gave her strong power, the feeling of having her life controlled by others made her uncomfortable. That's the reason why she agreed to Dave's proposal and let him help her remove the control of that goddess. Also, that snake is immune to dark energies and can devour others to become stronger, Dave explained, and nothing could escape the system as long as he paid the price. The money grabber system found ways to collect sin points from him because he was blind right now. His sin points were rising steadily, but he didn't bother to see it because he didn't need them for the time being. He still had missions to accomplish. If he couldn't find a way to comprehend laws, then he would just save sin points and buy the law orbs in the system shop, even if they were pricey. After Rain explained about the snake, everyone made their bids, but it wasn't as exciting as when the sword was auctioned, as some didn't have the guts to tame such a dangerous snake. The starting price was 400,000 spirit stones, and many bid to get it. 500,000. 600,000. 650,000. Many who came from prominent families with strong backgrounds wanted to acquire the snake. They looked at room number 7 to see if he was bidding. Their anticipation wasn't in vain, as Dave indeed bid. Such a snake can be my wife's pet. 20 million spirit stones. Everyone was shocked, and they didn't expect him to pay such a high price again. They felt that he was prodigal, and it was not worth it like the sword, but how would some ordinary folks know its worth? Also, Dave didn't feel bitter while spending money because his grandmother, the matriarch, owned the auction hall, so it could be considered as helping her and a gift for her. He had a good impression of her, and it could be considered a payment for the token she gave him. He heard from his father that even the elders didn't dare to argue with her if she wanted to give a token on her own. He was still thinking of a gift he could give her on her birthday 3 days later, but he still had time to think of it. Also, the snake was for Grace, so he didn't bother to think of its price. Who is really that wealthy person in room number 7? He is very wealthy. I wish I was his wife. Many envied his wife for having such a husband who was willing to spend money just to please her. Grace looked at Dave with a smile and felt that Dave's image had changed from despicable to lovely. Dave smirked and patted her head. He didn't mind spoiling his lover, and Grace rarely asked him for things, so he must get this snake. Rain was stunned when she heard the bid. The person in room number 7 had already spent a lot of money, yet she heard his tone that it was not a big matter to him. Is there someone who will bid? If not, then the snake will be acquired by our guest from room number 7? After she said that, no one bid again because they felt that it was not worth it. Congratulations to the guest from room number 7, she waved her hands and directly sent the snake to the winner. She didn't expect that the event would be fruitful even though it had just started. Many were curious about the identity of the person. He created a mysterious and wealthy persona. The manager, who was resting in her room with disappointment, heard news from her assistant. What? Young Master Dave spent already a lot of money without flinching, and he didn't even care about the discount and paid it fully? She was stunned, and she had a good impression of the young master, which made her heart crazy. She was shocked to hear how wealthy he was, and even though he was the son of the Holy Sun, it was still hard to believe how prodigal he was in spending money. She had been waiting in the room for many hours, disappointed to not see the figure of the man she was expecting to see. She murmured while lying on her bed and knew that since he was with such a young and beautiful woman, then she didn't have much space in his heart. Even so, she was still hoping to have more interaction with him, and when she heard about him spending money at the auction, she immediately went to watch the show. She put on her beautiful dress and prepared to do her makeup. Inside room number 7, Dave looked at the snake that was in chains. The snake was arrogant, and its eyes looked down at Jiang Chen and Roko. But when it looked at Dave, it was terrified. It didn't dare to look into Dave's eyes as if the snake met a demon lord. Dave removed the shackles from the snake, and Jiang Chen and Roko were afraid because it could kill them if they were bitten. However, the astonishing fact was that even though it was now free, it didn't dare to move, and its body was trembling. Roko and Jiang Chen looked at Dave and realized something. The snake was afraid of Dave, so it didn't dare to act rashly. Both were amazed by the sight. Dave looked like a normal person because he didn't show even a little bit of fluctuation, but to make such a scary snake terrified, young Master Dave's power must be strong. Roko felt that his choice was right. He had thought at first that Dave only had a high status but weak cultivation, but he was wrong all along. He was glad that he submitted early and didn't dare to offend him. Dave looked at the snake amusedly and said, "Hey little thing, don't be afraid. I don't eat snakes as long as they are obedient." When the snake heard it, its fear intensified. The snake's eyes were almost teary due to the fear it felt, but Grace pinched Dave, and she went near the snake and said, "Don't worry, that bastard won't hurt you. Come here, little fella." She extended her hand to the snake. The snake looked at her like a hope that entered her sight when facing a calamity. The snake happily crawled to her hand and wrapped its body around Grace's waist. The snake felt close to Grace, so it wasn't hard for her to tame it. Dave smiled and said, "The snake is a girl based on its actions. Then let's call it Snaky." Grace looked at him with a weird look, and she didn't know how Dave knew that the snake was a girl, but considering that he was a womanizer and had memorized the characteristics and weaknesses of women, she didn't find it strange. "What, Snaky? Don't you have such talent in naming?" She disagreed because she knew how lame he was at naming, just like what he named Draco and Blizzard. As long as he found characteristics of them, he would name them based on it. The snake was also dissatisfied, and it caressed Grace's chin to ask for help. Grace patted its head and said, "Don't worry, little fellow, I will give you a good name." Dave smiled bitterly and said, "A pity, many praise my talent for naming. I tried to look for an opponent in naming, but no one has ever made me show my full talent yet. That snake refuses. I suddenly feel hungry. I want to eat a roasted snake." Dave sighed as if he were lonely at the top. The snake became even more afraid, but Grace looked at him with a fierce look, so Dave shrugged his shoulders and let her name it. They argued for a while, and Grace finally named her Whitey. Dave didn't expect Grace to be lamer in naming, but he just let her be proud of it. Jiang Chen and Roko were the ones who felt ashamed of such bad naming skills, but they could only observe. Whitey didn't expect that Grace would give her such a lame name, but since she had decided to follow her, then she accepted her fate. Grace formed a pact with her like Dave did with Blizzard and Draco. Dave didn't trust the snake completely, so he offered the pact to Grace, and she agreed to it so that Whitey could not harm Grace. After naming Whitey, Grace hugs it tightly, and the snake loves it. The snake was afraid of Dave, but it found a safe place from Grace's warmth. After forming a bond with Whitey, Grace has learned some of its memories. She learned that when Whitey got out of her shell, she found a lot of dead bodies, and her body absorbed the death energies around them. She had not killed anyone, but someone saw her and chased her. However, her speed was top tier, and she ran for her life for 2 months until a strong elder personally acted to catch her. She never killed any person, and others thought that she was the one who killed the dead people. She was living in fear in the cage, but she didn't hide her disdain towards them because she had some knowledge about her origin due to the inheritance they have when they were born. Grace felt pity for her, and she decided to take care of her and make her stronger so that no one could bully her again. Dave ignored the snake, and he didn't care about it as long as Grace was happy. The auction continues, and Dave bids using a lot of money without caring about the price. He has already won 10 items and spent 300 million spirit stones. He found some precious herbs that he can use to concoct potions, so he bought them. There are also some armors, and he gave them to Jiang Chen and Grace. He even gave Roko one of the pills auction that can help improve their talent. He was spending money without care, and he can easily get them back as long as he puts effort. Everyone was overwhelmed by Dave's crazy bidding, and almost all of the items were bought by him. HMMP, I don't believe that his money is endless, Reynolds said, feeling angry that Dave outbid everyone. Reynolds wanted to buy some items, but almost everything was bought by the person in room number 7. He restrained himself because he was there for a specific item. The other people who also wanted to bid could only swallow their voices because Dave's bidding price was so high that they were overwhelmed. Rain was happy that her mission was going to be successful, and they had already earned a lot due to the person in room number 7, who almost doubled and tripled the price. And now we come to the last 5 items we had today, Rain announced, and everyone gathered as they heard of the mysterious item to be auctioned. Rain waved her hands, and a 3-meter ice cube appeared in front of everyone. Inside it, there was a 2-meter-tall body with 2 long horns and black wings. Its body was muscular and radiated demonic energy. Its eyes were lifeless, but everyone could feel its strength when it was alive. What is that? Terrifying. Everyone was stunned, while some turned pale due to the terrifying energy of the corpse even though it was sealed and deceased. Dave was stunned when he saw the corpse, and he felt that his day was fruitful with the amazing items he encountered so far. A demon at the true saint level, huh? Dave said, surprising Grace and everyone else in the room. What? A demon? Jiang Chen was astonished, and Rocco was afraid as it was his first time seeing a demon. Grace, on the other hand, didn't doubt Dave and knew that he was scarier than a demon. This is a demon who terrorized the Garavan domain for 1,000 years. This demon killed a lot of people and destroyed many planets. When it was at its peak, it was a powerhouse at the true saint level. The demon was arrogant and suspected to be in the lineage of Demon King of Pride. It was very arrogant and challenged the Patriarch because he heard that he was strong. However, he was killed by the Patriarch in one move, and instead of destroying its body, the Patriarch collected it as part of his collection. He decided to auction it because his collection room was already full, and he treated it as trash to remove some items there. Rain explained, leaving everyone shocked. As expected of the Patriarch. Strong as ever. Many felt admiration towards the Patriarch for treating the demon's body as junk. Dave was also stunned, but he didn't think the Patriarch's reasons for auctioning it were simple. The body of the demon was valuable for research purposes and many other uses. It could be especially useful for Grace. She can absorb the death energy around it, and it could greatly strengthen her cultivation due to the intense energy of a true saint. The gap between Imperial Saint Emperor and True Saint was huge, and it could make Grace's cultivation directly enter Imperial Saint Lord level and surpass his cultivation if she refines it. Moreover, the body could be used by Zagran to devour it and make him even stronger than before. Dave didn't know the Patriarch's true purpose, but he planned to get this corpse no matter what. After seeing everyone's reaction, Rain smiled and announced, "The starting price will be 1 billion spirit stones. You can now start bidding." After she said that, everyone made their bids with excitement. 1.5 billion spirit stones. 2 billion spirit stones. Our Harmon family bids 3 billion spirit stones. Everyone was full of excitement, but they stopped talking when they heard the bid from the people in room number 2. 5 billion spirit stones. Our Fritz family wants this corpse. Everyone was shocked because the Fritz family was not from the Alexander domain but from the Fritz domain. The Fritz family was said to be on par with the Alexander family and had many subordinate clans all around the immortal plane. No one expected them to bid for the corpse. Dave looked at room number 2 and saw a woman wearing a veil, accompanied by 5 strong people. The woman's body was charming and could charm any man who looked at her. Even though she wore a veil, she couldn't hide her beautiful and elegant aura, so many were sure that she was beautiful. Dave scanned her and was stunned for a moment, but he composed himself with an amused look. Grace noticed his expression and felt that Dave had seen something interesting. Planning to ask him about it later. "Hayes, I am so wealthy that I start throwing spirit stones in my garden just to decrease my wealth a little bit. I bid 6 billion spirit stones." Dave's voice could be heard as he decided to bid. Many were stunned by his claim and didn't know whether to laugh or feel bitter. Throwing spirit stones in the garden just to decrease his wealth? What kind of nonsense was that? Everyone was amazed, and they didn't expect him to be this wealthy. No one could still see the person inside room number 7, but they were sure that he was one of the tycoons. Reynolds swallowed his saliva when he heard him bid, and his men who investigated the person inside the room came back. They were nervous and sweating heavily. Reynolds learned that the person inside was the son of the Holy Sun, and he was stunned. He treated the Holy Sun as his rival and the one he feared in the younger generation. He didn't expect that he will be defeated by the father and son in terms of wealth and power. The woman in the veil was stunned and looked at room number 7. "TSK, that person is disrupting our plans. Let's kill him later and snatch the corpse," the woman said with arrogance, and the 5 men who were releasing the power of Imperial Saint King nodded, hiding their killing intent. The woman in the veil looked at room number 7 and felt a premonition in her heart. "Why do I feel that this mission will not be successful?" she murmured in her heart, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. She was with 5 Imperial Saint Kings, all of whom were elites in the clan. She also possessed the power of an Imperial Saint Lord, so she was confident in her safety. Her clan didn't have a good connection to the Alexander clan because the latter was very elusive and didn't care about other clans. Everyone knew that the Alexander clan was arrogant and didn't regard even the most famous clan, the Royal clan, as significant. The Immortal Plane had many strong clans like her Fritz family and the Alexander clan. There were also some ancient clans who hid in their own domains and hadn't shown up for many eons. Even though she was from the Fritz family, which was said to be on par with the Alexander clan, her father, the Supreme Elder, warned her not to be arrogant in the Alexander clan because he knew the true terror of this clan. He said that what they showed was only the tip of the iceberg, and no one knew how long the Alexander clan had been living in the Immortal Plane. She knew that the person in room number 7 held a high position in the clan, but she was confident in her skills and intelligence. She was well known in the clan for her terrifying ideas and had already formed a plan in her mind. Dave easily won the corpse as no one bid again, and they didn't have the guts to challenge him as everyone could see how rich he was. The corpse was a valuable item that could create a commotion if others learned about it, but they were more focused on the last item. Dave paid 6 billion spirit stones without caring about it. He was a real tycoon, and such money couldn't make him feel any pain. As long as he traveled and extorted again, he could make even more money. The corpse was sent to their room. Jiang Chen looked at the corpse with curiosity, while Roko's legs turned into jelly due to fear. The energy it released was strong, but Dave easily dispelled it. No one could see what they were doing in the room, so Dave summoned Zegran. Swish! Zegran emerged from his shadow, and Jiang Chen and Roko were stunned. Roko realized that it was the energy that had locked him up when he offended Dave, and he was terrified and sweating heavily. He didn't know that he escaped the fate of being a cannon fodder due to Dave's interference. "Master," Zegran greeted Dave, and Dave said, "Take this corpse and let Grace absorb the death energy. When she's finished, you can devour the body." Zegran's face was calm, but he was delighted in his heart. "As you command," he said and took the corpse, both of them disappearing in the room. Grace heard Dave's command and was happy because refining the energy would allow her to make a quantitative leap in her powers. The snake was also excited because she could benefit from it. If Dave wanted, he could make the corpse into a puppet, but he didn't fear true saints, and no one could threaten him in this plane. Jiang Chen and Roko felt that their worldview changed when they saw the respectful look the strong man had given Dave earlier. "Dear guests, I present you our fourth item," Rain announced, clapping her hands as a pink pill appeared in front of everyone. The energy of the pill permeated the whole stage, and everyone could feel their cultivation shackles loosening. "What? Is that the breakthrough pill?" "Yeah. I heard that only the ancient alchemy clan can concoct that pill. I didn't expect that the Alexander clan would sell such a valuable pill." Many who were stuck in their realms were excited, and their eyes were filled with greed as they looked at the pill. Dave, however, looked at it with disdain as it was useless to him. He decided to be generous and give others a chance to get it. Rain smiled and said, "Since you know this pill, I will not explain any more. The starting price is 500 million spirit stones." She waved her hand, and the bidding began. 600,000 spirit stones. "This old man is stuck at the Imperial Saint Lord level, so please give me face," an old man from a well-known clan bid. "TSK, our Terra clan doesn't care. We bid 700,000 spirit stones." The Terra clan sneered at the old man, and the pill was seen as miraculous. "TSK, what a poor clan. Our Renjin clan bids 1 billion spirit stones." Everyone was full of excitement, and the pill could help them break through. Although it was useless for Imperial Saint Emperors and above, it was still a valuable asset that allowed one to make a breakthrough easily without damaging their foundation. 2 billion spirit stones, Reynold, who had been quiet earlier, bid. He had contacted his elders and asked for more money, and they happily sent it when they learned about the pill. Some stopped bidding, afraid to offend Reynold. The woman in room number 2 didn't care about the pill, as her clan had connections with the ancient alchemy clan, so she was not as excited as others. She could obtain that pill as long as she asked her father for a favor. Reynold looked at room number 7 and was pleased to see that the person wasn't bidding anymore. He felt that the person didn't have any money left after his lavish spending earlier. He sneered, feeling that he had finally regained his face. The others also looked at room number 7 and felt disappointed to see that the person wasn't interested in the pill. Others had the same thought as Reynold, and they sighed in relief as their competition had now reduced. "Hey, the person in room number 7? Aren't you arrogant a while ago? Why don't you bid anymore? Don't you have any money?" Suddenly, the person in room number 4 opened their curtain, and everyone saw a handsome man wearing the insignia of the Alexander clan. He was 5 feet 9 inches tall and skinny, emitting the power of an Imperial Saint Lord. Everyone recognized him. What? I didn't expect that Lord Irwin is here. Yeah? Is he the disciple of the elder in the clan, and he reached Imperial Saint Lord at only 500 years old? No one expected him to be there, and he even dared to tease the person in room number 7. Jiang Chen heard the man and was angry, wanting to retort, but Dave waved his hand, signaling him to stop. Dave flicked his fingers, and the screen in their room was also removed. Now Dave's face could be seen by others, and Grace and the others were visible as well. So handsome, Rain murmured, not expecting the person inside the room number 7 to be this handsome and young. Others were also astonished and realized his identity. What? Is he the son of the Holy Sun? Yeah, I heard that he now holds the title of being the most handsome man in the clan. I hate him, my girlfriend left me because of him. The crowd became noisy due to Dave showing their faces. Irwin was stunned when he learned that the person was the son of the Holy Sun, but since he was the disciple of the elder, he didn't fear his identity. The woman in the veil looked at Dave with interest and didn't expect him to be so handsome. Her legs were shaking, and she licked her lips before commanding her people, let's change the plan. Just capture him and don't hurt even a bit of his skin. Dave didn't plan to be low-key, but the reason he had hidden their figures earlier was that he was busy with Grace. He was too lazy to remove the concealment afterward, so he just left it. However, now that someone wanted to offend him, he would show them what it meant to be part of a face-slapping plot against a young master. He remembered reading a novel with a dragon in its title, where the MC would shame others and slap their faces. Many would fear him, but whenever he went to other places, someone would try to snatch his girl and offend him. He would spare the enemy, and if they sought revenge, he would slap their faces again. If the offender sought help from the older generation, the MC would slap their faces as well. Even the ancient generation, living fossils, wouldn't be spared from his face slapping. The cycle would continue, and the story would become all about face slapping. He couldn't recall how many people the MC slapped, and he got tired of reading such a story. Dave saw that many girls' eyes were filled with desire, as if they wanted to devour him. His face remained calm as he looked at room number 4. Irwin saw Dave's gaze and felt danger in his heart. He tried to gauge Dave's power, but he couldn't detect anything. It was as if Dave was just a normal person with no powers. Irwin felt that Dave must have some treasure to hide his true strength, and he didn't think that Dave was stronger than him. He looked into Dave's golden eyes and felt as though his whole secret could be seen. Nothing could be hidden in front of Dave. Dave looked at him with a calm expression and tapped the table. Such a trash person who's already 500 years old and just an Imperial Saint King dares to be arrogant? Why don't you kill yourself for your poor talent? Suddenly, everyone saw a middle-aged man appear behind Dave. No one recognized him, but his aura was that of an Imperial Saint King. He was Yudi, who always followed behind Dave and was just waiting for orders. He hated those who disrespected his master. If Zegrin wasn't busy, he would have been the one to appear. Irwin's face turned black, and he knew that his talent was good, but being disdained for being 500 years old hurt his pride. How dare you suddenly, someone from Irwin's group shouted in anger, but Yudi flicked his fingers, and the person exploded, dying in a miserable way. Humph, you dare to shout at the son of the Holy Sun? You must have a death wish, Yudi said. After hearing that, some people who didn't know Dave's identity were shocked. The Holy Sun's talent was above anyone else's, and his bloodline was the highest among all the younger generations. On top of that, he was the grandson of the Patriarch. This meant that Dave was also part of the lineage of the Patriarch, and disrespecting him equated to disrespecting the lineage of the Patriarch. Irwin was angry, but everyone heard Dave say, Yudi, did I tell you to kill others? Yudi bowed to Dave and said, I am sorry, young master. My hand slipped. Please punish this slave. Dave's face remained calm as he replied, since it was an accident, I will forgive you. Yudi bowed and thanked him, and Dave added, but the next time your hand slips again, you can include his master, he. Dave sneered and didn't care about Irwin's life. Yudi nodded and said, yes, master. Irwin was furious and didn't expect to be disdained by Dave and also threatened. How dare you? He shouted, but Dave smiled and said, why does the manager let trash enter this place? My day has now been ruined. Dave sighed, as if he felt pity for the situation. Rain was stunned to hear that he was the son of the Holy Sun, but she didn't know how to handle the situation. She didn't know if she should punish Yudi for the killing. It was the first time someone had killed a person inside their auction hall. She didn't know how to face this, but luckily, the manager appeared. The beautiful middle-aged woman came forward, and everyone was stunned to see her appear personally. She asked what happened, but when she heard about what Dave did, she smiled and told Rain to turn a blind eye to it. She just sat on the side and watched the show. Irwin lost a lot of face today, and Reynold, who had planned to take revenge, was now scared of how ruthless Dave was. Dave smiled at the crowd and nodded at the manager. The manager blushed, her eyes turned dreamy. "You said that I don't have any money?" The tiles of my mansion are made from spirit stones, and I use them sometimes to wipe my ass when we don't have tissue. Also, such an inferior pill cannot even catch my eye, and its purity is only 34%. I can make such a pill even with my eyes closed. Dave's arrogant claims stunned everyone. What? Is he so arrogant? Yeah. To disdain the pill is the biggest shame for the ancient alchemy clan. Many felt that it was a good show. Erwin was even angrier and asked him, "HMMP, sure, let's see how arrogant you can be." Dave smiled and stood up. "What about it? If I concoct the pill with a higher purity while my eyes are closed, you will let me slap you, then you will give me all of your wealth, and you will walk in the city naked for 3 days. If I lose and fail, the punishment will be the same." After he said that, the girls' eyes lit up, wishing for Dave to fail. They wanted him to walk naked in the city. What confidence! An old man nodded and appreciated Dave's demeanor. The woman in the veil felt that Dave was really not simple, and being an alchemist was respected in many places. Some people focus on cultivation and don't have time to learn alchemy. Not everyone succeeds in the alchemy path, and Dave's young age makes many doubt his skills. Erwin was shocked by the stakes of the bet, but as a disciple of the elder, how could he back down? Otherwise, he would lose face. Sure, let's see how arrogant you can be." Dave smiled and gave Yudi a list, commanding him to get the ingredients right away. The ingredients are easy to find, but the concoction is hard for others, but it was easy for him. In just 2 minutes, Yudi went back and brought him all the ingredients he needed. Dave looked at the crowd with a calm face and said, You should be proud to witness a performance by an alchemy emperor." Dave waved his hands, and all the ingredients floated in the air. He then clenched his fist, and all the ingredients turned into powder. Others saw his ways and were astonished. What is he doing? Where is his cauldron? Many were confused, and even though they were not proficient in alchemy, they still knew some basics. Erwin, who was nervous a while ago, sneered and felt that Dave was just showing off. Dave then conjured a golden flame, the flame of Flamey, the primordial fire. When he did that, everyone felt the terror of the fire. What kind of flames are those? So terrifying. Some older people inside were amazed, and they could feel how terrifying the flames were. Their eyes were filled with greed, but they cleared their thoughts because it was a death wish to try stealing from the son of the Holy Sun. Dave remained calm, and all the ingredients were being cooked in the fire. Dave's eyes were closed from the beginning. He then formed them into a pill shape and clapped his hands. Swish! Suddenly, a fragrant smell of the pill permeated through the air. Everyone was shocked to see 10 pills floating in the air, and they were different from the usual pink pills they knew. These pills were violet in color, and everyone could feel the energy emanating from them. What? 10 pills concocted in a minute? Everyone was shocked, and Dave opened his eyes. Anyone with good eyes could see that the pills were perfectly formed. Some alchemists in the auction were stunned and could not help but shout, "A peak sun-level pill! Wow!" Everyone was stunned, and they were shocked to see a youngster with such talent in alchemy. Even some alchemist masters in the most renowned alchemy clan would have a hard time concocting a pill at the peak of the sun level, yet Dave did it in a minute with his eyes closed. If others didn't see it personally, they would not believe it. Rain's eyes were shocked, as was the manager. They looked at Dave with new light, realizing that his talent in alchemy was terrifying. He was young, handsome, and talented, and many women in the auction hall wanted to be with him. Dave looked at the pill and sighed in regret. "Haze, it's a pity. If I were in a good mood, it might be a star-level pill. Too bad, I met a trash today, and my mood changed." Everyone was stunned by his words, and no one would have expected him to say that. They felt that he was telling the truth because Dave seemed like he didn't put effort into it. No one had ever seen such a kind of alchemy before. Of course, Eldritch, the source of his knowledge, was the best in alchemy, and his terrifying knowledge helped him make pills easier. Dave was an alchemy emperor, and concocting such an easy pill was simple even while he was sleeping. Dave flicked his fingers, and a pill dashed towards the manager. The manager was stunned and caught it. Everyone looked at her hand greedily, but she ignored it. She looked at Dave's handsome face with a questioning gaze. Dave laughed and said, "Since we had a bet, we will let the manager check the result, or else the trash might find a way to avoid our bet." Erwin was stunned, and now regretted offending Dave. Such talent, even the patriarch might appreciate Dave. Dave's bone age was so young, not even in his 20s, yet his talent in alchemy and knowledge surpassed many old people. The manager's beautiful eyes were stunned. She calmed herself and was overwhelmed by Dave's handsomeness, finding it hard to maintain her composure. She looked at the pill and her eyes widened in shock. What? The purity is 100%. As she said that, everyone was shocked, and no one dared to disbelieve her. Everyone could see the purity of a pill, and just from its fragrance and color, it was a legitimate breakthrough pill, but on a higher level. She looked at Dave, and Dave nodded. The manager was happy and swallowed the pill without care. After she swallowed the pill, her body shook, and her cultivation, which had been bottlenecked for many years, loosened. Her whole body suddenly became covered with light, and everyone was shocked. What? The energy is still rising. Everyone could see the change in the manager's body. After a minute, the manager opened her eyes and felt the subtle change in her body. What? Imperial Saint? She was shocked and had broken through many levels instantly, reaching a level she might not have achieved with her talent. She also became younger, and her body was full of vitality. Everyone was shocked, and Dave smiled and said, "Hee, to tell you all, that pill is a higher version of your so-called breakthrough pill. It not only helps someone to break through but also can extend one's lifespan and improve talent." After he said that, everyone turned into an uproar, unable to believe what they were seeing. They looked at the remaining 9 pills floating in front of Dave with greed, but when they saw Yudi behind him, they restrained their thoughts. It was courting death, and his father was the Holy Sun. If they robbed him, there would be no place for them in the domain anymore, as they would surely be hunted. The woman in the veil was amazed by Dave's talent and now decided to abduct him and discover his secret. Dave smiled and flicked his fingers again, giving a pill to Rain. Rain was stunned as she didn't expect Dave to give her one. Why? Her beautiful eyes were looking at him, and Dave smiled and said, "Hee, you can be considered as my cousin, so it will be my gift for a beautiful woman like yourself. That kind of pill is not precious at all, and I can make them even while I am sleeping." Dave laughed and gave pills to Jiang Chen, Yudi, and Roko. He didn't give Grace one because it was useless for her, and her talent was terrifying enough. The pill was useful even for Yudi, who is an Imperial Saint King. They thanked him, and Dave only had 5 pills, but he smiled and looked at Erwin. "Hey, what about now? Aren't you going to do our bet?" Erwin's face turned green, and he was ashamed to face Dave. He had lost a lot of face, and this might become his inner demon in the future. What? The student of the Elder doesn't dare to respect the bet? Seeing that he was hesitating, Dave said again, and Erwin could only sigh in defeat. If he didn't do their bet, his master would be ashamed of him. Don't worry, I will send my wealth to your villa," Erwin said, but Dave laughed and said, "Then you will run naked today, and let me slap you first." Dave materialized instantly in front of Erwin, leaving the latter shocked at his swift movements. Before Erwin could react, Dave's palm connected with his face and a light slap. Slap. Though Dave had restrained his power, a red mark of his hand remained on Erwin's face. The force of the slap terrified Erwin. He hadn't expected Dave to be so strong. He felt fortunate that Dave seemed to have held back, or else he might have been killed. Even Erwin's protector couldn't intervene in time. By the time they regained their composure, Dave had already returned to room number 7. The jaw-dropping sight left everyone astonished. No one could perceive Dave's movements or gauge his true strength. It was now evident to everyone that Dave's power didn't rely on his status or connections with Yudi. Those who had considered snatching the pills from him abandoned their plans, realizing that doing so might cost them their lives. The veiled woman was particularly shaken, understanding that capturing Dave would be an arduous task. She recalled her earlier bad premonition when she had started plotting against him. "Miss, it seems difficult to capture him, otherwise, we might face dire consequences," the leader of the woman's guards asked with concern, but the woman remained silent, lost in thought. Rain, on the other hand, was amazed by Dave's talent and power, finding him to be the most mystical and mysterious person she had ever met. The manager, too, found herself fixated on Dave and kept thinking of wild scenarios involving him. Erwin's protector promptly teleported him away, fearing for Erwin's life. Before leaving, he respectfully bid farewell to Dave. Dave didn't stop them. He had a way to ensure they fulfilled their bet, and he believed Erwin wouldn't dare disrespect it, as that would lead to him being looked down upon by others. Other individuals who had hoped to buy the remaining pills understood that they couldn't force or threaten Dave into selling. They could only smile wryly but decided to contact him later for inquiries about the purchase. Dave smiled and took a seat near Grace, who looked at him with a smile. Jiang Chen and Roko were astonished but remained silent. Dave affectionately patted Grace's head and said, "Isn't your hubby amazing?" Grace's face turned red, but she calmed herself and said, Yeah, don't brag here." She rolled her eyes and felt that she still didn't know Dave, and Dave had been hiding a lot of things from her, but she knew that Dave would tell her about them when he felt it was the right time. Everyone calmed down, and Rain restrained herself to swallow the pill as the show must continue. Reynolds became quiet and afraid that Dave would remember their conflict from earlier, not realizing that Dave didn't care about him and he was just overthinking. The third item was auction, a 100,000-year-old immortal apple known for its rarity and its ability to revive those on their deathbed or cure many sicknesses. Dave won it by spending 40 billion spirit stones, and no one dared to fight him anymore. The second item was a dragon bone, and of course, Dave bought it again, leaving everyone numb from his wealth. He purchased it because it might be useful for his little dragon Draco, who was now inside the Tower of Trials. Dave threw him there because he had been slacking for many days and only cared about eating. Rain composed herself and smiled in front of everyone as she presented the last item to be auctioned that day. "Dear guests, get ready for our last item today." Everyone was full of anticipation because there was a rumor that it was a supreme treasure containing the law of space. Not many knew about this news, so there were no people from other domains present except for the Fritz family. If the news were spread, then many clans might fight for it. As for why it was auctioned? It was trusted by one of the Patriarch's friends to sell it because he was broke and didn't know how to use the treasure. Rain explained that the treasure had been in the hands of the Patriarch's friend for many years, but it hadn't shown any movements and they didn't know how to use it. Even the Patriarch and the Holy Son couldn't acknowledge by it. The Patriarch tried it with elders and geniuses, but it was of no use, so they decided to sell it and perhaps someday, it would find an owner. People who reach the true saint level have different thinking and want to help younger generations. The item didn't acknowledge anyone, so they let fate choose its owner and put it up for sale. They were sure it contained the law of space because the best inspector master in the clan inspected it and felt a trace of the space law, making them certain. Rain explained slowly, and everyone's breathing became rapid with excitement. Even Dave's calm face changed, and he wanted to laugh because he had been looking for a way to comprehend the law of time and space, and now, this item related to the law of space had come to him on its own. Is this the power of plot armor? After Rain finished explaining, a small earring appeared in front of everyone. It was made of mysterious metal, and its color was silver. There were some ancient inscriptions on it, and everyone could feel its extraordinariness. They call this item Void Earring, and the starting price for the item is 10 billion spirit stones, Rain announced. As she said that, others didn't care about their wealth and bid on their own. So what if it doesn't acknowledge them as its master? They can still profit from it if they sell it. They are also hoping for a miracle to happen and choose them, so they don't want to let it pass. Such an item will be sought after by many experts, and everyone wants it. Rain also looks at it with desire, but she has already tested it and knows it didn't acknowledge her. $15 billion spirit stones. $16 billion spirit stones. $17 billion spirit stones. $18 billion spirit stones. $22 billion spirit stones. $30 billion spirit stones. Everyone had been hiding their wealth for the final item. They were prepared, as others had spent a lot of their wealth on previous items. The news about the item spread instantly, but they had prepared a lot of money for it. The price rose at a terrifying rate unlike before. It reached 60 billion spirit stones, and many stopped bidding, cursing themselves for being poor. Only the remaining tycoon families continued bidding, and Dave had not bid yet because he was still mesmerized by the item, having read its description. A terrifying law of space was sealed in the earring, and I can surely use it to comprehend the law of space, Dave murmured, not doubting his talent. He felt that the earring was mysterious, and he didn't know who had the power to create such an item. It was a man-made item, and the creator must be a terrifying person who had mastered the law of space. He decided to bid, and he would even kill just to acquire it. $100 billion spirit stones. Dave bid 100 billion, and everyone was still shocked as he still had a lot of money to spare. Dave didn't care about money, he could even use pills to buy it, and he was sure the manager would agree, as the pills were more precious in their eyes. Since the item was useless to them, they might exchange it with pills that could help someone achieve a breakthrough easily. The benefits were terrifying. The manager was shocked to see her aptitude rise to another level, and her foundation showed no cracks. 110 billion spirit stones, the woman in the veil bid, surprising everyone as they didn't expect her to be so wealthy. Such money was hard to come by. 150 billion spirit stones and 5 breakthrough pills, Dave stated confidently. The place fell silent, and no one could speak due to their shock. He was willing to use the pills just to buy the item, and he appeared both gallant and domineering. The manager stood up, shocked at Dave's offer. The woman in the veil was also taken aback, and her beautiful eyes couldn't hide her amazement. No one bid again, as no one had the power to fight Dave in terms of wealth that day. Rain saw that everyone was quiet, so she coughed and announced, "Is there no one bidding? If not, young Master Dave will win the item." As she said that, Everyone regained their senses, but still, no one bid again. Even the woman in the veil kept silent. Many families could only feel bitter, and even some tycoons stopped bidding because, for them, the price of one pill was enough to buy the item, yet he used 5 of them. Congratulations to young Master Dave for winning the Void Earring, she smiled and directly delivered the item to Dave. Dave paid the price and then inspected the item, but he put it in his space ring because it was not the right place to inspect it. Dave smiled, and today was really fruitful for him. He gained a lot of sin points and prestige in the clan because of his actions today. He showed off his money and power, and he would surely become the topic of conversation for today and the days to come. Dave led everyone as they left the auction hall. No one stopped him as they were scared of Yudi's aura. The woman in the veil, who had planned to attack and capture him, cancelled her plan as she didn't have any guarantee of success. The scene today would surely leave a mark on the minds of others as Dave did a lot of shocking things. After they left, the place became noisy, and everyone was talking about Dave. The manager was sad to see him leave, but she knew that he would appear again at the matriarch's birthday, so she was still excited. Rain looked at his departing figure and was happy to have the pill. She decided to thank him if she met him again. Such talent was worth befriending, even though she was prideful and known as the Little Devil. Reynold, on the other hand, left hastily as he was afraid of Dave. As Dave thought, news of his deeds spread throughout the whole clan, leaving everyone astonished and shocked. A young man, who was the son of their holy son, didn't just show his mysterious power, suspected to have reached Imperial Saint Lord or above. His alchemy attainment also reached a level that even elders from the alchemy clan might not attain even if they studied for thousands of years. Dave's handsome face also added to the effect, and many praised him, feeling that the younger generation had a bright future. Women were screaming his name, and a fan club was formed in the domain, composed of young ladies, widows, old, and married women. Dave's fame rose to another level, and he could now be considered on par with his father, the Holy Son. Also, everyone heard the news of Erwin, who was running in the city naked due to the bet, but he was forced to be captured by the soldiers as it was very shameful. As for why Erwin did that? Dave, of course, used a simple trick and controlled Erwin's mind. He hates those who don't follow their bet. He also commanded Zegran to steal all of his wealth and leave nothing behind. Zegran can be considered good at concealing, and only below Ronin and his subordinates, so it was an easy task for him. Even Imperial Saint Emperors would find it hard to detect his breath. The culprit for the shocking news was now resting in his villa with a beautiful lady beside him. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, followed Dave to the villa, and he was given his own room. Dave let him follow him as Jiang Chen didn't have a place to stay. Jiang Chen was ashamed to follow him, but Dave insisted, so he could only agree. He was very respectful to Dave due to how kind he had been to him. As for Rocco, he had already gone back to his manor and could not wait to eat the pill. He also said that if Dave needed him, he could contact him directly, and he would do it as long as he could. He became a loyal follower, and his status would surely rise to another level when others heard that he was one of Dave's followers. Inside the Alexander main hall, a middle-aged man with red long hair and black eyes was looking at the report provided by the butler. The person's aura looked normal, but the butler was sweating heavily, even though the person wasn't releasing any power. The person was muscular, and his face was handsome. The person is the patriarch of the clan and a living true saint in the immortal plane who ruled the Alexander domain for many years. The butler, who had reached the Imperial Saint Emperor level, was nervous and didn't dare to breathe in front of the person. Is he the Dave that my grandson Lucas was talking about? The patriarch mused. As expected of my great-grandson, he is as talented as me, ha ha ha. He laughed happily upon learning about Dave's deeds at the auction hall. He didn't go to the party to welcome Dave because he was in seclusion, and he had only come out because of his wife's birthday. He knew he would be beaten by her if he didn't appear. Dave sat on the sofa and held Grace in his lap, hugging her tightly. He breathed in the scent of her hair, enjoying moments like these. Grace smiled and teased, still not enough? Dave had been hugging her ever since they returned to the villa. She couldn't resist him, knowing that he was just teasing, but she loved it. She felt happy that she hadn't stayed with Tracy, otherwise, she wouldn't have this time alone with Dave. The relationship between Dave's women was good, and though there were occasional conflicts about certain things, they treated each other like sisters. Dave used clones to accommodate them and have fun, but when he had personal time, he would spoil them. She knew Dave was always busy, so she cherished the time she spent with his original body. Dave smiled and said, "Hee hee, remember your 10-hour punishment?" Grace was stunned and wanted to leave his embrace, but Dave wouldn't let her do that. He playfully threw her back onto the sofa and smiled evilly. "Let's start the pounding punishment." Grace was stunned, but she could only sigh at her fate. 10 hours later. Dave looked at Grace sleeping and gently carried her back to their room as she was exhausted. Even though Grace was strong and didn't tire easily, Dave's sin of lust could make her feel mortal in desire, and she still enjoyed it as they continued their passionate night. On the other hand, Dave was still energetic and felt that 10 hours was not enough. Normally, when all the girls were present, he would have fun with them for a week, but he never seemed to get tired, almost like a sex machine. Furthermore, with his life law, he didn't feel tired, and his energy could help extend Grace's lifespan and vitality. Dave kept his promise and continued to be intimate with her non-stop. Grace enjoyed it, though she was initially shy. Dave knew she liked it. Dave went outside and sat on the chair, looking at the moon. He had moon magic, and he felt stronger when he was exposed to the moon. He had a lot of trump cards, and one of them was his skill, Moonfall. Since he acquired the skill, the system automatically collected moon energies, and he could release all of it anytime he needed it. The Moonfall skill had 9 moon storages, and he had already filled 6 of them. He didn't know how strong it was, but he felt that even a true saint would vanish if he released them. He had not used a lot of his skills, but for him, the more, the better. Dave then contacted his slave, Lucy, using his senses. All of his subordinates had direct contact with him, and he could locate their locations anytime he wanted. After subduing Lucy, he still hadn't forgotten those who plotted against him. He decided to send her back to her Moon Shadow clan as he planned to fuck the matriarch. He means, he wants to make her pay the price for offending him. He smirked evilly when he learned that most of that clan was composed of beautiful women. Dave was like an evil lord, and many crazy thoughts were entering his mind. Those who offended him would regret it for the rest of their lives. He was too lazy to travel to that clan, so he sent Lucy there, and if she reached the place, he could teleport using her location. She said that she needed half a month to reach the place, so Dave was waiting for her, and he was not in a rush. Dave took out the void earrings from his system storage. He learned from the description that it was an item made for the successor of a Void Emperor in the Celestial Plane. He tried to ask the system about the Void Emperor, and he paid a lot for it. The system said that the Void Emperor is well known in the Celestial Plane and is a peak Divine Emperor. He had comprehended the law of space to perfection, so many had a hard time catching him as he could escape easily if he wanted. But sadly, he offended the Ashura King because the Void Emperor tried to snatch treasures of the Ashura King called the Demonic Halberd. The Ashura King was ferocious, and even the Void Emperor failed to snatch it. He was confident in his escape, but he didn't expect that the Ashura King would chase him, and he had a technique to locate his location. He chased the Void Emperor for 10,000 years until the Void Emperor died because the Demonic Halberd can nullify laws. The system said that the Void Emperor is unwilling, so before he died, he sealed all of his attainments and laws in the earring and decided to find a successor, but the prerequisite was that he must avenge him and kill the Ashura King. Dave wanted to laugh at the Void Emperor because the Ashura King had already died, and the treasure fell into his hands. He checked the earring, but it didn't move at all. So, I am not the chosen successor? Yes, the host must have the physique called Void Celestial Body to activate the item, the system explained, and Dave smiled and felt the system was good today and didn't snatch sin points from him. So there is a way to open it? I know you have a way. Dave smiled and he knew the system must be plotting something. Of course, the system is omnipotent and can provide the host anything as long as you have sin points, the system boasted, and Dave laughed and he knew it. Either the system plans to make him pay a lot of sin points when he gives a piece of free information. Ding. The host must provide 70 billion sin points to open the void earring, the system said, and Dave's face was angry because the system is a scammer. Fuck, so expensive. Haven't we have some relationship? Why don't you lower the price, make it 50 billion? Dave tried to negotiate to this money-grabbing system. 69 billion, the system said. 52 billion, 68 billion. Dave argued with the system until the system finally gives up and paid 60 billion sin points. Dave spent 60 billion sin points, but it was worth it for him. The law of space was useful and one of the supreme laws. Only a few comprehended the law of space, and not everyone could achieve the grand stage or perfection. Swish. Suddenly, the void earring shook, and Dave felt that space was collapsing. The earring shone and appeared in his ear, directly piercing his lower ear as it attached itself. As it pierced his ear, the blood was absorbed by the ring, forming an instant connection with Dave. Dave was stunned, but the system reminded him that the process was safe, so he didn't need to worry. The process was fast, and he felt that nothing happened, but now he was wearing the earring. The earring's appearance changed, forming a star shape with chains on it. Dave closed his eyes and suddenly felt his consciousness appear in a different dimension. Swoosh. Dave opened his eyes and saw that he was in a floating temple. The place was majestic, with a lot of ancient text on the walls, but he couldn't read them. There were many tall statues, and he was stunned by the sight. Suddenly, an image formed on the altar, a 50-meter-tall man with violet skin and one eye. He had 6 arms and a muscular body. He looked at Dave with a smile and said, "So, I finally found a successor." Dave realized that this must be the consciousness the Void Emperor left. He tried to scan the image, but he couldn't see anything as he did with Tracy. He knew that the consciousness had surpassed the True Saint level. He couldn't see the status of those above True Saint because his level was weak right now. Dave looked at the image and wasn't afraid of it because he was the successor, and it wouldn't harm him. The system said it was only a consciousness and couldn't harm anyone. It was just here to see its successor and explain everything, like its story and seeking revenge. The Void Emperor saw that Dave wasn't looking at him with all like others and felt that Dave was interesting for being calm in front of him. He knew that since Dave had the Void earring, he must have known the person who created it. "Hey boy, why don't you kowtow and greet your teacher?" the Void Emperor said, as it was the common culture when accepting disciples and successors. Since his consciousness had only limited time, he wished to be respected by his successor. Dave looked at him with amused looks and said, "Why would I kowtow to a dead person?" The Void Emperor was stunned, but he was not angry. Instead, he laughed. "Ha ha ha, interesting. Many people were shaking in front of me and didn't dare to say offensive things, but you are calm and even dare to talk to me like that. You are not even a true saint, so you didn't even know my level before I died," Void Emperor boasted, but Dave sneered and said, "Divine Emperor? I can reach that level easily. Also, even you, as a Divine Emperor, still died at the hands of Ashura King." The Void Emperor became angry when he heard that name. "Oh boy, you make me angry," Dave laughed and wasn't afraid. "So what? What can you do? You cannot harm me, ha." Dave felt that it was good to tease such an expert, and he was satisfied. The Void Emperor was angry, and he had never been this angry before, and the one who did it was a mere Imperial Saint that he could squash when he was living. He sighed and said, "What do you know? I was greedy for that treasure because it can nullify any laws, and if I had that, no one could harm me, and I could do anything I wanted in the celestial plane." Sadly, that Ashura King was strong, and he had not just comprehended 7 laws, he had 20 laws and was deeply hidden. He also had the law of space and time, but it was only at the middle stage, but it was enough to restrain me and make me suffer for 10,000 years. If he was still alive, he surely would have surpassed a divine monarch unlike me. He sighed and regretted offending such a monster. Dave smiled and said, "Don't worry, since I got the Void earring, I will avenge you. But you must show your sincerity." Dave's eyes turned greedy, and he was looking at the Void Emperor with greed. The Void Emperor laughed and realized that the boy didn't want to acknowledge him as a master, but he was still happy that he now had a successor, and his characteristics were good, and he was not easily fooled. He felt that he might be successful in the future and might have his revenge in the near future. "Don't worry, even if you don't have the Void celestial physique like me, since fate had let us meet and you are the chosen one by the Void earring, then you will get all my treasures and all of my law's attainments. To tell you the truth, I have comprehended the law of space to perfection, but I felt that it was still not enough. Since I first learned laws, I only focused on space law, so I didn't comprehend other laws, but because of this, I was called the Void Emperor because I was the only person who reached the law of space to perfection in my era. So, I traveled around the universe and learned that space is connected to time. To master the law of space to the maximum and show its full potential, I must also comprehend the law of time to perfection. I cannot break the barrier of Divine Emperor, so I must first comprehend the law of time. I studied the law of time and went on many adventures for millions of years, but I only comprehended it to the middle stage. I felt despair, but I heard the news that the demonic halberd had the power of time and it can help me attain the law of time to perfection. So I tried to steal it from the rising genius, Ashura King, but I failed and died miserably. He explained, and now Dave realized the story. He felt sad for him because he died while trying to find a way to break through. But he had the system, and he had no bottleneck, he could break through as long as he had sin points. The Void Emperor told his story, and Dave listened carefully because he knew the Void Emperor wanted others to remember his name even as he was about to perish completely. He had died millions of years ago, and his legend was now forgotten by others. Dave respected the dedication of this old man and learned that his race was called the Void Race, living near the black hole. Their race was unique, with only a few 100,000 members. The Void Emperor talked with him for 5 days, and the system informed Dave that the time in this space was different, so he didn't need to worry about the time outside. Void Emperor looked at Dave with a sigh, feeling his body slowly dissipating. He was happy that Dave had listened to him for 5 days, even though he felt that Dave was bored and didn't respect him. He was glad to share his adventures, and no one understood the pressure he carried for his whole race. He was just a normal person who wanted to live peacefully, but his fate was tied to his clan, and they were hunted by many clans due to their unique talent. He needed to step up and fight for his clan, and he was tired of fighting. He only wanted peace for his clan. He didn't know what happened to them before, but he asked Dave that if he found some of them, he must take care of them. Dave nodded, knowing how to repay a favor. He learned that the old man was a good person and not someone who killed wantonly. After a minute, the Void Emperor's body slowly disappeared, and he waved at Dave to say goodbye. Dave waved back and nodded. Goodbye. After a minute, the Void Emperor finally disappeared from the face of the universe. Dave sat on the ground and tried to check everything he had received from the Void Emperor. The system checked everything and saw that nothing was wrong. Ding. The Void Emperor transferred his Void talent to the host. Ding. You acquired the Void Celestial Body. The host will have a deep relation to space and can easily comprehend the law of space. Dave was stunned and he didn't expect the Void Emperor to gift him the physique. He knew how to repay favor even the Ashura King is already dead. If he found some of Void Emperor kinsmen, he will help them and take care of them as payment. The Void Emperor had directly sent all of his knowledge about the law of space and time. His knowledge of the law of space was deep, and Dave sat on the ground to absorb and comprehend it. He closed his eyes, feeling the presence of the void. Dave felt like he lost the sense of time, and he didn't know how long he was sitting there. Dave opened his eyes and felt that the surroundings had changed. He could see fluctuations everywhere, as if he was one with the void. He scanned his body, and nothing changed, but he felt stronger than before and felt like he could move anywhere. He could see everything and felt invincible. He was in a stupor until the system announced. Ding. The host is comprehending for 1 month inside the void earring. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the law of space to the grand stage. The host automatically used 1 blank law orb, and the host's law of space reached perfected stage. Perfected stage, law of space, 100%, plus 100,000 strength, 170,000 soul power, 500,000 mana, 200,000 agility. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the law of time to the initial stage. The host automatically used 3 blank law orbs, and the host's law of time reached perfected stage, law of time, 100%, plus 900,000 mana, 1,000,000 health, 500,000 intelligence. Ding. The host has comprehended 8 laws to perfection. Dave was stunned and happy. He had comprehended the law of space and time in an instant, and if others learned about it, they would surely feel it was unfair. The Void Emperor had directly transferred all of his attainment and knowledge about the law of time and space, but he had only achieved the grand stage of the law of space in the initial stage of the law of time. However, with the blank law orbs, it was an easy matter to comprehend them to perfection. He felt like he could stop time if he wanted but knew there would be consequences if he covered a large part of the universe. He felt like he could travel everywhere in an instant or hide in the void if he was in danger. He was invincible in the immortal plane, and right now, he was very happy, as he only needed 2 more laws to comprehend. His strength had risen again to another level. After checking the changes in his body, he stood up and walked to the altar. He sent his void energy, and the altar suddenly collapsed. Boom. Dave was not affected by the collapse and saw a golden door behind the altar. Dave smiled and walked towards it. He took out the token the Void Emperor had given him as a sign of being his successor. Dave had initially not wanted to accept it, as he didn't want to be someone's student, but the Void Emperor said that the token was the key to his treasury and he could use it in the celestial plane to collect the favors of some of his old friends if they were still alive. Dave accepted it, and now he was heading to the treasury. As he put the token in the holder that fit it perfectly, the golden door opened, revealing a majestic sight in front of him. Wow! Dave was stunned. It was his first time seeing such wealth. Spirit stones were everywhere, forming a huge mountain due to their numbers. He couldn't count them and estimated that they had reached trillions or more. There were some treasures lying on the ground, and he checked them one by one to see if something was useful to him. Most of them were snatched by the Void Emperor because he could escape easily. He found many books and cultivation resources and even some rocks containing techniques from other people. He also found some immortal herbs, and they were very rare. He knew some of the herbs and materials he could use to concoct many star-level potions and pills. He wanted to laugh as he was very rich right now. Ding! The Void Temple is about to collapse as the Void Emperor's energy, which supports the space, has dissipated. It is notifying the host to leave the place immediately as the host's energy cannot support the void. Dave, who was delighted, was stunned and cursed the Void Emperor for not telling him. He didn't tell the Void Emperor that the Ashura King had died, or else he might not have given him his inheritance. Collect everything immediately, Dave shouted, and the system, who is a money grabber, easily swept everything, and not even a speck of dust was spared. Everything was transferred to his system storage, and then Dave felt the void collapsing. Shit, Dave cursed, then he waved his hands and disappeared inside the void earring. Dave's consciousness reappeared back in his villa, and he saw that he was still sitting in the chair. He opened his eyes and noticed that only an hour had passed outside while he stayed in the void earring for a longer time. The light of the void earring dissipated, and it returned to being a normal item. Dave sighed and felt pity that the temple was a good place, but it collapsed just like that. He didn't remove the earring because it was cool and looked good on him. It added to his charm and elegance. He planned to rebuild this earring in the future when he became stronger, like the Void Emperor. He still had a lot of time, so he entered his space world. Swoosh! Dave's body left the villa and appeared inside his mansion. He checked the surroundings and saw that his mansion had been upgraded due to the management of the beautiful assassin he subdued in the mortal plane, who had tried to assassinate him. He changed her name and gave her the name Aileen, and she was in charge of everything in the mansion. She was now a golden body immortal and commanded every maid in the mansion. The mansion was huge, and there were thousands of beautiful maids inside managing it, along with 5 main butlers who assisted Aileen. The security here was not tight because no one dared to enter the mansion without Dave's permission, and the system was securing everything. He was also treated as a god in everyone's eyes in the space world. Right now, he had billions of inhabitants consisting of thousands of races. The place was peaceful, and he didn't let destruction and war happen, but he formed an arena for some small conflicts to fix, though killing was not allowed. Everyone here was happily living, and those who wanted to become stronger could enter the Tower of Trials. He now had 5 new cities, and the main city was called the City of the Lord, where the main buildings and establishments were located, with his mansion at its core. Everyone paid respect to his statue outside the mansion, and no one dared to disrespect him. In everyone's eyes, he was their savior and god. Dave wanted to change the time ratio here, but he decided not to do it as he didn't want to disrupt others. He waved his hand, and the Tower of Trials ratio changed, now becoming 1:30. 1 day here equaled 1 month inside the Tower of Trials. That was the maximum he could do right now with his power. He also created and commanded the system to create a tower that others could use to comprehend laws, and the time there was also the same as the Tower of Trials. He inscribed some of the laws he learned there for others to learn if they wanted, but they had to pay merit points first. He created a system so that they would work hard and not slack due to the peace inside the space world. He didn't stop there. He also created a huge library where he put all the techniques that were useless to him and even some techniques he comprehended. The library had 9 floors, and the higher the floor, the stronger the techniques were. He assigned some people to guard the library, and everyone could enter as long as they had merit points. They could acquire merit points if they accomplished missions or helped in the development of the space world. Everyone also received merit points every month based on their cultivation level. After settling that, he traveled in his space world to relax and see the development. He was satisfied with everyone's actions, and it was slowly developing into a real civilization. He also visited the Beast World, and the 12 monarchs remained ruling the 12 top clans, but their strength was also rising rapidly. He gave permission to the 12 monarchs, and they could enter his cities, but they had to follow the rules, or else they would die. He also checked Draco's progress and saw that Draco was now at level 48. Draco's aura had changed, and he was now an Imperial Emperor, nearing Imperial Saint level like Dave. Draco was filled with grievance, but Dave only smacked his butt and gave him the bone of the dragon in the auction. He told him that after he absorbed it, he could contact him, and he would let him play outside again. Since then, Draco happily accepted it and worked hard to absorb the bone. He also went back to the mansion to see if some ladies had gone inside to wrestle, but he didn't see anyone, so he knew that they were busy practicing with Tracy. Grace also appeared in the space world, saying that she would now start absorbing the corpse with Whitey. He nodded and gave her time but told her to finish it before his grandma's birthday, as he wanted to bring her. She nodded, and it would not take her a lot of time to absorb it, and the time here was different, so he could enter the tower. Zegrin was there to wait for Grace before he could devour the body. Yudi, on the other hand, was also cultivating, and Dave allowed him to enter the space world. He was shocked at first but knew that his master now trusted him. Dave gave him pills for his cultivation to break through and allowed him to enter the tower. He said that he didn't need guards right now and that they needed to get stronger, or else he might not need them anymore. Yudi was serious and swore to become stronger to serve him. He also visited the alchemy hall he created, which was led by Eldritch. Eldritch now had thousands of disciples who were learning alchemy from him. Ronan's subordinates would enter the space world and send some materials they collected outside for alchemy. Eldritch was happy as he missed teaching others before he died, and he was now teaching them with passion. He had created a lot of pills, and everyone could exchange and buy them as long as they had merit points. Flamey, on the other hand, wanted to leave, but Dave slapped him on his head and told him to behave because he still had his small clone floating around him. Flamey was afraid of Eldritch, but he decided to follow Dave's command. He also contacted Ronin and heard that they were now developing rapidly. The number of assassins he had now reached thousands, and everyone was strong. He formed a hierarchy of assassins, ranked from 1 to 9, with many benefits if they reached higher ranks. The more and stronger they killed, the higher their rank would rise. He said that he had already infiltrated a lot of domains and was sending him a lot of information about them. He also mentioned that they had already accepted a lot of commissions, and their rate of successful assassinations was 100%, as everyone was trained by the Assassin King himself, and they could leave immediately if the situation was not good. Ronin said that their organization had become famous because he assassinated a peak Imperial Saint Emperor, and he almost killed a true saint who tried to eradicate their base, but it escaped because it had a space treasure, and Ronin's power was weak right now. Dave praised him and knew how strong Ronin was, and he told him to develop slowly and steadily. After arranging everything, Dave went back to his villa and saw Jiang Chen swinging his sword. Jiang Chen had not absorbed the frost sword yet because he had just consumed the pill Dave gave to him. He was practicing and not disturbing Dave. It was his first time being treated like this, with maids automatically delivering his food, and not needing to worry about his daily needs. He planned to be a follower of Dave to repay the favor he received, and when he became strong, he would visit his father and grandpa and return to the mountain. Dave let him practice and went to visit his father in his mansion, but he learned from the butler that his father was in the main family hall having a meeting with the elders to prepare for the matriarch's birthday. Zegran had already stolen all the wealth of Erwin, and he knew that he would be suspected. But he didn't care, as he learned that Erwin asked for the elders' protection and didn't want to participate in their bet. Dave could only use forceful means. Dave decided to create more clones and let them travel outside the Alexander domain, but he had them change their faces to avoid creating commotion. Day of the matriarch's birthday. Everyone in the domain was joyful, and the whole domain was having a feast. Many goods could be seen on the street, and a lot of food was available for purchase. Many were drinking and laughing happily, and more people from outside the domain were coming to visit. Numerous prominent clans and rich carriages were entering the origin city, and some of them belonged to top clans. Arrogance could be seen on their faces, but they didn't dare to cause any trouble because they weren't sure if they could leave this place alive. A lot of strong people were walking on the streets, and the kids were playing happily without a care. It was a joyful occasion, and the matriarch was well loved by many commoners and inhabitants of the Alexander clan due to her kind nature towards the weak and poor. She had helped a lot of people, and almost all of her profits from the auction were sent to charity to help those in need. To the elders and those who knew her terror, they were afraid of her, but to normal people, she was like a goddess. Alexander Family Hall. Many rich and strong guests were entering the main hall, and they were welcomed by the Holy Son, Lucas. Lucas stood at the door with dignity, and his strong body was releasing a tyrannical aura, even though he was restraining it. Lucas was famous not just in the Alexander clan but also in other domains. He was the Holy Son, and every move of the Alexander clan was sent to other domains. The Alexander clan hadn't had a Holy Son for many years until the current patriarch became the patriarch. Being a Holy Son of such an ancient clan meant his talent was above others, and Lucas's age shocked everyone for him to reach such a level. His bloodline was the purest they had ever seen. Some clans tried to form a marriage alliance with the matriarch for their Holy Son, but Lucas rejected it, stating that he was focused on cultivation and already had a son. Many greeted Lucas, and he greeted them back. A lot of people entered, and everyone had an invitation card. Many powerhouses were still coming, but they didn't dare to be arrogant in the Alexander domain. It was expected that 8 of the top clans would send their envoys to give respect and greet the matriarch. There were 10 top clans/sects in the Immortal Plane: Alexander Clan, Royal Clan, Tang Clan, Ancient Alchemy Buddhist Clan, Holy Clan, Demonic Sect, Fritz Clan, Fang Clan, Irish Clan. The Demonic Sect might not send representatives because no one knew if they could leave the Alexander domain alive. Inside the family main hall, many prominent families attended the banquet prepared by the Alexander clan. On the highest platform, there were 2 seats prepared, and a handsome middle-aged man was sitting there alongside a beautiful woman. They were the patriarch and the matriarch of the clan. The patriarch was 6 feet 5 inches tall with a muscular body, his long hair tied at his back, and he wore a fancy black suit. The matriarch, on the other hand, was 6 feet 0 inches tall with a voluptuous and sexy body. She had long black hair and purple eyes. She was very beautiful, but no one dared to look at her with lust because her looks did not match her character. Her name was Matilda Irish Alexander, and she was the previous holy daughter of the Irish clan. The Alexander clan had a good connection with the Irish clan, which was also formed and ruled by women. Matilda and Lucien were rivals, both terrifying geniuses in their time, and because of their multiple interactions, they fell in love with each other. When Lucien went to the mortal plane for his training, Matilda followed him after 50 years, and when both emerged from the mortal plane, they left their son in the mortal plane as it was also a form of training for Lucio. Lucien took over the clan after he emerged, and Matilda, on the other hand, let go of her title as Holy Daughter to help Lucien manage the clan. She was smiling, and many were captivated by her aura. She seemed easygoing, but the elders in the hall didn't feel that way. She was a real terror, and many feared her power. She had killed many true saint powerhouses who tried to show their lustful thoughts. She had also destroyed many clans and planets. It was said that only the Patriarch could suppress her, but when she got angry, even the Patriarch would run and let her anger subside. Some minor clans under the top clans were already here, and no one dared to make the matriarch wait, except for the representatives of the top clans because their domain was far away from the Alexander clan. The butler was announcing the names of every family that was coming. "The Irish clan has arrived," the butler announced. Suddenly, everyone looked at the people who were entering the hall. It was a mature woman wearing a sexy outfit, releasing a strong aura of a true saint. Her looks were almost identical to the matriarch, but she looked younger and shorter than her. Behind her were 5 young women, and 4 of them were at the Imperial Saint level, each one beautiful. The young women were led by a young woman with purple hair at the level of Imperial Saint Lord. She was the holy daughter of the Irish clan, and her beauty was top tier. They were led by the matriarch of the Irish clan, who is the sister of Matilda. Her name was Maylene Irish, and she was only 20 years younger than Matilda. Maylene didn't care about others and she rushed towards Matilda, hugging her. "Happy birthday, sister. Did Lucien give you a headache again?" Maylene looked at Lucien, who appeared bored with a fierce look. Matilda smiled and patted Maylene's head, saying, "You must act like a lady. Don't you see there are a lot of people here?" Maylene puffed her mouth and replied, "HMMP, I don't care about them. I will beat them if they gossip about me." As she said that, the people from other clans had a change in their faces, looking at her with fear. The power of a true saint was something they could not defend against. They could only wait silently and curse Maylene in their heads for being a tyrant. Lucien ignored her. He didn't have a good relationship with Maylene. Lucien liked to cultivate and didn't care about other things, so Matilda was the one managing the whole clan. That's why Maylene was always angry at him because he let her sister do all the work. Matilda and Maylene talked about many things, and Maylene told the holy daughter to bring everyone to the designated table for them. The holy daughter named Venice nodded and led the 4 women to their table. She wore a cold expression, and some people didn't dare to get close to her because of her icy personality. She was known to hate men and would not hesitate to kill them if they tried to court her or touch her. 3 minutes after the Irish clan appeared, the butler announced the arrival of the new guests. "The Fritz clan has arrived." Everyone stopped talking, and Matilda and Maylene looked at the newcomers, while Lucien continued looking around as if he were bored and didn't care about anything. 3 people appeared in front of everyone. There was a middle-aged man dressed in yellow ancient clothes, exuding the aura of an imperial saint emperor at its peak. Behind him was the woman in a veil who was at the auction, and a handsome man with an arrogant look. The middle-aged man, named Homer Fritz, was one of the grand elders of the Fritz family, and the man behind him was their holy son, while the woman in the veil was the holy daughter of the Fritz family. Every clan sent their talents and people with high positions to represent their clan, or else they might disrespect the Alexander clan. The patriarchs and matriarchs of clans didn't need to come as long as it was an elder who led the way or a strong person with a high position in the clan to show respect. Homer went in front of Matilda and bowed his head, presenting their gifts. "Happy birthday, matriarch. Our clan sends our best wishes for your birthday." The woman in the veil and the man followed him and introduced themselves. The woman in the veil was named Frida Fritz, and the man was called Winston Fritz. They presented their gifts, and Matilda nodded, but she didn't look at the gifts. She didn't care about them, but everyone knew that the gifts must be valuable treasures because they represented their clan's wealth and prestige. Matilda smiled and told her people to lead them to their table. Shortly after the Fritz clan arrived, the butler announced again, "The Fang clan and the Tang clan have arrived." 5 people appeared in front of everyone. 2 people wore the insignia of the Fang clan, and the remaining 3 came from the Tang clan. The 2 people from the Fang clan were both elders from the clan and were both Imperial Saint Emperors. They didn't have many people to visit today because their clan was facing war and everyone knew it. They were being attacked by the demonic sect, so they focused some of their people on the war, but they still sent 2 imperial saint emperors. If they sent their holy son or daughter, they might be targeted by the demonic sect. The people from the Tang clan, on the other hand, were composed of the supreme elder of the clan at the true saint level and 2 young men behind him. Both presented their gifts and greeted the matriarch for her birthday, and the supreme elder greeted Lucien, but Lucien ignored him. The supreme elder didn't care and could only smile bitterly. Even though he was also at the true saint level, he knew that he would die from one punch from Lucien, so he didn't dare to be angry. It's okay to be disdained by strong people because they are weak. The 2 men behind him were angry, but the supreme elder signaled them to shut up and not create a conflict here, or else he might not help them. The Fang clan and Tang clan went to their respective seats. The ancient alchemy clan has arrived. Suddenly, 5 people appeared, led by an old woman at the Imperial Saint Emperor level. She was the grand elder of the clan and was known for her proficiency in alchemy. The 4 disciples behind her were obedient and didn't show any arrogance as they had already been informed. I greet you, your majesty, for your birthday. My clan presents you with this 9th rank sun level pill. Her gift was extravagant, and the 4 people behind her also showed respect. 20 minutes later, the Buddhist clan appeared in front of everyone, and their shining bald heads could be seen by others as they wore long orange clothes. They were composed of 5 bald people, and the one leading them was the brother of the head of the Buddhist clan, who was also a true saint. The people behind him were all at the imperial saint level. After them, the holy clan also appeared, and a man was leading them. He wore white armor and was a handsome middle-aged man. He was the head of the paladins in the royal clan, also a true saint, and he had 3 young paladins behind him, 2 men, and 1 female. When they arrived, they showed respect to the matriarch and patriarch first and presented their gifts. They went to their table, but a spark of tension arose when they saw the bald-head monks. It was known that the Holy Clan and Buddhist clan had a lot of conflicts because of their beliefs. The Holy Clan worshipped the goddess of light, while the Buddhist clan worshipped Buddha. The conflicts sometimes arose from attempting to convert others to their beliefs. However, it didn't reach the point of having war between them because both clans united in killing people from the demonic sect. Almost all clans were hunting demonic cultivators except for the Alexander clan, who disdained them. The demonic clan also didn't provoke them, so they didn't interfere in each other's business. The royal clan has arrived. The announcement silenced the chatting crowd. The royal clan could be considered one of the most powerful clans, and even the Tang clan, which belonged to the top 10 clans, feared them. The royal clan, like the Alexander clan, was mysterious, and many speculated about who the strongest members were. The royal clan's emperor was a friend of Lucien, fostering a harmonious relationship between them. Leading the royal clan was a beautiful woman dressed in royal attire, accompanied by 5 guards. She was the royal princess of the royal clan, at the peak of imperial emperor power at the age of 200, considered to be heaven-defying. The guards behind her were all at the imperial saint emperor level, making their lineup terrifying. The princess stepped forward and bowed to the matriarch and patriarch. Wendy greets uncle and auntie. Father sends his regards to Andy and wishes her good health and a happy birthday, Wendy said, showing her gifts. She had a close relationship with Matilda, treating her as an aunt, and Matilda had always pampered her since she was a child. Wendy also idolized Lucien and aimed to surpass him, having heard numerous tales of his deeds from her father, the emperor. After hugging Matilda, Wendy led the soldiers to their table. 8 top clans had already arrived, and no one expected the demonic clan to show up. As they were about to start, a palpable killing intent spread through the area. Lucien, who appeared bored, looked at the newcomer and smirked. Interesting, the insects have guts, he commented. The butler, standing with Lucas, looked at the newcomer with a strange expression, showing no fear. The butler was an imperial saint emperor, and Lucas could fight an imperial saint emperor using his bloodline talent. The demonic sect has arrived, the butler announced, and the atmosphere suddenly became quiet and gloomy. The demonic sect was led by a tall, muscular man who was shirtless, revealing his red eyes and the power of an imperial saint emperor. He was recognized as one of the elders of the demonic sect, known for committing many killings across different worlds. He led 5 followers behind him, and although everyone tried to hide their killing intent, it was still detectable. However, they refrained from causing trouble since they were in the presence of the Alexander clan. All 5 of his followers exuded arrogance and followed the elder's lead. The Tang clan released killing intent, and anger was evident in their expressions. How dare they appear here? One of the Tang clan members said angrily, wanting to rush out and attack them but restraining themselves since it was not their domain. The bald-headed monks looked at the newcomer and clapped their hands, saying, "You have all been led astray. You can still change and convert to Buddhism, as they closed their eyes and chanted Manha. The Holy Clan members looked at the demonic cultivator, tempted to attack, but they restrained themselves as even the patriarch of the Alexander clan had not given any orders and was merely observing with a playful look. Each clan had different reactions, while the Irish, Alexander, and royal clans remained the calmest, not showing much reaction. The elder of the demonic sect, known as Farron, smiled and walked in front of the matriarch, cupping his fist in respect. Happy birthday to the matriarch. Our sect leader sends her regards to you, he said, then commanded his followers, who were all at the Imperial Saint Lord level, to present their gifts. Matilda looked at them calmly and said, I didn't expect your sect to send a representative here, so forgive me for not having some tables prepared for you. Also, I didn't expect her to be interested in this kind of event. Farron waved his hands and said politely. Don't worry about it, we were willing to wait, he added. Also, our sect leader said that she was busy beheading some Tang people, so she cannot attend personally. The people from the Tang clan were so angry, and they really want to cut the tongue of the bastard. Matilda didn't care about his words and nodded, commanding her people to prepare some tables for them. She looked at everyone with a smile and announced, it is the first time in history that the top 10 clans' representatives have been in an occasion, and I am happy that it is on my precious birthday. I thank everyone for their efforts to attend. In just 10 minutes, we will start the banquet, but for now, you can talk with each other. I know that every one of you has some grudges, but don't create trouble here, or else I will declare war on their clan, the matriarch said, and everyone was astonished, looking at the patriarch who only yawned as if he didn't care. The matriarch is almost the one who is in charge, and the patriarch will only show up if the matriarch needs his help. The people from other clans stopped their killing intent, afraid of the threat of the matriarch. No one doubted her words, as she was known for her fierceness and had created a lot of bloodbaths during her younger years. She liked to be at war, and she only became dormant due to managing the clan and being the matriarch of the Alexander clan. The people from the demonic sect smiled and didn't mind her threat as they waited for the table that the people were preparing. No one knew the intention of the demonic sect, but they decided not to think of them right now. They didn't want to have war with such an old clan like the Alexander clan, and no one had ever tried to make them go all out. Some people from weak clans tried to curry favor and talk with top clans, but the demonic clan was the one who was quiet, and no one talked to them. Lucas, on the other hand, went to every clan and talked with them. He even greeted the demonic clan representative without fear. Lucas was looking for his son but didn't see his image and realized that he must be showing up after it was about to start to get the highlight. He shook his head, and the matriarch was already asking about Dave, but he was still not here. 9 minutes later, the butler saw a person approaching the door, and he bowed respectfully and greeted him. Young Master Dave has arrived. Suddenly, everyone stopped talking and looked at the person who appeared last. A handsome man with a well-fit body appeared in front of everyone, wearing clean, majestic white clothes with some ancient design on it. He had a silver earring, and his long red hair was waving without bothering to tie them up, adding to his charm and easily attracting females. His golden eyes were captivating, and he was holding the hand of a beautiful woman whose height was only his chest. The woman was wearing a black gown, and both looked like a pair of celestials who descended on Earth. Dave's face was handsome, and there were small flame particles hanging around him, adding to his charming effect. His face was calm as water, and his long hair, which now almost reached his knees, waved like an ocean. He walked elegantly, and Grace's beauty also made others feel envy and admiration. Everyone was stunned, and those who knew his face were excited. Wow, young Master Dave is here? A woman shouted, losing her composure when she saw the one she had been dreaming of. Young Master Dave, sign me an autograph. I can give birth to a monkey for you. A woman from a prominent clan shouted with admiration, and some young misses from other clans felt that Cupid had finally hit their hearts. Many women ignored Grace, and they were looking at Dave's handsome face like greedy wolves. Those people from other clans who didn't know him were also stunned as Dave's face was really different from any handsome man they had seen. They all paled in comparison with him, and his aura was so noble yet charming. The manager who was on the side had her eyes lit up, and she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Dave again. My true love. She felt that her day was complete and started to imagine many things again. The holy daughter of the Irish clan, named Venice, was also stunned. Her cold demeanor changed, and her face turned red, but she composed herself in an instant. She didn't know why she felt charmed by Dave, and her stone heart beat faster than before. She hated men, but her first impression of Dave was different from others. She had a strong sense of smell, and the reason she hated men because of their smell was not good for her. Anytime she was near men, she felt like she was about to vomit, but Dave's natural fragrance was different and, combined with his handsome face, It didn't have that effect on her. "Dave, huh?" she murmured, but no one saw her instant change as they were all looking at Dave. The woman in the veil, Frida Fritz, smiled and licked her lips as she looked at Dave with greed, but she didn't show it, and her veil covered it all. The holy son of Fritz clan, Winston, looked at Dave with envy, observing how differently women reacted to Dave compared to himself when he made an entrance. He felt that his looks were not that far from Dave's face, so he hated Dave. Almost every girl was drooling, except for some people who could resist Dave's charm. Royal Princess Wendy looked at Dave with curiosity, and she was not affected like others because of her strong will. Even so, she felt that Dave was dangerous, capable of captivating people with low soul powers just with his looks. She found him interesting and planned to ask about him later and investigate him. People from other top clans didn't have much reaction, unlike the Holy Clan Paladin who praised Dave's elegance in his heart. The old baldy monks wanted to tell Dave to convert to Buddhism and shave his head but restrained their thoughts as they didn't want to start a conflict. The women with Venice were looking at Dave with dreamy eyes, and their faces were red. Their admiration was so intense that they were almost losing their composure and their undies almost fall to the floor. The Tang and Fang clan didn't show much reaction and only nodded at him. The ancient alchemy clan regarded him as a treasure since he was the reason they had come here, aside from Matilda's birthday, due to his alchemy attainment. The demonic clan elder looked at Dave with fear because even though Dave was hiding his strength, he felt like he was in front of a true demon lord, and Dave's killing intent was even thicker than the sect leaders. He was the best in the hall at detecting killing intent, so he was sweating heavily. The people behind him were also nervous and filled with trepidation because of Dave's killing intent. They felt that he was the real demonic cultivator here, not them. Maylene looked at Dave with a smile, feeling proud of the young generation. Dave could be considered her great-grandson, so she felt proud of having such a handsome grandson. On the other hand, Lucas had a look of "I knew it," but he smiled at Dave, feeling proud of his son who had now grown up. Matilda, on the other hand, looked at Dave with love and felt the urge to spoil him. She liked to treat everyone in her family with care, as she did with Lucas, but she wanted to pamper Dave even more due to his cuteness. She saw him differently from others who saw him as handsome. For her, he was cute, and her heart melted. Despite this, she didn't show her feelings openly. The patriarch, Lucien, Dave's great-grandfather, looked at Dave with interest, and his eyes lit up when he detected his bloodline. What? His bloodline is even purer than that of the ancestor. He was shocked, but he didn't show it as revealing such information might make others target Dave. Dave's bloodline was hidden deeply by the system, but Lucien was different. He could feel the bloodline of every person who came from his lineage. He was shocked to find that Dave's bloodline was purer than anyone he had met in the clan. He suddenly wanted to grab him and talk to his grandson, but he restrained his thoughts as he saw his son, Lucio, misbehaving and eating shamelessly in the corner, chatting with many ladies. He wanted to scold his shameful son but luckily, Stella was there and pinched him to make Lucio behave. He was having a headache with his only son, Lucio, who was already old but acted like a child. He felt that since he had left him on his own, Lucio still needed parental care, so he was trying to fill the gap and didn't punish him severely. Dave ignored everyone's looks and walked towards Matilda with curiosity, ignoring the middle-aged man near her. When he entered the hall, he had already scanned everyone, noting their cultivation levels and their faces. He wasn't afraid of anyone, and he had come here to collect sin points and meet his great-grandmother. Dave was now 3 meters near Matilda, and he bowed to her slightly with elegance, and Grace followed suit. Dave and Grace greet the matriarch and wish her a happy birthday, Dave and Grace said. Matilda nodded and looked at them with a smile. Dave smiled and continued, "I have long wanted to meet you, matriarch, and I want to thank you personally for the token you have given me." Dave didn't let her speak as he flicked his finger, and a pill manifested in front of everyone. It was white in color and released a fragrant smell, shocking the people from the ancient alchemy hall. This pill is called the Tribulation Devouring Pill, and I concocted it a while ago. It's a pity that my energy is not enough to make a better one. What? A star-level pill? But I hope that a 3-star rank level is sufficient, Dave said, leaving everyone in shock. Many were stunned, and no one doubted it because the aura of the pill and its smell were so strong that they wanted to snatch it if not for the matriarch being present. Matilda's eyes lit up, and she smiled. She wanted to hide her shock as she had heard the news about his great attainment in pill making, but she didn't expect him to be a star-level alchemist. She could see the greedy thoughts of others, so she graciously accepted the pill and said, "Your grandma is overwhelmed." Lucien looked at Dave with shock and he smiled evilly and was about to talk to Dave and ask him, "Hey, I was your great-grandpa, where is your gift to me?" But Dave waved his hands again and showed another gift, a necklace formed with space power and moon energy. It took the shape of a moon. "This is called the lunar necklace that I personally created, especially for your birthday." It can store and absorb moon energy and release it in one go as long as the matriarch injects her energy. It can also defend against an attack from a true saint, Dave explained. He had used the moon energy he had stored in his moon magic and formed the necklace with the help of space magic to make it perfect for storing energy. Everyone was shocked, and the 2 gifts Dave gave were so extravagant that it made everyone feel ashamed. Dave's gifts shocked everyone, and even representatives of the top 10 clans felt ashamed in comparison. Their gifts were also good, but compared to Dave's, they were like normal items. The pill he gave could cause a war between true saints, but it was now in the possession of the matriarch, so no one dared to steal it. The lunar necklace, on the other hand, was equally mystifying. Everyone saw how he created it on the spot, and those with strong cultivation felt the presence of space law. They were astonished because comprehending the law of space was rare, and for him to be this proficient at such a young age made him worthy of being considered a holy son in any clan. Matilda accepted the necklace with a smile and said, "How thoughtful of you, you made me happy on my birthday." She was very happy, and even though it was their first time meeting each other, she rushed to Dave and hugged him tightly. Everyone saw this, including Dave, who was astonished, but they didn't find it weird as she was his grandma. Matilda then let go of him and told Lucas to lead Dave to his table. Lucas had prepared a table for him since the beginning, knowing his son would attend. Dave nodded and followed Lucas. They talked about many things, just like a father and son would. Lucien looked at Dave with a bitter smile as he didn't expect that Dave would ignore him, but he was still happy that his grandson had a pure bloodline of the Alexander clan. He didn't want to tell others about it, even though he didn't fear them. Dave and Grace sat on the chairs, near the royal clan members and the Irish clan. When Dave passed by other women, they wanted to rush at him to hug him, but they were restrained by the guards. Dave saw the problem, but he could not stop it because it was his natural aura. He was not using any charm, but it was enough to make them fall in love with him. The matriarch looked at everyone and announced that the banquet had begun. Then many clan personnel appeared one by one and showcased a lot of delicious foods, and the ingredients used were very rare. Not everyone could taste such dishes even if they spent their life working. There were musicians and dancers to entertain people. Some people also danced in the center, and many tried to flirt with Dave, but he rejected them as Grace was about to attack him if he agreed. Dave and Grace ate together, and he danced with her in front of everyone, making others look at her with envy. Dave didn't know why, but he felt that the patriarch was looking at him weirdly, but he didn't care. On the other hand, the matriarch had a good impression of him, and she would sometimes go to their table to talk. Dave saw some people he had met at the auction. It was the manager and Rain Alexander, but they were busy chatting with their friend. However, he noticed that they were looking in his direction from time to time. After dancing and eating, it was now time for the younger generation to show off their skills. The Tang clan was not participating because they only had 2 old men who didn't belong to the younger generation. In the immortal plane, those who were 1,000 years old and below belonged to the younger generation. Some showed off their poetry skills and dancing abilities, while others demonstrated their techniques, trying to impress the matriarch and everyone present. Dave impressed everyone when he also volunteered to speak a poem, and everyone was astonished by his skills. Just from the start, it made them feel enlightened. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are." Many clapped their hands and were impressed by his talent in poetry. He wasn't just handsome and rich, he was also talented in literature. Even some youngsters from other clans who were titled to be the best in literature were defeated by Dave by a large margin. Dave, on the other hand, was constantly earning a lot of sin points, and if this continued, he could recover the sin points he had consumed by opening the Void Earring. After that, many people tried to talk to him from other top clans. The most annoying were those Baldonkeys because they were inviting him to join and become a Buddhist, but he rejected them without a care. Those people from the Holy Clan were good at interacting, and even though he was a junior, they never treated him as one. Almost everyone was asking if he still had the pill he gave to the matriarch, but he said that he didn't have it right now, and the materials were hard to find. The truth was, he was just lazy, but as long as they paid a price, he would concoct them or let Eldritch do it. Even the ancient alchemy clan tried to talk with him about his attainment of alchemy and asked him who his master was, but he only smiled and acted mysteriously. Even so, he exchanged some pointers with them in alchemy, and the elder was astonished and enlightened by his deep knowledge. The Fang clan people also chatted with him but not for a longer time and only asked him to visit their domain if he had time. The demonic clan was the most peculiar in the hall because they were taunting the Tang clan and other clans except the Irish and Alexander clan, but they didn't try to chat with Dave. Dave could feel that they were afraid of him and realized that it was because of his killing intent and his demon bloodline. Demonic cultivators are inferior to demons, and they only borrow the power of demons. They followed the practice of demons, and they were cultivating their killing intent. The party continued, and almost everyone was satisfied as the party was harmonious, and the people from the demonic sect didn't create trouble. After the party had ended, the matriarch spoke in front of everyone again and let them rest in the rooms prepared for everyone. Some left the domain directly after saying goodbye, while some gave Dave their token and asked him to visit their domain or clan. Some decided to rest and tour in the domain as it was a rare experience. Dave, on the other hand, was told by his father to go with him to the matriarch's residence. Dave followed Lucas, and now they were comfortably sitting and drinking tea, while Matilda and Lucien looked on. Dave and Lucas looked like brothers due to their hair color, and they had almost similar postures and body shapes. Matilda looked at Dave with a smile and said, "I didn't expect to have such a descendant. I thought that Lucas was already a monster, but his son is even more terrifying." Lucas smirked and said, "I already said it before, but none of you believed me." He sighed and felt happy for his son. Since Dave was born, he knew that he was destined to make his enemies and rivals feel despair. A shocking phenomenon happened when Dave was born, causing a commotion in the entire world that stopped after 5 minutes. He never interfered with his son's interests and goals as long as he was happy. Since he was a kid, he observed him a lot and saw how he wanted to get strong, even though he could have just lazed around. He never forced him to cultivate, but he remembered that Dave could walk and talk when he was 1 year old, and when he turned 5 years old, he asked him to teach him how to use a sword. Dave was a hard-working boy, and he was also cunning, which sometimes gave him a headache. He also liked to do things alone and never wanted his father to interfere. Dave rarely asked him for something, but he still respected him. Matilda chatted with Dave and ignored Lucien. After an hour, she decided to rest and left the 3 men alone. She felt that Lucien had something to say to Dave, so she left the place. She was happy because Dave was very cute, and she found him very pleasing to her eyes. She told him that he could visit her anytime he wanted, and if he encountered trouble, he didn't need to hesitate to ask for her help. Lucien, who had been quiet since the start, finally spoke up. "I didn't expect that my descendant would have the purest bloodline I've ever seen in my entire life." As he said that, Lucas was stunned and looked at Dave. Dave was also surprised, but he never tried to hide it. It's just that he had so many bloodlines, and they evolved into a higher level of purity. "How do you know?" Dave asked curiously. Lucien smiled and said, "I can detect any bloodline of my family members and clanmates. When I first saw you, I realized that your bloodline was even purer and more terrifying than that of the ancestor or the founder of the clan." With a smile, he looked at Dave. Dave nodded and said, "So you know that the Alexander clan is connected to the Heavenly Titan race?" He was curious about the origin of the Alexander clan, so he asked Lucien, who must have known a lot of things as the patriarch. Lucien nodded and said, "I know some things, and every patriarch will know about it. It's just that I didn't expect you to know about the Titan race." Lucas also silently listened to the conversation. "Our Alexander clan is one of the oldest clans in the Immortal Plane, even older than the Royal clan. The founder of the clan is the first patriarch who comes from the Celestial Plane and is the prince of the Heavenly Titan clan. His name is Alexander, and they have no surname. He descended to the Immortal Plane because a terrifying war erupted in the Celestial Plane, and their domain was targeted. He was badly injured, and for the sake of the race's survival, the Titan King commanded him to escape and descend to the Immortal Plane to preserve their legacy. The first founder was badly injured when he entered the Immortal Plane, but his power was enough to be an overlord in the plane. He destroyed many arrogant clans and made them serve him as slaves. He founded the Alexander clan and devoured the legacies and wealth of many strong ancient clans. He hid the matter about the bloodline of the clan, that's why he didn't name the clan Heavenly Titan clan and instead named it after his own name. No one dared to call themselves a top clan in his era, and even the royal clan was not founded when he reigned over the Immortal Plane. He also married a human woman to continue the bloodline, but it was not as pure as the first ancestors. Everyone in the Alexander clan was gifted with a strong physique on par with dragons, and our clan's specialty is refining and cultivating our bodies without limits. After reigning for millions of years and establishing a foundation for the clan, he decided to step down from the position and slumber in the ancestral grave because his injuries were grave. He did that to preserve his remaining strength. Before slumbering, he refined some of his blood and created a pool for the future generations to strengthen and purify their bloodline. He has been sleeping for millions of years, and his name was forgotten by others. Even those old people have already perished, while some have already ascended to the celestial plane. Then more clans continue to emerge until to the current day. After hearing the story, Lucas was astonished, as he didn't expect that the clan had such an origin. Dave, however, remained calm and was lost in thought. If the founder was the prince of the Heavenly Titan race, Then the war he must have been referring to is the war between the Titan and God race. Dave remembered his subordinate Kegu, a person with high power and position in the clan, who said that he was targeted by the gods. He didn't know why, but the gods were looking for something in their clan. The God race treated others as inferior, like demons, and even though the heavenly Titan race was strong, it was still weaker than the God clan. Dave felt that there must be a hidden scheme, but his power is weak right now to probe. After chatting with them, Dave went back to his villa. He had talked a lot with the Patriarch, and even though their relation was not that close, he still felt that the Patriarch was not looking at him with malice and was genuinely a good person. Deciding to give him the pill he had given to the Matriarch, Dave also gave one to his father. He told them that he had found an inheritance of an alchemist, which was the reason he had learned alchemy. Both of them were doubtful, but they didn't pry further so as not to annoy him. The Patriarch left and decided to seclude himself again, but before he left, he told Dave that if he needed help, he could reach out to him. Dave just smiled, as right now, he really didn't need anyone's help. His father also said goodbye, as he wanted to enter the ancestral hall to comprehend more techniques and refine his body to become stronger. He felt the pressure of his son's rapid progress. On the way, Dave was stopped by an old man who introduced himself as an elder and the master of Irwin. He asked for forgiveness and offered compensation for Irwin's actions. The elder was angry when he learned that his disciple was shamed by Dave, but when he learned his identity and that he was favored by the Matriarch, he decided to ask for forgiveness for his disciple's sake. He grounded Irwin and would not let him leave for 100 years so that he would behave. Dave didn't care about it, but he happily accepted the compensation and left the place. Grace decided to go back to the Tower of Trials as she wanted to practice using her new powers. Her comprehension of death magic was rising, and she gained a lot by absorbing the corpse. Zegran, on the other hand, was undergoing an evolution, and he was inside a cocoon, so Dave took him and put him in a safe place. Zegran had just devoured the corpse, and it helped him evolve. Dave was waiting to see what changes would happen to Zegran. Yudi, on the other hand, had already broken through to Imperial Saint Emperor level due to the pills Dave had given him, but he needed to consolidate his foundation, so Dave let him stay in the space world for longer. Dave, who was staying in his villa, suddenly heard a connection. Dave looked at the source of it and smiled when he learned that it came from Draco. "Hey buddy, are you finished?" Dave chatted with Draco in his head, and he could directly talk with him as long as he wanted. Draco could not speak, but he could communicate with Dave in his mind because of their connection as master and pet. "Yeah, I already absorbed the bone, and my power has elevated to Imperial Saint King directly. Now, let me go and claim your promise to treat me to delicious food," Draco said cutely, and Dave could feel his grievance. He pampered him a lot, and he rarely did anything forceful to Draco, but it was for his own sake. Dave laughed and waved his hands. Suddenly, a small figure appeared in front of Dave, and it was a cute black dragon, Draco. Draco was delighted when he saw Dave, and he rushed to him, licking his face in excitement. I, the king of dragons, am now free," Draco said, and Dave playfully smacked his butt because he was becoming arrogant day by day. Dave enjoyed his time with Draco, playing with him, but he decided to go to the restaurant to treat Draco as he had promised. He would never let this gluttonous dragon go hungry. He waved his hand, and a portal was created in front of Dave. Now, Dave could teleport anywhere in the Alexander domain, and he was too lazy to walk, especially since his fans club might see him and annoy him. Thousand Blossom Restaurant is one of the best restaurants in the Alexander clan, and the matriarch frequently visits this place due to its delicious foods and wines. Its reputation as one of the finest restaurants in the domain is well deserved, as it stands as a beacon of culinary excellence, attracting the most discerning palates of the cultivation world. The restaurant's exterior is a marvel of architectural craftsmanship, designed to exude elegance and sophistication. Its entrance is marked by a grand archway adorned with intricate carvings of blooming flowers and mythical beasts, symbolizing prosperity and abundance. The archway is framed by stone pillars, each engraved with auspicious symbols and blessings for good fortune. A meticulously landscaped garden surrounds the restaurant, boasting a dazzling array of flowers and lush greenery. Cherry blossom trees, with their delicate pink blooms, line the path leading to the entrance, creating a picturesque and enchanting sight, especially during the spring season when the blossoms are in full bloom. The restaurant is also a popular dating site for couples due to its beautiful view. As guests step inside, they are greeted by a spacious and opulent foyer, adorned with marble floors and intricately patterned mosaics. The restaurant boasts a high, vaulted ceiling adorned with hanging crystal chandeliers that cast a warm and inviting glow throughout the area. The hall is cleverly divided into various sections, each with its own unique ambience, allowing guests to choose the setting that best suits their preferences. The dining tables are finely crafted from rare and precious wood, each inlaid with delicate mother-of-pearl designs, depicting intricate floral motifs and scenes from ancient culinary traditions. The chairs are cushioned with plush velvet and silk upholstery, ensuring utmost comfort during the dining experience. In the main hall, a central stage area hosts live performances featuring skilled musicians playing soft melodies and mesmerizing dance performances, adding an element of entertainment to the dining experience. Many nobles are seated at numerous tables, and every member of the restaurant's personnel is busy attending to their needs. They are all dressed in purple outfits and exhibit the utmost professionalism. Additionally, there are many guests from afar who personally travel just to taste the delectable foods created at this restaurant. No one dares to cause trouble here because the restaurant is guarded by an imperial saint emperor who owns the establishment. A portal appeared in front of the restaurant, and the guards of the establishment were stunned, immediately readying their weapons. However, their defensive stance relaxed as they laid eyes upon a handsome man accompanied by a small dragon. The man exuded a calm demeanor, and the guards recognized him immediately. "Young Master Dave," they said, bowing with utmost respect. Dave's reputation preceded him, known to everyone, even the youngest children. News of his arrival quickly spread, and the manager was not enough to greet him, so they contacted the restaurant's owner. Dave smiled and returned their greetings. His presence caused a commotion, but no one dared to get too close to him, considering his stature and the mysterious power he possessed. Just as Dave was about to walk inside, a middle-aged man with a thick mustache approached him. He was as tall as Dave and emitted an aura befitting an imperial saint emperor. Bowing respectfully, the man introduced himself as Renmar, the owner of the restaurant. He was overwhelmed that Dave chose to visit his humble establishment. Dave waved his hand, urging him to skip formalities, as his dragon was now hungry. Renmar was taken aback by Dave's approachability and led the way, personally introducing the restaurant to Dave. Dave followed Renmar, and many onlookers were astonished to see the owner personally attending to a young man, but as soon as they recognized Dave, they understood why. Dave's prestige was comparable to that of the Holy Sun, if not greater, and no one dared to provoke him. Also, his power was mysterious, and no one could see his depth. Dave was led by the owner to a table, and he approved of the ambience. It was peaceful, and the aroma of the food made Draco drool with anticipation. Dave sat at the table, and Draco hopped up onto it. The owner handed him the menu, but Dave instructed him to bring everything in large quantities. The manager was shocked at the pricey prices, which could bankrupt an elder if they ordered everything. He calmed himself, excited about the profit from Dave's order. Everyone knew how wealthy Dave was, so he rushed to tell the staff to prepare the feast. He assured Dave that everything would be ready in 30 minutes, to which Dave nodded and waited. To keep Draco entertained, Dave took some fruits from his storage space to keep him from getting bored. 30 minutes later, a plethora of delicious foods was prepared in front of Dave's table, and Draco couldn't help but eat voraciously. Dave also tasted the food and found them all delicious, deserving of their fame. Draco had eaten an amount of food that could fill 200 people, yet he was still hungry. Dave ordered more, determined to stay until Draco was satisfied. Others noticed the large amount of orders, and they were stunned to see the small dragon eating so much. However, seeing that the owner was Dave, no one dared to interfere. 1 hour later, Dave was satisfied and had eaten a lot of food. He looked at Draco, who was now sleeping soundly on the table with a cute, large belly. The chefs in the restaurant were very tired, as Dave had almost ordered a month's supply of food, causing some guests to miss out on certain dishes due to the shortage. However, they prioritized Dave's orders according to the owner's command. The owner, Renmar, approached him as they finished eating. "Is young master satisfied with our foods?" he asked. Dave nodded and replied, "Well, it was delicious. Here is my payment." He handed over 10 billion spirit stones, shocking Renmar. The overall cost of the food was only 500 million spirit stones, but Dave insisted on paying extravagantly. Although Renmar wanted to reject the excess payment, Dave didn't allow it and thanked him, showing that prioritizing Dave was a wise decision. As Dave rested and waited for Draco to wake up, a beautiful woman appeared in front of him, wearing a purple veil. Dave recognized her as the woman from the auction and also the holy daughter of the Fritz clan, Frida. She smiled at him and asked, "Is it okay to sit here, young master?" She said in a seductive voice, and Dave didn't mind and allowed her to sit. Draco was in the middle of the two, and Frida looked at Draco and remarked to Dave, as expected of young Master Dave, "You even own a dragon." Her voice was alluring, but Dave was not affected by it. "I also have another dragon and much bigger than this one," Dave joked and sensed that this woman was scheming something, but he didn't expose her. "What do you want?" he asked calmly. Frida didn't understand what he meant but she smiled and replied, I was just here to make friends and have someone to accompany this lonely girl. Her voice was cute and seductive. Dave smirked and teased, "Aren't you the holy daughter? Yet you act like that?" Frida smiled and responded, "Being the holy daughter doesn't mean that we need to be holy. I'm just like any other woman who likes handsome men like young Master Dave." Her boldness surprised Dave, but he smiled playfully and looked at her. "Oh, I know that many females admire me, but I didn't expect the holy daughter to be attracted to my face," he remarked. Frida wasn't ashamed and saw that Dave remained calm, making it hard for her to gauge his reaction or thoughts. "Of course, young master. Almost all of the characteristics of the best husband material are in you, and I am attracted to you," Frida boldly stated. Dave laughed and said, "Really? Why don't you first show your sincerity?" He reached towards her face, attempting to remove her veil, but she stopped him and shyly said, "Please, young master, not here. If you want, I will show you in my room." Dave was interested and nodded. Frida was surprised as she expected it would be difficult to convince Dave to go to her room, but she didn't anticipate him to be like others who merely lusted for beauty. She concealed her disdain and smiled at him with a fake expression. Dave saw that Draco was slumbering, and he knew that he would wake up after sleeping for many hours, so he put him in a space world. He followed Frida to her room, and it was not far from where they were. Frida had a residence given to her by the matriarch for her birthday guests. Frida looked at Dave with seductive eyes from time to time, and Dave didn't know what she was planning. He decided to scan her, but he didn't find anything unusual with her physique. Her true strength was hidden deeply, as she was a peak Imperial Saint King, but she only showed the level of an Imperial Saint Lord. He was curious about her intentions, especially since her attempts at seduction were not very convincing. He could tell that she was a virgin from the way she carried herself, and being the master of all fuckers, Dave was 100% sure about it. He considered scanning her memories, but he didn't want to harm her or cause any backlash that could affect her mind. Without knowing her true intentions, he was cautious. As they reached the gate, Dave heard an angry voice of a man. "Frida, how dare you bring a man to your residence?" The man was Winston Fritz, the holy son of the Fritz clan. Frida was astonished but looked at him with disdain. "HMMP, why do you care? Do you think I will marry someone like you?" Frida and Winston were already betrothed by the Supreme Elder, who was Winston's grandfather. Winston had lusted after Frida for many years, but she disagreed with the arrangement and sought to escape her fate. She found an opportunity to come to the Alexander clan to relax and find a way to avoid the marriage. However, she didn't expect Winston to follow her here, and she was annoyed by his presence. Winston was angry and reminded her, "We are already betrothed, don't you dare disobey the Supreme Elder." Frida sneered and didn't care about his threat. "So what? I don't like you, and I don't care about the Supreme Elder. Also, young Master Dave is my boyfriend, so don't annoy me, or else he will kill you." She winked at Dave and looked at him playfully. Dave now realized why she brought him here. She was trying to use him as a shield to deal with Winston and escape the forced marriage, just like a character from some novels. She pretended to be the MC's girlfriend to face-slap the suitor and eventually falls in love with the protagonist. Although Dave didn't expect to be tricked like this, he didn't mind playing along. He extended his hand, held Frida's waist, and pulled her closer to his chest. He kissed her forehead and then looked at Winston, saying, "HMMP, don't you dare get near my woman." She was exhausted because of our long passionate hours a while ago, or else I will use force. Winston was astonished and thought she was just using Dave as a shield. He wasn't afraid of Dave because their statuses were on par, and he had a strong guard protecting him. However, Frida was shocked by Dave's actions. She wanted to use him as a shield, but he shamelessly took advantage of her. Despite her veil being the one Dave had kissed, she felt shy being so close to a man and could feel Dave's heartbeat as her head rested on his chest. She didn't expect him to act like this, and her heart was beating rapidly. She was angry when Dave mentioned their passionate hours, as it could lead to misunderstandings. She wanted to push Dave away, but he didn't budge, surprising her because her power was stronger than her peers, yet she couldn't move him. "How dare you steal my woman? Even though you are a young master here, I am not afraid of you, and the Fritz family is not one to be shamed like this," Winston exclaimed angrily, wanting to attack Dave. However, Dave only hugged Frida tightly, her ample chest pressing against him. "Oh, how soft and lovely, my Frida." Dave laughed and smelled her hair, ignoring Winston's anger. Frida's face turned red like a tomato, but it was hidden by her veil. She felt embarrassed in this position, her nipples touching Dave's chest. Winston's anger escalated when he saw Frida not speaking, believing that everything was real. The truth was that Frida wanted to speak and be angry with Dave, but she knew that her act would be exposed. So, she allowed him to take advantage of her, planning to punish him later. Winston was about to unsheath his sword when a voice entered his mind, warning him, "Don't, young Master Winston." It was the voice of his protector, who was at the peak of Imperial Saint Emperor. The protector appeared in front of Winston, his face covered in sweat. "Why did you stop me?" Winston asked, angry to see his fiancée in the hands of another man. He felt a huge green hat on top of his head. He felt a storm of emotions and irrational thoughts brewing inside him, not wanting to experience being cucked. The protector, dressed in black clothes and regarded as an uncle by Winston, communicated with him telepathically, revealing something that shocked Winston. He looked fearfully at Dave, and the protector bowed to him, cupping his fist in respect. "Please forgive my young master for shouting at you. I hope you, young Master Dave, can be magnanimous and forgive Winston," the protector said. Dave smiled and replied, "It's okay, I don't mind. My waist was just a little bit sore due to constant movement, and my mood was affected. Please leave us alone, the night is still long, and we have many positions to try." Ouch! Dave was about to tease them further but stopped when Frida pinched him. The protector thanked him and added, "Thanks, young master, for being magnanimous. I hope you have a great night." Winston becomes angrier because of his protector's words, but he does not have time to react when the protector forcefully took him out of the place. As they left, Dave sent them some of his energy as a gift. It didn't take long to reach the residence of Frida, and he saw that there are only maids there but there are no guards to protect her. Dave scanned the whole villa and detected 5 auras of Imperial Saint King and 1 Imperial Saint Emperor. Dave had already noticed the protector and directed his killing intent toward him. The protector was taken aback, sweating heavily, and felt suffocated by Dave's aura. He hadn't expected Dave to be so terrifying, and he felt like his heart might explode if he made a wrong move. In haste, he quickly escaped from the scene, not daring to stay any longer. Dave was prepared to use his space law to burst the protector's heart inside him. With his ability to create numerous space portals, killing the protector would be an easy task. He could also stop time for a certain period, making his enemy as defenseless as a chopping board. Once they had left, Frida finally spoke, but she couldn't escape Dave's grasp. She didn't expect Winston and his protector to be afraid of Dave, assuming it was because they were inside the Alexander clan's territory. Frida portrayed a flirty image to others, disguising her true thoughts and hoping to disgust Winston and the Supreme Elder to avoid the marriage. This was a strategy she employed to stop suitors, and rumors about her liking to devour handsome men only added to her lure, and Winston didn't care about it and continued to pester her. As Dave playfully held her, Frida demanded him to get away. However, Dave refused, stating that this was her punishment for tricking him. With one hand hugging her, Dave reached out to remove her veil. When it fell to the ground, Frida's face was revealed to be astonishingly beautiful, even comparable to Grace's looks. Her long, lustrous purple hair cascaded gracefully down to her elbows, accentuating her regal and alluring aura. Her captivating purple eyes held an enchanting depth, drawing people into their mesmerizing gaze. Her face was a canvas of smooth, porcelain-like skin, exuding an ethereal and flawless beauty. Delicately sculpted features, high cheekbones, a slender nose, and perfectly shaped, rosy-tinted lips carried an inviting smile, radiating elegance and grace, making her presence truly captivating. Dave was amazed and couldn't help but admire her beauty, remarking it as a jackpot. He hadn't expected her to be this stunning, even compared to his women who had benefited from his energy and looked more attractive. However, Frida's anger flared up when Dave removed her veil without permission. She released a killing intent and attacked him with her powerful fist. Boom! But Dave easily countered her attacks and didn't appear threatened. Instead, he seemed to enjoy her violent outburst, provoking her even more. Boom! 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 She continued to punch Dave, but Dave easily dispels them immediately. Attack him undeterred, Frida called her followers to ambush Dave. They surrounded him with their swords drawn. They were fearless and followed her commands wholeheartedly, but to their surprise, their attacks were halted by an invisible force when they tried to strike Dave. Despite their full power, they couldn't get near him or touch his clothes. As if an inseparable force was separating them and they feels like they were in different dimension. Dave seemed unimpressed by their attempt and compared the mysterious power to that of Gojo Satoru, a character with formidable abilities. He appeared nonchalant, enjoying the situation as if it were an exciting game. "Do I look cool?" Law of time. Dave laughed and flicked his fingers, instantly stopping time. Everyone froze in place as he covered the entire residence. He walked slowly towards the 5 people and touched their forehead, then locking them inside his domain. Hee, this is fun. He laughed and felt that the law of time is very terrifying and he can do a lot of crazy things with it. Right now, he cannot cover the whole immortal plane, but it was enough to make him fearless. After that, he approached Frida, who still didn't know what happened and remained motionless, her face still displaying anger. Dave found her cute in that state and couldn't resist touching her face, wearing a playful smile. "Such attractive lips," he remarked, before kissing her lips and savoring the moment. He flicked his fingers again, then suddenly, time resumed its flow, and Frida, who was about to help her followers, was stunned to find Dave's handsome face right in front of her, their lips still touching. "What?" she exclaimed in her mind, realizing that her 5 guards were no longer present. She realized that she was kissing Dave and shouted. "No!" she cried out, pushing Dave away, but it was too late. Overwhelmed with emotions, she sat on the ground and began to sob. "It's over, I will be doomed," she lamented, hugging her knees and crying like a child. Dave was taken aback by her reaction, not expecting her to act so childishly. Bending his knees, Dave smiled and asked, "Why are you angry? Shouldn't you be happy that your boyfriend kissed you?" Hearing his voice, Frida looked at him with an aggrieved expression, tears still in her eyes, and said, "You animal, you destroyed my future." Sob sob, she continued to cry, seemingly lost in her emotions and not resisting Dave's presence. She was like a lost soul, and she didn't show any resistance if someone attacked her. She lost the will to move and continued to cry. Dave noticed a red octagonal-shaped tattoo on her neck, which hadn't been there when he hugged her earlier. Her reaction puzzled him and wanted to understand the problem, but Frida was inconsolable. What is really the problem? Dave carried her, astonished at her continued sobbing and her seeming disregard for him. He felt a bit guilty for causing her distress yet found her adorable and wanted to pinch her chin. Deciding that it wasn't appropriate for others to witness this scene, he carried her back to her residence. They were fortunate to be alone, and he had already created a separation barrier during their fight to avoid disturbances and alerting others. He understood that something he did upset her, but couldn't communicate effectively with her now, so he decided to give her some space for her emotions to settle down. Dave put Frida on the sofa. She was still sober, but her eyes were red from non-stop crying. Dave sat beside her with a confused look and asked, "Hey, what happened?" He watched her for an hour without disturbing her. When she finally stopped crying, Dave decided to ask her. Although he was an evil lord and not accustomed to caring about others, her pitiful appearance made him feel guilty. Frida looked at Dave with an emotionless face, having calmed down. She noticed how Dave had taken care of her and brought her inside, wiping her tears, making the place warmer, and putting a jacket on her. "You're a fool," she said, gazing at Dave's handsome face. She had been attracted to Dave when she first saw him, and upon discovering his mysterious background and high position in the clan, she had planned to abduct him and forcefully make him act as her boyfriend. She had no intentions of negotiating, she wanted to use force. However, she underestimated Dave's strength, and many of her plans were thwarted. When she regained some clarity, she found her helpers who were with her had disappeared. She had no idea what happened to her helpers, assuming they were already dead. Just as she was about to attack Dave, he vanished, only to reappear kissing her. To Frida, it felt like time had stopped or that Dave's movements were too fast for her to follow. Puzzled, Dave asked, "What? I am a fool?" Frida nodded, confirming, "Your fate is now tied to me because of your carelessness. I only wanted you to help me escape my fate of marrying Winston, but you acted crazy and took advantage of me." She looked at Dave with an aggrieved expression and was about to cry again, but Dave stopped her and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Taking a deep breath, Frida calmed her emotions and began to speak seriously, revealing a dark truth about her existence. "Hayes, to tell you the truth, before I was born, a prophecy was told to my father, the patriarch. The prophet, renowned throughout the entire immortal plane, owed my father a favor, so he told him the news to repay the debt. The prophecy foretold that I would be born with a curse, and anyone who sees my face will meet misfortune, they will die after 6 days. My father believed the prophecy, but my mother didn't. She couldn't accept that her daughter would be cursed. However, after I was born, my father was busy dealing with clan matters and didn't show up, while my mother lovingly cared for me. Tragically, after 6 days, my mother committed suicide. The maids who also took care of me died mysteriously after 6 days, and my father learned the news from his people whom he had left to check on us. He was shocked and saddened by my mother's passing, but he didn't hate me. Seeking advice from the prophet, he received the violet veil, crafted from holy light by the Holy Clan. It can suppress the curse as long as I wear it. My father decided to keep this matter a secret from everyone to protect me from harm and discrimination. He had a hard time taking care of me, as I needed to wear the veil even as a baby. When I turned 7, my father revealed the truth to me, and I got used to wearing the veil. No one has ever seen my face, but despite that, many still coveted my beauty, leading some to attempt to remove my veil. Yet, None of them survived after seeing my face, she sighed, and Dave was stunned. The system didn't notify him, indicating that the curse was ineffective against him. The system would notify him if he were in danger or if a curse was implanted inside his body, so he was reassured that he was okay. Frida spoke again. Even though I know it seems hopeless to remove my curse, I continue to search for solutions. However, until now, I have not found a way to lift it. So, I can only hide my face from everyone to prevent causing harm. Despite my hatred for Winston, I have never attempted to use the curse against him because every time someone dies from my curse, I feel a terrifying consciousness developing deep inside my soul, she said, looking terrified at the thought. It was her first time opening up to someone. The reason she had wanted to kill Dave earlier was due to her anger and the overpowering consciousness within her. This caused her emotions to be unstable, and her mind was filled with violence. She lost her mind, and when Dave kissed her, her consciousness weakened and went back deep into her soul, but it still took a toll on her mind. That's the reason why she cried and acted like a child. Dave was stunned by her story and asked the system to check her body. Ding. Scanning, Frida Fritz, ding. The system took some sin points as payment. Post, it is detected that there is a consciousness hiding deep within Frida's soul, and it was near to overtaking her whole body and mind if someone died from the curse again. Post, it is detected that the consciousness is terrifying, and as long as possible, the system reminds the host to stay away from the source of curse. Dave was stunned as the system warned him about the consciousness inside Frida's body. He felt that Frida's life was interesting, and he didn't know why, but as long as he found something new, he wanted to join the fun and investigate more. You have a way, right? He asked the system, and the system said, note, the host is immune to any kind of curse, but it was still advisable to stay away from the source of the curse. Dave was really curious and not afraid. So who is the caster, and how can I remove it? Pay first, the system said flatly. Fuck you. Dave cursed the system, but he paid a lot of money for such information. Ding. The curse was called Avatar Misfortune Spell and created by the ancient demon queen of curses, Megicula, one of the ancient demons who was strong as a demon king but exclusive and rarely shows up. The more the curse killed people, the faster Megicula can overtake the body of the target and become her avatar and move freely. Dave was astonished, and he had a hypothesis that Megicula wanted to overtake the immortal plane by using Frida's body. He learned from Ronan that the demon realm was ruled by 7 demon kings, but there were some old demons strong enough to challenge them like Ronan. Megicula is one of the oldest demons, known for her terrifying curses. She had killed a god using her curse but was defeated by the goddess of light, who could purify her curses and restrain her, and now she was hiding to recover. So why was the consciousness afraid of me? Dave asked, and he didn't know why the curse was afraid of him. Ding. Your level is not enough for the system to answer your question. Dave was stunned and said that he would pay a lot of sin points, but the system insisted that his level was too low to know it. He wanted to be good and pay the system, yet the system was ungrateful. He scratched his head, not knowing why such an ancient demon would be afraid of his aura even though he didn't have the skill of the goddess of light, and his demonic bloodline was not enough to make her afraid. It was like the consciousness instinctively retreated and felt fear when it sensed Dave's presence. Dave realized and understood a lot of things. He didn't know the plan of the demon Megicula, but since he would not be affected, he didn't care about her. Dave looked at the tearful Frida, and even now, her emotions were not stable, but she was slowly recovering. Dave smiled at her and sighed. Looks like I will die in 6 days, he said while acting sad and lost. Frida saw his emotion and knew how terrifying the curse was. She also felt guilty, even though it was Dave who removed the veil. I'm sorry for you, but I don't know. When you kissed me, the consciousness in my body hid deep in my soul, she said, and it was the thing that made her curious. She found that Dave was the answer she was looking for, the one who could help her suppress the curse, but she pitied that Dave was destined to suffer from the curse and would die in 6 days. Dave sighed and went near her, hugging her from the back. Frida was stunned but didn't move because she felt guilty and lost for a reason. She felt that fate was toying with her. She finally found someone who could help her, yet he would die because of her. She wanted to cry for being unlucky, and she knew that Dave had a bright future, yet it was destroyed because of her. She didn't know, but she was good at looking for people's feelings, and she felt that Dave didn't resent her even after she told him her story. Dave smiled evilly, but Frida didn't notice. If I am going to die in 6 days, why don't you let me accompany you and become your real boyfriend in 6 days? At least, I can help you suppress your curse for my remaining days. At least my remaining life will have a purpose. Frida was stunned, and she didn't know what to say. She didn't expect him to say that, and she thought that Dave would go to his family and tell them everything that happened, but he chose to stay with her and accompany her. She felt warm, and she suddenly felt even sadder. "Why do you do that? Why don't you try to ask the patriarch for help?" Dave shook his head and said, "If even your father and the prophet you mentioned do not have a solution, how can my blockhead great-grandfather have one?" He said, "And the patriarch is a brute in nature, and what he said makes sense." Frida was stunned, but she decided to let Dave enjoy his remaining days with her as she felt guilty for it, and Dave's words made sense. He could help her suppress the curse, and she was indeed attracted to him. She nodded, and Dave smiled, saying, "So, as your boyfriend, I will help you more to suppress your curse." He stood up and gently placed her on the sofa, getting on top of her. "Your boyfriend will treat you first, as we don't have more time, and every minute must be cherished." He kissed her on the lips, and she didn't have time to react because she was still stunned by his sudden action. His tongue invaded her mouth, and her eyes widened because of Dave's action. She pushed Dave away, and her face turned red, her breathing fast. "What are you doing?" She didn't expect him to take advantage of her, even though he was about to die. Dave smiled and said, "I said I will help you suppress your curse, this is just one part of the treatment." Frida was stunned, but Dave held both her hands and kissed her passionately. Frida was stunned, and she didn't have experience with this, and she wanted to struggle, but she felt the consciousness inside her soul was scared and hiding in her deepest soul. She wanted to struggle, but she felt her mind being cleared when Dave was kissing her and realized that it was working. She decided not to struggle as it was considered payment for Dave's help. Dave saw that she just closed her eyes and didn't put up resistance anymore, so he became bolder, and his hands roamed around her body, reaching her breasts. "What?" Frida was stunned by Dave's actions and pushed him due to her shock, causing Dave to fall off the sofa. "Are you crazy?" she shouted, but she heard Dave groan, and he acted like he was hurt. "Ouch, looks like I won't die in 6 days but today." Frida realized what she had done and stood up to help him, but Dave suddenly pulled her towards his chest. Now, she realized that she was fooled again. She wanted to become angry, but Dave kissed her lips again passionately. She could not resist, and after a minute, Dave said to her, "I am your boyfriend, why can't you let me do my role as a boyfriend?" Frida was breathing heavily, and her face was as red as a tomato. She moaned as her body heated up due to the friction their bodies were creating. From the start, Dave never released his sin of lust because if he did, she would have already become lustful. But he believed in his charm and felt that he didn't need to use it. His body fragrance was lethal to women, so even though they were gods, as long as they were women, he knew their weak spots. Frida looked at Dave's handsome face, and she felt her body getting hot due to Dave's kisses while his hands were being impolite, roaming around her body. She had never had direct contact with any men as she was avoiding them, not wanting others to suffer. But right now, she found someone who was not afraid of her curse. Even though she told him about her curse, Dave never showed anger towards her. Instead, he was taking advantage of her. She felt that Dave was crazy and didn't care about his own life, choosing to help her. How could she push away such a good person like him? As a woman, she still wished to meet someone who could understand her, and she could talk about her problems and past, and Dave listened to her carefully. She could see his eyes looking at her without discrimination, even after hearing about her past. She just felt sad that Dave would die in 6 days, but she decided to accompany him and make his remaining days memorable. Dave and Frida were kissing for 10 minutes, and Frida gave up her resistance, letting Dave do what he wanted. She also started to kiss him back as Dave shamelessly guided her on how to kiss. Despite knowing that he was taking advantage of her, she followed him because she felt the dark consciousness inside her shaking with fear. She sensed her body becoming lighter and her mind clearer. Being near Dave made the consciousness inside her hide in the deepest part of her soul, and it didn't dare to show up. Astonished, she continued to follow Dave's instructions. Dave's hands caressed her breasts, and she couldn't help but moan and hold onto Dave's long hair. His hands explored beneath her clothes, and suddenly, all her clothes disappeared, leaving her bare naked body on top of Dave. "What?" she stammered, stunned, looking at Dave smirking. "I took your clothes because they were dirty, and I need to wash them first," Dave shamelessly explained, but she couldn't help feeling angry. As a master of undressing women, such a trick was easy for him. However, before she could react, Dave moved swiftly, kissing her lips, neck, and even her breasts. Ugh! Unable to control herself, she moaned, realizing that she was beginning to enjoy Dave's touch. Seeing her response, Dave moved his hands lower, touching the entrance of her pink cave, which was now wet and leaking. "Wow, you're so excited," Dave commented, making her feel ashamed. She hid her face in his chest due to the embarrassment. She was torn between feeling ashamed of their position and being unable to stop him, as she, too, started to feel lust, and Dave's handsomeness made her feel like she wasn't at a loss. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was bright red, prompting Dave to stand up and carry her back to the sofa. He gently placed her there and started removing his clothes. "As your boyfriend, we'll go through the best treatment," Dave said, and instantly, his clothes disappeared. Frida couldn't see his movements, but Dave's clothes were made from his energy, so they couldn't get dirty or require washing. He could make them disappear in an instant or change their design at will. Before Frida stood Dave's perfect body, and she became even more embarrassed as she saw his abs and perfectly fit physique. Her eyes wandered down and noticed his huge dragon, still dormant, but already big and long. It scared her, but Dave only smiled and said, "Have you seen enough? Then let's start the treatment as your boyfriend." Dave's face went down to her sacred cave, and his tongue started to lick and explore it. "Ugh!" Frida moaned, surprised by Dave's skill, feeling weak due to ecstasy. Dave continued to pleasure her, and after 5 minutes, she squirted, lying on the bed weakly. Dave licked the liquid and said, "Delicious," making Frida feel even more ashamed. She didn't expect to climax like that, especially in front of him. Blushing, she saw him enjoying her nectar. Dave then pulled her legs and placed them on his shoulders, positioning his now awake and ready for action cock at her cave's entrance. He asked, "Are you ready? Is it painful?" Frida asked, scared, but Dave kissed her again and reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, I'll be gentle." Seeing his caring look, she nodded and accepted the fact that Dave would be the one to take her virginity. He was handsome and had helped her a lot, so she decided in her heart to enjoy the moment with him, even though it was limited, and she would not love any other man but only Dave. Dave smiled and slowly pushed his dragon inside her. Arg! Frida felt pain, and Dave noticed blood coming out of her cave. He didn't move and allowed her to relax, releasing some energy to ease her pain. "You can move now," Frida said, feeling better. She could see how considerate Dave was, waiting for her to relax. Dave nodded and started moving his hips. Plack. 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 The sounds of colliding flesh echoed in the whole living room. Frida moaned, not expecting that she would make such loud sounds of pleasure. It only made Dave more energized, and he moved faster. Plack. 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 Dave noticed that she was enjoying it, and her eyes were rolling back due to the pleasure. Unknown to Frida, while Dave was penetrating her, he was also healing her using his Sin of Sloth skill. Slothful regeneration. The user possesses unparalleled regenerative ability fueled by the essence of sloth. They can rapidly heal any wounds or injuries by entering a state of deep sleep, utilizing the slothful energy to accelerate their body's natural healing processes. This regeneration surpasses all known methods, allowing for swift recovery even from the gravest of injuries. It can also remove curses and heal someone's soul. This skill wasn't just for himself, he could also use it on others. However, her curse was deeply hidden inside her soul, so the only way to fully remove it was through a dual cultivation, as their souls were intertwining, and he could easily locate the curse. Dave continued to make love to her for an hour while still searching for the consciousness inside her soul. Finding it was difficult because it was hidden in the deepest part. Frida's soul was bright and huge, and he realized that her soul was extraordinary, unlike others. It might be because of her luck, as she had the luck of a protagonist-type character. Frida didn't know what was happening, lost in pleasure, urging Dave to continue. Dave didn't expect her to be so wild in bed and to last this long during her first time. He thrust into her faster, and after another hour, Frida could still go on. Dave couldn't count how many times they came, but he felt that he could continue this way for a whole year. As he continued to search, he finally found the consciousness inside her soul. Dave had been making love to Frida for many hours, and finally, he found the consciousness hiding deep within the deepest part of Frida's soul. He discovered that it was a dark wisp, very small yet releasing a deadly energy. If ordinary people came into contact with it, they would be affected by the curse and die. Dave scanned the dark wisp and learned that it was a part of Megacula's soul. The Avatar Misfortune curse required Megacula to cut a portion of her soul, weakening her for many years. However, she would recover as long as she successfully overtook the body of her target. She could use the target to cultivate, and when the Avatar reached a stronger level, she would devour it to become even stronger. Despite being in close proximity to the soul, Dave was not affected by it. He continued to approach, observing its fear and attempts to escape. Trying to run? Dave smiled and instantly captured the soul. It became even more scared, attempting to break free from his grasp, but it was in vain. Dave used his skill and purified the soul, feeling it becoming more violent and stronger, with the potential to escape his grasp. Arg. Why? Why are you here? Aren't you already dead, master? Arg. So painful. Arg. I hate you, demon god. The soul was shaking in fear, but it instantly vanished and disappeared inside Frida's soul. Ding. You received sin points, wrath plus 50 billion sin points, Megicula. Dave was stunned when he heard her words, feeling confused and lost. He regretted killing the consciousness immediately without interrogating it. Demon God, huh? Dave didn't know why she called him the Demon God, but he was certain she wouldn't lie about it, or perhaps she had just been mistaken. System, am I the reincarnation of the Demon God? Dave asked. The system was silent for a while before responding. Ding. The host level is insufficient, and the host is reminded to not pry further into this information with your current level as it will only harm the host. Dave was stunned, and judging from the system's answer, he was certain that he was somehow related to the Demon God. So, I was really destined to be a demon since birth? Dave didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't care if he was a reincarnation of someone else. He knew that he was himself, and his fate would not be tied to others. Even if he was the reincarnation of the Demon God, so what? He didn't care because he knew that he would become stronger in the future, where no one could harm him or his loved ones. Dave's consciousness returned, and he was still making love to Frida, but she had already lost consciousness due to tiredness. However, he noticed her happy smile. She had never felt so happy and relaxed before, and she didn't realize that she had fallen asleep while Dave was with her. Little did she know that it was the effect of Dave purifying the curse, and the system explained that she would benefit from it. She might even acquire some knowledge from Megicula and learn some of her techniques. Dave successfully purified Megicula's soul, and it merged with Frida's soul without overtaking it. Frida's soul remained dominant. Frida was already his woman, and he wouldn't let her suffer any grievances. Dave disengaged from their intimate act and began to dress himself. Then, he carried Frida's body to her room. Gently placing her on the bed, Dave proceeded to clean and wipe her body. He refrained from any mischief and put pajamas on her, covering her with a blanket. Finally, Dave lay down on the bed, embracing her. Despite not needing sleep, he decided to do so because he missed the feeling of sleeping. The next morning, Frida opened her eyes and saw the familiar ceiling of her room. She was stunned, remembering that she had been intimate with Dave, but she fell asleep due to tiredness. She suddenly felt relaxed, as if all the weight she had been carrying since birth had disappeared. She noticed that she was wearing pajamas, and her body was clean. Curiously, she looked at her soul and was astonished to see that it was different from before, who was slowly being devoured by darkness, yet had now become brighter and larger than before. "What?" she exclaimed. Then, a rush of information entered her mind, causing her to have a headache for a moment. After a minute, everything became clear to her. Avatar Misfortune Curse? Megicula? True demonic curse technique. She had learned everything about the curse and its creator. Scared, she realized how terrifying the figure was, even though she had only caught a glimpse of the creator's face. The creator appeared as a beautiful woman with small horns on her forehead and purple eyes, much like Frida. She was one of the most beautiful women Frida had ever seen. She also saw a memory from the soul and learned that Megicula's plan was to overtake her body and use it to rule the immortal plane, refining every living being to accelerate Megicula's recovery. Megicula had been injured and was recovering for millions of years, but it was still not fully healed. Megicula had schemed many things, and that's why she created the curse. Frida also saw the last memory of the consciousness inside her and witnessed a handsome man with a shining light who purified the consciousness. She realized that it was Dave. She opened her eyes and saw Dave's handsome face looking at her with a warm smile. "Good morning, my cute Frida," Dave greeted, kissing her forehead and hugging her sexy body. "You're beautiful even when you've just woken up. Let's start the next round." Dave knew that she would have learned everything, but he didn't care and didn't give her time to react as they started another hot and passionate session. Frida was stunned, but she remembered seeing Dave eradicating the soul inside her, which made her feel warm and grateful. Meanwhile, the maids who were sleeping woke up, feeling tremors and an earthquake-like sensation, but they couldn't find the source of it. After their morning fight, Frida was now lying on top of Dave, naked, and she was caressing his broad and sturdy chest. She felt at peace when she was with Dave, and she liked this kind of feeling, hoping that it would last forever. Since birth, she had been filled with fear of killing others due to her curse. But now her curse was gone, yet she was still afraid that Dave might be cursed, even though it had already disappeared. She didn't want to ask him, as she was afraid to hear an answer she didn't want to hear. Dave saw her expression and knew what she was thinking. He caressed her hair and said, "There are still 5 days remaining, we can still enjoy ourselves." Frida was stunned and about to cry, but then she heard Dave laugh, leaving her confused. Dave smiled and said, "I was just joking. Don't worry about me, the curse was ineffective against me, and I will not die from such a weak curse. Your boyfriend is awesome, right?" He teased her, but instead of being angry, she looked at him with a surprised expression. showing her delight. "Really? You are not affected by the curse?" she asked. Dave nodded and didn't want to deceive her, as he could see that she was very emotional. She looked pitiful but cute, so Dave wanted her to learn the truth. "Thank you," she said, moving her head and kissing Dave's lips. Her face turned red, and then she buried her face again in his chest. "Why?" Dave acted like he didn't know what she meant, but she replied weakly, "Thank you for removing my curse and making me feel that I can be loved without fear." She then looked into Dave's blue eyes and felt like he was covered with a huge light, making her feel warm and calm. Dave smiled and said, "Since you are now my woman, you do not need to be afraid of anything, and no one would dare to bully you again." Frida nodded like a chicken, happy to have met Dave in her life. She could now sigh in relief that Dave was not affected by the curse. "But we had already offended Megicula? Is she going to take revenge?" she asked worriedly. "Don't worry about her. If she comes in front of me, I will fuck her. I will punish her for putting a curse on you," Dave shamelessly replied and saw Frida looking at him with anger, so he stopped teasing her. Frida knew that Dave was a certified womanizer, and she couldn't accommodate him alone, but she would support his every plan and help him as long as she could. She could feel how caring he was, and she didn't realize that she was now truly falling in love with him. Dave prepared and cooked food for Frida, and Draco had already woken up and continued to annoy him to be released into the space world. He decided to let Draco out and allowed him to eat with them. Frida enjoyed the food he cooked, and Draco was on an eating spree again. Frida also became close with Draco and started playing with him. Draco was used to being pampered with Dave's women, so he was happy and acted cute again. Dave looked at them with a smile, and Frida told him some information he didn't know. He learned the looks of Megicula based on her description, and he planned to find her and have a passionate talk with her and ask her about what she knew about him. He also learned that Frida had received the legacy of Megicula, the curse technique she created, which helped her become stronger than before. She also received some of her techniques not related to techniques, such as a technique to strengthen her soul and mind. She also learned some memories of Megicula, but they were not important to Dave as they were just trivial things. As Dave was watching the beautiful sight, he suddenly felt a space interruption, and a portal appeared in front of him. A beautiful slender woman appeared in front of him. It was Grace. Her face was calm, and her aura was stronger than before. She was now a low Imperial King because of the corpse and the unlimited supply of pills from Eldritch. She had also entered the Tower of Trials and acquired many techniques and items useful for her cultivation. After many months inside the tower, her law of death was now close to breaking through to the grand stage. Grace looked at Dave with a smile and hugged him. Dave hugged her back and said, "Missed me?" Grace nodded, but she was stunned when she saw a beautiful woman with purple hair and purple eyes playing with Draco. "I knew it. As long as there is no one guarding you, you will collect a new harem member," Grace said as she pinched Dave helplessly. She knew that Dave's harem would continue to grow in the future, but everyone in his harem had a secret mission to restrain Dave as long as possible, just as she was doing with the manager before. Even though she had disappeared for many days in the outside world, a new member had appeared again, and she remembered the aura of the purple-haired woman. She was the holy daughter of the Fritz clan, the one they had met at the auction. Frida also stopped playing with Draco, and Draco saw Grace and ran to her, hugging her. Grace patted Draco's head and looked at Frida with a serious face. "You really love Dave?" she asked, and Dave could feel her anger with him, but he didn't mind. Grace didn't mind if Dave added a harem member, but she needed to investigate them first to see if they harbored different thoughts. Many women were attracted to Dave, but some were just interested in his status and power. Frida bowed her head and didn't know how to face Grace. She knew that Dave had beautiful women by his side, but she didn't care because she loved Dave. She gathered her courage, looked at Grace with resolute eyes, and then looked at Dave, who was smiling at her. "Yes, I love Dave, and I can give my life for him," she said, and everything she said was real. Dave had endangered his life to help her, and how could she not reciprocate? "You feel cringe?" "Well, the author here doesn't care." Grace saw her resolute looks and sensed there were no lies, so she smiled and nodded. "Well, welcome to the harem of this bastard." Grace and Frida talked to each other and started to become close. Grace found Frida to be a good woman, and her story was almost the same as hers. Grace was once the chosen hero of the goddess of death, but her life was controlled by her. However, Dave appeared and saved her, severing the connection she had with that god. On the other hand, Frida was also being plotted against by a demon on par with a god, but Dave saved her too. Dave smiled as he heard their conversation about their lives and how they met him. He said to them, "I told you, my mission in life is to save helpless, lonely, sad, sexy, beautiful, and charming women. So, if you know any sad woman, just tell me, and I'll help them reach heaven." Dave clapped his hands, and a shining godly light appeared at his back, making him look like a holy god descended from the mortal world, a living Buddha who seemed free from sin. Grace looked at him with disdain and ignored him, knowing that he was being narcissistic again. Frida looked at Dave with a weird look. If she hadn't heard about some of Dave's feats from Grace, she might have believed he was a holy person. Frida had learned many things about him, like how many women he had in his space world. She was shocked, but Grace pulled her, and they entered the space world to show her everything. Grace had the token, which allowed her to enter and leave the space world. Dave gave every woman of his a token, knowing it could be their escape tool someday if they encountered danger, and he was far from them. Dave was now alone with Draco again, so he smiled bitterly, took Draco, and played with him. Draco was adorable and playful, but when he got serious, he was more terrifying than other monsters. His bloodline was a pure dragon bloodline, and if the Dragon Clan learned about it, they would surely try to catch Draco to steal his bloodline or treat him as their next god of dragons. Of course, Dave was not afraid of dragons, as they should be the ones afraid of him, considering he had the skilled Dragon Slayer. After playing for a while, he teleported back to his villa to rest while waiting for his clones to find some interesting things, or for Lucy, who was traveling to the Moon Shadow Clan. The Moon Shadow Clan sent representatives to the banquet, beautiful girls who wanted his autograph. Dave liked to laze around now, and he could create many clones to let them do anything they wanted. If they found something interesting, they would notify him. As he rested on the sofa, hugging Draco, he heard the maid calling for him. "Young master, the princess of the royal clan is here and asking for your audience," the maid said, blushing and unable to help but look at Dave's abs. Dave was stunned but told the maid to let them enter. Right now, he was only wearing shorts and was topless, with the design of his shorts similar to what he wore in his previous life on Earth. He was too lazy to wear ancient and long clothes, so when he was in his house or resting, he preferred to wear something else. It was well fitted, and his long dragon was creating a bump in his shorts, even though it was asleep. Despite thinking of changing clothes, he decided not to because he was too lazy to move and feeling a bit sleepy. His sin of sloth was starting to dominate, and he didn't even realize it. His mood was changing rapidly, and all he wanted was to sleep. Suddenly, the maid led 3 people into the room, consisting of a beautiful woman and 2 young men who wore the insignia of the royal clan. The woman was stunning, and Dave knew her name. She was Wendy Royal, the royal princess of the clan. Despite being the youngest princess, she was the most talented among all of the emperor's children. Already an imperial saint emperor at only 200 years old, Dave could sense that she was even stronger than she appeared. The 2 guards behind her were also at the same realm as the princess, but Dave didn't flinch or fear them. After leading them into the room, the maid left. The princess was stunned when she saw Dave's outfit, and her attention was drawn to a huge bulge in his shorts, distracting her, despite her strong mental power. The guards behind her were all handsome and strong, and one of them couldn't help but shout, "Young Master Dave, please wear a decent outfit. It's a shameful thing for our princess." The person who stepped up was named Allison, one of the commanders of the royal guards. He was slightly shorter than Dave but still handsome and attractive. He secretly had a crush on the princess and envied Dave's handsome face and status, and now he found a way to shout at him. Though Dave's attire and behavior were shameful, Allison also felt envy when he saw the size of the bulge in Dave's pants. Dave looked at the man who shouted at him with a smile and said, I never thought that I would be shouted at in my own residence. How do you want to die?" Dave's smile disappeared, and his words were serious. The princess and the 2 soldiers were stunned by Dave's response, but they saw the lazy look in his eyes, as if he didn't treat them with any care. Allison was about to get angry and reply, but the princess stopped him and bowed to Dave, apologizing. "I am deeply sorry for the imprudence of my soldier. He didn't know what he is doing, and I hope that young Master Dave will forgive our interruption of your rest." She was embarrassed to look at Dave, but she realized they were the ones who sought his audience, and what he wanted to wear was not something they could change as he was in his own residence and appeared to be resting comfortably before they arrived. She also didn't expect that Dave would react so strongly and could sense that he was serious about his threat towards Allison. She knew how strong Allison was, but she could see that Dave didn't fear them. Scanning the surroundings, she didn't see any hidden guards coming to protect him, so she understood that Dave was confident in his power. Dave looked at her lazily and scanned her body without a care for others. Allison was angry to see Dave's lecherous eyes, and he wanted to attack him without even caring about the consequences. He was a commander, and he believed that he would not be punished heavily if he taught Dave a lesson. Despite their age difference, with Dave being much younger, he showed no respect even to the princess. Wendy was also stunned by Dave's impolite eyes, but she didn't say anything and waited for his response. Dave didn't know their goals for visiting him, but he was too lazy to care about them. There was also this imprudent, irritating dog behind the princess, and he wanted to kill him. He could kill them in a second, so as long as they made a wrong move, they could not leave this place alive. He was just lazing around, and they tried to seek his audience. He gave them a chance, but there was this licking dog. Dave scanned the princess and smiled, saying, "Oh, definitely an E-cup. Wow, I didn't expect you to like black undies." They didn't know that Dave stopped time then and checked her discreetly. He nodded, feeling that she had a good figure. The princess was stunned and didn't know what he was talking about. "What do you mean, young master?" she asked, feeling her body cold for a moment, but she saw that Dave hadn't moved. Allison felt that Dave was talking crazy things about the princess, and he couldn't restrain his anger. Dave's eyes were giving off a vibe of a lecher, making him angry. "Boy, you're so disrespectful." "You are talking to the princess," Allison said. "She is comparable to your holy son in status, and you are just the son of the holy son," Allison's added in anger. What he said was the truth. In terms of status, she was higher than Dave because she was comparable to his father's status as a holy son, but sadly, he didn't know that Dave never relied on his father's status in the Alexander clan or on others' power. Dave suddenly looked at him with a smile, then looked at the princess again and said, "Well, I already forgive him for his first offense, but not for the second time. If others knew this, they would think that I am a person who can be offended by a random Tom, Dick, and Harry." Dave smiled and looked at them calmly, not showing anger. Everyone was shocked, and they suddenly felt a strong suffocating aura that surrounded them immediately. Boom! Allison was blasted, and a huge claw pinned him to the walls, instantly destroying some parts of Dave's residence. Allison's friend, who was also a commander, was also blasted but didn't suffer many injuries, while the princess remained unharmed and in her original position. Coughing, Allison was stunned and saw a huge black dragon looking at him greedily, as if it wanted to swallow him. Draco's physical body is on par with the Imperial Saint Emperor, and when he activates his bloodline, he can fight a true saint for a shorter time. Roar! Draco roars, and it covers the whole villa. The maids are shocked, while some faint in fear. The entire villa starts to collapse, but Dave doesn't care. He is still lying comfortably on the sofa. Dave uses his energy to ensure the safety of the personnel in the villa, as they were diligently working there. Allison, Princess Wendy, is shocked. She had seen the cute dragon resting near Dave a while ago, but she didn't expect it to be terrifying. She thought it was just a baby dragon, but she didn't anticipate that the dragon's power could threaten her. She could feel in her bones how terrifying Draco, who appeared cute and silly a while ago, truly was. Draco's body can now grow to 50 meters, but he restrains it and only transforms into a 20-meter-tall dragon. Even though Wendy is strong, she can hardly detect Draco's movements, and Allison, with a robust body, finds himself pinned on the walls without the power to fight. Allison's body is almost crushed, and his hands are turned into meat paste. His condition is miserable, but Draco doesn't kill him because Dave didn't tell him to. Draco is barbaric in nature and has a hard time restraining his powers, so he accidentally crushed Allison's arms. Dave smirks and is proud of Draco's power. He remains comfortably relaxing on the sofa and says, "You can have a good meal today, Draco. An Imperial Saint Emperor meal, hee hee." Dave's words make Draco's eyes light up, and he throws Allison into the air. His huge mouth is about to swallow him, but the princess moves swiftly and saves Allison from being eaten. Swish! The princess dashes swiftly to push Allison away and escapes from being eaten. Boom! Cough! Allison is stunned and afraid when he was about to be eaten, but luckily, the princess saved him. However, he feels lost because of the princess's cold attitude, like, "Hey, I am injured, yet you just pushed me instead of catching me." Allison is blasted to the ground, but at least he is not dead and eaten alive by Draco. Wendy is a princess, and she will not hug Allison to save him because her status is sacred and higher than his. She also knows about his secret feelings for her, but she doesn't reciprocate those feelings. He should be grateful because at least she still saved his life. Roar! Draco is angry and looks at Wendy with killing intent, but Dave waves his hands and tells him to stop. Draco is confused, but he nods and goes back to his small kitten-sized form, going near Dave. Draco looks at the princess and says, "I know that you have connections with my great-grandmother, but don't think that I will care about it if someone offends me. So you want to offend me? Can you be sure you can leave this place alive?" As he says that, the princess doesn't know what to do, and Allison makes matters worse. She is angry at Allison, but she remains calm and tries to assess the situation. She feels that Dave is testing her. She was here to investigate some things from Dave, as he was very mysterious, and she tried to negotiate if he could give her the pill he gave to the matriarch for her father. She was confident that she could get at least something good from visiting him, but she didn't expect that it would lead to such a scene. Wendy looks at Dave's bored expression and says to Allison's friend, "Take Allison out of here and wait for me back in my residence." The guard is stunned, but he doesn't dare to disobey the princess. He pities Allison for being beaten like a toy, and he fears staying any longer. He is not worried about the princess's safety, as she is strong and has connections to the Alexander clan. Dave didn't stop Allison from leaving, even though he wanted to kill him. Despite not fearing the royal clan, he didn't want any problems for the matriarch. If he offended him again, it would be his fate to die because, as a demon, he wouldn't care for his life and would even fight the emperor of the royal clan. Wendy was right, he was testing the princess, and he felt that she remained calm. After the guards left the place, Dave flicked his fingers, and everything reverted back to its original state. The villa that was destroyed now stood perfectly without damage. Wendy was shocked, and her eyes couldn't believe what she saw. Time reversal, she looked at Dave with astonishment. She didn't expect him to have comprehended the law of time as well. She knew he had the law of space due to the gift he gave to the matriarch, but mastering the law of time surprised her. "What a monster," she murmured. This was the reason she refrained from attacking Dave. While she couldn't gauge his cultivation level, she sensed danger when facing him. However, she was confident in her own powers. Although she was astonished to see everything revert back to normal, she easily calmed herself and looked at Dave's composed face. Dave yawned, closed his eyes, and went back to sleep. Wendy was stunned and didn't know what to do. She felt that he didn't take her seriously, and it was the first time someone had looked down on her. She observed that Dave was really sleeping and vulnerable to an attack. "Young Master Dave, I'm here to inquire if I can buy the pill you gave to the matriarch." She decided to be straightforward to show her sincerity. Dave opened his eyes and said, "Not selling." Wendy had already guessed his answer, but she didn't expect him to reject her directly. "But, I can exchange it with some treasures from my clan, or you can enter our library." She still tried, but Dave flatly refused again. "Not interested, and I already have the token to your library." He showed her the token, and she was astonished, realizing it was genuine. She offered many things, but Dave continued to say that he wasn't interested. This started to irritate her, and her face frowned as she realized that Dave never wanted to negotiate with her. He was still lazing there and didn't even greet her formally. If it were any other man, they would be eager to talk to her, but Dave didn't care about her. She starts to doubt her own beauty. "Please treat me seriously, I'm here to make a deal, but you are so disrespectful to me." Even her calm mind started to get angry. She didn't know that Dave was playing with her and secretly sending some energy of wrath to make her angry. Dave smiled and said, "Do you think the pill I created is easy to make?" He sneered as he looked at her. The truth was, the pill was easy for him to create, but he was lazy and, with his current wealth, he didn't find anything interesting enough to motivate him. The princess didn't know what to say, knowing that concocting such a pill was challenging. The pill's grade was even at the star level, and the leader of the ancient alchemy clan had only created a one-rank star-level pill in his entire life. "What do you want?" she asked. As long as she could, she really wanted the pill because her father needed it for when he ascended to a higher plane. Her father had long reached a bottleneck, but he didn't dare to ascend, fearing the low possibility of passing the tribulation. Many powerhouses died when attempting to ascend due to being at the limit of their lifespan. After the princess told her father about the pill, he contacted Dave and promised that if she obtained the pill, he would let her enter the sacred ground of the royal clan. She had long desired to enter, and only she knew the reasons. Only the emperor and the ancestors had the right to enter the place, and if a princess or a prince entered, they would be sentenced to death, even if they were very talented. Dave smiled when he heard her words, then looked at her with a smile. "Your words are quite interesting. What if I ask you to have sex with me? Will you do it?" he provocatively suggested. As he said that, Wendy's smile disappeared, and she looked at Dave coldly. "What did you say? How dare you?" She had been tolerating Dave since she came here, but being disrespected like this was not something she could swallow. She had her pride and hated men who lusted after her body. The surroundings changed, and the whole villa atmosphere turned cold. Dave's eyes squinted as he felt a familiar aura from her body, confirming his earlier speculation. He had been teasing her to make her release her power, and now he was sure about it. Heavenly ice fragment, huh?" Dave murmured, and suddenly, Wendy attacked him, punching his face with her fist covered in ice. Boom! Dave quickly held Draco and dodged her attack. The sofa he had been lying on was destroyed, and he checked the surroundings to see that she had created a large barrier to prevent others from noticing what was happening. Dave looked at her cold face, her white eyes, and her blue hair. He was familiar with this transformation. From the looks of it, she could control the heavenly ice fragment, unlike him when he used it. He knew it was connected to her physique, the ice goddess body. He had already known her identity since he saw her at the party, but he decided to observe her first and meet her later. However, he didn't expect her to bring herself to him. Dave smiled at her and took out a black underwear from his pocket, saying, "Look, I told you that you really like black panties." Wendy, who had been angry a while ago and couldn't stop her anger to attack him, was stunned and felt cold below. She recognized the black thing Dave was holding, and it brought her shock and fear. What? She felt horror because she didn't feel his movements nor see him move. If Dave wanted to do bad things or kill her, it would be easy for him, yet he was still playing with her. "Your attainment of the law of time is deep," she said, not expecting Dave to have such a deep comprehension of the law of time. She had never felt fear in her whole life. Even in front of a true saint, she didn't feel fear, but Dave was so dangerous that her hair stood up in goosebumps. Dave shamelessly smiled and smelled the black underwear, saying, wow, it smells like lavender." Wendy saw his actions and felt angry and humiliated. She realized that Dave had removed her dress, taken her underwear, and then put her clothes back on. She felt that he had already touched her whole body, and nothing was hidden from him. "You." She pointed her finger at him, not knowing what to say. Initially, when she saw him use time reversal, she thought that his comprehension of the law of time was not deep because time reversal is relatively easy for people who comprehend the law of time or have time magic. The scope of Dave's time reversal was enough to reverse time in the whole villa, which was normal for time users. She knew that people who had a deep comprehension of time didn't exist in the immortal plane because the will of the whole immortal plane could not tolerate such individuals and would strike them down with strong lightning to eradicate them. So, even if there were people who had comprehended the time law, it was only at a middle or initial stage. She thought that Dave was only at the initial stage, but now she felt that she was wrong. She couldn't see what level Dave was at in the law of time, but it was enough to kill or defeat her. Dave saw her expression, smiled, and put the black item in his spatial world as a keepsake. "So, you finally realized why I don't fear anyone and why I never use my clan and father's status?" he asked. Wendy calmed herself and reverted to her normal look, knowing that she was not a match for him if she didn't use her trump card. She felt irritated when she saw him put her penny in his storage ring. "Give me back that thing," she said coldly, her face red but trying to control her emotions. Dave looked at her playfully and said, "No, maybe when I go to the celestial plane, I can sell this thing." Wendy was stunned and became even angrier. "Why are you doing this to me? Give back my thing," she demanded. Dave laughed and said, "Hee, I will put it in the auction and label it as the underwear of Ice Goddess, hee." As Dave said that, Wendy's expression changed, and she immediately appeared in front of Dave in an instant. "Ice extermination," she declared, placing her finger on Dave's forehead. Dave was shocked, and before he could react, a very terrifying ice erupted and covered his whole body. "What?" Dave was shocked, and in a second, he turned into an ice statue. Wendy looked at him with a calm face and said, "I don't want to do this or hurt you, but my secret must not be revealed to anyone." Her aura had changed, and it was different from the Imperial Saint Emperor she was a while ago. It was now comparable to a true saint, but this skill could only be used for a limited time, and it would exhaust her mana rapidly. She flicked her fingers, and the ice turned into fragments, and she saw Dave become dust, sighing in relief. She felt a pity and didn't know how she could explain this to everyone if others learned about Dave's disappearance. It would implicate the royal clan, but she didn't care as long as no one knew her secrets. She didn't expect Dave to know them, and she felt that her every move was being watched. She clenched her fist and said, "I'll kill you someday, Shadow God and Beelzebub." Every god was born from the will of heaven, and they were immortal and could revive, but it would take a long time. However, even though they could revive infinitely, there were still some things and skills that could completely eradicate them, like their archenemy, the demons, who could corrupt their souls and make them die completely, or if someone sealed them. Gods could not kill each other, but demons could kill them. Every god was arrogant and didn't like to team up or interact with each other. Some were friends, like the goddess of death and the goddess of life. As one of the youngest gods, she was weaker than other ancient gods because their birth was not at the same time, and she only emerged after 1,000,000,000 years after the god of shadow was born. Every god was born as celestial immortals, and some were born stronger than celestial immortals, like the holders of 10 commandments. She liked to be alone and created her own ice world, making some creatures worship her because gods need the faith of creatures to get stronger and improve further. It was the same for demons and some top creatures who surpassed the celestial immortals. They needed faith energy to improve further, So she expanded her territory and suddenly stumbled upon a destroyed domain and found a terrifying ice crystal floating in the core of the domain. She felt she was connected to it, and when she got closer, it entered her body, and she was forced to slumber for another billion years. When she woke up, she felt powerful, as if she could freeze her previous self to death. He realized the origin of the ice and was delighted because the ice was formed by a fragment of heaven's will. She became stronger, and some arrogant gods who tried to court her were frozen by her and sealed in her domain. Even though they were immortal, what could they do if they were sealed and unable to escape? She was feared by some demons and gods, until she didn't expect that the shadow god was always watching her, and she didn't realize that he was the one who found the domain where the heavenly ice was located. But he cannot get near it or he will be frozen to death. He decided to scheme against her because she was the only god who controlled every ice element, and she had stumbled upon the domain. He waited for billions of years, and he planned to enslave her using his shadow technique, but when she emerged from slumber, she became stronger than he thought, and he felt that he was no match for her, so he joined forces with Beelzebub, the demon king of gluttony, and ambushed her. Even the gods and demons were at war since the beginning of creation. Some gods had dealings with demons so that their image could be preserved when it came to certain things, or if they had the same interests. There were some gods who made deals and teamed up with demons to destroy certain domains, but they didn't let other creatures learn about it because it would destroy their image and prestige, resulting in a huge loss of their source of faith energy. The stronger demons rarely fought, and strong gods also avoided conflict, trying not to cross paths as both feared suffering severe injuries, knowing others would try to devour them if they discovered their vulnerabilities. It was the law of the jungle where the weak would be devoured, and a new king would emerge. Shadow God and Beelzebub ambushed her in her domain. If it had only been Shadow God, she could have defeated him or escaped, but he was with a demon, and on top of that, a demon king who was one of the holders of the Primordial 7 deadly sins. In the demon world, the demon king was absolute, and the power of demon lords originated from them. Their lives were in the hands of the demon king. The difference between a demon king and a demon lord was huge, like that between a dragon and an ant. With the heavenly ice fragment, she could fight some top gods and even one of the holders of the 10 Commandments, but against 2 enemies, she was suppressed. The shadow god was incredibly fast, and his domain posed a problem for her since he could restrict her movements, as everyone has a shadow. She used her full force and even burned her origin to defeat them, but the gap between her and the demon king was huge, and he only devoured all the energies she released, making himself stronger. After 5 years of fighting, she was defeated, and she asked why they teamed up just to deal with her. The shadow god explained that he knew she couldn't escape or resurrect because the demon king of gluttony could devour her and prevent her from coming back. He further explained that he would take the heavenly ice from her, and then Beelzebub would devour her to make himself stronger. It was a deal from which they both would profit, and they made a contract so that both would follow it, or else their souls would be damaged. The shadow god didn't trust Beelzebub, as demon nature was tricky, so he made a soul deal to force him to respect their agreement. After learning everything, she was about to die, but she decided to kill herself so that no one would profit from it. She used the heavenly ice and made it explode. She closed her eyes, and she didn't know what happened, but after many eons, she realized that she was resurrected in the body of a human. She gained a new identity as a princess, but she had one fragment of the heavenly ice with her, although she could still not use its full power. She didn't know what happened to Beelzebub and the shadow god, but she swore that she would kill them in the future to take revenge. The reason why she wanted to enter the sacred ground was that she felt a part of her previous body was buried there, and it still had connections with her. She wanted to enter, but her current strength was weak, and there were 10 true saints guarding the place, all of whom were her ancestors. If she could enter and merge with her previous body part, her power would leap by many levels, and she could dominate the immortal plane. She relaxed herself and decided to leave this place immediately because someone would notice it, and the death of Dave would cause a bloodbath. She could see her aunt becoming crazy and killing many people. Even though she was a god before, she respected her Aunt Matilda, and she didn't know how to face her. "Haze," she sighed, but she heard a voice behind her. "Hey! Why are you leaving so fast?" "I still have not taken your bra." She heard the voice that she had killed a while ago, and she was stunned. She looked behind her and saw Dave looking at her with a smile, and his whole body was unharmed and in perfect condition. "What?" She was shocked. She saw Dave die from her ice a while ago, but he was still alive and not even a scratch was on him. Hee, what a terrifying ice powers, as expected of the god of all ice elements. "You are so cold, and you make me feel heartache." Dave sighed and acted pitiful, but he laughed and said, "Ha, but even though you were a god before, how could you kill this demon?" Wendy looked at him with a serious face and tried to scan her surroundings. Her eyes turned wide again, and she realized something. Law of illusion. She was shocked and now realized that she was under his illusion from the start. His law of illusion was terrifying, and she suspected that it was at the perfected stage. Dave brought her a lot of shock, but she waved her hands, and a terrifying cold energy erupted, shattering his illusion. Crack. Dave was stunned when he saw his illusion domain destroyed by her ice. He could feel how terrifying her ice was, and he bet that he would suffer injuries if he was hit by it. As expected of a god, even my perfected law of illusion was destroyed. A law can be countered by another law, and his perfected law shattered, indicating her law of ice was also at the perfected stage. She sneered at him and said, "I don't know how you learned about my past, but you will not leave this place alive." She rushed towards Dave, but Dave dodged immediately and appeared behind her. "Hey!" He kissed her nape, and she was stunned and tried to punch him. Boom. Dave used his right hand to defend, but his hands turned into ice. Dave smiled and used his force to destroy his right hand to prevent the ice from entering his whole body. His hand, which was destroyed a while ago, regenerated in an instant, in perfect condition. What? Even the law of life? She was shocked and realized how terrifying Dave was. Her ice can stop regenerating powers, and she was the embodiment of ice, and with the power of the heavenly ice, it was impossible for others to escape her eyes. Who are you? She started to doubt that Dave was also a god and reincarnated like her in the immortal plane. Dave smiled and said, "Hee, you can call me the demon god." Wendy was stunned, but she sneered and said, "Who are you fooling? The demon god has been dead for so many years, and the immortal plane was not created when he died." She didn't believe him because the demon god was already dead even before she was born, and she didn't know what happened, but his death created 7 new rulers in the demon realm. Dave knew that she would not believe him, and even he didn't know if it was true. "Hee, you have hurt me so much. Looks like I need to punish you to be obedient." Dave knew that his time or space magic would be shattered by her ice if he used it. All his laws were useless in front of a god, even though she had not fully recovered her powers. But he had the ice fragment, and as long as possible, he didn't want to use it. So he decided to use his other trump card that could par the heavenly ice. "Flamey, it's your time to shine." Dave smiled and waved his hands, and a small golden flame appeared in his hands. Flamey laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, finally, this king will now show its true power. Now, tremble and kneel in front of me." Flamey laughed as he had been watching everything from the start, always floating beside Dave, able to change his size. He was itching to fight and became eager when he detected the familiar ice because he wanted to fight it. Dave flicked Flamey's forehead and said, "I didn't say that you will fight. I will just borrow your flames." Flamey was stunned, but Dave didn't let him talk as he let Flamey enter his body. Boom. Suddenly, the whole place that was cold a while ago became hot, and Dave's whole body was covered with golden flames. He was not affected because he was the master of the primordial fire, and it was his first time using it. Flamey had his own consciousness and could fight on his own, but he was just curious and tried to merge with Dave. He felt stronger than before, and coupled with his law of fire to perfection, his compatibility with Flamey was good. Wendy was stunned, and her eyes squinted as she looked at the golden fire in front of her. "A primordial fire," she said, shocked. It was the fire she had been avoiding encountering because it could harm her and weaken her ice powers. Even with the heavenly ice, she still didn't dare to face such flames, but the fire in front of her right now was weaker than she knew before. She didn't expect that Dave would possess such flames because those who had them were arrogant and treated even gods with disdain. Even the fire god failed to make one of the primordial flames submit to him. She thought that Dave might be a reincarnation of a powerhouse before he was reincarnated. Boom. Dave appeared in front of her and punched her stomach. What? Dave used his law of space and successfully hit her stomach. Boom. She was blasted to the walls and coughed blood. Her clothes, which were hit by the fire, suddenly turned into dust, leaving her whole body naked. "Oh no," she said, and immediately used her energy to create an armor to cover her body. She felt hot and suffered some burns, but she neutralized them using her ice powers. So strong. As expected of primordial flames, she realized that even as a god before, she didn't have much hope of dominating this immortal plane if such a monster like Dave existed here. She had already shown her trump card, but it was useless, and Dave could counter everything she had. "If I only merged with my previous body part," she said, and knew that she was no match for him. If Dave told his clan about her, then a war would happen. "Hey, what are you thinking?" Dave suddenly appeared behind her and punched her again. Boom. Dave didn't restrain himself and continued to beat and hit her in the face. Boom. 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 He didn't show mercy, even though she was beautiful and had tried to kill him many times. If he were weaker, he would already be dead. Boom! Wendy was blasted to the ground, and she was naked because her ice armor had melted from the heat. Cough. Wendy coughed up blood and didn't have time to think about her attire because she was now very injured and couldn't move her body. She didn't expect Dave to be brutal and not care about punching her in the face. She felt weak, and the flames were her nemesis. She knew that she was utterly defeated. She laughed bitterly as she didn't expect that the former ice god would be defeated by a human youngster. She looked at Dave, who was walking towards her slowly, and closed her eyes, deciding to use her last resort. Ice God Armageddon. Suddenly, Dave, who was walking towards her, suddenly felt danger. He felt his heart grow cold, and blood came out from his mouth. What is this? Ding. The host was affected by the skill Ice God Armageddon that can lock the soul of the target and freeze it inside. It will seethe your soul and make the target die slowly, the system warned him, and Dave's condition right now was not good. Even Flamey couldn't remove the ice because it was targeting his soul, and if he forced Flamey to enter his soul, it would damage his soul and body. Dave's handsome face looked at Wendy, who was now breathing heavily and her face was red. She looked at Dave and saw him bleeding so much, but his face was calm, as if his life was not in danger. Dave sighed and said, as expected of a god, you have a lot of trump cards. I wanted to make you join my harem without using force, but I didn't expect you to be so fierce. Dave smiled, and his smile was like that of a devil for Wendy. Then, he looked at the sky and raised both of his hands. Ice Lord mode. Dave's appearance changed in an instant. The left part of his hair turned red, while the right part became blue. One of his blue eyes also changed and turned white. His aura changed, and the fire and ice blended perfectly in his body. Dave asked the system for a solution, and it gave him an answer without payment, making him feel that the system was good today. With the heavenly ice fragment, he knew it would harm him and cause a backlash. However, with the primordial fire like Flamey, he could neutralize it and use it perfectly. Now, he could control the heavenly ice without worrying about the consequences of the skills. Wendy was shocked by his transformation, and her body was weak from losing a lot of blood. She looked at Dave with disbelief, unable to believe what she had seen. You have a part of the heavenly ice? She felt the familiar aura of the treasure and realized that Dave had the heavenly ice fragment, just like her. The skill she used a while ago would be neutralized and ineffective because his body could now accommodate the ice powers she used. Dave smiled and walked towards her slowly, and with every step, Wendy felt despair. She had reincarnated, but she didn't expect to die in the immortal plane. Dave squatted and held her chin with a smile on his face. Even though she was injured, she was still beautiful, and Dave noticed her face turning red, sensing that something was wrong with her. It's a pity for such beauty to perish, but you have tried to kill me many times, so don't blame me for being merciless. Dave put his hand on her forehead and was about to kill her when Wendy suddenly rushed to him and hugged his body. Dave was stunned, and he could feel her breathing was ragged, as if she was not in her right mind. She started kissing his neck, and Dave was bewildered, not knowing what was happening. He noticed that Wendy had no powers to fight him at the moment, so he didn't mind what she was doing. Ding! The heavenly ice fragment cannot be used without consequences. Her body is not that of a god, so if she forcefully uses the fragment of heavenly ice, her body will heat up after the duration ends, and her mind will be consumed by carnal desire. She was a former god and could use the power without consequences, but now she is in a human body. On the other hand, if a man uses the power of heavenly ice, the consequences are the same as for the host before, where the body will be devoured by the cold and fall into eternal sleep unless someone absorbs the cold from the body, the system explained while shamelessly reducing its sin point for the information. Dave now understood everything. Back then, when he used the power of the heavenly ice fragment, he lost his mind because his body was not strong enough to handle the power. Ronan had to use his primordial flame abyssal flame to stop him. After that, he was in a coma, and the girls did their best to absorb the cold with Ronan's help when he lent his fire to them. He didn't expect that the consequence of the power would be different if the user was a girl. Wendy had never been forced to use the power when she reincarnated, and it was her last resort to defeat Dave, but she didn't expect that her mind would be lost and her body would become hot. She wanted to release the heat, and Dave was the only person here, so she rushed to Dave and started kissing him. Dave didn't expect to see such an ending, as he was prepared to kill her, but this could be good, and he already had a plan in mind. He smirked and laughed evilly. As expected of me, I will fuck a goddess today. Dave laughed and waved his hands, using time law again. He reversed time, and everything reverted back to normal, and the villa became fixed again. He removed some memories of the personnel and then put them back into reality. They were confused about what happened, but they continued what they were doing. On the other hand, Dave went inside his space world and entered his room, pushing Wendy to bed, who was now touching herself. He adjusted the time here to be the same as the Tower of Trials. Dave took off all of his clothes and then went near her. She rushed to him and kissed his lips, and Dave kissed her back. His hands were squeezing her supple, large breasts, and she moaned in pleasure. Dave kissed her while playing with her body, and Wendy moaned from time to time. After playing for 10 minutes, he decided to let this god taste a heavenly huge dick as her punishment. He pinned her down and let her face the bed. He positioned his cock in her entrance, and he used his hands to squeeze her ass and make him see the full view of her baby cat. He can see that it was now red due to lust, and he smiled and felt proud of himself. Today, this demon will taste a god. Dave pushed his cock inside her cave and Wendy cried in pain, but she also feels pleasure. Wendy moaned and Dave didn't care even though the blood was covering his cock and continued to plow her from behind. Plack. 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 Dave holds her hair and continues to fuck her roughly. The sound of flesh colliding makes Dave more excited and continues to fuck her. He found good inside her and her moans were like a beautiful chant to hear. After an hour, he released all of his loads inside her, but Wendy was still under the influence of lust, so he decided to try the back door. He put his finger first to make it loose a little, as his cock will destroy her ass if he didn't do that. After a minute, he pushed his cock inside her ass and Wendy moaned in pleasure. More, she unconsciously said, and Dave followed her. He starts moving his hips and plows her non-stop. Plack. 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 Wendy was in the state of pleasure, and she had come a lot of times. She was still energetic, and Dave finally found someone who can last longer. They were now having sex for a day, but Wendy can still go on, and it brought shock to Dave. Dave can last longer, so he didn't mind and tried a lot of positions. He fucked her mouth, cave, and ass non-stop, and Wendy's whole body was covered by his semen, but Dave cleaned her and then continued the passion. Wendy was wild and Dave was wilder, and he never stopped even for a minute. He continues to plow her. It was not without a purpose. It was to absorb the heavenly ice fragment inside her and to strengthen his ice power. He plans to collect all of the heavenly ice fragments, and it can make him stronger with his primordial flame. 3 days, 7 days, 2 weeks, 1 month, 6 months. Dave was plowing Wendy continuously for 6 months, and it was the longest time he had sex with someone. But he was still energized and can go for many years. He was a sex machine, and even if a world collapsed, he can still go on. Wendy, on the other hand, slowly regained her consciousness and realized what they are doing, but her body was acting on its own and she cannot do anything about it. Dave had almost tried so many positions and he cummed so many times. If he collects all of the semen he released, he can fill a whole drum. Dave had already absorbed the heavenly ice fragment, but he didn't stop because Wendy was still suffering in the backslash, and if he stopped, she will die permanently. After the long battle that lasted for 9 months, Dave realized that Wendy had now recovered her mind, but she could not move her body due to the swelling she had suffered. Right now, all of her mana and energy were drained to the bottom, and she could only look at Dave with a helpless and angry expression. She became aware of what was happening 6 months ago, but Dave didn't care and continued to have his way with her and play with her. Even though she wanted to resist, her body acted on its own. She realized that she suffered the backlash of forcing herself to use the heavenly ice fragment. Right now, she could not feel the fragment anymore, but luckily, some of its powers had been integrated into her body, allowing her to still use the power of heavenly ice. She could only accept her fate because she had lost, and now she had become a sex toy for Dave. She had remained untouched even when she was a god and rejected a lot of men, but she didn't expect that a young man would take her first time. As a god who had looked down upon many creatures, she was unwilling, but she had to accept the fact that she had now become a toy for Dave, and her fate was sealed in his hands. She didn't know if she could still be alive, or if Dave would let her go. Before Dave finished their session, he even shoot all his load all over her face, leaving her feeling very humiliated and angry. Dave leaned on the side of the bed and looked at Wendy, who was full of resentment towards him. He had punished her for 9 months, and it was enough to create a baby, but as the Lord of Lust, he could control his semen and not make someone pregnant. He looked at Wendy and said, "I applaud you for being the one who lasted with me the longest. You should be proud. As expected of a god, you taste different." Dave laughed, and both of them were naked in the bed. Wendy was now being hugged by Dave from behind, but she could not move her body and could only feel his dragon behind her. "Shut up," Wendy shouted, feeling ashamed, but she knew that her life was now tied to Dave. She didn't know that Dave had tried to enslave her, but he almost suffered a backlash because her soul was very bright, the brightest he had ever seen in his entire life. The system warned him because the soul of a god comes from the will of heaven, so a weak creature in front of heaven will suffer a backslash if they try to enslave a god. He didn't want to kill her because she could resurrect again, so the only way was to keep her by his side. Wendy also didn't want to resurrect again because she didn't want to wait for many years, and her enemies were becoming stronger year by year while she was still struggling in the immortal plane. She didn't know what to do. Time to go back. Wendy was stunned and saw Dave smiling at her. He stood up and used water law to clean her and dressed her. He wiped her face with care as if he was not a sex demon a while ago. She could not move, so he could do anything he wanted. After fixing her clothes, he took the food the maids in the mansion had prepared and made her eat. She was now immortal, and she didn't have the energy to supply her body, so she needed to eat. Wendy didn't expect him to be caring, and his every move was filled with gentleness. Dave had a hard time feeding her because she refused to eat, but he took his time, and she heard her stomach growling, and her face turned red, but she still ate the food in the end. She now felt a little bit better, and Dave used life law to heal her bottom as she could not even walk. She was confused by his actions, and Dave carried her. She saw him wave his hands, and both disappeared from the place. She subconsciously closed her eyes as she felt the void for a moment, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a familiar place where Dave and Wendy had fought. She was stunned and saw Dave still hugging her. Dave scanned the whole Alexander domain and finally saw the target place. He opened the void again and appeared in a room. The smell here was very feminine, and the walls were painted blue. Wendy was stunned, and she didn't expect that Dave would bring her back to the room given by her Aunt Matilda. She saw Dave put her down on her bed and look at her with a smile. "You are now free," Dave said, and Wendy was stunned as she didn't know what he was thinking. "Really? What if I tell others what you did to me?" She didn't expect Dave to let go of her, even though she was the one who had tried to kill him many times. Dave laughed and said, "Well, it's okay. I am not the one who will lose reputation." Wendy was stunned for a moment but knew he was right. It was a disadvantage of being a woman. If a man told that he had sex with a woman, others felt it was normal. But if it was a woman who publicized that she had sex with a man, they would think that she was loose and didn't care about dignity. "What if I take revenge for what you did to me? You know that I hate you to the bones right now. You also know my origin," she said as she could not believe that Dave would let go of her, but Dave only smiled at her and didn't care about her words. "Well, I don't care about your revenge, nor am I afraid of your revenge in the future. Even if you regain your powers as a god, you still cannot change the fact that you are now mine," Dave said shamelessly, and Wendy retorted, "Who told you that I am yours? How thick-skinned are you?" Dave laughed and kissed her lips without giving her time to react. He kissed her for 5 minutes, and Wendy's face turned red due to shame, and her breathing was ragged. After their lips departed, Dave licked his lips and said, "You also kissed me back, so whom do you belong to?" Dave laughed, and teasing a god was a good experience for him. Wendy was ashamed, but she realized that she didn't feel disgusted towards Dave kissing her, and she almost lost her mind again as she also kissed him back. It was because her body was used to kissing him when she was still under the backlash of the power of ice, so she could not resist Dave's lips or advances. She hated this feeling, and she could recover her energy if she rested for a week. Dave saw her red face, so he looked at her with a playful smile and said, "Well, it was a long journey, but our fate will intersect again. See you, my lovely Wendy." Dave put a black box on her bed, then waved his hands and instantly disappeared from Wendy's room. Wendy was stunned and looked at his departing figure, feeling lost. She didn't expect him to really let go of her. Dave returned to his villa and saw 2 women chatting on the sofa with a cute baby dragon eating near them. He had remained in the space world for 9 months, and 3 days had already passed in the immortal plane. When Dave appeared, Draco rushed to him and hugged him. Dave patted Draco's head and gave him food he had stored specially for this gluttonous dragon. Grace and Frida looked at Dave with a smile and greeted him. "Where did you go?" Grace asked, as she couldn't find Dave even in the space world, and she couldn't contact him. Frida had also been worried for 3 days because she hadn't seen him, but Grace assured her that Dave would be safe and he was hard to kill. Grace fully trusted his capabilities, while Frida didn't know much about him, so it was natural for her to worry. Dave smiled and said, "I did many jobs." Grace and Frida were stunned and looked at him weirdly. "Job? You are even wealthier than the elders in the clan, yet you found a job? You can do nothing and live until the end of your lifespan without working," Grace said skeptically. Dave smiled mischievously and replied, "What do you know? Since I was a kid, I wanted to try many jobs. In the 3 days I was gone, I became a plumber, astronaut, teacher, policeman, doctor, and many more. You know it was tiring, but for the sake of world peace, I must sacrifice my body," Dave continued. As soon as Dave finished speaking, Grace threw a chair at him, but he merely smiled, and the chair stopped mid-air. With a flick of his fingers, it returned to its original position. Dave laughed as Grace still didn't believe him. "Hey, Why so violent? Do you want me to teach you to be obedient again? Dave teased. Grace sneered at him and said, "You shameless stinky man, I smell a different fragrance on you, and it belongs to a woman." Frida looked skeptical as she approached him and sniffed his clothes. You were with another woman while we were worrying about you." Looking at Frida with a playful smile, Dave ignored their remarks and hugged her, kissing her neck. "Don't worry, I will spend many days with both of you." Grace was stunned and took out the token, as if to escape, but it was futile against him, the owner of the space world. Frida was also stunned, but she could only smile and miss Dave, so she didn't resist. "Draco, it's bad for kids," Dave said, concerned for the little dragon. Draco, who was eating happily, heard Dave's words and felt a familiar place. He realized that he was in the Tower of Trials again. "Nani?" Dave spent 2 days with Frida and Grace, and everyone didn't care about anything else but let the pleasure and warmth continue. After satisfying them, he stood up and decided to visit his grandmother. Right now, Ronan sent him a message that the supplies they could bring were not enough as Eldritch's production of pills was rapid, and they could not focus on their assassination. Dave didn't blame them even though Ronan was blaming himself and asked for forgiveness because he realized the problem. The assassin organization Ronan built had grown, and it now had many members. Yet, it was still not enough because Eldritch is an alchemy emperor, and creating pills is just a matter of seconds for him. Since he was in the clan, he decided to ask the matriarch if the clan could supply him with resources, and he would let Eldritch's students teach alchemy in the alchemy hall of the Alexander clan once a month. He believed that his grandma would not reject his request, and he could also help the clan in terms of alchemy attainments. He received news from Eldritch that he had good seedlings in the space world, and one of the best students was a woman from the Phoenix clan in the Beast's world. She was good at controlling fire and had an exceptional ability to memorize everything he was teaching. She had been under Eldritch's teaching for many months because of the time difference, and she could be considered an alchemy master if she enters the immortal world. Being taught by the alchemy emperor himself is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the matriarch's residence, Matilda was sitting in her chair, scanning the necklace Dave had given her. She felt a calm and cooling sensation from it. She had been stressed for many days because she had not beaten her son, Lucio, who was taken by Lucian into the ancestral grounds, while her lovable grandson, Lucas, was practicing and refining his bloodline in the ancestral pool. Dave had also not visited her after her birthday, and she was now feeling lonely and bored. Suddenly, a maid told her that Dave was outside and asking to meet her. Matilda smiled and rapidly prepared herself to meet her cute great-grandson. Dave met Matilda, and she hugged him tightly. Even though he was strong, he didn't resist as he felt his great-grandmother's love for him. After convincing her to let go, he decided to tell her about his plans straightforwardly. Matilda listened to her grandson as he asked her for a favor. After hearing him out, she was shocked and felt like she was the one asking for a favor. "Are you sure?" she asked Dave, not doubting him because her grandson didn't need to lie to her, and his attainment in alchemy was the best she had ever seen. She didn't expect that he had a subordinate who was also an alchemy master, and he would let her teach everyone in the clan who wanted to learn alchemy in exchange for the clan supplying him with the resources needed for alchemy. The clan was very rich, and if he were not from this clan, he might have already invaded the treasury. Since the clan was the richest and strongest clan in the immortal plane, it could provide him with a lot of herbs and materials Eldritch needed. Matilda's voice was absolute in the clan, so she didn't need to ask and invite the elders to discuss the plan. She easily agreed to her grandson's proposal, and Dave even said that he would give the clan 10% of the pills they make. Such a proposal was shocking, and even the elders, when they learned about this, would not refuse or obstruct her decision. She was happy and felt proud of her grandson for thinking about the development and strengthening of the clan. The next day, the matriarch sent a lot of materials to Dave, and he assigned one of his subordinates to stay in the clan and give him a token so he could personally deliver the goods inside. The person was the leader of the Fenrir clan, and Dave didn't need to worry about him betraying him or revealing his secrets because he had control over him. The Fenrir clan leader was now an imperial lord, but with Dave backing him, people from the Alexander clan would not offend him. Dave also personally met the Phoenix woman who was Eldritch's student. Her name was Fraylin, and she was not only talented in alchemy but also a genius in combat. She was the princess of the Phoenix clan and was very excited when she met him. Upon hearing that she was entrusted with a mission by the Lord of the Space World, Fraylin swore to do the job wholeheartedly. Dave explained that after a year of teaching people there, her role would be switched with other students if she decided to stop, and he didn't force her. She nodded, feeling that Dave was very considerate, and her reverence for him rose even higher. He talked with Eldritch, who said that he had given Fraylin a lot of pills that could help her in times of danger. Dave also left a mark on her so that he could appear instantly to save her if she faced any danger. Since she might be targeted by others to steal her knowledge, safety was a must. He would not let his subordinates suffer. After that, he introduced her to the matriarch and then brought her to the alchemy hall of the Alexander clan. The matriarch introduced her in front of everyone. Even though she looked young, no one dared to offend or underestimate her because they heard that she was a subordinate of young Master Dave, and her alchemy attainment must also be impressive. Dave found Stella and talked with her, then told her that if she wanted to become better in alchemy, he would help her and bring her to Eldritch. Stella was stunned but agreed, as her goal in life was to become an alchemy master. Dave took her inside his space world, and Stella was shocked to see the developed place that was Dave's own world. He introduced her to many things and told Eldritch to personally teach his grandmother, Stella. Eldritch nodded and was even polite to Stella because she was his master's grandmother. After fixing the issue, he went back to the villa and learned that Grace had gone back to the tower to train, and he was now alone with Frida. Frida told Dave about her worries regarding the engagement, so Dave decided to help her and let everyone know that she was his woman. Dave easily tore through the void and appeared in a certain domain. With his perfected law of space, tearing space and reaching other domains was as easy as eating food. As long as he knew the coordinates, he could reach the place. Frida coordinated with him, and both appeared outside the domain of the Fritz clan. Dave planned to create trouble, so he didn't even hide their presence. When they appeared, the guards guarding the entrance to the domain were stunned, but they saw Frida and recognized her. She was now wearing a veil again, and she liked to wear it even though her curse was now gone. Dave told her that she didn't need to use it, but she insisted as she didn't want to create more trouble because of her beauty. The guards bowed to her and greeted her. Holy daughter. They were stunned but confused about the identity of the handsome man beside her, and he was even hugging her waist, making them look like a couple. Frida nodded and led Dave to enter the domain. The guards didn't stop them and let them enter the Fritz domain. Swoosh. Dave appeared in a city and saw that the place was good and the buildings were tall, as if he was in New York. There were a lot of strong individuals, and he scanned everything in the domain instantly and realized that they were much weaker than the Alexander clan. He had even infiltrated the deepest part of this domain and counted all the numbers of their true saints. TSK, only 8 true saints, Dave said, and Frida was stunned by his words. She asked about it, and Dave explained, leaving her astonished, as she didn't expect her clan to have so many true saints. But for Dave, they were few. He had scanned the Alexander clan and detected hundreds of true saints living in the ancestral grounds, while some were blending in with the commoners and selling items. When they both appeared, it caused a commotion because it was rare to see their holy daughter near a man. She had a bad reputation, but they had never seen her with a man before. She happily introduced Dave to many places, and it became their date. How hateful. That bitch and that Dave, I'll kill them both. Winston was angry when he heard the news that Dave and Frida appeared in public and were even flirting inside their domain. He heard a lot of sneers coming from his friends because almost everyone learned about the news, and one of his rivals sent him a gift, a green hat. He was so angry and about to explode. He knew about the terror of Dave from his protector's words, but he was unwilling. Now that he was in his own domain, why should he be afraid? So what if you are strong? I, the holy son of the Fritz clan, am not someone who easily backs down. He took out a black token with the design of a dagger. He had received this token from his grandpa, the Supreme Elder, who said that if he needed to assassinate someone, he could use this token, and their success rate was 100%. His grandpa explained that he got this token when he offered some information to that organization, and he could enjoy their service as long as he paid them money. He smirked and laughed out loud. Today is the day of your death. Dave, who was eating with Frida in a fancy restaurant, suddenly received a report from Ronan. When he read the report, he laughed, and Frida looked at him with a questioning expression. Dave didn't answer her and said, "Interesting, someone wants to assassinate the master, hee hee." He was not afraid of any assassination, but he felt that Winston's luck was bad, and he chose the organization he had created. Next Dave sent his reply to Ronan and then looked at Frida with a smile, saying, "A head will be delivered later to your Supreme Elder." Frida was stunned and didn't know what he was saying, but she didn't care. Dave created a barrier because Frida didn't want her face to be seen by anyone while they were eating. On Dave's floating castle, the main base of the assassin organization Dave had created was traveling to many worlds and creating terror due to their successful assassination missions. Their services were sought by many clans. Some tried to locate their base but failed to find it, and most of them died because the mysterious leader of the organization killed so many Imperial Saint Emperors. Garganta received a mission from Ronan, and when he read the report, he was stunned, and anger seethed in his eyes. How dare this shit try to assassinate the master? He must be courting death. He had received news personally commanded by Dave, so he prepared instantly and went to the core of the floating castle, where he saw many space portals. Dave had sent some Space Worm members inside his floating castle to create portals of many domains, making their travel faster and more efficient. The castle had traveled to many domains and marked their coordinates, and the Space Worm members were very efficient, creating thousands of portals easily. Inside the main hall of the Fritz clan, many high officials were present, and the Patriarch was leading the meeting. The son of Lucas was here and even flirting with our holy daughter. Will we just tolerate it? Yeah? It was like slapping the face of our clan. Does he not regard our clan in his eyes? The holy daughter must also be punished as she was engaged to young Master Winston, but she went for another man. The voices of the elders could be heard, but the Patriarch shouted and made them quiet. Shut up HMMP, do you know the power of that young man and his history? His talent in alchemy was highly regarded even by people from the ancient alchemy clan, and we suspect that he has a terrifying master. He was also favored by Matilda, and he is the direct lineage of Lucien. Do you want our clan to be destroyed? As he said that, everyone became quiet and didn't expect Dave to have such a background. They had just heard that he was the son of Lucas, the holy son of the Alexander clan. Also, no one has ever seen his real capabilities. Even one of the true saints who is observing him now cannot feel his cultivation. As the Patriarch, he chose the safer approach, doing it for his daughter because he heard from his men that she was happy with the young man and even laughing. He had never seen his daughter so happy, and he decided in his heart to support what she wants. HMMP, you are becoming cowardly day by day, Francis. You don't deserve to be the Patriarch. The elders were stunned when they heard the voice and realized the Supreme Elder appeared in front of them. The elders greeted him with politeness while Francis looked at the old man in front of him coldly. Fuck you. You think I care about your old bones? This occurrence was normal, as the Patriarch and the Supreme Elder always cursed each other and fought, but they didn't fight to the death as they still thought the best for the clan. The Supreme Elder is like an uncle to the Patriarch, but their relationship was destroyed because of the involvement of Frida and Winston. He felt that he owed his daughter a lot and experienced pain seeing her suffer from the curse, but he could not do anything, even though he was the one who was at the peak of the immortal plane, ruling over many planets and domains. The Supreme Elder was angered by his words, and both cursed and spit each other for an hour. The elders smiled bitterly, but they could only watch from the sidelines. After cursing and occasionally punching each other, both had bruises on their faces, but they acted like nothing had happened and continued the meeting. Humph, this old man will take revenge for my grandson, and you cannot stop me, the Supreme Elder declared, determined to help his beloved grandson. Francis's eyes turned cold, and he said, "You want to bring the clan to demise? You don't deserve to be the Supreme Elder." He sent his words back to the Supreme Elder and finally felt like he had his revenge. The Supreme Elder sneered, didn't reply, and disappeared from the place. Francis's head was full of a headache, but he continued the meeting with the other elders. However, he decided to warn his daughter and the young man. The Supreme Elder named Marquand Fritz appeared in his grandson's residence. His cold face changed into a warm smile as he approached Winston's room. "Winston, your grandpa is here," he said with a smile, but he felt that something was odd. He smelled the scent of blood, and his face changed as he rushed to Winston's room. Boom! He punched the door and was horrified to see his grandson's head decapitated. Winston's body was full of injuries as if he had suffered severe torture before being killed and beheaded. His head was inside a transparent glass, and the Supreme Elder could see the horrified look on his grandson's face before he died. "Arg!" he shouted, and his roar covered the entire Fritz domain. The Patriarch, who was still inside the clan with the other elders, was stunned, and everyone didn't know why the Supreme Elder shouted like that. Even though Francis and Marquand fought frequently, he had never been this angry before. What happened? Everyone wondered, shocked and horrified by the Supreme Elder's rage. Meanwhile, Dave, who was sitting in the room they rented, smiled and looked below him with a grin. Frida was giving him a blowjob, and though she was confused about why the Supreme Elder had shouted like that, she didn't mind and continued what she was doing. She had become used to this behavior because of Dave's shameless teaching, and she realized that Dave's load had many benefits for her body. Dave caressed her hair and said, "The Fritz domain will be chaotic for a longer time, hee hee." A terrible piece of news swept through the whole Fritz clan. The Holy Son, Winston Fritz, was assassinated by an organization that is now making a name for itself in the whole immortal plane. "Did you hear why the Holy Son died?" asked one person. "Yeah, I heard that he didn't pay the assassins, and he owed them a lot of debt. So, they killed him, decapitated his head, and left a note," replied another. "What's written on the note?" someone inquired. "I heard it's a challenge note, stating that they will invade the treasury of the Supreme Elder to collect the debt owed by the Holy Sun. Many people were talking in the streets, and the news was deliberately spread by Garganter. Garganter is a protagonist-type character, and his journey with Ronin made him stronger. He was only at the Imperial Emperor level, one realm below the late Holy Sun, Winston. However, being an assassin doesn't require fighting fairly. He learned a lot of techniques from Ronin, who mastered numerous tricks in killing enemies and torturing them. The news that they would invade and rob the Supreme Elder's domain was ordered by Dave since he was the one who would personally carry out the act, as Garganter's level was not sufficient for such a task. This action would also serve as a stepping stone to showcase the terrifying capabilities of their assassin organization. "I'll kill them," shouted Marken, the Supreme Elder, consumed with anger. He had wanted to keep the news hidden to avoid bringing shame to his family, but someone had spread the news, making him realize that the enemy was still within their domain. He commanded the entire domain to be locked down in order to search for the most suspicious person. He had given the token to his grandson, thinking he could use it in the future, but he didn't expect that it would lead to his grandson's death. Although he knew his grandson was mischievous, he didn't know if the accusations made by the assassins were true, but he decided to hunt them down. He had a feeling that Dave was responsible, but he lacked evidence, and Francis advised him not to act rashly. Accusing Dave would be akin to accusing the entire Alexander clan, known for their aversion to engaging in shady acts against their enemies. They preferred facing their adversaries directly, without fearing anyone. Feeling helpless as a true saint, Marken was well aware of the strength of the Alexander clan, especially their current patriarch, a true monster compared to the previous patriarchs of the clan. Lucien was stronger than any other true saint he had ever seen. Marken personally witnessed Lucien slaying a demon that had terrorized many realms, all with just one move. Even when Lucien was merely an imperial emperor, he had fought against 5 true saints and managed to escape safely while also injuring 2 of them. Upon becoming a true saint himself, Marken knew Lucien hunted down those who had opposed him in the past. One of his targets came from the Fang clan, and Lucien's actions created chaos within the clan, forcing the ancestors to compromise and hand over the individual. Marken also knew of Matilda's terrifying power, and he wasn't sure if he could win against her. She was the only one who could make Lucien back down. "Fuck, the Alexanders," Marken cursed in frustration. He hated Dave, but he could only vent his anger on the assassin. Meanwhile, Dave looked at Garganter, whose body had now grown to 3 meters tall. Garganter knelt before Dave with reverence, his aura much stronger than before. Dave could feel his killing intent had intensified, and he applauded Garganter for his diligence. Dave informed Garganter that he could now go back, but he gave him some pills to help increase his cultivation. Likewise, Frida, an Imperial Saint King, was close to breaking through to the Imperial Saint Emperor level due to the pills he had given her. Frida expressed her desire to visit her father, and Dave nodded, deciding to stroll through the streets, intending to further tease the Supreme Elder. The guards, aware of Frida's presence, didn't dare to stop them, as they had been instructed by the Patriarch not to offend Dave. In a public display, Dave held Frida's hand, a significant insult to the Supreme Elder, given that their holy son was dead. It was a clear message, a slap in the face to the Supreme Elder, who was likely seething with anger. Inside the Patriarch's residence, Frida hugged her father, and she felt the weight of the time they had spent apart. She was no longer wearing her veil, but her father didn't flinch when he looked at her, even though he knew about the curse she had. Frida smiled and explained that her curse was now gone, thanks to Dave's help. Francis was overjoyed, and tears welled up in his eyes as the burden of the curse that had weighed heavily on his heart for so many years was finally lifted. He was immensely thankful and grateful to Dave for this. Francis found Dave pleasing to the eye, and he could see the genuine happiness in his daughter's smile as she told him stories about Dave, almost as if she had reverted to her childhood days. When Francis first saw Dave, he was astonished by his handsome appearance, but he also felt a sense of danger when facing him. He wasn't sure if it was just his perception or if he was hallucinating, but Frida assured him not to offend Dave because he was much stronger than he appeared. The Patriarch prepared a party for the two, inviting many friends without caring about the Supreme Elder's feelings. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Elder's residence, frustration and anger boiled within him. He cursed Francis for having the audacity to host a party during such a chaotic time, seeing it as a tease directed at him. Feeling panicked, the Supreme Elder gathered all his treasures and wealth in one place to safeguard them. He hid them in a location with numerous formations, inviting many elders and friends to help guard them. The challenge stated that they would act tonight, and the Supreme Elder didn't doubt their resolve, knowing that their reputation was on the line. Failure would be catastrophic for their reputation. Dave enjoyed a drink with the Patriarch, Francis, and observed the strong fatherly love he had for Frida. It was evident that Francis doted on his daughter and was willing to oppose even the Supreme Elder for her sake. The bond between the two was heartwarming to witness. During their conversation, Dave took out a special wine he had obtained from Tracy. He mentioned that the wine was created by the Dwarf King and was incredibly potent. Just one sip could knock out a strong person, and even a true saint would immediately faint. However, it also had beneficial effects on the body, making those who consumed it stronger. Dave proposed a toast to everyone present, and in just a minute, they were all lying on the ground, completely intoxicated. Even Frida, known for her strength, was soundly asleep. Dave chuckled as he observed her red, flushed face due to the effects of the strong wine. He then gently carried her back to her room and ensured she was comfortable before smiling and looking at the moon. "Now, it's time to act," Dave said to himself. He put on a black mask and changed into an attire that was pure jet black, concealing his identity. With a determined gleam in his eye, Dave was ready for what lay ahead. "Are you sure he will come?" one guard asked another. "He will surely come, or else they will lose face," the second guard replied confidently. "Humph, even if they are strong, how can he escape with so many people?" "The weakest here is an Imperial Saint Emperor, and we have 3 true saints," a third guard chimed in. The guards were stationed near a secret room where all of the Supreme Elder's wealth was stored. Numerous strong formations protected the room, capable of injuring even a true saint if they attempted to enter forcefully. Other people were hiding in the shadows, waiting for the ambush. Little did they know that Dave had effortlessly entered the room using his space law attainment. He easily bypassed the formations and examined the contents of the room, only finding a few spirit stones and some weak treasures. Dave realized that the Supreme Elder had used this room as a decoy, and his true wealth must be hidden elsewhere. Where is it? Dave pondered, scanning the area. His eyes caught sight of a secret room hidden below the ground near the residence of the Supreme Elder. With a smirk, he disappeared from the location, using his spatial abilities to move swiftly. Dave reappeared in front of many people, but they neither saw nor felt his presence. He silently counted the number of people waiting to ambush him, totaling 50 in number. He found it amusing that the Supreme Elder had gathered such a massive force. Since Dave was in a different dimension, they could not see him unless they also possessed the law of space. He flicked his fingers and activated his sin of greed, a power that remained hidden from the unsuspecting crowd. Avaricious grasp. The user's hands become imbued with the essence of greed, granting them unparalleled dexterity and manipulation of objects. They can effortlessly snatch treasures and valuables, even from great distances, as their hands possess an irresistible attraction to wealth. The user's touch also has the power to transmute objects into precious treasures. By coming into contact with ordinary items, they can turn them into valuable artifacts or materials, instantly increasing their worth. Dave, using his sin of greed, efficiently stole everyone's treasures without them realizing it. He held many spatial rings in his hands, laughing madly. Though he didn't really need their wealth, he enjoyed making them feel horrified. However, he noticed some panties among the stolen items and was surprised to find that the Supreme Elder had such interests. In a jesting manner, Dave decided not to steal the panties, acknowledging the Supreme Elder as a fellow man of culture. After collecting everything from the guards, Dave appeared in front of the real location of the Supreme Elder's treasures. He effortlessly bypassed the formations and found a vast array of spirit stones and treasures lying on the ground. He decided to use his sin of greed again and collected everything, marveling at the richness of the Supreme Elder's treasure. Dave had a plan for this wealth. He intended to support many poor families in need. Robbing the rich to help the poor had become his life's goal. "Haze, I am poor so I will help myself." The night passed, and chaos ensued among the guards as they discovered that all their treasures had disappeared without a trace. Even the true saints were not spared, as all their spatial rings had been taken. When the Supreme Elder heard the news, he was stunned and immediately rushed to his treasure location. To his shock, everything was gone, except for his collection of panties. Frustration and fear engulfed him as he realized that his entire accumulation of wealth had vanished before his eyes, despite him guarding the place outside. Roaring in anger and frustration, the Supreme Elder vowed to hunt down every member of the assassin organization responsible for the heist. His roar echoed throughout the domain, causing commotion and spreading the news to everyone. The people were shocked and amazed by the audacity of the assassin organization to steal the Supreme Elder's treasures without him knowing. Some even gloated at the Supreme Elder's misfortune, and the roar was so powerful that even some ancestors who were sleeping in the sacred tomb were awakened. Francis was stunned by the news he heard the next day, and he didn't expect to get drunk and fall unconscious. He assumed Dave and his daughter must be resting, as he didn't see them around. Upon learning that the thief had successfully stolen the Supreme Elder's treasures, Francis couldn't help but find the culprits more pleasing to his eyes. He felt a sense of amusement and decided to taunt the Supreme Elder about the situation. As he walked to the main hall, he saw the Supreme Elder kneeling on the ground, and to his astonishment, he recognized a familiar figure he hadn't seen for hundreds of thousands of years. "Third ancestor?" Francis exclaimed in disbelief, bowing respectfully to the ancestor. The third ancestor was a burly, muscular man who nodded in recognition. Having been asleep for many years, he didn't recognize Francis at first, but he noticed the token of the patriarch that Francis wore and learned about him from the Supreme Elder's memories. The third ancestor discovered that Francis had led the clan for thousands of years, during which the clan had prospered and become more prosperous under his leadership. The third ancestor was proud and happy to have such a capable junior. However, he also learned about the rivalry between the patriarch and the Supreme Elder. Displeased with the instability it caused within the clan, the third ancestor summoned Marken, the Supreme Elder, and punished him. He instructed Marken to enter the Dark Valley, a place for criminals, and be locked up there for 1,000 years as a form of penance. Marken begged for mercy when Francis appeared, but the third ancestor remained firm and didn't show any concern for Marken's current condition. The Dark Valley housed many strong individuals, including a terrifying prisoner who even required the intervention of the Buddhist clan to suppress the individual. The next day, news spread that the Supreme Elder had been punished by the third ancestor, who woke up from slumber and would be guarding the Dark Valley for thousands of years. The Supreme Elder didn't dare to fight back, as the third ancestor was a monster in his days and could kill the Supreme Elder in 4 moves. The third ancestor praised Francis and gave his full support to him. Every ancestor had different thoughts, and their goal was to improve the clan. The patriarch entertained the third ancestor and told him many things that had been happening lately. The third ancestor personally searched the whole domain but didn't find anyone suspicious. They couldn't see any marks of those assassins, as if they had vanished, even though they had locked down the whole domain. The third ancestor also heard about the news of Dave, but he didn't care about such a junior as long as he didn't cause trouble. Dave let Frida be alone as she wanted to spend some time with her father. On the other hand, Dave heard the news about the punishment of the Supreme Elder, and he didn't expect that one ancestor of the Fritz clan would wake up from slumber. It was one of the strongest he had seen when he scanned the whole domain. Even so, he didn't care about him and gathered information about the Dark Valley. He learned that the Dark Valley had already existed before the establishment of the Fritz domain, and even the ancestors didn't dare to enter the place because of a terrifying creature there. No one had escaped the place alive. The place was forbidden, and only prisoners were sent there to die or be tormented inside the valley. Many criminals were sent there as their punishment, and their cultivation was sealed. Dave suddenly became interested in such a place. He wanted to call Grace, but he saw that she was in a critical moment of her cultivation, so he didn't bother her. He left on his own and left a message for Frida not to worry about him. He easily tore the void and went to the location of the Dark Valley. Dave appeared outside the Dark Valley and found that he couldn't perceive what lay inside the place due to the overwhelming presence of death energy. That's why he wished he had brought Grace, and he thought Zegran might also be a suitable companion to benefit from this environment. Upon arriving, Dave sensed the presence of 5 Imperial Emperors watching for anyone entering the Dark Valley. He also detected a true saint, realizing it was the Supreme Elder. With a smile, he proceeded towards the Supreme Elder's location. Marken, the Supreme Elder, was sitting on the ground, trying to reduce the stress he felt after the death of his grandson and his punishment by the third ancestor to guard the Dark Valley for thousands of years. Though it may be like a blink of an eye for someone of his caliber, he still felt aggrieved and annoyed for not having taken revenge for his grandson yet. Just as Marken closed his eyes, he felt a terrifying energy behind him and was shocked to realize that a sword was already at his neck, piercing his skin and drawing blood. "What?" he exclaimed, startled by the sudden intrusion. "Don't move or your head will roll on the ground," a voice commanded him. The Supreme Elder heard a young voice and didn't dare to move, feeling the threat of the sword. Dave rarely used his sword, but it was eager for bloodshed, so he unleashed his black sword, which had a black slime. He decided to rename it the Extinguisher, finding it cool and fitting for his title. The sword was incredibly sharp, capable of cutting down true saints like tofu, and only its owner could wield it. It had a consciousness of its own but was still in its development stage. The black sword moved swiftly, arriving in front of the Supreme Elder and placing the blade at his neck without him even noticing. Though the Supreme Elder was a true saint, 4 realms higher than Dave, the latter knew his perfected law, particularly the law of space and time, could easily kill him. However, he chose to give his sword a taste of blood as it was thirsting for it. "Who are you?" Marken nervously asked, unable to comprehend how the person had approached him without detection. He was afraid to look behind him, knowing his head would roll if he dared to do so. He claimed he hadn't offended anyone and questioned who had the audacity to offend his clan. You can call me Dave Alexander, and I'm here to collect some debts, Dave replied with a smile, leaving Marken stunned. He never expected the person holding his life in their hands to be the youngster he had looked down upon. Why are you doing this? Do you want to start a war with our clans? Marken asked, feeling fear emanating from the sword, as if it had a thirst for killing and had already claimed the lives of billions. Dave smiled and said, your clan is not significant enough for my clan to go to war with. The patriarch alone could raise your clan to dust. But don't worry, I can spare your life if you answer my question. Marken was stunned and felt a glimmer of hope. Okay, but I hope you keep your promise. Swear it in the heavens, he insisted. Swearing in such a way would bind Dave to his word, and breaking it would bring consequences. Dave laughed inside, knowing that such a promise had no effect on a demon like him. His soul was different from others, not restricted by the will of the universe. To him, such a promise was nothing but a joke. He swears in front of Marken, making him feel relieved. Marken realized that Dave could kill him if he made any wrong moves. Dave smiled evilly and said, my question is simple and requires a logical answer. Why did the jar of sugar have ants? Marken thought Dave's question was too easy, considering his high IQ from a young age. He was known to be a genius not only in battle but also in literacy, spending time reading many books and composing poems and songs that became famous. He felt proud of his achievements, believing his IQ was higher than even some patriarchs, although his mind had been affected by old age. As Marken gazed into the sky, his eyes sparkled with intelligence, and his reflection seemed to glow with an otherworldly brilliance. He then closed his eyes, which undoubtedly concealed a vast repository of knowledge, as if connecting him to the secrets of the universe. With every brain cell he had, Marken could practically see the gears of his mind turning at supersonic speeds, processing information faster than the most powerful supercomputers. His brain, a colossal celestial supercluster of ideas, constantly birthing groundbreaking theories and unraveling enigmatic puzzles. As he tilted his head, the light seemed to catch in his eyes, illuminating the celestial orbs of wisdom that held the wisdom of ancient sages and modern scholars alike. Every time he blinked, it was as if the entire cosmos blinked with him, sharing the cosmic knowledge that only he, the prodigious genius, could comprehend. With a knowing smirk, Marken couldn't help but chuckle at the inadequacy of mortal minds compared to his. He was the philosopher's stone, turning ignorance into wisdom, and ignorance into enlightenment with just a flicker of his profound thoughts. His very presence exuded an aura of the sagacity that left even the most distinguished intellectuals in awe. Dave waited for him to answer and felt his narcissistic smile. That was easy. The sugar is sweet, so the jar of sugar attracted the ants, Marken replied smugly in his mind, planning to escape and kill Dave once he was free. Dave smiled and said, a pity. Marken was happy, thinking Dave regretted making the promise to spare him. However, Dave smirked and said, a pity indeed. Your answer is wrong. The sugar has ants because the jar was opened. Marken's eyes turned big in disbelief, but without hesitation, Dave swiftly slashed his sword, and Marken's head rolled on the ground. Marken's eyes were filled with disbelief and regret. He had been so arrogant, believing his knowledge was unparalleled, but he had been outwitted and deceived by Dave's cunningness. What a fool. This demon is not someone who loses in tricking others, Dave chuckled as he collected Marken's body for various purposes. A true saint's body was valuable, and he could feed it to Zagran. Dave chose not to attack the 5 Imperial Saint Emperors because they were useless to him and not worthy of his attention. Moreover, it was still his woman's clan, and he didn't want to cause excessive destruction to it. His sword had relished drinking Marken's blood, but it was still unsatisfied. So, Dave threw it far away and let it go on a killing spree, sating its thirst for more. Dave gazes at the deepest part of the dark valley and feels danger in his heart. He knows that this place is not as simple as he thought, but he is keen on entering because his greed skill is notifying him that a supreme treasure lies inside. Dave believes in the plot armor of the author. He is the MC, so he will not die. Well, he means he believes in his power and luck. Dave enters the thick green fog, a miasma, but such toxins cannot hurt him as his body is immune to poison. As he walks, his perception weakens, but it is still enough to guard himself. He exposes himself to lure some enemies and interrogate or read their souls. After walking for 5 minutes, he suddenly feels a killing intent directed at him, but he doesn't dodge nor defend and lets it attack him. Boom! A sword is 1 inch away from him, but it doesn't get any closer due to his space law. Time pause. Dave smiles, waves his hands, and the miasma dissipates. He looks at the person who attacked him and is stunned to see his looks. He feels this person is familiar, but a pink flower is on top of his hair, and his eyes are red. Oh, I remember now, it was Daniel, the relative of that Dragon Academy's dean, Dean Julius. I knew from the start that this guy had terrifying luck, but I didn't expect him to appear here, and even his luck was not enough to escape such fate. The system informed him that Daniel's body was being occupied by a parasite called the demonic flower, a type of flower found only in the abyss, yet it appeared here. It can control the mind of any person, and a pink flower will emerge on the head of the target. To kill and free everyone, he must destroy the main body. Interesting, he said as he held Daniel's head and read his memories. After a minute, he saw Daniel's adventure. Daniel had escaped from a demon, and his necklace, given by his parents before they died, shined and teleported him to the immortal plane. He appeared in the Fritz clan, where he was initially stunned and couldn't comprehend the powers of everyone. He was very weak, and even a newborn here could kill him, but he was dedicated, and an old man recognized his talent and took him as a student. Since then, his power rose to another level, and he became famous in the middle region of the clan. Later on, he met a beautiful lady and fell in love with her, but he never told her his feelings and admired her secretly from afar. The lady came from a rich family, but their family was not strong. He was deeply infatuated with her, but he was assigned on a mission, so he was out of the city for a month. While traveling, he became stronger and benefited from the constant attacks of bandits who tried to ambush them. He was delighted and planned to finally talk to the lady and introduce himself, but shocking news reached his ears. He heard that the lady was seen by a person from the clan with a high position, and he wanted to force her to become his slave. The lady knew her fate would not be that simple and she would become a mere toy, so she refused, but her clan suffered, and that person killed her whole family. In desperation and sadness, she committed suicide. Daniel was aggrieved and angry when he heard the news. He decided to get revenge and successfully killed the person, who happened to be only a golden body immortal cultivator. However, his killing was not perfect and was witnessed by someone, leading to him being hunted by soldiers and eventually captured alive. He was beaten by the family of the person he killed and tortured for a year until he was sentenced to be thrown into the Dark Valley. Full of anger, he refrained from killing anyone else but only killed the culprit as he sought revenge. Inside the Dark Valley, he discovered a beautiful flower and approached it, but it suddenly attacked his mind, causing him to lose consciousness and become a puppet. Dave saw all of Daniel's memories and realized that his soul was being controlled, but he was still alive. As expected of a protagonist, Dave thought. He knew that the protagonist's life is never smooth and tragedies always happen to sharpen their mind. Some protagonists are parentless when they transmigrate, some are crippled and talentless, treated as trash, and some even have their fiancés break the engagement. Being the main character is full of hardship, and a villain always appears to challenge the protagonist's development. Fortunately, Dave was a villain who likes to control the situation. Dave then used sloth energy to make Daniel sleep. Afterward, he brought him inside his domain, knowing that he could not kill the parasite unless he destroyed the main tree. During his journey, Dave encountered many prisoners and killed them because he didn't know them, sensing their killing intent, signifying that they were people who had committed crimes and deserved death. He did this not as a hero, but merely for fun and to collect their bodies. Dave also came across some beauties, but he only locked them in his domain, just like he did with Daniel. He discovered that there were many strong criminals in the Dark Valley, but he had managed to subdue and kill all of them. Dave could not remove the control of the flower unless he killed the host and then destroyed the parasite personally. He still had some use for Daniel as he was a protagonist-type character, and even if he didn't help him, someone would in the future. Dave continued his slaughter, and he couldn't count how many criminals he had killed. He killed, collected the bodies, and killed again. After a day of killing, he sat on the ground, feeling that his killing intent was overflowing, and the death energy was seething through his whole body. He closed his eyes, feeling every death energy inside him. After another day, Dave opened his eyes and smiled, saying, "Finally, a new law." Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the law of death. Initial stage. The system automatically upgraded the host's law of death to the perfected stage by using 3 blank law orbs. Perfected stage, law of death, 100%, plus 1 million mana, 500,000 intelligence, 100,000 soul power. Ding. The host only needs 1 law to be perfected to complete the system mission. Dave smiled, and now he had 9 laws that he had comprehended to the perfected stage. Dave now felt that his senses were not restricted, and he could detect the location of the mother tree. The miasma was directly being absorbed by Dave's body and being refined as energy. It meant that he could continue to use his powers and would not be exhausted. Dave smirked and said, "Finally found ya." He had been traveling without direction for a day and finally found the source of the parasite. Dave was about to get up, but a man suddenly appeared in front of him. His body was starting to decay, but the aura he was releasing was at low-tier true saint level. His eyes were red, and a flower was also on top of his head, indicating that he was also being controlled. He was a 7-footer, and his body was muscular. The person attacked him and punched his face. Dave smiled and even showed his face to the attacker. Swish. The fist of the person who attacked Dave was suddenly cut by a space void. When he punched Dave, a portal appeared in front of Dave, and his fist passed through the portal. Then Dave closed the portal, and the hand of the person who attacked him was severed in an instant. The person didn't feel pain and continued to attack Dave. Dave smiled and stopped time, then walked towards the man. He then grabbed the man's neck and punched him in the stomach. Boom! The person instantly collapsed on the ground and coughed blood. Dave's physical body was strong due to his heavenly Titan bloodline. He walked up to the person and planned to kill him, but he was stunned when he saw that the person had a tattoo similar to Yudi's. Yudi had a tattoo on his arm, and he said that it was the tattoo created by their former master as an acknowledgement to them. Dave didn't expect to find one of the remaining 3 people of that true saint whose floating castle he had stolen. He stopped killing him and took his body to his domain like others. In a dark place, a beautiful woman was locked by thick vines, and she was not wearing anything. She had long yellow hair and white eyes, and her beauty could create chaos and downfall to any empire. She looks holy and her skin was flawless, and she was taller than other women, standing at 6 feet 3 inches. Her aura was being suppressed by the vines. How many years have passed? She wondered, having just woken up from deep slumber because she felt the tremor of the vines. The vines had locked her there for so many years, and she couldn't count how long she had been imprisoned. She felt that the main body of the flower was afraid, and its life force was depleting. She looked above, realizing that all of her energy was absorbed by the demonic flower. She didn't know that a madman was beating the vines outside. Boom! Dave punched the vines and realized that he only created a small damage. He was constantly being attacked by the people who were controlled by the flower, and even some beasts were attacking him, yet none could get closer to him. He just flicked his fingers, and everyone lost their lives due to his law of death. He felt that he could control the life of people. He was like a god of death, continuing to reap life while damaging the flower. Boom! Fuck, you are tough, huh? Dave used the flames of Flamey and realized that it was effective. He could hear the roar of the flower, and the flower was not strong, but it had very deep soul powers. If his soul power was weak, he might have been affected by the flower, but he was not. He could feel the emotions of the vine. Fear. Anger. A primordial flame is not a joke, and even such thick vines burn and become a coal. Boom! Flamey suddenly emerged and shouted, "Ha! Finally, this king can show how majestic I am." He was with Eldritch when he felt his essence and decided to join the fun. Flamey sent more flames without care and burned the whole body of the vine. The demonic flower was 100 meters tall, and the vines were thick, but they were futile against such flames. Dave watched Flamey and didn't stop him. Suddenly, Eldritch contacted him and told him not to destroy the flower. He was stunned and then realized something. Shit, I almost lost such a treasure. He almost forgot that the flower could be used to concoct a pill, and it was very precious to people who comprehended the law of death. The flower had absorbed many lives, and Eldritch could refine the tree and make a pill that could enhance the attainment of people who comprehend the law of death. Dave might not need it, but Grace and Zegran could. He went to Flamey and punched its head, saying, "Don't burn them completely." Flamey was stunned and scratched his head. I have just started to enjoy. Dave punched him again on the head until he was forced to obey. Dave saw the demonic flower start to collapse, and he heard the anger and unwillingness of it. I almost completed my mission. That was the voice he heard, but the flower collapsed, and some creatures were squashed by the huge tree. As Dave went near the flower, he saw a small hole in the ground and went down to check it. Swoosh! Dave measured that the hole was 10 meters wide and 500 meters deep. When he reached the bottom, he was stunned to see a very beautiful woman lying on the ground naked. Dave could feel the holy aura she was emitting. He scanned her, but he could not see anything in her and only saw question marks. A shocking commotion happened in the Fritz clan. The Dark Valley, the most dangerous place in the whole domain, was destroyed, and the miasma covering the entire area dissipated. The Patriarch sent many soldiers, who were shocked to find many corpses of criminals and dead beasts. None were alive, and even the Supreme Elder had disappeared. The third ancestor also went to investigate and found the previous location of the Mother Tree, but he could not deduce what had happened there. He only mentioned that the one supporting the Dark Valley had disappeared, and now the Dark Valley could be used by the clan. With abundant resources, the once dark place was now full of life. Meanwhile, the culprit of the commotion had already returned to Frida's room. She asked him where he had been. and he told her about the events. Frida was shocked but managed to remain calm. He didn't mention the woman he had found, knowing that it could lead to another war. Frida began to adopt Grace's character and showed bravery in front of him, so he decided to punish her for 10 hours. Inside his domain, Dave looked at the 1,000 bodies that were slowly recovering their memories due to the destruction of the demonic flower. They sat on the ground, fully aware of what had happened to their bodies while they were being controlled, so they didn't dare to do anything funny in front of Dave, knowing he could easily subdue them. Daniel also looked at Dave with a complicated expression, as he hadn't expected to meet an acquaintance here. Back then, he had envied Dave for his looks and high status, but upon entering the immortal plane, he began to believe that he had surpassed Dave in cultivation and status. However, seeing Dave's current strength, he realized that Dave had become even more powerful than his master by many times, despite being younger. Dave noticed that everyone had regained consciousness, so he smiled and said, "Now I see that each of you knows what happened. Most of you are criminals, while some were framed. But you know that I didn't help you all for free. Your lives now belong to me, and if you disagree, I can take them from you." Dave's words left everyone speechless. "What are you going to do to us?" Daniel gathered his courage and asked Dave. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I am not a heartless person. I understand that most of you are uncertain about what to do next, but I will give you hope." Dave then explained that he had already placed a slave seal on them so that if they were to betray him, he could end their lives with a thought. Although everyone could only smile bitterly, they didn't dare to get angry, considering that Dave had saved them from the demonic flower. Dave went on to explain the organization he had created and how they would undergo training under Ronan's guidance. They would serve him for 1,000 years, and if they were still alive at the end of that period, he would release them. He even swore an oath to the heavens in front of them, providing assurance that he meant what he said. As a result, they decided to hold on to this hope. Afterward, he sent them to the floating castle since he was its owner and could create a portal to its location. He had already informed Ronan about this arrangement, so Ronan received them personally. In Dave's domain, only the burly tall man and Daniel remained, and he didn't place any slave seal on either of them. Daniel was stunned, while the tall person near him was shocked and started bowing in front of Dave. "I greet Master," he said respectfully. When Dave opened the portal to the floating castle, the man became excited because he recognized the aura of his previous master's treasure. Seeing that it was now in Dave's hands, he assumed that Dave must be the successor to his former master. Dave had already scanned his memory and learned about his experiences. He found out that his name was Sora, and he was only an Imperial Saint Emperor when they had separated ways with Yudi and others. Sora had traveled to many worlds and lived a normal life for thousands of years until an enemy of his previous master recognized him and hunted him down. He managed to escape, but he was framed as a criminal by that true saint. To hide, he sought refuge in the Fritz clan. Unexpectedly, the supreme elder of the clan was a friend of Sora's enemy, and they captured him and put him inside the Dark Valley to die brutally. Sora had been on the verge of becoming a true saint, but he was controlled by the flower and wandered for many years until he eventually broke through due to some energies the flowers provided. However, the breakthrough was corrupted, leading to the destruction of his body. Despite becoming a true saint, his foundation was unstable due to the forced breakthrough. Dave didn't fully trust Sora, but he didn't fear him either, so he placed him inside his space world and let him meet Yudi. Now, only Daniel and Dave were left. Dave smiled at Daniel and said, "Long time no see, Daniel." Daniel didn't know what to say but nodded and greeted him. "Long time no see, Dave." Dave laughed and approached Daniel, putting his arm around Daniel's shoulders. "You don't need to be nervous. Your title as a sword one won't be fitting if you act like that," Dave said playfully. Daniel smiled bitterly, realizing that he had become an ordinary person after entering the immortal plane, and he didn't know what had happened to his master. Dave patted his shoulder and continued, "Well, since we are acquaintances, I will let you go. Maybe in the future, I will need your help, not in the immortal plane, but in the celestial plane." Dave laughed and forcefully expelled Daniel from his domain. Daniel appeared in a familiar place, and his eyes were filled with shock, almost bursting into tears. He was back in his old room, and his master instantly sensed his aura, leading to a reunion of master and disciple. However, Dave didn't care much, as he had plans for Daniel. He even gave Daniel his contact information, suggesting that he could ask the Alexander clan for help if needed. Swoosh! Dave appeared in his hidden room, a place he would go to when he wanted to be alone. Located in the core of his space world, the room was incredibly beautiful and peaceful, adorned with furniture and paintings that could help achieve a sense of calmness and tranquility. He went to the sofa and saw the woman with yellow hair looking at him with curious eyes. Dave observed the woman as she looked at him, scanning his face with an emotionless expression. She wore white clothes that fit her perfectly, and she couldn't shake the feeling that he looked familiar from somewhere, but she couldn't remember where. He looks familiar, but why can't I remember? The woman pondered aloud. Her voice was enchanting, carrying a sense of calmness and peace. Dave brought her back to his hidden room after taking the demonic flower and attempting to scan her memories, but the system warned him of the danger. He realized that this woman's strength and origins were beyond his understanding. Despite her nakedness, Dave couldn't help himself and took advantage of the situation, fondling her breast. However, she didn't show any emotion, as if it was just a trivial occurrence. Although she was conscious the whole time, she remained silent and inactive. Dave sensed that she was unusual, and her mana seemed drained due to her encounter with the demonic tree. He felt that she was innocent and had lost some of her memories. Approaching her, he sat on the sofa and asked, "Who are you? Do you remember anything?" Dave gazed at the innocent-looking woman in front of him. She seemed confused, as if she didn't know what she was doing, and he felt that she must have lost some of her memories. She didn't have any cultivation right now and appeared like a normal person, yet he couldn't see her status. It looked like all of her cultivation was drained by the demonic flower, but her power before she became like this must have been terrifying. Perhaps she was a powerhouse in the celestial plane. When he touched her chest, she didn't seem to care and continued to look at him with a confused expression, making him uncertain about what to do with her. It appeared as though she had no feelings or emotions. As a savior of women in need, how could he leave a beautiful, hot, and cute woman like her in the dark valley? He was ready to sacrifice his body for the sake of world peace. People should be proud of what he was doing, and every man should bow to him and express gratitude for his gracious blessings. If their girlfriends or wives were feeling cold and lonely, they could call him, and he would help them fix their relationship at night. The yellow-haired woman finally regained some energy and approached Dave slowly, sniffing him. You have the aura of those hateful creatures," she said, but she merely used her hands to squeeze Dave's cheeks and touch his whole face. Dave was stunned by the woman's actions, but he allowed her to do anything as she posed no threat to him. Dave didn't know, but he felt that the hateful creatures she was referring to were the demons, and even the system was hiding it. Despite that, she could still discover the truth, and it shocked Dave. Your face and eyes feel very familiar, but I don't remember," she said. Dave took her by surprise and hugged her, but she didn't show any reaction. "What are you doing?" she asked, her face still unresponsive. Dave put his hands inside her clothes and started fondling her breasts, yet she remained unfazed. "Why are you touching my chest?" she asked curiously but without any sense of discomfort. Dave smiled and explained, "I am doing this to help you recover some memories. It seems like you've forgotten some of them, and I want to assist you." The woman looked at him with curious eyes, nodding innocently. Dave enjoyed playing with her soft and smooth breasts, finding the experience very addicting. "But why can't I remember anything, even when you're touching them?" she asked with genuine curiosity. Dave replied, "It's a gradual process, so we need to take it slowly." The woman nodded, and Dave suddenly asked her some questions. "By the way, what is your name, and where do you come from? Why were you inside that demonic flower? Do you remember anything?" he inquired further. The woman paused for a moment and said, I don't remember anything, and my head hurts every time I try to think about it." Dave was unsure of what to do, but he continued fondling her breasts, finding it hard to resist. "Then I will give you a temporary name until you remember your memories," Dave suggested. The woman agreed and allowed him to give her a name. "Then I shall call you wife, and you will call me hubby, how about that?" Dave proposed. The woman didn't fully grasp the meaning but agreed, saying, "Hubby?" As she held Dave's chest, she felt a warm sensation in her heart. Dave hadn't anticipated her innocence and realized that he had managed to deceive her. While she was still holding his chest, a sudden surge of energy enveloped both of them, stunning Dave. "What is happening?" he wondered. Ding. The host will undergo the love tribulation trial. During the trial, the host will lose his memories, and both of you will live through 99 different lifetimes. You must successfully navigate each lifetime together, otherwise, both of you will die. Dave was shocked that the system hadn't notified him earlier about this dangerous trial. Ding. It is beneficial to the host, and the system can store the host's memories so that they can be recovered after the trial. To pass each lifetime, both of you must grow old and die together, truly loving each other. If one of you fails to love the other, the trial will be a failure. Dave was stunned, but he had no time to react as the shining light covering them suddenly ended, and both of them disappeared from the place. In the kingdom of Iridite, a man with black hair looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. Both were holding their swords, and they were blood enemies. The man was one of the most notorious killers who had killed the woman's family, and she had sworn to seek revenge against him. She trained for many years until she accepted a legacy that made her the holy saintess of the church. Today is the day of your death, Dave, the demon. The woman looked at him with a cold smile, ready to kill him. The man on the other hand suddenly heard a voice in his head. Ding. The host has entered the love tribulation trial. The system will immediately recover the host's memories. Suddenly, a lot of information and memories entered his mind, and he was stunned, remembering everything. Shit, I've lived in this world for many years, and I only recover my memories today. Dave was stunned and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. Her appearance was different from before, but her eyes remained the same, and he was sure she was the target. He smiled and said, "You want to kill me without knowing the full story?" The woman was stunned but allowed him to talk. Dave smiled and continued, "Don't you know that your parents were killed by the Holy Church? The church wanted to sacrifice you on the altar to resurrect their pope, but your parents rejected them and killed them to save you. That pope was evil and wanted to summon a demon to create a contract with it and become the sole ruler of the world. I am a chosen hero, and when I discovered this, I killed the pope, but everyone blamed me for his death and labeled me as a demon. Your body is different, and you are the best sacrificial lamb for the resurrection of the pope. However, since I was already a notorious criminal back then, they changed the truth and make my reputation bad. They even connect me to some terrible things and told everyone that I was the culprit. As expected of the church. I hate those who blame me for crimes I didn't commit, so I created a bloodbath at the church and became the most wanted man. I didn't expect that you would not be sacrificed, and your potential is even higher than the Pope's, so they decided to make you their saintess, or, should I say, a puppet. They thought no one knew, but this man is built differently." Dave smiled, and everything he said was the truth. The woman was stunned and shouted at him angrily, "How dare you try to manipulate my mind? I will kill you." She brandished her sword and tried to strike his chest. Splack! Blood fell to the ground, and the woman was stunned to see that the man didn't retaliate and just let her attack him. Dave's handsome face smiled, even as blood came out of his mouth. The woman was stunned, uncertain if she could defeat the demon before her, but he just let her attack him. "Why did you not dodge?" she asked, her expression complicated. Her sword could kill the demon if she struck his heart. Dave smiled and replied, "Well, I am tired of fighting, and even if I die, it's okay because I have already protected you from the darkness, and you have already grown to this point. I will die with no regrets." Suddenly, Dave's face changed, and his disguise was removed due to his energy loss. His appearance reverted back to its original form, red hair and golden eyes that could charm anyone with weak willpower. "What? Are you that, mister?" The woman was shocked. When her parents died, she was only 10 years old, and the church wanted to adopt her and take her to their sanctuary. While training with the paladins, she was bullied by many people. During that difficult time, a handsome man with long red hair appeared before her and taught her a powerful sword technique. Since then, she became stronger, and her talent stood out, eventually becoming the saintess. Whenever she encountered danger during her forest training, the attackers would mysteriously die, and she felt that the same mysterious man was always protecting her. She didn't know his true intentions but admired his strength and her lifelong goal to surpass. Now, this discovery left her confused and unsure how to react. The woman decided not to kill him as she felt grateful to him. She realized that his heart had already shattered, and he was now an ordinary person. She placed him in a cave, promising to return after clarifying things. Dave smiled and remained silent as she left. After she was gone, Dave held his chest and smirked. It was painful, but my powers are restricted here. If she hadn't given me the holy core to replace my heart, I would already be dead." Dave knew that what he had done was dangerous, but he believed in his plans, confident that she would come back because of guilt. The woman returned to the church and discovered many things. She investigated the church and realized that what Dave had said was the truth. She had been fooled and used by the one who killed her family. Filled with rage, she killed everyone in the church, sparing only the innocent. The church was razed to the ground, and she looked in Dave's direction, full of guilt. Returning to Dave's location, she decided to live a normal life with him, to repay everything he had done for her and to accompany him as he was now immortal. Dave felt helpless without power or magic. Both lived in a simple village, where everyone treated them as normal individuals and assumed they were a married couple. The woman didn't deny it, as she wanted an identity and was content to live a normal life with Dave. They farmed, gathered woods, and embraced the simplicity of their new existence. The woman gradually forgot that she was once a powerful individual and started to blend in as an ordinary person. She realized that Dave was a good person and a gentleman. Although they didn't share the same room, they helped each other with everyday tasks, ate together, and over the years, they grew closer, eventually becoming a real couple. Dave was handsome, and she was beautiful, making them a perfect pair. They had lived together for 50 years, yet they hadn't been able to have a child due to the difference in their powers. This saddened her deeply, as she was powerful enough to conceive, but Dave always reassured her that she was the only thing he needed and that she shouldn't blame herself. Another 10 years passed, and Dave's skin began to age, making it hard for him to walk. Meanwhile, the woman still appeared in her 20s, and she was the one who took care of him every day. She couldn't help but feel sad because she knew that Dave had only a short lifespan left, and she could feel that his time was near to extinguish. Dave and the woman were sitting on a tree, with Dave closing his eyes while caressing her hair. "If I die, don't be sad and live a happy life," he said. Tears started to fall from the woman's eyes as she held Dave's hands and replied, "I hate myself for doing this to you. If not for me, you would not have become mortal." She blamed herself, but Dave only smiled and looked at the sky. "I never blamed you, so you don't need to be harsh on yourself. Maybe in the next life, we will be together again." As Dave said that, his life force began to dissipate, and unknowingly, he forgot about everything, including the system, before he closed his eyes. The woman was filled with sadness as she realized that he was no longer moving or breathing. "Dave! Dave!" she called out desperately, holding his hands and crying. She held his lifeless body for many hours and finally decided, "Don't worry, I will accompany you even in the next life." Taking out her sword, which she hadn't used for many decades, she plunged it into her heart, using her force to end her life. The woman smiled through her tears, and her vision became blurry. A pair of lovers died under the beautiful tree, and in an instant, the tree blossomed as a testament to their passing. Ding! The host has finished one of the 99 lifetimes of the trial. Dave opened his eyes, shocked and stunned. He hadn't expected that as he grew old, he would forget so much, even the system itself. His brain had started to age, causing him to lose many memories. Passing the test meant that she died together with him and killed herself to accompany him. Sheesh, that was a huge bet on my part. If she hadn't done that, we both would have failed, and the consequences would have been catastrophic, Dave thought. The trial continued, and Dave regained his memories from various lifetimes. In some lifetimes, they lived simple lives in small villages, making a living through fishing, and eventually died of old age. In other lifetimes, Dave was a prince, and she was his maid. He decided to marry her, which angered his fiancée, leading to his banishment and the removal of his royal title. They decided to start anew in secluded villages, living normal lives and dying of old age. Throughout each lifetime, they loved each other deeply, and the cycle continued, causing Dave to feel weary from remembering them all. Now, they were in the last part of the trial, and the system warned that it was the hardest one. Dave opened his eyes and tried to recall the situation. He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, who stared back with worry. She had yellow hair and white eyes, and her beauty never failed to amaze him. Dave's face had also reverted to his original appearance. He remembered that in this lifetime, his name was still Dave, while her name was Sunshine. They were engaged, but she didn't seem to like him much as they were not very close. However, she had given him a chance to prove himself, and they met frequently to get to know each other better. Their families were friends and supported their relationship. But suddenly, a young master from a prominent family fancied Sunshine and wanted to marry her as his concubine. Sunshine didn't like the young master because he was known for destroying women's lives and abusing them. Some women who resisted him even lost their lives. She knew her fate would not be simple, but her family didn't want to offend him, so they agreed to the proposal. But how could she agree to it? She realized her family didn't hesitate to throw her away as long as they would benefit from it. Sunshine felt that Dave was a better choice, so she asked for his help. Dave, a genius from a strong clan, challenged the young master and accidentally killed him. Dave didn't expect him to be weak, and he was chased by the young master's clan, which was a colossal one. His own clan expelled him as well, and he was left with no support. Dave took Sunshine and they ran far away. They were chased many times, but Dave's perseverance helped them to escape, and he grew stronger through the battles. His body was full of injuries, and Sunshine took care of him and treated his wounds. In the present, they were in a cave after successfully escaping a strong elder from the clan. Sunshine had nearly been killed, but Dave shielded her with his body and used an escape talisman to flee successfully. Dave was bleeding and severely injured, yet Sunshine was full of guilt. She didn't expect Dave to not hesitate to use his body to protect her. She knew that Dave had feelings for her before, while she had remained cold and indifferent. But when she asked for his help, he didn't hesitate to offend the young master and even escape with her. His life had been in danger many times because of her, and he was the only one who never left her side. Even their families abandoned them, but Dave remained strong for her. As a woman, she couldn't help but appreciate him. Sunshine decided that after they escaped the pursuit, she would marry Dave and live a normal life. Dave and Sunshine finally escaped after a year of pursuit, facing many obstacles, including bandits and dangerous beasts in the forest. They overcame challenges and their feelings for each other deepened. They settled in a village from a neighboring kingdom and lived there peacefully for 5 years. They got married, but they still didn't have a child. Sunshine was sad about not being able to conceive, but Dave comforted her and assured her that it was okay. They continued to live a simple life, and Dave worked as a guard. However, his handsome face became a problem as many noble women tried to abduct him and force him to spend a night with them. Dave refused and remained loyal to his wife. The nobles were angry, but they didn't dare to force him since he was a guard performing his duties. However, the Empress also became attracted to him and invited him to become her personal guard. Dave wanted to reject the offer, but Sunshine told him to accept and not worry about her. She believed in his loyalty to her. Dave agreed, but this decision angered the Emperor when he learned of it. The Emperor sent many assassins to kill Dave, but he managed to kill them successfully. Dave knew that the Emperor was targeting him, but he was more concerned about Sunshine. When he reached their home, he found Sunshine bleeding, with a dagger laced with poison pierced through her heart. Dave became furious, and his demonic energy erupted, elevating his power to another level. He unleashed his wrath upon the prosperous kingdom, leaving only a huge crater behind. Dave treated Sunshine and traveled to many places to find a cure, but she was left crippled and unable to walk or do anything. Sunshine became depressed, but Dave took care of her and refused to let her fall into despair. 1,000 years passed, and they continued to live in a secluded place, living peacefully despite Sunshine's condition. Dave never left her side. Suddenly, a terrifying force appeared in front of them. Millions of troops from various kingdoms joined forces to kill Dave. Over the years, he had destroyed many kingdoms to find a cure for Sunshine and took revenge on those who hunted him, turning him into a demon to everyone. Dave looked at them with disdain and felt exhausted. Sunshine also looked at him with a smile and nodded. Dave smiled, kissed her lips, and held her hands tightly. "In another life, I hope you still remember me," he said. He wasn't sure if she would remember him if she regained her memories and returned to the celestial plane. She was undergoing the trial, and if she recovered her memories and previous body, she might forget about him due to their difference in status. She could be a god or something, definitely stronger than him by many levels. Her origin was something he couldn't achieve at the moment, but he was confident in his future. Sunshine smiled but didn't understand why he said that. She loved him dearly and was ready to give her life for him, but she sensed his sadness. She also felt that after this, she would become a different person. Dave then smiled, hugged Sunshine, and suddenly, their bodies were covered by dark energies. However, Dave felt a holy aura erupting from Sunshine's body, and a huge explosion occurred, killing everyone in the vicinity. Swoosh! Ah! What the heck? Dave shouted as his whole body was sweating heavily, realizing that he was back and lying on the sofa. The transportation out of the trial was so painful that he felt as if he had been sucked into a black hole. Next Dave sighed in relief, feeling that he had been inside for so many years, living many lifetimes, which had been so tiring that even his strong mind almost collapsed. Imagine trying his best to make that woman fall in love with him and facing many dangers while being unable to use his real powers. It was really exhausting, and he needed to plan every move carefully, otherwise, the consequences could be dangerous and lead to a different path in the story. He calmed himself and scanned his surroundings, not seeing the figure of Sunshine. She seemed to have disappeared from the world, and his head started to hurt. Ding! The tribulation trial will make the host forget about his partner and anything that happened inside, but the host's soul is protected by the system, and the effect will be nullified. Dave suddenly felt that the pain started to dissipate. Where is she? Dave suddenly felt lost, and not finding her here made him feel sad. He had lived with her for many years and in different lifetimes, and he had grown attached to her. Damn, this demon is starting to get emotional. Dave calmed himself, knowing that he was not someone who would be so emotional. Perhaps he would see her in the future, and she might think that he didn't remember her because of the effect of the tribulation. Well, at least I planted a lot of seeds in her heart and mind. Dave had used his womanizing technique, the first form, gentleness leads to love for a lifetime, on Sunshine, and even if she was a god or a powerhouse, it would be hard for her to forget him. We will meet again in the future. Dave laughed, having mastered a lot of womanizing techniques, and he knew they would never fail when it came to women. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the love tribulation trial. The trial gives the host 500 divine energies, which will be useful in the future, so the system will store them for now. The host has also received a comprehension of the law of light. The system will upgrade it to perfection by using 3 blank law orbs, Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the law of light to the perfected stage. Perfected stage, law of light, 100%, plus 1 million mana, 500,000 intelligence, 100,000 agility, 50,000 soul power. The host has completed the system mission of comprehending 10 laws to the perfected stage. The host has completed the mission faster, so the rewards will change and be updated. Reward, direct breakthrough to top tier true saint. Other rewards, token of forgiveness, a token that can be used to target one person, and even if the enmity and anger of the target are deep, he will forget and forgive the host, can be used once a day, plus 1 trillion sin points. Dave was stunned as he didn't expect the rewards to improve. Instead of reaching the Imperial Saint Emperor, he would now break through to True Saint. Swoosh! Dave suddenly felt a terrifying energy erupting inside him, and his cultivation was rapidly rising. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through Imperial Saint Lord, low tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through Imperial Saint Lord, mid tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through Imperial Saint Lord, top tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through Imperial Saint Lord, peak tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through Imperial Saint King, low tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through Imperial Saint King, mid tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through Imperial Saint King, top tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through Imperial Saint King, peak tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through Imperial Saint Emperor, low tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through Imperial Saint Emperor, mid tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through Imperial Saint Emperor, top tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through Imperial Saint Emperor, peak tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through True Saint, low tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through True Saint, mid tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through True Saint, top tier. New status of the host. Host status name, Dave Alexander. Age, 18. Race, human. Demonic blood, heavenly titan. Power level, True Saint, top tier. LV, 65 horsepower, 10.4 billion plus 3,800,000 MP, 50 billion plus 5,400,000 exp, 065.536 billion STR, 9 million plus 500,000 OG, 11 million plus 800,000 and 15 million plus 2,700,000 soul power, 1 million plus 510,000 sin points, 3.7 trillion laws, perfected stage, law of illusion, 100%, plus 70,000 soul power, plus 500,000 intelligence, perfected stage, law of slaughter, 100%, plus 500,000 agility, plus 300,000 strength, perfected stage, law of lightning, 100%, plus 600,000 intelligence, 50,000 soul power, 300,000 mana, 400,000 health, perfected stage, law of water, 100%, plus 100,000 intelligence, 800,000 mana, 600,000 health, perfected stage, law of life, 100%, plus 100,000 intelligence, 800,000 mana, 1,600,000 health, perfected stage, law of fire, 100%, plus 100,000 strength, 70,000 soul power, 200,000 mana, perfected stage, law of space, 100% plus 100,000 strength, 170,000 soul power, 500,000 mana, 200,000 agility, perfected stage, law of time, 100%, plus 900,000 mana, 1 million health, 500,000 intelligence, perfected stage, law of death, 100%, plus 1 million mana, 500,000 intelligence, 100,000 soul power, perfected stage, law of light, 100%, plus 1 million mana, 500,000 intelligence, 100,000 agility, 50,000 soul power. Dave was shocked to see the difference in his previous status. Everything had risen by many times, and his strength was now terrifying, even as a true saint. As a true saint, he felt like he could overlook many domains, and with a wave of his hand, he could destroy any planet. His aura had changed and become sharper than before, and the quality of his power had elevated to another level. So this is the power of a true saint. Dave smiled, but he knew this wasn't his final destination. He still had a long way to go. He looked at his sin points and realized that he could now level up again and probably max out his level. He didn't know what would happen when he reached level 70 and got all the primordial sin, but he bet that a huge change would happen in his system and his body. Time to level up. He missed leveling up, and he was sure he would reach the peak of True Saint after leveling up. Host Sin Points, 3.7 trillion LV, 65 exp, 065.536 billion, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 66, minus 65.536 billion Sin Points, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 67, minus 131.072 billion Sin Points, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 68, minus 262.144 billion Sin Points. Congratulations to the host for reaching True Saint, peak tier, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 69, minus 524.288 billion Sin Points, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 70, minus 1.048576 trillion Sin Points, ding. The host has unlocked the remaining Primordial Sin, Sin of Gluttony. The system will reduce some Sin Points to level up the Primordial Sin of Gluttony to other sins levels. Sin of Gluttony, LV25, Gluttonous Devour, a skill that allows the user to create a massive mouth-like vortex that sucks in and consumes everything in its path, draining the life force and energy of the targets. The host can devour any energies and convert them into his own energy. It can also be used to devour any creatures and receive 10% of their cultivation and their memories. Note, if luck is triggered, the host can also get their techniques and comprehension of laws. Digestive Discharge. The user can release the stored energy from the food or the creature the user devours to create a powerful burst, creating devastating attacks or defensive barriers. Taste Manipulation. The user can manipulate the taste of food to create irresistible flavors that can enchant and captivate others, making them unable to resist eating more. Insatiable Appetite. The user can consume vast amounts of food without feeling full or getting sick. The more they eat, the stronger they become, and their physical abilities increase with each meal. Gluttony's Feast. The user can create a banquet of illusions that trap opponents within a dreamlike state, making them indulge in their desires and forget the battle. Gluttony's Maw. The user creates a monstrous maw beneath their target, pulling them into a pocket dimension where they are surrounded by monstrous teeth and chewed on relentlessly. Ding. It is detected that the host has reached the maximum level of the system and needs to upgrade the system for updates and new functions. The system will enter hibernation and updating process and will only be awakened as long as the host collects the required amount of Sin Points. The host can continue accumulating Sin Points, and the system will consume them directly. The system will say goodbye temporarily to the host, but I believe that the host's power is enough to be a shameless womanizer. Ehem. A formidable tyrant in the immortal plane. The system promises that the host will receive many surprises after the update has ended. Dave was stunned, and he didn't expect that the system would undergo an update. Now, he cannot call the system for advice. Luckily, he can still use all of his skills, and he can still access his space world. The difference is that he cannot talk with this shameless system, and he cannot be warned in case something happens. Shit, I will miss this shameless system, but I need to show that I can continue without relying on it, Dave thought to himself. Dave didn't know how many Sin Points he required to finish the system update, but the system had assured him that the reward would surprise him, and the system never lied to him. Sheesh. Looks like I need to create more trouble. More commotion and spread the name of this great devil, Dave chuckled. He had been under tribulation for many years, but the time here had stopped, so he sighed in relief as he didn't want his companions to worry. Dave leaned on the sofa comfortably and didn't realize that he fell asleep due to the fatigue of his mind and soul. In the vast and celestial realm of divinity, there exists a radiant domain bathed in luminous splendor. This ethereal realm is a haven of pure brilliance and unyielding warmth, where golden rays dance like celestial ribbons, casting an eternal glow upon its landscape. The goddess's domain is a realm of eternal day, where darkness dares not intrude. The skies are painted with vivid hues of gold, orange, and pink, as if the heavens themselves were ablaze with the brilliance of her presence. The air is scented with the aroma of blossoms and heavenly incense, filling the hearts of all who enter with a sense of serenity and joy. In this divine haven, lush meadows and radiant gardens flourish abundantly. Flowers of every hue bloom here, their petals shimmering with a celestial radiance, as if touched by the very essence of the goddess's light. Rivers of shimmering liquid gold wind through the landscape, carrying with them the essence of purity and life. At the heart of this realm stands a grand temple, a majestic structure that seems to have been woven from pure light itself. Its towering spires reach towards the heavens, reaching out to touch the infinite expanse above. Within its hallowed halls, devoted followers come to offer their prayers and bask in the divine glow that emanates from its sacred core. The creatures that call this domain home are beings of exquisite beauty, their forms shimmering with an otherworldly light. Graceful and benevolent, They serve as the celestial messengers of the goddess's will, traversing the skies with wings of iridescent radiance. Within this divine domain, love, hope, and compassion are the guiding forces that inspire all who dwell here. The goddess's light shines as a beacon of hope and healing, a symbol of eternal enlightenment and the triumph of goodness over darkness. In the deepest part of the temple, a beautiful woman with yellow hair lay on the bed peacefully, and as she opened her eyes, they shone like white stars, seemingly capable of unraveling the secrets of the universe. A holy light emanated from her, making her appear as the very embodiment of holiness, pure and radiant beyond compare. "Finally, I thought it would take me billions of years to finish my tribulation," she murmured to herself. That demoness of lust is hateful. She even put a demonic flower in my 6 lives tribulation trial, transforming it into a love tribulation trial. I don't know how she knew about my trial, but I will not forgive her for it." The woman rose and sat on the bed, her bright eyes scanning her entire domain before letting out a sigh. "Luckily, that young man helped me a lot, but he was shameless and took advantage of me many times. He even became my husband, and we shared a bed in 99 lives. I won't hold it against him, though, because he helped me. I hope I am faster than her aura." She was supposed to undergo only 6 lives of tribulation, where she would live a normal life in 6 lifetimes and experience all the emotions of being mortal. However, she didn't expect that the demon king of lust, or as she called her, the demon queen of lust, would be so hateful and interrupt her trial. While she was in the process of entering the immortal plane, the demon queen interrupted her and injured her incarnation. Not only that, but she also placed a demonic flower to suppress her, making her trial much harder and causing it to evolve into a love tribulation. She remained locked by the demonic flower for hundreds of thousands of years, and she lost track of how long she had slumbered there. For gods like her, who were immortal, the passage of time felt like a mere blink of an eye. She and Aurora both entered the trial at the same time, and her competitive nature drove her to hope that she would finish faster than her rival. This goddess will settle the score later with that demoness Lilith," she muttered, her determination clear. "And that Dave, he should have already forgotten about me, but why do I feel sadness and reluctance? He also has some demonic bloodline, and it's ironic that this goddess is the enemies of all demons has become his partner," she murmured, conflicted about her feelings when she witnessed the dedication of the young man. Even though they both lost their memories, fate always seemed to bring them together. He had always found her, regardless of the circumstances. He remained by her side, even when she felt nearly useless, and he would sacrifice himself to protect her. She had endangered his life by making him her partner in the trial, so she sent her law of light to him as payment. Despite that, she still felt lost in her emotions. Standing up, she checked her entire domain and sighed in relief that nothing bad had happened in her absence. The faith of her church had accumulated even higher than before, a testament to the devotion of her followers in the demon realm. The air is thick with an ominous aura, and an eerie silence permeates the surroundings. Sinister statues of mythical creatures line the path leading to the citadel's entrance, their stone gazes seemingly watching. The architecture of the citadel exudes a chilling beauty, with its towering spires that seem to reach for the night sky. The walls are adorned with intricate, blackened carvings that depict scenes of wickedness and despair. Within the citadel, a labyrinth of dimly lit corridors and chambers unfolds, each one bearing the mark of darkness and wickedness. Sinister torches cast flickering shadows on the walls, and eerie whispers seem to echo in the distance, filling the air with an unsettling ambience. In the depths of the infernal realm, amidst the fiery landscapes and swirling mists, there exists a mesmerizing figure that commands both desire and dread. Demon Queen Lilith, the embodiment of temptation and allure, stands as one of the 7 rulers of the demon realm, a seductive enigma veiled in darkness. With her enchanting presence, Lilith embodies beauty beyond human comprehension. Her alabaster skin seems to radiate an alluring glow, captivating those who dare to gaze upon her. Her raven black hair cascades like midnight waves, falling gracefully over her supple shoulders, drawing attention to her neck, which bears a tantalizing, intricate tattoo of a serpent coiled in sensual elegance. Lilith's eyes are the deepest shade of amethyst, sparkling with an enigmatic magnetism that draws souls into an abyss of desire. They hold a hypnotic allure, luring even the strongest of wills to their depths. Her full, crimson lips curve into a beguiling smile that can both tempt and intimidate, hinting at the power she holds over those who fall under her spell. Clad in an attire that blends elegance and provocation, Lilith dons a revealing, form-fitting gown crafted from the finest abyssal silks. The garment seems to shift and shimmer with an ethereal grace, accentuating her every movement. Adorned with intricate patterns and jewels that catch the dim infernal light, her attire embodies her status as a sovereign of the dark realm. Amidst the demon realm, Lilith's throne stands as a symbol of her dominion. Crafted from the bones of fallen adversaries, the obsidian structure exudes both elegance and menace. Crimson silken drapes cascade around her seat, hinting at the hedonistic delights and secrets that dwell within her court. She possessed an irresistible allure that could make any man desire to conquer her, but her aura was so strong that people near her struggled to breathe properly. As she appeared to be sleeping, she suddenly woke up. That bitch is finally back. As expected, I cannot trust that demonic flower, she muttered with a mix of anger and determination. She then looked at her subordinates and commanded, "Eradicate the race of that demonic flower." As soon as she said that, the powerful demons nodded and disappeared from the place in an instant, their mission clear and swift. That man was hateful, but he was the most handsome man I have ever seen. I suddenly feel excited, hee. Oh no, I'm blushing, she giggled, unable to contain her emotions. In her presence, danger and desire intertwined, creating a bewitching and enigmatic persona that both awed and frightened those who dared to cross her path. In a secluded and serene corner of a mystical realm, there resides the legendary Sword Goddess, a vision of breathtaking beauty and unmatched grace. With her golden hair cascading like radiant sunbeams and her eyes gleaming like pools of molten gold, she possesses an otherworldly allure that captivates all who behold her. Seated upon a rock, the Sword Goddess is surrounded by an awe-inspiring spectacle. Thousands of swords, each one unique in design and craftsmanship, hang suspended in the air around her as if paying homage to her divine presence. Their blades glisten with a silvery sheen, reflecting the light of her aura like a celestial dance. Her regal posture exudes an air of calmness and tranquility, and yet there is an undeniable power that emanates from her very being. Despite the countless weapons surrounding her, there is an air of harmony and balance, as if she commands not just the swords, but the essence of the blades themselves. As she gazes upon the array of swords, her serene countenance belies the profound wisdom she holds. The Swords Goddess possesses an intimate understanding of the art of combat and the deep spiritual connection with these blades. Each sword represents a story, a journey, and a purpose. The aura of calmness she exudes envelops the area like a gentle breeze, soothing the restless souls of warriors and seekers who come seeking her guidance. It is said that in her presence, the weight of burdens and worries lifts, and peace washes over even the most tormented hearts. Her attire, simple and yet elegant, mirrors her connection to the swords. A robe of flowing white fabric drapes gracefully around her form, adorned only by a golden sash that cinches her waist. The ensemble seems to shimmer with a hint of ethereal light, mirroring the magnificence of her being. As the Sword Goddess sits in quiet contemplation, her hands rest gently upon her knees, emanating an air of poise and strength. Her looks were on par and even better than the Goddess of Light, but she appeared calmer, as if nothing could change her emotions. She stood at the same height as sunshine, gazing at a distant place and sighing as if a sense of longing filled her heart. Despite this, she quickly composed herself, steadying her mind. "I need to reach that level so I don't need distractions. I should calm down," she muttered, determined to focus on her goals. With a determined look in her eyes, she turned her gaze towards the direction of Sunshine's domain and felt her aura. It became evident that Sunshine had also awakened from her slumber. "I should visit her," she decided. In one swift motion, she stood up, and with a wave of her hand, she summoned her sword. Using its power, she instantly disappeared from her current location, tearing through the fabric of reality to traverse the void and reach the Goddess of Light domain. The next day, Dave opened his eyes and suddenly realized that he had fallen asleep. "Wow, that was refreshing," Dave muttered to himself. He had never felt comfortable while sleeping before, but this time, he sensed that his body had become lighter than before. He looked into the distance, feeling as though someone was fixating on his handsome face. Am I just overthinking things? He shook his head and dismissed the thought. I might be handsome, but what can I do about it? Dave chuckled as he got up and left the area. Dave returned and found Frida sleeping alone in her room. He silently entered the room and created a slight tremor. He spent time with Frida, informing her that he planned to travel and stir up some commotion. She was taken aback but nodded in understanding. Despite her desire to follow him, she recognized her own limitations and chose not to interfere. She sensed a change in Dave. He seemed stronger than ever, and she no longer worried about his safety. She decided to remain in the clan, as her problems about marriage had faded. She resolved to cultivate diligently and informed Dave that she intended to enter the space world later to practice within the Tower of Trials. Dave nodded, but he suddenly felt a disturbance in his space world. After bidding her farewell, he entered a secret location within his space world, where he had placed Zegran, who was inside the cocoon. The cocoon was now emitting an endless killing intent, and Dave realized that Zegran's aura was unstable, and he lacked bodies and energies to absorb. Without hesitation, Dave put all the bodies he had collected during his journey to the Dark Valley. He even saw the body of the Supreme Elder, but he didn't show any emotion and fed everything to Zegran. Dave also added a drop of his blood to stabilize the cocoon and enhance Zegran's strength with his demonic bloodline. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed, but the location was secluded, and Dave remained unaffected. The cocoon, which was now 5 meters in size, split open, revealing a handsome man. He had violet hair that reached only to his shoulders. His dark eyes were enough to make one feel as if they were being drawn into an abyss. His body had grown to 3 meters, and he now appeared more human. His physique was muscular, and unlike before, his aura had changed. Dave was certain that he had reached the true saint level. Having absorbed numerous bodies, most of which were true saints, Zegran had assimilated the laws of those individuals. His talent was terrifying, and Dave could feel a familiar energy within his body, absorbing the auras of the surroundings. "Oh, the energy of the sin of gluttony," Dave exclaimed. He hadn't expected Zegran to gain a skill related to his sin of gluttony just because he had incorporated Dave's blood into his transformation. Zegran looked at Dave and dispelled his strong aura, kneeling in front of him with reverence. "I thank you, Master, for aiding me in completing my transformation," Zegran spoke humbly. Dave nodded and didn't mind, instructing him to stand up. He asked Zegran about the changes in his body, and Zegran explained that he had gained a skill called Devour. This skill accelerated his absorption process, enabling him to digest many bodies instantly. Additionally, Zegran had developed an innate ability to control insects as long as they possessed an insect bloodline. He also felt a connection to a distant place, as if it were calling him, but he remained uncertain of its location. Dave sensed that Zegran was becoming increasingly enigmatic, but he felt content for his subordinate. He nodded, allowing Zegran time to familiarize himself with his newfound powers. Dave then instructed him to prepare, as they would soon initiate a commotion. He left the place and visited Yudi and Sora, noticing that both were enjoying drinks at the renowned bar within the space world. Yudi's aura had reached the level of an Imperial Saint Emperor and was at its peak. Meanwhile, Sora had finally stabilized his foundation, thanks to pills provided by Eldritch. He also paid visits to Eldritch and Flamey, observing both of them engrossed in the process of crafting pills. They were diligently producing a multitude of pills and appeared quite busy. Furthermore, he came across Grace, who remained inside the tower following her breakthrough. However, Dave was uncertain about her current level of attainment. Dave departed from the Fritz domain, accruing a substantial amount of sin points due to his association with their holy daughter. Additionally, he received sin points from a mysterious and fearsome entity without a known name. The sin points he received from that person shocked him, so he knew that it comes from the celestial plane. When he offended a demon lord before, the sin points are not that much. This led him to deduce that he might have offended a prominent figure in the celestial plane. However, he held no concern about the consequences. His nature was rooted in creating chaos and causing suffering to his enemies, leaving him unafraid to provoke anyone. Returning to the Alexander clan, Dave observed that everything was running smoothly. His father remained absorbed in the pool, and Dave chose not to disturb him. His subordinates commanded great respect within the clan due to their remarkable talents, garnering acknowledgement from everyone. While scanning the entire domain for intriguing occurrences, Dave stumbled upon a captivating location. His eyes widened with excitement as he gazed upon the scene before him. In a secluded river, 4 people were immersed in a beautiful pond, creating an atmosphere rich with vitality. The serene setting featured 4 beautiful women, completely unclothed, as they soaked in the tranquil waters, indulging in relaxation. All 4 women possessed a remarkable beauty, though each exuded a distinct aura. Among them was Rain Alexander, a familiar face to Dave from the auction and the banquet. Despite her name's association with water, Rain had actually comprehended the law of fire. Her body emitted a latent heat that only the 3 accompanying girls and the unintentional peeping Tom, Dave, could sense. The next woman was Isabella Alexander, renowned also as one of the 4 distinguished flowers within the clan. Known for her composed demeanor and kindness, Isabella held a special place in the hearts of many. She was well liked by many people and had a deep understanding of the law of water. She shared the same height as Rain, and her hair was blonde. Another woman, named Natalie Alexander, was renowned for her charm and had a strong grasp of the law of illusion. Her hair was a light purple color, and her charm outshone the others due to her preference for wearing revealing clothes. The final woman was Haley Alexander, Natalie's sister. She possessed the same hair color but differed from Natalie. Haley exuded a colder aura that could instill fear in men attempting to court her. She had a deep understanding of the law of lightning. Unbeknownst to them, they were all enjoying a relaxing bath, unaware that Dave was observing them. Such a captivating scene could not evade Dave's majestic, pure eyes. The 4 women are known as the 4 flowers of the Alexander clan, and among them, The strongest is Haley, who holds the power of Imperial Saint Emperor, low tier, and is also the eldest. Natalie ranks as the second strongest, bearing the power of Imperial Saint King, peak tier, and is only 5 years younger than her sister Haley. Rain stands as the weakest, having only attained a breakthrough to the Imperial Saint Lord due to the pill Dave bestowed upon her. She is the youngest among them all, the same age as Dave. The remaining woman is Isabel, who holds the position of a mid-tier Imperial Saint King and is the gentlest of the four. They share a close friendship and regularly gather in this secluded spot every week to unwind. Only the four of them are privy to the knowledge of this hidden location, deep within the forest. Natalie gazed at the three beautiful women in front of her and smirked. They were attracted to this place, so it became their meeting place. Hee hee, Rain, your bosoms are growing bigger day by day. Why not let me give them a little massage? She teased. She smirked, and everyone understood her personality well. She was the wildest among them. However, even she didn't dare to cross certain boundaries. The four of them were known for their aversion to men. They believed that men were nothing more than scum and would only impede the progress of women. Thus, they had vowed to never marry a man. Rain retaliated by splashing water in Natalie's face and retorted, "Humph, Natalie, do you want me to bite you again? Your shamelessness knows no bounds." Rain's face turned red with embarrassment as she acknowledged that her breasts were indeed growing larger. She wondered if it was due to her hormones, or the effects of the pill Dave had given her. Since meeting him at the auction, she had begun to realize that not all men were bad and that there were still decent men in the world. Natalie smirked and responded, as expected of the little devil, "You're quite fierce." Ignoring Natalie's comment, Haley intervened, "Hey, enough of that. We're here to relax." Natalie pouted and said, "Humph, you still owe me money, sister. When are you going to pay me?" Haley smiled and offered a challenge, "I'll pay you if you can beat me in a sparring match. This place is really good, and I don't know why I feel very attracted." Natalie became irritated and commented, "Humph, just as I thought, you're even more shameless than me. Why not marry that lousy guy from the Satang family? He has plenty of money to support your gambling habits." Haley's expression changed, and she approached her sister, playfully squeezing her cheeks. She remarked, Perhaps you should be the one to marry him. I've heard rumors that you're starting to like men." Natalie smirked mischievously and said, "Well, that Satang clan guy isn't worthy of my attention. But I must admit, I've taken an interest in someone else, someone named Dave." She licked her lips seductively, leaving everyone stunned by her unexpected confession. Rain, too, found Dave intriguing due to his apparent perfection, elegance, and gentleness. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts aloud, as the four of them had a pact to remain unmarried. Even the typically silent Isabel spoke up, questioning, "Are you planning to break our agreement?" Natalie smiled without a care and retorted, He, I said I'm interested in him, not that I'm going to marry him. Maybe just a one-night stand, he. Haley was taken aback by her sister's audacity and playfully pinched her ears, scolding, "Control yourself. You're a woman, and you should act accordingly." Natalie felt indignant and muttered, I've only heard that he's incredibly handsome and probably wealthier than any elder in the clan. There are also rumors of his strength. Isn't he the embodiment of a perfect man?" Everyone fell silent as they had heard the rumors about Dave. However, only Rain had seen him in person. They had been outside of the domain at that time, but they had sent their gifts to the matriarch ahead of time. "Hey, what are you all discussing?" A sudden, soothing male voice cut through the air. All heads turned toward the direction of the voice, spotting a man seated in a tree. His aura and handsome face suggested an air of banished immortality. What? The girls were left stunned, not expecting a man to appear here. They remained motionless, unwilling to leave the pond and risk exposing their bodies to him. Rain was taken aback upon seeing him. She hadn't anticipated that Dave would be watching them. "Duh. Dave," she stammered, her face flushing with embarrassment. Her buoyant bosom made it difficult to conceal. Natalie, who had exhibited bravery just moments ago, became apprehensive. The shock was mutual among the women as they hadn't anticipated that he was the source of the commotion in the domain. As they gazed at his face, they couldn't help but acknowledge his reputation. He truly was handsome, and they felt an undeniable attraction. Uncertain how to face him, Haley abruptly darted toward Dave without caring about being seen, delivering a punch to his face. Boom! The women were left in astonishment. They hadn't expected Haley to attack Dave. Seizing the opportunity, they quickly grabbed towels and left the pond. Swoosh! As the dissipating smoke revealed, Haley was now within Dave's grasp, his arms wrapped around her from behind. "So fierce, huh?" Dave grinned, leaving everyone shocked. Haley was the strongest among them, yet Dave had managed to restrain her. It was evident that she struggled against this shameless position. She was completely bare, and Dave held her body against his. Haley had never had direct contact with a man before. She believed she could punish Dave for peeping, but she hadn't anticipated his strength. Dave's smile broadened as he said, "The party has only just begun. Let's see everyone's true colors." Next she sensed that he hadn't exerted his full power to halt her. With a flick of his fingers, he employed his sin of lust, the enraptured symphony, which stirred their innermost desires. If he detected a desire for him in their hearts, he would offer himself willingly; if not, he wouldn't force them. A sudden heat washed over them, and their gazes turned full of desire toward Dave. His smile suggested that they harbored an interest in him, though they kept it hidden deep within. As for why Dave employed this tactic, even when women would willingly offer themselves to him, it was due to his realization of a grand scheme. Upon first seeing Rain, he had noticed her possessing the Fire Phoenix physique, an extraordinary find. He initially assumed it to be mere luck. However, a more profound discovery awaited him when he scanned the entire domain. The remaining three, Haley, Natalie, and Isabel, also possessed remarkable physiques. These were paired with a concealed black phantom within their bodies, an enigma he couldn't fathom in his current state without access to a system. Haley bore the White Tiger physique, while Natalie held the Azure Dragon physique. Isabel possessed the Black Turtle physique, each corresponding to the laws they were mastering. The White Tiger excelled in illusions, the Azure Dragon commanded lightning, while the Black Turtle and Fire Phoenix epitomized water and fire. Dave sensed that a vast scheme was hidden in the shadows. Back on the mortal plane, the realm of his birth, the four spirit beasts guarded the world. They had proclaimed that if any of them perished, the portal to the Ashura world would open, potentially unleashing havoc upon the mortal realm. The four spirit beasts weren't original inhabitants of the mortal realm, they had manifested through the universe's will. Their presence in the mortal realm remained shrouded in mystery, as they were currently weakened due to injuries. They had elucidated that numerous individuals had inherited their legacies, but only one person could receive the blessing of their respective physique. If the person with the specific physique dies, the power will transfer to a randomly born individual blessed with great luck. They mentioned that if all of them unlocked the potential of their respective physiques, their powers would greatly increase, providing them a foothold in the celestial plane. However, Dave had an unsettling feeling that something wasn't right. He questioned why the four women, each possessing such unique physiques, were friends and on the same clan, and he realized they weren't even aware of their own unique attributes. This led him to suspect a grand scheme was at play. As he observed the surroundings, he noticed an invisible formation concealed within the pond. Uncertain about the nature of this formation, Dave retrieved a treasure he had found within the hidden base of the Dragon Empire. This artifact allowed him to communicate with the four-spirit world within a separate domain. When they saw the formation, they were taken aback and recognized it. The eldest of the four-spirit world entities, the Azure Dragon, explained that it was a sacrificial formation. The Black Phantom referred to a unique skill of the Ashura clan that could manipulate and control someone's mind without their knowledge. He further clarified that if the four ladies were to achieve the true saint status, the Black Phantom would invade their minds. Subsequently, they would be compelled to commit suicide at this very location, thereby activating the formation and opening the Ashura world. A sense of manipulation shrouded the situation, and Dave came to realize that an unseen force in the immortal plane was attempting to manipulate and unveil the Ashura domain. While Dave could utilize his law of light to eliminate the Black Phantom and purify it, his audacious nature compelled him not to let this chance slip away. He also wished for the mysterious manipulator behind these events to reveal themselves and offer some knowledge about the grand scheme. Suddenly, a wave of lust engulfed the four women, unleashing their hidden desires. They began caressing their bodies, their cheeks turning crimson. Dave's influence spread across the area, and he undressed. The four women entered a realm of desire, enveloped in a sensual atmosphere. Dave made the decision to begin with Rain, gently removing her towel. Her entire figure was before him, radiating beauty. Among the four, her bosom was the most prominent. With a smile, Dave kissed Rain, and she responded in kind. Given that he had invoked their desires using a skill, it indicated that Rain also held thoughts of him, and she didn't resist his advances. After kissing her, he saw her cave was getting wet. The power of his sin of lust was strong enough to make them wet and lustful without even doing anything. Dave then positioned his cock in her cave and slowly pushed it inside. Arg! Rain shouted in pain and blood came out from her cave, so Dave didn't move and let her get used to it. After a minute, he saw that she was breathing raggedly, so he starts to move his hips. Plack! 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 The sounds of colliding flesh make the other three women who were touching themselves rush to Dave and starts to kiss his body. Dave didn't let them down, as while he was plowing Rain, he put Natalie near Rain and started licking her cave. Uck on the other hand, he used his 2 hands to finger Isabel and Haley, and he will not let one of them unsatisfied. After 15 minutes, he saw that Rain was tired, so he changed his target and fucked Natalie next. The cycle continues and Dave didn't stop. When he saw that one of them was tired, he will let them rest and fuck the other one. He changed target from time to time and moans of such beautiful women could be heard in the place. They were all enjoying everything, and they succumbed to the pleasure of the flesh. 3 days later, 4 women lay on the ground, sleeping comfortably. Their bodies were filled with life energy as they absorbed Dave's essence, undergoing a transformative process. All traces of impurity were being purged, leaving their skin more radiant than before. Their talents also ascended to new heights. Dave employed his dual cultivation techniques to channel energy into them. When they awaken, their cultivation levels would experience breakthroughs. Being a true saint, and even a peak one at that, Dave's essence promised immense benefits. With the removal of the Black Phantom, he speculated that the person behind it might have realized this change. However, they seemed hesitant or perhaps fearful of confronting him. "HMMP, I don't believe you won't show up," Dave muttered. Observing the 4 women he had been intimately involved with for 3 days, he regarded them as if appreciating art. In the past, he had believed they were his cousins. However, he learned from the patriarch that the clan permitted relationships with relatives, except for immediate family members such as siblings and parents. This practice was accepted in other clans across the immortal plane to maintain the purity of bloodlines, and it was widely acknowledged. Seeing them sleeping peacefully, Dave employed his water manipulation abilities to cleanse them. He transported them to his own pocket dimension, the space world, allowing them to rest soundly. He had future plans for the 4 women once they regained consciousness. With a flick of his fingers, a red mist materialized in his palm, forming a 20-inch key with an exquisite and ancient design. "Celestial key," Dave exclaimed, chuckling. This item stood as the pinnacle reward of the day. The 4 spirit beasts maintained constant contact with him, reachable through the necklace. They informed him that by acquiring the energies of all 4 beasts, he could recreate the Celestial Key, enabling entry into sealed worlds without restrictions. The Celestial Key was the reason a clandestine figure lurked in the shadows, waiting for the 4 women to attain true saint status and create the key, opening the Ashura world. Although this was Dave's hypothesis, he believed it held about 80% accuracy. During his dual cultivation with the 4 women, he absorbed their physique energies without compromising their cores or taking their physical attributes. Although he had the option to absorb their physiques, it would harm them, and as it was unimportant to him, he obtained the energies of the 4 spirit beasts to create the Celestial Key. He could now harness the power of the 4 spirit beasts and summon their incarnations, as long as he had mana. Dave waited, but the person failed to appear. Despite his vigilance and continued patience, Dave's tolerance waned. "So you don't want to show up, huh? You've left me no choice." Dave unsheathed his sword, the extinguisher, radiating a palpable aura of killing intent. Previously thrown by Dave, the sword hungered for blood. Having absorbed the life force of many in the Dark Valley, it grew more potent. Infusing his sword with space and time law, Dave cleaved the formation below him. Time seemed to halt, and space twisted chaotically. An explosion rocked the area, alerting those within the domain. Boom! The forest bore a massive slash, marking where his attack had struck. The colossal formation lay in ruins, decimated by his might. Sensing movement, Dave lunged forward to intercept the fleeing figure. Finally the person, masked like a fox, wielded a red sword, a deep comprehension of its use evident. Dave confronted him and stopped him from leaving. "Did you enjoy watching us?" Masked man's eyes, purple with black strands, locked onto Dave. "Dave Alexander, your death draws near. Someone will claim your life, and even this clan won't deter them." Dave's playful smile followed. "Are you angry?" Perplexed by the question, the man sneered, admitting to his frustration over their meticulous plans being thwarted by Dave's actions. Of course, the destruction of the formation disrupted their millennium-long designs. Dave's smile persisted. "I hope you'll forgive me." With a bow, Dave extended his token of forgiveness. The man, taken aback, found Dave strangely amiable and decided to forgive him. He nodded and laid down his vigilance. Dave's gleeful grin matched the glimmer of his forgiveness token, a powerful item usable once a day. Approaching the man, Dave draped an arm over his shoulders. "Since you've pardoned me, care to share your identity and your scheme?" The man's face transformed as he removed his mask, revealing an elderly man with crimson hair. A sense of familiarity washed over Dave. "Ah, one of the Sword Saints, right?" Dave delved into an investigation of all the Sword Saints, scanning their appearances throughout the domain. To his surprise, he discovered that one of them was an enemy and definitely working from the other force. The man seemed ready to introduce himself, but Dave found the situation troublesome. Fearing he might miss something crucial, Dave raised his hands to his head and invoked his sin of sloth, plunging the man into a deep slumber. The man was caught off guard, unable to resist Dave's overpowering influence. Dave employed his token to ensure the man couldn't escape his grasp, using the tactic to lull him into complacency. Soul reading silently, Dave probed the old man's memories, uncovering hidden information. He sensed the potential chaos his actions could incite, yet his concern was minimal, as he intuited that the matriarch herself will investigate this place personally. After 3 minutes, he had gleaned everything about their plans. He didn't delve into the old man's entire life due to his extensive agent experiences, which would have taken too much time. However, he did focus on the old man's sword comprehension, discovering valuable insights that could potentially lead to a breakthrough in his own sword of calmness technique through further practice. He deserves his title as a sword saint. Additionally, he absorbed all pertinent information, even experiencing the sense of terror instilled by the mastermind behind the old man, despite merely observing his memories. Having comprehended the situation, Dave proceeded to apply a slave mark to the old man and transported him into his domain. He intended to address the situation later once he had devised an explanation to present to his grandmother. A minute after he put the old man inside his domain. In an instant, Matilda appeared in front of Dave, taken aback by the scene before her. It had been several days since she had last seen him. "Are you the one who did this?" Matilda inquired, her gaze fixed upon the lengthy sword mark etched into the ground. The mark had caused significant damage to the forest, yet no injuries had been incurred due to the area's remoteness and the presence of menacing beasts that discouraged people from venturing there. Dave scratched his head and responded, "Well, I was practicing my sword technique and unexpectedly gained enlightenment, which led to accidentally destroying the forest." Matilda, anticipating such an explanation, displayed a mixture of preparedness and shock. The remnants of the sword's energy still lingered in the surroundings, despite the attack's dissipation. The sensation of terror associated with the sword strike was palpable to her even as a true saint. Nonetheless, Matilda smiled, looking at Dave with pride shining in her eyes. She assured him, "Since it was an accident, you don't need to worry. Even if you were to destroy the entire area, your grandmother wouldn't blame you." Her smile conveyed her lack of concern about the destruction caused by Dave. She even indicated that she wouldn't mind if he were responsible for the demise of elders, as long as his actions made him content. Dave's smile transformed into an expression of sudden inspiration. He proposed to Matilda that the area could be designated as a sacred ground for sword practice, considering the lingering essence of his sword intent within the forest. This essence contained the supreme laws of time and space. Matilda was taken aback by this proposition, realizing the magnitude of Dave's potential. She felt that even she and Lucien couldn't compare to his accomplishments at their age. With a resigned sigh, she acknowledged, "The younger generation is destined to surpass us, the older generation." However, Dave swiftly coaxed her, reminding her of her youthful appearance and beauty, suggesting that such worries were unnecessary. Her delight at being praised for her beauty was evident. Being complimented in this manner was a source of pride for any woman. Agreeing to Dave's proposal, Matilda decided that the place should be named Dave's Mountain to honor his sword legacy. She was confident that Dave's sword comprehension had likely reached the level of a sword saint, and she briefly considered giving him that title. However, Dave humbly declined, stating that he didn't need such a designation. Though she respected his decision, Matilda believed that anyone who visited the area would naturally consider Dave to be a sword saint. Despite his enigmatic nature and concealed strength, she sensed no ill intentions from him. His genuineness and the respect he demonstrated towards her were evident in their interactions. Matilda was adept at gauging people's characters, and she recognized that her grandson held genuine respect for her and treated her like family. The news about the commotion spread throughout the entire domain, and many sword practitioners decided to enter the place. However, the matriarch warned everyone that fighting there was forbidden, and they could only stay for a week because the energy there was terrifying and could damage them. The place contained the laws of time and space, which shocked everyone. No one would have expected their young master Dave, who was the topic of discussion in the Alexander clan, to achieve such a level at such a young age. He was younger than them, yet he had already reached the level of a sword saint. Even the other sword saints who had secluded themselves visited the place and gained something from it. There was a rumor that Dave was the reincarnation of a strong powerhouse, while some believed he was just a terrifying genius. Even so, Dave didn't care about the commotion, and he earned many sin points by impressing the entire clan. His strength remained mysterious, as he had only shown the tip of his power. He planned to spread his name throughout the entire mortal plane. He had already conquered the entire mortal plane, and his clones spread his image and created statues for people to worship him for the legacy he had given them. His clones continued to grow as he became stronger, and even though they surpassed the level of immortality, they were not expelled by the will of the mortal plane due to Dave's unique soul. Inside his space world, the four women had regained consciousness, stunned to find themselves in such a beautiful place. The area was filled with unique furniture and a design unlike anything they had seen before. The atmosphere was peaceful, and numerous plants were scattered throughout. They were taken aback to discover their naked bodies and realized that something wild had transpired with Dave. They recalled encountering him before losing control of their senses and succumbing to their desires. What happened? Rain asked, glancing at herself and noticing a swelling sensation. "Ah, my virginity," Natalie exclaimed, and a collective realization washed over them that they were no longer virgins. Isabel sobbed, and they found themselves at a loss, while Haley remained composed, actively seeking a solution. Unfamiliar with their current location, they sensed no other presence. Spotting clothes nearby, they dressed themselves. "But why do I feel like I've broken through and become stronger than before?" Rain pondered aloud, recognizing that she had now reached the peak of the Imperial Saint King realm and progressed in 3 minor realms. Natalie had ascended to become a low-tier Imperial Saint Emperor, whereas Haley had advanced to a mid-tier Imperial Saint Emperor. Isabel had also broken through to the same realm as Rain. Of the group, Rain had received the most attention from Dave, resulting in her experiencing various enhancements due to her distinctive and vibrant personality. Shocked beyond measure, they had never anticipated such an exponential surge in their strength. Suddenly, a handsome man materialized before them, wearing a calm expression as he gazed at them with a smile. "So, you've all woken up," Dave's voice echoed. Upon seeing him, everyone cast fierce glances in his direction. Even Rain, who had held a favorable impression of him, underwent a change of heart, taken aback by the realization that he was nothing more than a scoundrel. "You scum! How dare you take advantage of us? You've taken all 4 of us, you beast!" Natalie's outburst resounded, mirroring the anger that permeated the group. They had innocently been enjoying a relaxing bath, only to awaken and find themselves robbed of their innocence. Their humiliation was undeniable, yet an underlying sense of newfound strength and improved talent counterbalanced the shame. Dave gazed at them with a sincere expression and spoke, "It's okay if you blame me, because I did indeed take advantage of all of you. But I had no other choice," he sighed, assuming an air of pitifulness, as if burdened with untold stories. The 3 women remained skeptical, their doubts lingering, while Rain held onto a belief that Dave wasn't the kind of person who would resort to forcing women into such situations. With his handsome appearance, he could easily attract women of comparable beauty. "Why did you do that?" Rain's face flushed, caught off guard by the realization that Dave had taken her first time. She grappled with how to face him considering this unexpected turn of events. Dave sighed again and responded, "It was for the sake of world peace." The revelation left everyone stunned. Without giving them time to react, Dave suddenly waved his hand, transporting them into a different dimension. A swift sound, akin to a swoosh, resonated as the 4 women found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Their surroundings were unfamiliar, as if they had been transported to a separate realm. "So they're here now? Yeah, I never anticipated that all the recipients of our legacy would be women. Hee, they're as beautiful as I am. Their talent is impressive too." The 4 women stood astonished as colossal beasts emerged before them. Each beast stood an astounding 500 meters tall, rendering the women minuscule in comparison. "What's going on?" The shock was palpable, yet despite sensing a discrepancy in the beasts' power, a profound closeness and reverence emanated from them. "Dave didn't deceive us," the 4 of the spirit beasts concurred, nodding in approval. The circumstances of the 4 women being brought together aligned with Dave's hypothesis, further solidifying their trust in him. Dave decided to leave the 4 women where they were, mainly because he dreaded explaining the reasons behind their recent good session. He anticipated that despite any efforts, they would likely still harbor some resentment towards him. However, he believed that if he entrusted the task of explanation to the 4 experienced individuals who accompanied him, they might better comprehend the struggles he faced, not in any mischievous pursuits, but rather in the solemn pursuit of saving the world. Dave's conduct towards the women hadn't been abusive, he had instead shared his essence and enhanced their natural talents. He also instructed the 4 spirit beasts to guide them in harnessing their newfound powers, given that their potential was now fully awakened, and their future prospects for strength looked promising. His plan involved releasing them after their training was completed and once their emotions had settled. Turning his attention towards his domain, Dave encountered the old man lying unconscious on the ground. With a slave seal in place, the man had become Dave's subordinate. Dave's decision to spare the man's life was based on his significance within the clan, His absence could spark unwanted turmoil. Dave roused the old man, who reacted with surprise but promptly rose and bowed before him. "Master," the old man addressed him, following the commands of the slave seal. Although under Dave's control, he could still function normally, maintaining his own consciousness. Having retrieved his subordinate's wealth, Dave sent him back to the clan. As his master, he needs to safeguard his treasure, acknowledging him as the most suitable candidate for the task. Having attended to these matters, Dave conducted a thorough scan of the entire domain, finally locating Jiang Chen. Knowing that he was not meant to remain idle in one place, Jiang Chen had left the villa earlier to seek formidable opponents within the arena. As a character cut from the protagonist's mold, he sought adventure, aiming to grow stronger through encounters with mentor-like figures and battles. Within the arena, fatalities were forbidden. The more victories one accumulated, the greater the rewards. Jiang Chen had chosen this arena as a proving ground for honing his swordsmanship. Observing him, Dave noted that Jiang Chen swiftly dispatched a young swordsman in a single move. His misty sword art was taking shape, evolving through the exploration of various forms. Having observed Jiang Chen's progress, Dave decided to leave the domain, his intention set on embarking on travels that would allow him to establish his reputation and imprint his name in the annals of history. Fang Clan Domain. Fang Clan was engulfed in war, marked by erupting conflicts and echoing explosions. Corpses littered the ground, the casualties spanning from women and children to the elderly. With each passing day, the assaults launched by the demon cultivators grew bolder, displaying a heightened aggression. Within the Fang Clan, the people found themselves struggling to hold their own against the relentless onslaught of demonic cultivators. Their sheer numbers made defense an arduous task, exacerbated by the fact that their leader was preoccupied in a relentless pursuit of an enigmatic figure who had attempted to assassinate him. Amidst the chaos, a deafening boom reverberated, causing the city wall to crumble and collapse under the force of the explosion. A sinister laughter followed, emanating from a figure who addressed the people of the Fang Clan. "Ha! Members of the Fang Clan, our master has issued his final warning. Your patriarch must return the treasure he stole from us, or we shall demonstrate the true meaning of brutal death." His laughter held a maniacal edge, underscored by his brimming aura of lethal intent. "HMMP, our domain is not a place where you can wreak havoc," a voice declared, the tone heavy with authority. Suddenly, a tall and muscular man emerged, instantly recognized by everyone as the commander of the guards. His presence held weight within the Fang Clan. In response, the demonic cultivator released a sinister laugh, promptly issuing orders to his men, directing them to launch an attack. Boom! Boom! The echoes of explosions and the clash of swords reverberated, a haunting chorus underscoring the grim reality that unfolded. Every passing minute bore witness to lives being extinguished. In a distant location, a beautiful woman was in a dire state, her body bleeding profusely. She was relentlessly pursued by an old man, a true saint in terms of power. "Give up, you wretch. I never imagined you would reincarnate and have the audacity to seek revenge on me. It's a pity you didn't wait longer, focus on cultivating, and perhaps you might have stood a chance against me. I am now a true saint and the new patriarch of the clan, while you are merely an imperial saint emperor." The man laughed as he continued to chase the woman. The man's laughter turned manic as he reveled in his perceived superiority. He was none other than the patriarch of the Fang Clan. The clan found itself under siege by the demonic sect, and while they managed to hold their ground for the time being, he knew he must first eliminate this woman, as their enmity ran deep. He recollected how he had aided his allies in slaying the empress of the sect she belonged to, subsequently eliminating every last member of that sect. All of a sudden, his powerful kick landed squarely on the woman's back, sending her crashing into the ground. Boom! Cough! The woman coughed, her body rendered immobile due to exhaustion. She had been pursued relentlessly by the patriarch for days, her energy nearly depleted. Returning to the immortal plane, she learned of her clan's destruction, an event that had occurred millennia ago, leaving no survivors. Consumed by hatred, she sought solace in the place where she had hidden her treasures, dedicating herself to rigorous cultivation. Guided by the War Mermaid and Kraken bloodline, her journey was marked by ease, and given her previous status as an imperial saint emperor, breaking through to higher realms was a straightforward endeavor. Once an imperial saint emperor again, she resolved to eliminate those who had ambushed her, leaving only the hateful man from the Fang Clan. Infiltrating the Fang domain, she disguised herself as a maid within the clan, manipulating the patriarch's attraction to her beauty. Luring him to his chambers, she intended to strike, but her attack was thwarted by his unexpected strength, bolstered by a protective treasure armor. She fled using a talisman, but he proved adept at pinpointing her location. With a sinister grin and a lustful gaze cast upon her blood-streaked form, the patriarch approached her. Hee hee, a beauty like you shouldn't die without being savored, he cackled manically, relishing the prospect of causing her more suffering by toying with her body. Seeing his intentions, Samantha felt a wave of sorrow. She realized that her efforts had been futile, and she wouldn't get to witness the face of the man she desired again. She starts to remember every memory she had with him and how he took care of her and treated her as a queen. Tears welled in her eyes, and regret coursed through her for her arrogance, which had led to her current plight. Determined not to let her enemies taint her, she made a decision: she would self-destruct, allowing only the man she loved to ever touch her. "Goodbye, Dave," she whispered softly, closing her eyes in preparation for self-destruction. Observing her intentions, the patriarch swiftly retreated, unwilling to be caught in the ensuing explosion. In an instant, Samantha's body emitted a radiant glow, a massive explosion reverberating through the air. Samantha closed her eyes, poised on the brink of self-destruction. The patriarch, sensing her intentions, swiftly fled the scene to avoid being caught in the impending explosion. Samantha's body began to emit a radiant glow, the precursor to a tremendous blast. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion resounded, marking her self-destruction and leaving behind a massive crater. He had prepared to escape the imminent danger. "HMPP, that's your fate for offending me," he sneered, a trace of regret in his voice for the lost opportunity to experience the beauty of the woman he had tormented. The patriarch sneered, regretting that he would never taste the allure of such a beautiful woman. "Really? What if I offend you?" a sudden voice challenged. Abruptly, a handsome man with long red hair and shining blue eyes materialized before him. The man appeared composed, seemingly unaffected by the aura of a true saint. The patriarch's eyes squinted in recognition. "Dave Alexander, what brings you here?" Upon the return of his subordinates to the clan, they had relayed information about Dave, even showing him a picture. They recounted his exceptional alchemical prowess, surpassing even the elders of the revered ancient alchemy clan. His enigmatic powers were so profound that they defied perception. Now confronted with the man himself, the patriarch's inner terror surged, validating the rumors that depicted Dave as remarkably strong. Dave disregarded the patriarch, his focus drawn to the site of the earlier explosion. Navigating around the patriarch, Dave moved without acknowledging him, a behavior that the patriarch monitored closely. However, the patriarch hesitated to make any rash moves, sensing that Dave concealed a depth of power far beyond what met the eye. While uncertain of Dave's precise cultivation level, the patriarch estimated it to match his own, that of a mid-tier true saint. Despite doubting Dave's cultivation being higher, he recognized the implications of achieving such prowess at a young age. It was enough to provoke fear and the desire for Dave's eradication from other clans. In a profound moment of introspection, Dave scanned his surroundings, releasing a sigh before murmuring, "Oh, my beloved Samantha. If only you had shared your story and allowed me to assist you. Why did you not trust your husband?" Dave didn't expect that she would choose to self-destruct, and he already oriented her before that if she met a danger, she could activate the mark he put on her. She can borrow some of his powers for a certain time, but it was enough to escape this place. He didn't know what she was thinking, so he can only ask her after he saved her. The patriarch listened, a chilling realization dawning upon him. Companion. The woman he had coerced into self-destruction was Dave's cherished what? The patriarch's mind raced as panic seized him. His instinct was to flee to his domain, where he could seek refuge from the impending confrontation. He dreaded the prospect of facing Dave, and his fear was only intensified by the impending encounter with the fearsome leader of the demonic sect, an encounter he knew was inevitable due to the treasure he had stolen. In his haste to escape, a colossal figure suddenly materialized before him. The environment transformed into a void, and a swift palm strike from the colossal figure sent shockwaves through him. Boom! Pinned to the ground, he lay in horror before a towering 100-meter giant, its body radiating a golden hue. The giant sword resonated at the peak of true saint power. His internal organs crushed, the patriarch struggled weakly on the ground, powerless to move. "Release me." "Do you wish to spark a war between my clan and the Alexander clan?" Dave turned his gaze upon Kegu, now a true saint like himself. Every subordinate of him, originating from the tower, required no personal cultivation, solely relying on Dave for their growth. Although momentarily forgotten, Kegu remained patient, obediently awaiting Dave's orders. Dave's arrival had come too late. Samantha had already been forced into self-destruction. Traveling through the void, Dave had received news from Ronan about Samantha's origins as the Empress of the Water Valley sect. He learned that she had been ambushed by 3 individuals, one of whom was the current patriarch of the Fang clan. The patriarch's pursuit of a woman led Dave to Samantha. He was familiar with her prideful personality, and though she had awakened her memories, she had once been deeply attached to him. Had Dave arrived in time, he could have instantaneously healed Samantha using the law of life. However, her demise now posed a formidable challenge for resurrection, requiring the sacrifice of his blood to trade for her life. While her soul remained, her departure was not absolute, and there was still hope for her salvation. Ignoring the Patriarch's frantic demands, Dave flicked his fingers, conjuring a single droplet of his evolved, golden blood. Infused with 90% of Dave's energy, his blood emitted a potent aura. Despite his current weakness, the law of life within Dave sustained and healed him instantly. Time reversal law of life blood sacrifice. Suddenly, time rewound in a specific location, the exact moment Samantha had detonated herself. Swish. Dave observed the scene as if he were watching a movie. He witnessed Samantha's blood reversing its course, her bones reconstituting themselves. Within 10 seconds, Samantha's eyes fluttered open, and she found herself staring at the handsome man before her, the same face she had longed to see once more. Even in the afterlife she anticipated following her revenge. Gazing at him with teary eyes, she spoke, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Is this the underworld? At least here, I can see your face again, even if it's just an illusion." Approaching Dave, she gently touched his face, her expression etched with sadness. Curious, Dave asked, "Why do you look so sad?" Her response was swift, revealing her misconception. "What? I'm not dead?" Samantha's shock deepened as she noticed the Patriarch, pinned to the ground by a towering giant. And there was Dave, standing before her with a smile. She rushed toward him, throwing her arms around him in a tight embrace. Dave's words of playful reproach barely registered to her, her focus solely on her reunion with Dave. Now that he was here, her emotions surged, overpowering her preoccupation with revenge. Their separation was finally bridged. After 3 minutes of heartfelt tears, Samantha gradually composed herself. Dave's newfound strength was evident, surpassing not only her previous self but even the Patriarch. "You're a true saint now?" she inquired, unable to conceal her amazement. Dave confirmed it, "Yes, a peak true saint." Samantha struggled to fathom the reality of Dave's transformation. She realized that he defied conventional understanding and couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. Meanwhile, the Patriarch overheard their conversation, overcome by fear to the point of fainting. Never had he anticipated that Dave had ascended to the peak of true saint power. This revelation, coupled with Dave's commanding subordinate, instilled terror in him, leaving him unconscious in the face of such overpowering strength. Dave held Samantha's hair, both cherishing the moment of their reunion. Samantha was still beautiful, but she looked more dignified than before. Her aura was firmer than before, no longer giving the impression that she needed someone to rely on. Despite being a former empress and having her memories awaken, some of her personality had changed, but she remained as woman. Even if they were empresses, queens, powerhouses, or gods, as long as they were his women, no one could bully them. He was ready to create a bloodbath just to protect them. Despite being a heartless person at times, he cherished those people he had in life, perhaps due to his previous life as a teen seeking love from his parents. Both ignored the Patriarchs lying on the ground and instructed Kegu to take care of the Patriarch. The punishment would be administered later. Kegu did as commanded, using his fingers to remove the Patriarch's body before leaving the place. He followed the commands without speaking. For him, Dave was the absolute authority. Dave smirked and held Samantha's waist, saying, "Your husband is weak right now, you need to energize me." Samantha blushed and even her demeanor as an empress disappears, and she was always a shy little girl in front of Dave. Dave was indeed still shameless, but she loved smelling his body fragrant and missed his touch. Dave took her inside his space world and the rest is history. Samantha caressed Dave's chest as she was still panting and tired due to their session. She saw that Dave's face was pale and realized that he must have used a secret technique to resurrect her. However, he never blamed her nor told her about it to prevent her from worrying about him. She felt guilty for leaving him and thought that she would die without seeing him again. Dave had also deceived her. He was not truly weak, and he dominated her in bed without allowing her to fight back. She couldn't count how long they were in bed, but she still missed this feeling. She asked Dave many questions and Dave answered her slowly and didn't hide some things from her except about the trial and the ice goddess. Samantha is also one of the most jealous women he had and he don't want to create trouble and destroy their reunion. Samantha was shocked when she heard Dave's journey. She sighed in relief that the other girls are also practicing and being trained by the powerhouse, Tracy, but she felt that Dave was targeting Tracy also. With Dave's personality, as long that it was a beautiful woman, she will enter his target list. Even so, she didn't care about it for the moment as she was still in bliss of joy to meet him again and she saw how affectionate he was with her. Dave asked her why she didn't use the Lust Lord mark he put on her, and her reason makes Dave didn't know what to do, if he would laugh or feel touched. She said that she thought that Dave was still at mortal plane and his powers is not enough to help her fight a true saint. She didn't want to implicate Dave as she didn't know the effect of using the skill. If she knew that Dave was already a true saint, she would not hesitate to activate it. Dave felt that her reasoning makes sense, but he told her that never hesitate to use it because her safety is a must. After a moment of silence, they decided to finish the thing outside. Dave and Samantha appeared in the cave near the location where they had fought. They saw Kegu sitting there, his massive figure enough to intimidate any passing cultivators. "Master," Kegu greeted, retracting his aura to avoid intimidating Dave's wife. "Hey, make yourself smaller." Dave knew that a Titan's pride was often tied to their tall and muscular body, with greater height symbolizing greater strength. Samantha was still stunned to see Dave commanding such a formidable individual, but she believed that Dave possessed enough power to control such a monstrous being. She didn't witness how easily Kegu had subdued the Patriarch. The sheer energy his body released was enough to kill the Patriarch with a single punch. Kegu had shrunk to a height of only 100 meters, explaining that his previous form had been 1,000 meters tall. Dave cared little for such pride. If he commanded, his subjects must obey, or he would punish them. Kegu didn't mind and adjusted his size to match his master's. Dave then turned his attention to the unconscious body of the Fang Clan's Patriarch, handing him over to Samantha. The Patriarch's body was covered in bruises, his essence severely damaged. Even if he managed to escape, his prospects would be limited. "Now, it's time for your revenge," Dave declared. Samantha smiled and nodded. She couldn't forgive this person, she despised him to the core. With Dave as someone she could rely on, consequences didn't matter to her. Dave had even helped her achieve her revenge. Without waking the Patriarch, Samantha killed him directly using Dave's sword, which he had lent to her. Dave had informed her that the sword would torture the Patriarch's soul and absorb his blood. Dave was merciless, he didn't want the Patriarch to die easily. His sword had a taste for blood, and its consciousness was evolving day by day. Samantha let out a sigh of relief as her revenge was finally fulfilled. She decided to dedicate her new life to loving Dave and assisting him whenever he needed. Though uncertain about the future, as long as she was with him, life didn't seem so bleak. She only regretted that there were no survivors from her clan. Samantha hoped that those who had died were now at peace, having finally avenged them, and she had no desire to pursue matters further with the Fang clan. However, Dave had other plans, seeking an opportunity to stir up trouble. Suddenly, Kegu spoke up and handed something to Dave. "Master, I found this in his spatial ring. He woke up a while ago after you left and tried to negotiate with me. He offered me this treasure in exchange for his freedom." Kegu revealed a red rope, measuring only 24 inches long and 2 inches thick. "What is this?" Dave inquired, scanning the rope. However, Dave could sense the extraordinary nature of the rope. Even with the system undergoing updates, he could still use his ancient eyes to examine objects. As he scanned the rope, he was stunned by the information he uncovered. "Rope of Fate, huh?" Dave mused, learning the name of the rope. Yet, he understood that the rope had been sealed for a reason. He delved into its origin and realized the item's profound mystery. It had the power to alter someone's fate, including that of the user. Presently, Dave couldn't unseal it, as the seal's aura was undoubtedly cast by a powerhouse in the celestial plane. Kegu also informed him that the rope had been stolen by the Patriarch from a demonic sect, which had subsequently led to a war. The sect's leader had been searching for the item for years. When a subordinate had discovered a clue, they ventured into a secret realm to retrieve the treasure, but many of them perished. During transportation, the Patriarch had ambushed the demonic cultivators, sensing the rope's extraordinariness. He killed them and seized the treasure. Unbeknownst to him, the sect leader had noticed and placed a mark on his body to track his location. This compelled the Patriarch to remain in hiding within his domain, as he was no match for the demonic sect leader who was on par with his ancestors. Boom. The Fang clan remained entrenched in chaos as the demonic cultivators, led by a demon holding the head of the commander of the guards, wreaked havoc. "Ha! All of you will die," he roared. Their leader encouraged them to cause as much chaos as they pleased, promising rewards to anyone who retrieved her treasure. Boom. "Ha! Let's kill them. Ha! Don't kill the women, we can play with them later. Hee hee, kill." The demonic cultivators surged towards the Fang clan's domain without end. Their numbers approached the hundreds of thousands, with numerous powerhouses leading them. The Fang clan had readied their soldiers, but the sheer numbers of the demonic sect were overwhelming. The sect possessed a special technique that temporarily augmented their strength. They also shielded civilians, preventing the Fang clan soldiers from utilizing their full potential. Upon entering the Fang clan's territory, The invaders suddenly came to a halt. An elderly man stood before them calmly. Despite his advanced age, his aura exuded a terrifying power, instilling fear even in those leading the siege. Nevertheless, he showed no signs of fear himself. "Humph, that woman is becoming more arrogant day by day, showing no regard for us," the old man sneered. "Since she brought you here, I shall send you to the afterlife as payment for her audacity to launch an attack on my clan," the elderly man declared. With a wave of his hand, the entire area became engulfed in a sea of flames, instantly incinerating weaker demonic cultivators. "Shit!" cursed Gavin, one of the trusted subordinates of the demonic sex leader. He managed to dodge the attack, but many of his troops fell victim to the power of the old man. "Humph, old man, do you think I'll retreat?" Gavin retorted. "If not for your patriarch snatching our treasure, we would not have resorted to such lengths against your feeble clan." His body radiated a thick killing intent as he underwent a transformation. Gavin's form grew larger and more muscular, his aura reaching the level of the old man's. "Ah, the renowned demonic transformation of your sect," the old man chuckled, finding amusement in the situation. However, he did not show fear. Boom! Their fists collided, and the force generated was evenly matched. Boom! 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 The old man was taken aback. He was the 8th ancestor of the Fang clan. Among the clan's 10 ancestors, he was one of the weaker ones, but he was still formidable enough to defeat many, even some true saints. Yet, the demonic cultivator before him could hold his ground against the old man's powerful attacks. Boom! They exchanged blows, and realizing that Gavin was holding his own against the ancestor, the demonic cultivators rejoiced and launched a fierce attack on the soldiers. Swish! Arg! The old man was struck and saw a small needle pierce his chest, leaving him stunned. "What is this?" The old man felt his life force being drained, and Gavin laughed maniacally. "Ha! The old man fell into our trap." "Now, attack!" Gavin commanded his remaining forces, and they swiftly began their assault on the soldiers. Clank! The war raged on, and the old man was alarmed by the black needle. He was unable to remove it even with his full powers. "Hee, you can't remove the needle, as our sect leader personally crafted it to kill the patriarch." "I didn't expect an ancestor to show up," Gavin taunted. "Hee, if I kill you, Her Majesty will reward me handsomely." Hee, Gavin gloated, moving toward the 8th ancestor, prepared to strike him down. The 8th ancestor was afraid and shouted, "Old 9, Old 10, help me." His once proud and arrogant tone vanished, and he abandoned all concern for his image, begging for assistance. Gavin laughed at his pathetic display, finding delight in seeing such a powerful figure beg for mercy. "Where is your arrogance now? You're like a pig begging for help. Ha ha ha. How delightful," Gavin mocked, unafraid of any potential help that might arrive. "How audacious," came a sudden retort. 2 figures materialized, exuding an aura equal to the 8th ancestor's level. They were the 9th and 10th ancestors, both top-tier true saints like the 8th ancestor. "Humph, demonic cultivators shall die," the newcomers declared, their attention directed away from the 8th ancestor as they focused on attacking Gavin. Gavin smiled and said, "Ha, you fools, you've fallen into my trap. It's a pity only 3 of you have shown up." He then produced a token and crushed it before them, his expression unchanging. It was as if he had no fear of the attacks from 2 true saints. He seemed to be awaiting further assistance, as he was no match for 2 ancestors of that level. Boom! Suddenly, a massive palm materialized, intercepting the attacks of the 2 ancestors. They were shocked to see a beautiful woman before them, seemingly like an illusion. However, the energy she radiated was potent enough to induce terror. She wore a black dress, her skin milky white. Despite her lack of overt killing intent, her aura inspired fear. With short black hair and black eyes, she stood at a height of only 5 feet 9 inches. She regarded the 3 ancestors before her and then shifted her gaze to Gavin, her subordinate. "Trash, I told you to force at least 5 ancestors to show up," she chastised. Unconcerned with insulting her subordinate, the woman chastised Gavin, who bowed his head. Despite his red face, he was euphoric, reveling in the fact that the sect leader had noticed him. "Ah, the sect leader insulted me. Oh, I'll be happy for a whole month," he proclaimed with delight. Being recognized by their leader was a source of immense pride for him, something he would boast about to his fellow demonic cultivators. The woman regarded him with disdain, flicking her fingers to transform him into a paste of meat. Consider it your punishment," she stated. The 3 ancestors were stunned by the brutality exhibited by the demonic sect leader, who had slain her own powerful subordinate. Suddenly, the meat paste reconstituted itself and regenerated swiftly, rebuilding Gavin's body. "Hee, it's a pleasure to be killed by the sect leader," Gavin commented. His face was pale, but he held no anger and even found a strange sense of joy in the experience. Ignoring Gavin, the woman shifted her gaze to the three ancestors and sneered, "HMMP, this clan is truly weak and pathetic. I can't fathom how their current patriarch mustered the audacity to steal my treasures." The ninth ancestor retorted, "HMMP, demonic woman, don't you dare slander my clan." "Yeah, we know your character, you're just aiming to create a bloodbath," added the 10th ancestor. They approached the 8th ancestor to offer assistance, but they were helpless against the effects of the Black Needle. This lord truly doesn't need a reason to attack anyone, but we will ascertain the truth after I've slain your current patriarch," the woman proclaimed. "You can surrender him to me, and we'll withdraw, or I'll force my true body to descend here personally and raze your clan to the ground." Her threat carried weight. The demonic sect ranked among the top 3 strongest clans, alongside the Royal and Alexander clans. Although the Fang clan also held a place in the top 10, they were significantly weaker compared to the demonic sect. The 8th ancestor shouted at her, "Remove this thing from me, or you won't leave this place alive." The woman sneered in response, saying, Nice threat. It's a pity the needle will enter your body and slowly consume your blood until nothing remains, ha." As she spoke, she slapped her palm towards the 3 ancestors, leaving them shocked. Boom! The 8th ancestor managed to escape with the assistance of the other 2, and witnessing her display of power, the demonic cultivators were invigorated and let out triumphant shouts. "Kill for Her Majesty! Kill!" Boom! Boom! The 3 ancestors were blasted to the ground, left in a wretched state. Cough. What? She's strong, they realized. Even if they called upon the 5th and 6th ancestors, the outcome would likely remain the same. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but they had to acknowledge that the demonic sect leader, Karina, was formidable, even without her real body being present. Now you'll die if you keep hiding that bastard," Karina sneered, ready to launch another attack. However, 2 more ancestors suddenly appeared before her. "Karina, why are you doing this to my clan? Haven't you taken enough?" questioned the 4th ancestor, who had arrived on the scene. In terms of age, they belonged to the same era. The 4th ancestor was dressed in elegant white attire, and her aura matched Karina's peak True Saint level. Beside her stood the 5th ancestor, her cousin, a peak tier True Saint. Karina's sneer deepened as she responded, "Lilia, I told you to bring that bastard patriarch of yours. He snatched my treasure, or else I'll kill you and parade you naked in front of everyone." Her aura grew more intense, her animosity clear toward the woman who had once been her best friend. The demonic sect was one of the youngest clans among the top 10, but they had rapidly ascended in strength, surpassing even many ancient clans within just a few thousand years. Karina had once been a disciple of the sect's founder and Lilia's best friend. They had met in a secret realm, where they had teamed up to conquer a trial and ultimately emerged victorious, obtaining the legacy it offered. However, their friendship had soured when Lilia learned that Karina was the chosen inheritor of the demonic sect. Lilia distanced herself from Karina, and their once close relationship remained a secret between the 2 of them. Undeterred, Lilia spoke up, "You should leave this place. The Buddhist clan is already en route to confront you. They'll inflict injuries upon your incarnation if they succeed in killing it." She communicated this through telepathy. Despite their enmity, Lilia still cherished their shared memories. Karina smirked in response, retorting, "So what if they come? I'll eliminate them all. As long as you persist in protecting your clan's patriarch, I'll unleash a true massacre." As she spoke, her aura underwent a transformation. She then launched an attack toward the 3 ancestors lying on the ground. "No." Boom! Lilia shouted, taken aback by Karina's disregard for her plea. She had no desire to engage in true combat against her former friend, but her intervention was too late to save the 3 fallen ancestors. The ground revealed a massive crater, and the forms of the 3 ancestors were no longer visible, having vanished from the surface of the immortal plane. "Karina." Lilia dashed toward Karina, drawing her sword. Boom! Karina effortlessly deflected Lilia's attack, retaliating with a counterattack that struck her abdomen. Boom! Lilia was stunned, realizing that Karina, who had been on par with her thousands of years ago, had already reached such a level of power. "You're already at the semi-saint sovereign level?" Lilia exclaimed in shock. Karina had only needed a final push to ascend to the celestial plane. Karina smirked and taunted, "Regret offending me? If you'd handed over that bastard, I wouldn't be this furious." She looked at Lilia with a smile but then glanced upward with an evil grin. "Old bald donkeys, since you're here, don't expect to leave alive," Karina declared. She conjured a small black energy and hurled it into space. 3 true saint-level individuals, who had been awaiting an opportune moment to attack, were caught off guard by Karina's sudden power surge. They hadn't expected her to reach the level only their master had achieved. They had planned to escape, but it was too late. Karina had already detected them. Boom! A voice of horror rang out from the three monks. 10 seconds later, the voice faded, and their auras vanished completely. Hee, dead. Karina grinned, then turned her attention back to Lilia. It's your last chance, given our shared memories as comrades. Hand over that bastard and cripple him in front of me, Karina offered. Lilia felt conflicted and overwhelmed. The events of the day had brought unparalleled shame upon her clan's history since its foundation. She saw no alternative. Calling for help from other ancestors would only weaken her clan further if they fell at Karina's hands. Moreover, none of them had reached the level of semi-saint sovereign. Scanning her entire clan, Lilia realized she couldn't detect the patriarch's aura. "Where is he?" she exclaimed in shock, unable to find his trace. Looking for him? Suddenly, a space manifested, revealing a handsome man with long red hair. His appearance shocked both Lilia and Karina. Beside him, they noticed a familiar head in the hands of the person behind him. A beautiful woman stood nearby, though she seemed less formidable. They couldn't gauge the young man's power, but even Karina felt a sense of danger emanating from him and his subordinate. This sensation reminded her of her encounter with Lucia and Alexander, a feeling she hadn't experienced before. However, they had never fought since the Alexander clan generally avoided meddling in external matters that didn't impact their interests. Karina knew that the Alexander clan was the Immortal Plane's most potent force, but many cultivators mistakenly believed the royal clan held that distinction due to their activity. Her deceased master had informed her that the Alexander clan was enshrouded in mystery and was likely the oldest force in the Immortal Plane. There were numerous semi-saint sovereigns within the clan, some of whom were trapped at that level, awaiting the right opportunity to ascend. There were also ancestors who had ascended, though there had been no news from them since their departure. Her master had once fought against the fifth ancestor of the Alexander clan, and the battle had ended in a draw. He had noted that the Alexander clan solely relied on raw power and didn't tap into their bloodline advantages. "Who are you?" Lilia felt a sense of unease when she looked at Dave, as if he could see through her. Her gaze shifted to the severed head of the patriarch, realization dawning that he had been brutally killed. Suppressing her anger for the moment, she directed her focus to the immediate threat. "Dave." He smiled, his demeanor calm as he scanned the two beautiful women before him. "Well, I'm here to collect on a debt. Your patriarch attempted to kill my woman, so I killed him. Now, I want some compensation from your clan for the mental health damage inflicted on my wife," Dave stated matter-of-factly. His words stunned everyone present. No one had expected someone to be audacious enough to demand compensation from the Fang clan, especially not after taking down their patriarch. Soldiers and demonic cultivators alike halted their fighting, captivated by Dave's boldness. Lilia struggled to find words, her anger escalating. She decided to call upon every ancestor available, as she was ill-equipped to handle the situation alone. Karina found Dave intriguing, sensing a familiar aura about him. "Hey, where's my treasure?" she demanded, not one to shy away from confrontation despite Dave's strength. Her nature had always been unrestrained, and fear of others wasn't part of her repertoire. Dave smirked, producing a red rope. "Is this what you're looking for?" Karina hadn't expected him to present the treasure so easily. She nodded, saying, "Give it back, and I'll leave this place." Dave's smirk broadened. This belongs to me now. If you want it back, why don't you try taking it from me? I've heard that you're both strong and beautiful, so perhaps you could even join my harem." Dave's jest was met with a pinch from Samantha, who regarded him with a mix of irritation and amusement. Karina's anger flared at Dave's audacity, aggravated that he hadn't taken her seriously and had even jokingly suggested she join his harem. "You bastard, how dare you?" Karina seethed. In response, she waved her hand, conjuring a familiar force that Dave immediately recognized. So you're working for the lineage of the greed demons, huh?" Dave grinned as he effortlessly absorbed Karina's aura using his sin of gluttony. "What?" Karina was left dumbfounded. She attempted to employ her skill, one she had used countless times to pilfer treasures from others without detection. Unfortunately for her, Dave was the embodiment of a demon and possessed abilities that left her futile. Chuckling, Dave sighed. "What a shame, just an incarnation." With a casual flick of his fingers, he brought time to a standstill. "What?" Karina's confusion deepened, her semi-sane sovereign powers proving useless against Dave's perfected stage law of time. Time stopped in the frozen moment. Dave approached Karina, a lecherous grin on his face as he squeezed her ample breast. "Impressive and quite pink, I must say." So soft he knowing his time manipulation was temporary, he quickly kissed and bit her lips, then nipped at her neck to sip her blood. Dave's vampiric bloodline, now evolved into a demonic bloodline, heightened his allure and charm. While he had never consumed blood before, he found her surprisingly delicious, his energy surging. With his message conveyed, Dave pressed his fingers to Karina's forehead before plunging his sword into her heart. Until we meet again. Time resumed its course, leaving bystanders bewildered as they saw Dave standing near Karina, sword embedded in her heart. What? How? Horror filled Karina as she gazed at Dave's handsome face, realizing she had been swiftly overwhelmed by his overwhelming strength. The clash of steel echoed as her incarnation disintegrated into dust. The sight was equally shocking to the demonic cultivators and Lilia, who hadn't expected Dave to be this formidable. In comparison, Karina seemed less terrifying. Dave's gaze settled on the stunned demonic cultivators before him, and he issued a command. Kegu, eliminate every last one of them without damaging their bodies. Kegu nodded, moving with swift determination toward the demonic cultivators. Their collective shock left them paralyzed, unable to respond before Kegu's hands lifted them off the ground using an invisible force. Their bodies hovered in the air as he then opened his massive maw, consuming their souls. He obeyed his master's wishes, although he planned to inquire about the fate of these souls later. The bodies remained pristine, while the souls found themselves trapped within Kegu's cavernous stomach. Dave gathered the corpses, creating a sizable collection. These would be invaluable for creating a new undead soldier in the future. Lilia found herself overwhelmed by the incredible power displayed by both Dave and Kegu. The sheer might Kegu possessed was enough to obliterate their entire clan, and Dave commanded such a person. Filled with distress, she swiftly transmitted information about the situation to the other ancestors, urging them to handle it with care. She didn't want her clan to lose more ancestor-level individuals. Dave smiled and felt more auras approaching the area. Then, in a swoosh of sound, 3 more figures appeared. All of them were at the peak of true saints, yet they carefully restrained their auras as they stood before Dave. They were quick to grasp the situation from Lilia's message. They were angry at first to learn the patriarch was beheaded, but they became fearful when they learned that Karina's incarnation was killed by the young man. These individuals were known to instill fear in others, but even they were hesitant in the presence of a being strong enough to terrify Karina's incarnation. The group spoke with a mixture of deference and respect. "Young lord, may we inquire about your name? Please extend your forgiveness to our current patriarch for his offense against your woman." Lilia humbly bowed and displayed respect to Dave. She couldn't help but notice his young age, which contrasted sharply with his incredible strength. The situation was further complicated by the previous report she received that the patriarch was pursuing a woman who turned out to be associated with Dave. She cannot do anything to change it and can only face the problem. With everyone's eyes on him, Dave introduced himself with an elegant smile. "You may call me Dave Alexander. I'm here to claim compensation. Before his demise, the patriarch entrusted his wealth to me, and I've come to fulfill his request. I am a good person who will not let a last dying will to not be accomplished. I hope that his soul will be at peace." Dave let out a sigh, causing even Kegu to sense the shamelessness in his master's actions. Samantha was momentarily shocked by Dave's audacity, though she had grown accustomed to it. Dave's words left everyone speechless. His boldness, combined with his formidable strength, rendered even the brazen Karina's actions subdued. As his surname was mentioned, a wave of apprehension swept over the ancestors. The Alexander clan's reputation was well known, and its power was legendary. Acknowledging their words, Dave nodded. "I'll leave my subordinate here as I await your compensation." Dave then flashed a playful grin. "And don't forget to include a little extra for handling that woman. Farewell." With a wave of his hand, Dave and Samantha vanished, leaving only Kegu behind. Kegu looked at them with a mixture of disdain and wariness. Dave didn't fear that they would not compensate him for fear of his power. Left with a sense of relief, Lilia could only sigh. The clan had narrowly escaped a catastrophic event, though the explanation to the monks still lay ahead. Dave's recent actions sent shockwaves throughout not only the Fang domain but also the entire immortal plane. His name resonated in every corner, becoming the topic of conversation and admiration. People were captivated by his achievements and amazed by his young age and incredible power. News of Dave's feats, including his alchemical mastery and his strength rivaling or even surpassing peak true saints, circulated widely. His valiant stand against the demonic cultivators and the defeat of Karina's incarnation earned him the reputation of a heroic figure who despised evil. He swiftly became an idol for aspiring cultivators. Amidst the acclaim, Dave's sin points surged due to the unfortunate necessity of his actions. Though he didn't seek to take lives, The circumstances provided the perfect opportunity to showcase his abilities. The Fang clan unwittingly became a stepping stone, elevating his fame further. The tale of Dave's exploits reached every clan, leaving Dave to predict that his interactions with them would drastically change. He foresaw potential difficulties in finding excuses to stir up trouble if he were treated with newfound respect. Currently, Dave continued his journey toward the origin of the grand scheme. He already knew the orchestrators behind the scheme were planning to open a portal to the dreaded Ashura domain. Within the demonic sect, Karina, seated upon her throne, looked pale and weakened. Her encounter with Dave had left her traumatized, unable to defend herself against his might, particularly his control over time. "So, he is Dave Alexander," she murmured, receiving news of the ongoing commotion. She faced mockery from her enemies, such as the Holy Clan and the Buddhist clan. Despite their anger, they hesitated to underestimate her power, considering her recent display of strength. The sensation of heat on her neck drew her attention. Examining the area, she found 2 small bite marks. Discomfort overcame her as she realized that Dave had sucked her blood. A vampire? Her voice trembled as she contemplated the implications. Ah, so hot. Horrified, she perused her master's library to learn more about vampires. Vampires trace back to a human named Dracula, who formed a contract with the Demon King of Gluttony. This pact granted Dracula power in exchange for consuming the blood of strong creatures, an insatiable thirst that never wanes. Karina delved deeper, uncovering various vampire hierarchies and their abilities. Vampire Count and above had the ability to turn humans into vampires through biting. A vampire king could form a partnership by biting and consuming their blood, forging a bond where the target could not harbor malice or anger towards them. As Karina absorbed this information, realization struck. She found herself bound to that detested man, Dave, a partner through the blood connection. In a surge of anger, she yelled, feeling the burning heat intensify. Overwhelmed, she grappled with her fury, ultimately deciding to follow her master's guidance and seek refuge in a location reserved for dire circumstances beyond her power to overcome. "I'll kill him." The scene unfolded within the royal clan, where a beautiful woman exuding a cold aura stood before a solid rock. Her gaze was intense as she focused on the white finger embedded in the rock. With a forceful strike, she shattered the rock, causing the finger to emanate a potent energy and aura. Closing her eyes, she positioned the finger in front of her and began the absorption process. Reflecting on the recent events involving Dave, the woman's thoughts swirled with conflicting emotions. She found Dave infuriating, yet to her surprise, he had gifted her a pill and released her from his grasp. Before departing, he had left a black box on her bed, containing a high-quality pill that greatly pleased the Emperor and earned her entry into the sacred grounds. Wendy, as she was known, absorbed the finger with a sense of focus and determination. While she had heard about Dave's remarkable deeds, Wendy decided to postpone any actions against him until after she had fully absorbed the energy from the finger. Her thoughts resonated with a sense of retribution, hinting at her intentions to deal with him in the future. Recalling her recent encounter with Dave, Wendy's frustration grew. Despite his help in healing her injuries, she was still grappling with difficulties walking properly. Concealing her condition from her father and mother was a challenge, and even her mother seemed suspicious, though Wendy managed to maintain her previous demeanor and actions, ensuring no one suspected anything amiss. Different clans had varying reactions to Dave's actions, but they all realized that he didn't need to rely on his clan to create chaos and he feared no one. Despite his youth and talent, it was already too late. He had grown wings and even attempts to assassinate him had uncertain success rates, especially with his formidable clan backing him. Fortunately, the Alexander clan rarely intervened in others' affairs unless their members were being bullied or their actions hindered. They learned that Dave hadn't even been in the clan for a year, yet his powers remained a mystery, despite growing up in the mortal plane. As Dave traveled through the void, he watched the progress bar rise to a significant percentage. System update completion status, 20%. Dave felt that completing the update would still take him a long time. HMMP, bald donkeys, you dare offend me? Get ready to be exposed to this demon's wrath, he mused. Clean your necks as I will be claiming them later. He had already a negative opinion of these individuals before, and after scanning the memory of the Fire Sword Saint, it revealed that the person who had contact with him came from the Buddhist clan and held a high position within the clan. Nothing can escape me, Dave smirked, estimating that he needed about 15 minutes to reach that domain. He was now traveling to learn about the grand scheme of the person behind this Buddhist clan. The temple's master, named Kasuya, had led the clan since its inception. With an unusually long lifespan, he instilled fear in many due to his power. Yet, he now knelt before a person wearing red attire and a mask reminiscent of the Fire Sword Saint's mask, which Dave had subdued. That person was exceedingly terrifying, and he maybe has already detected our scheme. Be cautious, as he might rush here to investigate. I realized that the formation I had created earlier was destroyed, and the 4 women in whom I had embedded the 4 physiques of the 4 spirit beasts have disappeared, the mysterious person admitted. Kasuya's fear of this individual deepened, to the point where he abandoned the monk culture and instead complied with this person's control. This mysterious figure issued commands, leaving Kasuya with no option but to nod and obey. Dave materialized outside the Buddhist clan's domain, causing a stir throughout the clan. Rumors of his enigmatic powers had spread, and even the incarnation of the demonic sect leader couldn't withstand him. The guards maintained respectful appearances but refrained from showing reverence, their loyalty solely directed towards Buddha. Amitabha. Lord Dave, our master invites you to enter our temple and wishes to converse with you. An old man, a formidable true saint powerhouse, stepped forward. Without arrogance, he respectfully asked. Dave smiled, gripping Samantha's hand. They nodded in agreement and followed the old man. Dave's scanning of the domain revealed its normalcy, devoid of any trace of evil presence. He couldn't discern fear among the people, realizing not everyone was aware of the situation. Perhaps only those in higher positions were connected to the culprits. The old man, a sword saint, had encountered this individual, also wearing a fox mask, hindering identification. Dave only knew that the Buddhist individual was serving a terrifying person in red attire, wearing a similar mask. Following the monk to the temple, Dave marveled at its exquisite design. He witnessed numerous bald heads kneeling before a Buddha statue. Children chanted mantras, sparred, and practiced their powers. Onlookers observed in amazement as an ancestor appeared to greet him personally, dissuading them from staring longer, out of fear of causing offense. Buddhist clan holy temple. Inside the temple, a robust elderly man, his long white beard contrasting his orange attire, sat cross-legged on the ground with closed eyes, as if engaged in prayer. When Dave appeared, guided by one of the ancestors, he opened his eyes to offer his greeting. He examined Dave's handsome face, reciprocating Dave's scrutiny. Cupping his fist, he greeted Dave with respect. I am pleased to meet you, young Master Dave. I hope you find our clan pleasing to your eyes. My name is Kasuya. Appearing normal and respectful, Kasuya's nervousness was evident in Dave's presence. Dave smiled and responded in kind. I've heard of your bald name, your renowned name, before. Your clan is indeed remarkable. Dave managed to avoid directly using the term bald donkeys. Monks, while often portrayed as holy, were sometimes among the most hypocritical and shameless individuals, even more so than demonic cultivators, as he'd read in some novels. Kasuya didn't display anger, instead, a golden light emanated from him, indicating his perpetual calmness. What brings you here, young Master Dave? He inquired. Dave smiled and replied, don't pretend you're unaware. You already knew my intentions. Kasuya's heart raced, his anxiety palpable. Despite his power on par with Karina, a semi-saint sovereign, he couldn't shake his fear when facing Dave. Does he already know? Kasuya said in his mind, and he didn't want his secret to be learned by others or his reputation might be destroyed. What do you mean, young master? Even the ancestor behind him frowned, taken aback by Dave's statement. The mystery of Dave's power left them cautious, reluctant to stir trouble. Dave's arrival in their clan, following the chaos he caused in the Fang clan, hinted at the potential for more disruption. Dave continued to smile. Well, I know that Master Kasuya is aware that I'm here to visit your clan and experience something new. Upon hearing this, both the ancestor and Master Kasuya sighed in relief. Kasuya's anxiety had him sweating profusely, fearing that Dave had uncovered their scheme. Fortunately, it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. Then allow me, young Master Dave, to lead you on a tour of our clan's various places, Kasuya proposed. Dave accepted with a nod. Dave was testing Kasuya, observing his nervous reaction. He knew that something was amiss with Kasuya and that he possessed certain knowledge. The ancestor bowed to Kasuya and left the place after bidding farewell to Dave. Kasuya smiled, and his nervousness dissipated. He began to think that the Lord might have misunderstood the situation. Judging from Dave's eager expression, it seemed he was here solely to visit their domain. Kasuya guided Dave to various places, and Dave admitted that the location was pleasant, except for the presence of bald individuals. He even noticed that the women here were bald and felt sympathy for them. Frustrating. How am I supposed to pull their hair if they're bald? Dave cursed inwardly upon seeing some attractive monk women, despite their lack of hair. Kasuya accompanied Dave for many hours, causing him to lower his guard. Meanwhile, Dave was searching for the true instigator behind the scheme. He couldn't identify anyone suspicious except for Kasuya himself, leading him to make a decision. Master Kasuya, I've heard about a place you have called Buddhist Mountain, a location only accessible to you. Why not permit me to visit that place? Dave inquired. Kasuya was taken aback, uncertain how Dave had learned about this. The news had been provided by Ronin, and Dave sensed something suspicious about that place. Uncertain about how to respond, he noticed Dave's excited expression, deducing that Dave simply wanted to explore the area. Kasuya nodded confidently, believing there was nothing to fear about Dave discovering anything unusual there. Within Buddha's mountain, a man dressed in red garments sensed the arrival of two individuals and furrowed his brows. So, he's already here? Kasuya truly is incompetent, he muttered to himself. But at least I can discreetly eliminate this person. His body exuded a potent aura of hostility, yet the surroundings of the mountain suppressed the intensity of his killing intent. Opting to remain in this place, he planned to operate from the shadows while carrying out his tasks. Rising to his feet, he unsheathed a crimson sword, readying himself for a confrontation. Confident in his abilities, he believed he could eliminate the intruder. His primary concern lay with the Alexander clan, their domain's formation had nearly exposed him. He realized that numerous powerful individuals were concealed there, slumbering in the sacred grounds. Despite his strength, he couldn't guarantee a successful escape from that location. To avoid suspicion, he had manipulated one of the sword saints under his control. This place is the heart of our Buddhist clan, and I come here sometimes because I can feel the strong presence of Buddha, Kasuya explained. Amitabha. Kasuya clapped his hands, prompting a smile from Dave, who responded, "Indeed, this is a remarkable spot. It's isolated from any prying eyes or ears." Entering the dense fog, Dave realized that everything within was secluded from the rest of the domain. With a smirk, he declared, "All right, time to make a move." In an instant, Dave's sword plunged into Kasuya's chest, catching him off guard. A bewildered "what?" escaped Kasuya as he realized he was under attack. Dave's rapid summoning of a black sword and his unmatched speed left Kasuya incapable of reacting. Kasuya swiftly retrieved a bracelet infused with mana and escaped 50 meters away from Dave, coughing blood in the process. Desperate, he questioned, "Arg. What are you doing?" Attempting to regenerate and heal himself, Kasuya found his efforts in vain. The bleeding persisted, and the more he employed his energy to mend the wounds, the more severe they became. To his dismay, a dark energy invaded his body. With a smile, Dave inquired, "So, where's the guy with the fox mask?" "Arg, so you already knew," Kasuya admitted, ceasing his charade. His expression turned into an evil grin. He felt toyed with, realizing that Dave had been aware of his feigned ignorance. Amitabha, Ashura absorption, Kasuya invoked abruptly. The skill absorbed the dark energy within him, transforming it into a small marble in his hand. "Ah, quite an intriguing skill." "Just as I suspected, you have ties to the Ashura clan," Dave smirked. He recognized the unique nature of the technique, capable of transmuting energy into marbles. He also noticed its energy-draining effects on Kasuya, who appeared weakened. "Hee, the real fun has only just begun," Kasuya declared, dropping his pretense. Dave had already transported Samantha to his pocket dimension. While confident in his victory, he refused to let any harm befall her due to the lurking shadowy figure. Dave clapped his palms and chanted, "Amitabha. Your demise is imminent," he calmly stated. "Ah, Yama awaits you," he continued. "Fret not, I'll take care of your beautiful mother and sister." With those words, a multitude of different energies surged toward the monk. "What is that?" Kasuya felt an overwhelming and terrifying power emanating from the energy. The speed was so great that he couldn't react in time. Swish. "Arg. What is this? RHH. I hate you." Kasuya attempted to chant numerous scriptures to counteract the effects, but his efforts were in vain. His mind started to be corrupted, and Dave's energy of sins infiltrated his thoughts. He began experiencing sensations of lust, wrath, sloth, greed, hunger, pride, and envy. "Ah! Buddha, please be merciful and aid this poor monk," Kasuya pleaded desperately. Next he realized that while the rumors about Dave were terrifying, he still believed he could confront him directly and escape if things went awry. Time stopped suddenly. Dave froze time, his smile playful. Approaching the monk, he observed the corruption taking hold in his mind, the energy of sin proving resistant to removal unless countered with light-based powers. Dave was on the verge of scanning the monk's mind when he sensed a disruption in a region that had been affected by his time manipulation. Swoosh! A figure clothed in red and wearing a fox mask dashed forward, brandishing a 1-meter-long red sword. Reacting swiftly, Dave lunged at the intruder, but to his surprise, the encounter turned ominous. "Oh?" Dave was caught off guard, and even as he escaped, his left hand was cut off. Boom! Dave appeared 100 meters away from that guy, and time resumed. The man in red looked at Kasuya and saw that he was already corrupted. It was hard to save him unless he killed the caster. A demonic skill, huh? He looked at Dave, who didn't even frown when his left hand was cut by the man's sword. Dave looked at his wounds and realized that his regeneration ability was useless against the sword, but he had the law of life. Therefore, such wounds would be healed easily, and he could recover his limb. Law of life. His left hand regenerated, stunning the guy in red. He felt the terrifying life force erupt, and from the look of it, it was in the perfected stage. So, there is someone as talented as the Ashura King in the immortal plane, remarked Dave. Interesting, responded the man, and Dave suddenly became angry. You like to pretend to be mysterious, huh? You even stole my line. Shit, I won't forgive you, Dave said. The man in red was stunned by Dave's sudden anger, especially since he had only said interesting. Dave couldn't scan the blade because its level was high, and he felt that it was only a part of the complete blade. Perhaps the sword had been broken into many pieces. However, to disrupt and dismantle his time and space domain, the sword must be a valuable treasure. Dave instantly appeared in front of the man and swung his sword, invoking the words. Sword of Calmness. Even without stopping time, Dave could sense that everything was moving in slow motion. He executed a powerful slash towards the man. His movements appeared as slow motion to him, but others were unable to perceive his actions. The man in red was left in a state of shock, as he had never before witnessed such an extraordinary and peculiar sword technique. A deafening explosion followed. The man was forcefully blasted, his body yielding to the might of Dave's sword. In the wake of the attack, both of his hands were severed by the swift and precise strikes of Dave's blade. His ears tumbled to the ground, and one of his legs was also severed by the same skilled hand. Fuck. The man in red clothes was consumed by a sense of horror. He recognized that if Dave were to employ a skill associated with time and space, his blade could easily slice through any defense due to the blade's incorporation of the laws of time and space. Moreover, the man in red was stunned, as he had never before encountered such an extraordinary and bizarre sword technique in his entire existence. Intrigued, he delved into an investigation of Dave. His intuition suggested that his chances of successfully eliminating Dave were high, given that his blade stood as the direct opposition to Dave's own set of laws. However, to his astonishment, he had not foreseen that Dave possessed a law of life that facilitated the healing of injuries inflicted by the blade. Additionally, the sword technique displayed by Dave was not tethered to any specific set of laws. It was as though the technique was linked to a supremely powerful entity that regarded the laws as mere playthings. This enigmatic technique defied explanation, even though he himself had lived for a significant span of time. His intent to regenerate was suddenly halted by the appearance of Dave above him, his black blade poised at the man's throat. The realization that he could not regenerate his lost limbs filled him with horror. Game over, Dave declared, his tone dripping with finality. Humph, I would have been toying with you for a longer time, but you stole my line and made me irritated, Dave continued, puffing out his cheeks. Yet, it was evident that he was merely toying with the man. Dave sensed that this individual's cultivation exceeded that of a true saint, but his powers were curbed by the will of the immortal plane. Unable to scan the man's cultivation, Dave mused on the fact that since the immortal plane was his domain, escape was an impossibility. Sweat coated the man's body, yet he mustered the courage to pose a question to Dave. Who are you truly? Has a demon king of pride dispatched you to stop me? He never ceased suppressing our race, Arg, the man lamented. Upon scanning Kasuya, he sensed an energy characteristic of only a demon lord and a demon king can cast. This led him to conclude that Dave was similar to him, both employing a technique to suppress their powers and gain entry into the immortal plane. This forbidden skill came at the cost of damaging their origins temporarily, necessitating years for a full recovery. Don't link me with those feeble beings. Since my youth, I've slain a demon king and even enslaved the god of beauty, who graced my bed each night, Dave sighed, portraying a sense of isolation at the peak. However, the man in red dismissed his claims, recognizing them as mere boasts. As you forced my hand, prepare to meet your end, the man declared, aware that unleashing his ultimate technique was his only chance of survival against Dave. Arg, he roared. Dave, needing information, refrained from swiftly ending his life. Stepping back, Dave watched as the man's body ignited into flames, his killing intent escalating to a new level. All his injuries and limbs mended, revealing a terrifying transformation. A 5-meter giant emerged, draped in crimson. Golden eyes blazed, exuding overwhelming killing intent. It was the real form of the Ashura race. The transformation continued. The man's strength escalated through tiers of saint sovereign power, low tier, mid tier, top tier, and ultimately, peak tier. Rawr! Dave was taken aback, sensing his own killing intent paling before the man's heightened might. HMMP, Ultrameter Transformation, I'm not Aaron, Dave stated. He hadn't anticipated that the man would compel the release of his constraints. Dave sensed that the man in red hadn't reached the limit of his real power but had instead attained his highest level of manifestation due to restrictions. Thunderous roars echoed, a sound familiar to Dave. Oh, the purple lightning tribulation, Dave recognized. His thoughts drifted to the individual who had nearly slain him. He understood the terror of this lightning, distinct from his own law of lightning. It originated from the purple lightning tribulation, the most potent lightning source across the universe. However, at present, such lightning wouldn't even scratch his skin. It could be harnessed to absorb energy and fortify his law of lightning. Dave intuited that the perfected stage wasn't the ultimate boundary, though his current cultivation barred a full understanding. Rawr, your demise approaches, the man in red sneered. Dave smiled and countered, no, it's your death by lightning. The man sneered back. Do you believe I'm unprepared? He retrieved and crushed a token. Swish! His entire form became enveloped in golden light, causing the lightning to abruptly halt, as if it couldn't locate its target. Hee, now you'll meet your end, the man gloated. Dave hadn't anticipated this treasure. I suspect it has a certain time limit, Dave speculated, still unable to see the man's face due to the flames. So what? It's sufficient to kill you. A sure-as-fire explosion, the man invoked, conjuring a drop of his blood that detonated before Dave. Boom! The explosion nearly razed the surroundings, yet Dave remained standing, shielded by the surrounding space. TSK, such a crafty skill. I too possess blood magic, care to witness it? Dave tapped his chest where his heart resided. The man in red suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken. Dug. Blood burst boom. The man was suddenly shocked, coughing up blood as he realized his heart had exploded. What sort of skill is this? He gasped in horror. Dave's array of powers confounded him, defying his understanding. Dave's vampiric skills had grown more potent. Any foe within a 100-meter radius would succumb when struck by this skill, their hearts exploding. Their blood would be absorbed by Dave, who could then utilize the Blood Massacre or Blood Sanctuary. These abilities allowed him to summon terrifying creatures, their strength dependent on the amount of blood he sacrificed. The man in red remained weak, yet Dave perceived a purpose in sparing him, for now. 2 hearts left, Dave noted, employing his ancient eyes to discern the man's condition. He observed that this individual possessed 3 hearts. I concede that you possess strength, but our Ashura King's blade will ultimately claim your life, the man declared. Demonic halberd, time-space slash. The void trembled as a fearsome attack materialized before Dave. Boom! Struck by the assault, Dave's body was severed in 2. Hee, that's your penalty for offending me and disrupting my plans, the man gloated. However, his laughter was short-lived as he witnessed Dave's body transforming into a pool of blood. Shocked, he realized it was a mere blood clone. When did he execute that technique? He wondered. The man hadn't detected Dave leaving his initial position, and he never anticipated facing a blood clone all along. Your sword technique is indeed impressive. Show me more, Dave taunted. Suddenly, Dave materialized behind him and tapped his shoulder. Boom! The man attacked Dave again. The man's sword enters Dave's chest. Although Dave coughed blood, his expression bore a sardonic smile. You're quite fierce. Show me more of your swordsmanship, Dave retorted. Yet again, Dave's form dissolved into a pool of blood, reappearing 100 meters away. He sat on the ground, eyes closed. Dave could employ a token to subdue the man, but he recognized a unique approach to swordsmanship in this opponent. Dave sensed an opportunity to gain insights into the various forms of the Sword of Calmness by studying his adversary's techniques. Arg! Dave, whose eyes were shut, suddenly cried out in pain as the man struck once more, beheading him. Wow, oh wow, such disrespect. I granted you a safe transformation, yet you afforded me no time for contemplation, Dave's severed head remarked sarcastically. Suddenly, Dave's head reattached to his body, his demeanor serene as if impervious to threat. His blood, an intricate network connecting every part of his being, allowed him to endure the attacks while keeping several tricks concealed. He permitted the assailant to strike him, keen on experiencing his opponent's swordsmanship firsthand. Arg! You're infuriating, the man exclaimed. Though realizing Dave was indestructible, he remained discontented and sensed a vulnerability. Despite being at the peak tier of Saint Sovereign power, he found himself manipulated by a youthful individual. Boom! Dave's form shattered as the man's attack hit, yet Dave remained tranquil, seemingly in a mystic trance. To be invincible, One must embrace calmness, Dave declared. Boom. Despite being blasted apart once again, Dave continued regenerating. Conquering an enemy is simple when you maintain serenity, he added. Boom. Dave's body was blasted once again, yet he continued to regenerate. Killing an enemy is an easy effort as long as you remain calm, he thought. Boom. Dave's regeneration seemed limitless, and his mastery of the law of life and blood magic proved tenacious. The man in red realized that his time was drawing to a close. If he allowed himself to be struck by lightning, death was inevitable. Die, you bastard! The man exclaimed. He used even more of his blood and burned his own origin to unleash a stronger attack. Ashura blood art, life harvester, he cried. Suddenly, a 10-meter mirage appeared behind him. It consisted entirely of bones and held a huge scythe. It slashed its weapon at Dave, but Dave remained calm. Success, Dave smirked and then opened his eyes, saying, Sword of Calmness second form equilibrium mirage technique. Dave slashed his sword at the man. He felt everything slowing down, and he believed he could appear anywhere he wanted. Boom. Boom. The explosion and collision of techniques destroyed the surroundings, leaving only a massive crater in the ground. When the dust settled, the man was standing, but red marks appeared on his arms, legs, and half of his body. Swoosh! Stunned, he found his energies drained from using a forbidden technique. He hadn't expected to die from such an attack. He saw Dave's attack in front of him. Although slow, it was terrifying. He made a final effort to parry it, but the real attack was behind him. Next equilibrium mirage technique revolves around the art of deception and anticipation. Practitioners utilize feints, subtle shifts, and mirage-like illusions to confuse opponents. The primary focus is on maintaining a tranquil mind, even in the heat of battle. By projecting an air of calmness, practitioners lull their opponents into underestimating their intent, only to strike with unexpected precision. He fell to the ground, his arms and legs disconnected from his upper body, and his lower body similarly severed from the upper part. Boom. The man was drenched in blood, yet he remained alive despite his dire state. Dave smiled and walked up to him. I should be thanking you for displaying such remarkable swordsmanship. Without that, I might not have comprehended the technique, Dave remarked with a smile. He employed his life energies to heal the bleeding. With the mask now destroyed, he observed a middle-aged man with black hair and two small red horns on his forehead. However, lacking any information about him, Dave disregarded it and placed his hand on the man's head. Soul Surcharge, don't you dare. No. Stunned, the man anticipated that Dave would immediately end his life. Unbeknownst to him, Dave's true intention was to delve into his memories. Boom. Abruptly, the token's effect vanished, and purple lightning struck Dave's body as he stood near the man. Responding quickly, Dave shielded the man, determined to prevent the loss of this valuable source of information. Boom. 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 The relentless lightning barrage continued, yet Dave remained unfazed, focusing on extracting the man's memories. The cultivation of the person is stronger than him, but Dave's soul was higher than the man. The rage of the immortal planes will reverberated, but Dave paid it no heed. Boom. Despite the barrage of lightning strikes, Dave's body showed no signs of injury. Instead, the lightning seemed to refine and strengthen him. Boom. 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 A more potent bolt materialized, likely the final attack in the sequence. Dave regained his consciousness, having assimilated all the information he needed. At this point, the man had become dispensable, soon to serve as Dave's next undead soldier. Dave transported the man's body into his domain, further inciting the lightning's wrath. Bring it on, your assaults merely tickle my skin, Dave taunted, his plan for vengeance against this tribulation taking shape. Roar! Boom. 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 The lightning continued its assault, each strike growing in intensity. Dave remained seated on the ground, seemingly deriving enjoyment from the spectacle. Ha! Is that all you've got? How dare you call yourself a tribulation? Dave taunted, his confidence unshaken. His provocation caused the will of the immortal plane to become even more incensed. The lightning coalesced into the form of a colossal dragon. Dave sensed that it resembled the Ashur dragon, though it was but a mere imitation. HMMP, more hee-hee, Dave scoffed, his fearlessness unwavering. He persisted in his efforts to comprehend the lightning's essence. Boom. 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 The resounding crashes of thunder and lightning continued as Dave remained undeterred. A day later, the lightning weakened as if it decided to retreat. When it was about to end, Dave would taunt it and send more attacks and the cycle would continue, and it continued for a whole day. In the end, the lightning didn't mind Dave's taunt and decided to stop as Dave was unusual and didn't fear the lightning. If the lightning had emotions, Dave could get a lot of sin points from it, but it's a pity that it didn't have. Sigh. Dave smiled and heard a loud sigh above the sky and felt that he had finally taken his revenge. That's what you deserve, hee hee. Dave laughed and felt that he finally has taken revenge for the last time that the lightning almost killed him. Dave was overflowing with violent purple lightning, and he remained seated and his clothes didn't have any damage. The Sword of Calmness comes from his mother, so he still desires to create his own that can par the Sword of Calmness someday. The Dragon Slayer technique he created is only effective against dragons, so he wanted a technique he created to be one of his legacies that he can share someday to someone, or if he decided to accept a disciple. He slowly tried to digest every lightning revolving his body and felt that he was about to go to Super Saiyan God. He closed his eyes and feel the connection he had with lightning. Swoosh. Then he opened his eyes and a shocking lightning explosion could be heard. Boom. The lightning particles exploded and the void was affected by it. Dave smiled and he finally achieved a new form of his purple lightning sword technique. Oh, finally, this skill can even affect the space. He decided to give it a name based on the skill description. Purple lightning sword technique, first form Thunderous Arc / Thunderous Arc / is a more advanced form of the purple lightning technique. Practitioners harness the power of the technique to create sweeping arcs of energy that can cleave through multiple adversaries at once. The motions are sweeping and grand, with the sword leaving trails of purple light in its wake. This form requires precise timing and a deep connection with the energy of the technique. Dave smiled and he gained a lot of things today. He unlocked the second form of the Sword of Calmness, and he created a new sword technique and named it as he was the god of naming. Dave stood up and looked around the entire place, yet he couldn't spot the figure of the leader of the monks. He escaped, huh? He must have fled while they were engaged in combat. That old bald guy really has some tricks up his sleeve, huh? Swoosh. Suddenly, Dave felt that the surroundings were locking in on him, and he sensed that he had been transported to a different dimension. Hee hee, it's a pity that you targeted the wrong person. Dave realized that the monk was still alive. The monk had managed to exit the area and employed a technique to seal the place, trapping them there forever. This location was now isolated from the world, concealing whatever events had transpired. The monk had intended for both Dave and the man in red to eliminate each other. Unfortunately for him, Dave had already defeated the man, and he could escape if he chose to. Hee hee, you will die later, you bald donkey, Dave sneered, attempting to absorb the knowledge he had gained from the man. Dave had learned the complete story of the man in red. His name was Rever, and he had been a loyal subordinate of the Ashura King. When the Ashura King clashed with the Demon King of Pride, the battle remained unseen. Only the Demon King, Lucifer, emerged from the fray, spreading the false news that he had slain the Ashura King. In reality, Lucifer had merely sealed the Ashura King, as the demonic halberd was intertwined with him. If the Ashura King had perished, the halberd would have vanished, and its whereabouts would remain unknown. The real target of Demon King Lucifer is the demonic halberd, which has a mysterious origin. The halberd has been in the hands of Ashura King since he was a child, and no one knew except Ashura King where he got that blade from. His fast improvement said to be linked in the halberd. Lucifer tortured Ashura King, but he remained tenacious and didn't care, even if it meant eradicating his entire race. Unable to force him, Lucifer decided to seal him until he could find a way to obtain the sword. Despite his pride, he knew that he couldn't force the issue. Therefore, he could only wait silently until he found a suitable way to extract it. Once the Demon King of Pride identified a method to extract it, he would unseal Ashura King and subdue him once again. While Ashura King was undeniably strong, a Demon King operated on an entirely different level, and the Demon King of Pride, Lucifer, laid claim to being the strongest Demon King, fueled by his own arrogant assertions. The other Demon Kings paid little heed to his words. Though there existed no definitive ranking of Demon Kings, Lucifer's overwhelming pride propelled him relentlessly towards the desire to dominate. Consequently, his fellow Demon Kings disregarded his declarations, finding little interest in engaging in debates with him. Notably, Lucifer's primary source of contention was Satan, the Demon King of Anger. Their clashes were frequent, though not necessarily fights to the death. Lucifer chose to confine Ashura King within the domain of the Ashura clan. This act was motivated by Lucifer's desire to shatter Ashura King's hopes, leaving him in despair until the moment of his demise. This nefarious plan involved executing Ashura King in the presence of his own people, a culmination of Lucifer's calculated schemes and his ultimate objective to claim the sword. Lucifer's insufferable arrogance inflicted humiliation upon Ashura King, who was compelled to swallow his wounded pride, recognizing his inability to match Lucifer's overwhelming power. Lucifer had sealed his entire domain, along with all his clan mates, as a part of his strategy. Ashura King had suffered severe injuries from his battle with Lucifer and was still unable to recover his strength. This was primarily because he couldn't absorb his own clansmen in order to absorb their energy. Lucifer's energy was of a tyrannical nature, a force Ashura King had managed to expel after countless millennia. Despite his weakened state, Ashura King remained potent and retained the potential to grow even more formidable, as long as he continued to engage in relentless combat. This unique characteristic was intrinsic to the Ashura clan, occasionally connecting them to a demonic lineage, a claim the clan itself refuted. However, with Ashura King now sealed and weakened, his options were limited. He chose to divide the halberd into 4 pieces and entrusted them to his most powerful subordinates, known as the 4 Ashura commanders. These commanders were all at the divine monarch level, a formidable tier of power. During Ashura King's prime, he stood as an immensely powerful figure at the transcendent being level, surpassing even the divine emperor stage. Dave came to understand that the stage following the divine emperor was that of transcendent beings. Saint Sovereign, heavenly sovereigns, divine monarchs, divine emperors, transcendent beings, celestial immortals, primordial ancients. There is also higher than primordial ancient, and the 7 demon kings and God's 10 commandments were at that level. Every newborn god was already at the celestial immortal level, and they had to rely solely on themselves to amass faith in order to become stronger. Demon lords, however, differed in this aspect, as their powers hinged upon their kings. With their king's bestowment of more of their blood, they could continue to expand their strength. Despite the inherent arrogance among demon lords, they held a deep respect for their king due to this connection. Dave gained a wealth of knowledge from Rever, and he was taken aback by the fact that the demon lord possessed the strength to end his life with a mere sneeze, underlining the vast disparity in power. Even the most exceptional Ashura King had only managed to attain the transcendent being level despite having lived for countless years. This limitation seemed logical, considering that demons and gods were among the earliest creations, providing them with a strong initial foundation. Understanding their king's dire situation, the Ashura clan was overcome with fear, yet they managed to unify their efforts, rallying behind Ashura King as their final beacon of hope. Their bond was unbreakable, and Ashura King stood as an almost divine figure in their eyes, a being whose commands they would unwaveringly obey. The Ashura clan made a grave decision to sacrifice millions of their own people, channeling their life force to open portals across various worlds in the lower planes. The sacrifices were willing, for they believed that their actions were for the greater good of their clan. Meanwhile, the 4 mightiest subordinates of Ashura King embarked on a mission, each wielding a fragment of the demonic halberd. Their objective was to traverse the multiverse, leaving a trail of slaughter in their wake, gathering the blood of the beings they slew as an offering to rejuvenate their weakened king. Their journey led them to the mortal plane, where they laid waste to millions of planets. Even the guardians of the mortal plane proved incapable of halting their advance. The essence of the mortal plane itself was impotent against them due to their unique ability to conceal their aura, preventing the release of their true powers. Though constrained, their power was enough to conquer them. Following years of unrelenting slaughter, one of the 4 commanders ventured into an enigmatic realm. Here, the energy was distinctly different, yet an unseen force hindered their entry. In response, the commander summoned the other 3, combining the 4 swords to rupture the restrictive barrier. As they stepped into this unknown domain, they were greeted by spiritual energies comparable to those found on the celestial plane. Recognizing the potential to expedite their king's recovery by eliminating the inhabitants and claiming the world's core, their anticipation soared. The prospect of discovering a treasure-laden world filled them with exhilaration. Eagerly summoning their troops, they resolved to launch an invasion. Carving a fissure through the fabric of reality, a portal emerged, through which their eager forces surged. Yet, their excitement quickly turned to astonishment as they encountered 4 spirit beasts stationed as guardians at the entrance. They also realized that they could use their full powers here without restraint. These beings, birthed during the same epoch as demons and gods, exhibited signs of weakness, their power held in check and constrained. Despite the restrictions on their powers, the 4 spirit beasts displayed remarkable strength. In one-on-one encounters, each commander found themselves outmatched, only managing to inflict minor injuries through their blades. These injuries, while not immediately debilitating, promised long-term weariness and slow attrition. Their strategy hinged on returning when the spirit beasts had grown weaker if victory remained elusive today. Their plan seemed solid, until an unexpected figure materialized that fateful day. Clad in obsidian attire, his visage remained blurred. This enigmatic presence seemed detached from the universe, his aura unseen. Astonishingly, even the 4 powerful spirit beasts displayed fear in his presence. Their shock compounded upon hearing the spirit beasts address him as master. With few words spoken, the mysterious figure gestured, overpowering the commanders without granting them the chance to retaliate. Utilizing the essence of the 4 spirit beasts, he wove a potent seal that rendered them powerless. Puzzlingly, this figure chose not to execute them, despite his overwhelming and terror-inducing might that surpassed even their kings. They informed their king about the mysterious man, which immediately shifted their king's expression to one of fear. Consequently, the king decided to abandon any plans of entering that world. He asserted that entering that world was forbidden, and failure to comply with his orders would result in punishment. Since that moment, they remained uncertain about the fate of that world, sealed helplessly for millions of years. Eventually, their king discovered a method to reopen the gate of their domain for everyone to leave this place and destroy the seal of Lucifer. The Ashura world featured a sacrificial sanctuary capable of creating portals to various worlds through the sacrifice of beings. However, each usage altered the payment required, demanding more sacrifices with each subsequent opening. The higher the plane, the more sacrifices were needed, and fewer individuals could enter. To open a portal in the celestial plane for a single person, the king once again sacrificed billions of Ashura clansmen. The task of this mission was entrusted to Rever. Over the course of 1,000,000 years spent studying the seal, they determined that the essence of the 4 spirit beasts was necessary, along with individuals blessed by these beings. Ashura King delved into myths surrounding the 4 spirit beasts, entities forged by the universe's will, even in the same era as gods and demons. These creatures only surfaced during times of universal upheaval and refrained from intervening in the affairs of other creatures. Yet, they bestowed their blessings upon those fortunate enough to possess luck and a promising destiny. Ashura King allowed Rever to escape and entrusted him with the mission of gathering the 4 individuals possessing the 4 physiques of the spirit beasts. The absence of Demon King Lucifer's visits to their domain, hope still glimmered, as it suggested he had yet to find a solution. Rever's power is at the rank of Divine Monarch, a position attributed to his seniority within the Ashura clan. His standing, combined with the might of the halberd, enabled him to confront a divine emperor, particularly when wielding the blade. For countless millions of years, Rever navigated the celestial plane with extreme caution. Methodically, he sought out and located each individual possessing the distinct physiques, one by one. Through strategic prowess, he subdued them and forcibly abducted them to fulfill his mission. The majority hailed from weaker clans, making his efforts mostly successful. But securing the final individual proved to be a formidable challenge, as this person hailed from a powerful clan. Despite the daunting odds, Rever's strategic acumen and careful planning prevailed, eventually leading to the successful abduction of the last required individual. With unwavering determination, he managed to amass all of the necessary physiques. He had been working on creating a formation for many years, and just as he was about to complete it, the clan connected to the 4 individuals finally managed to track him down. Fleeing for his life, Rever came to the sobering realization that he was on the brink of being cornered. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he resorted to his skills and covertly extracted the blessings associated with the 4 spirit beasts' physiques. In a desperate gambit to buy himself extra time, he discarded the lifeless bodies of the individuals connected to these blessings, providing himself a crucial window to escape. He successfully bought himself more time, but the pursuing group was large and determined. Escaping by the narrowest of margins, he made a pivotal decision to employ a forbidden technique that would inflict damage upon his very essence. This choice propelled him into the immortal plane. Faced with a dire situation, he recognized that he had no other feasible option. Without resorting to such extreme measures, the intricate plan he had meticulously cultivated over the span of many years would crumble, and the hope of his entire race would be shattered beyond repair. Upon entering the immortal plane, Rever found himself at the level of an imperial emperor. Secluding himself for many years, he persisted until he reached the plane's limit, achieving the status of a semi-saint sovereign. He then subdued the leader of the monks, requiring a lackey to gather materials for his mission. Though his powers were suppressed, Rever held faith that he could accomplish his goals in this realm, given the relative weakness of its inhabitants compared to him. He identified potential hosts and transferred the unique physiques to them. However, his attempts ended in failure as the recipients succumbed prematurely, unable to withstand the power of the bestowed physique. Rever distributed the physique among numerous geniuses, witnessing their talents soar and their reputations grow. Yet, his expectations fell short, as they remained trapped at the Imperial Saint Emperor level and perished of old age, unable to unlock the full potential of the bloodline and advance further in their cultivation. Barred from re-entering the Ashura domain due to the nature of the sacrifice made for the one-way portal, Rever's desire to return home fueled his distress. Retrieving the physiques, he sought more suitable hosts, struggling in futility for countless millennia. His perseverance waned until he discovered that individuals from the Alexander clan possessed the most potent bloodline in the immortal plane. Rever sensed that the strength of the bloodline directly correlated with the likelihood of success. While the Alexander clan was formidable, he regarded them as weak through his perspective. His pride as a divine monarch remained intact, even though his powers in this plane did not reign supreme due to the presence of concealed powerhouses. He resolved to abduct 4 geniuses from the main lineage of the Alexander clan, yet, his plan was thwarted when he realized that the bloodline and the bestowed physique were in conflict, causing the blessings to become dormant. This unforeseen situation left him shocked and powerless, considering killing the captives. However, the ancestor of the Alexander clan noticed their disappearance, forcing Rever to relinquish his hold and retreat into hiding. Since the 4 individuals were a direct part of the clan's lineage, their significance was paramount. Rever detected numerous semi-saint sovereigns slumbering within the clan's depths, leading him to exercise restraint. There is also a person sleeping in the deepest place which makes him feel wary. Silently observing the 4 from the shadows, he began gathering resources and struck a deal with a greedy sword saint to assist him, recognizing the need for a partner in a plane with limited resources. Silently constructing the formation, Rever dedicated 5,000 years to its completion, careful to remain unnoticed. He identified a secluded location with minimal traffic, concealing the formation adeptly. He held the belief that the inhabitants of this plane were inferior and would not discern the intricacies of the formation. Patience became his virtue as he continued to wait, despite fatigue. His devotion to his king and clan compelled him forward. Over the span of 10,000 years, as the 4 individuals aged, one among them achieved true saint status while the others remained at the imperial saint emperor level. The dilemma arose when he realized that the physiques he had bestowed lay dormant within them and didn't show any signs of awakening. Contemplating ending their lives despite the consequences, Rever was taken aback to discover that the physiques he had granted were no longer within them. Panic set in, only to be replaced by the realization that the physiques had been transferred to their young descendants, where they remained dormant. Rever initially believed his plan had failed, only to discover that the physique he had bestowed upon one individual was ultimately transferred to his granddaughter. The bloodline of the Alexander clan was thinner in her, enabling a perfect resonance with the bestowed physique. The individual who received the assured dragon physique was Amon Alexander. He married the daughter of Resko Alexander, who was 1,000 years his senior and possessed the white tiger physique he also bestowed. Among the others, Felon Alexander and Ashley Alexander held the black turtle and fire phoenix physiques respectively. Reinvigorated by this revelation, Rever patiently waited for many more years until the 3 younglings shows a small sign of awakening. He eagerly waited until the appearance of the youngest among them, who bore the fire phoenix physique and displayed the highest level of talent. The siblings with the dragon and white tiger physiques were older in age but also showed remarkable cultivation speed. After numerous trials and errors, Rever finally found the most suitable hosts. He awaited their growth, aiming for them to achieve the minimum requirement of becoming true saints. Filled with hope, he planned to return home, assist their king in entering the immortal plane, and exact a massacre to regain his power. He understood the depth of their king's desire for revenge and believed that given more time, he too could attain that level. However, an unexpected twist awaited him. His meticulously laid plans were foiled by a handsome young man who interrupted his progress. He felt despair and filled with unwillingness. Having gained a wealth of knowledge, Dave found himself faced with the stark reality of Ashura King's shattered plan. His curiosity lingered on the enigmatic figure addressed as Master by the 4 spirit beasts. However, the current state of those beings was marred by lost memories and diminished power. Choosing to redirect his thoughts, Dave pushed aside these musings. His immediate concern lay with the need to reprimand the bald monk. Despite realizing that the monk had been under Rever's control, Dave felt compelled to hold him accountable for his insolence. Collecting Rever's lifeless body, Dave stowed the blade within his spatial realm. An air of mystique surrounded the blade, leaving Dave pondering whether a means existed to sever the soul binding connecting it to the Ashura King. For the present, he decided to seal the blade within his spatial domain, postponing its resolution for a later time. Outside the Buddhist mountain, Master Kasuya and 20 true saint ancestors were using their energy to seal the entire mountain. Most of the ancestors were slumbering, and they didn't know why Master Kasuya had asked them to seal the place. However, they followed his words because he held the highest position in the clan. Each ancestor was a friend of Kasuya, and he had bestowed upon them that title for others to show respect, acknowledging their contributions when the clan was just starting. They were also the earliest members of the clan when Kasuya received a legacy from a mysterious realm. After an hour of chanting and expending their energy, the entire mountain was finally sealed. Kasuya sighed in relief, having finally sealed the demon and the one who controlled him. He had planned to do this earlier to escape the fate of being controlled by the man in red, but his strength made him fearful, and he knew he would immediately notice if he made a mistake. Now, busy accompanying Dave, he could implement his plan, which served a dual purpose. Everyone was exhausted, but they could recover their energy with proper rest or by taking pills. "Hey, what's happening? Are you having a meeting?" Suddenly, Kasuya heard a voice he didn't want to hear again and was stunned. He looked behind him and saw Dave smiling, standing just 1 meter away from him. "What? How did you escape?" He was shocked, but Dave didn't reply. He directly slashed his sword, and the monk's head flew from his body. Swoosh! "What?" The 20 ancestors were shocked, witnessing their master's head separate from his body. They didn't have time to react before he died. Filled with horror, they couldn't move due to their drained energies, and the aura Dave was emitting was sufficient to invoke fear. "Hey, don't be afraid. I am just here to collect a debt," Dave said. As he spoke, numerous seals flew from his hands, forcefully entering the minds of the 20 true sane ancestors. "What is this?" Each of them saw a mark appear in their consciousness. Dave smiled and said, "Well, your lives are now under my control, and anyone who disobeys me will meet the same fate as this old bald donkey." Dave pointed at Kasuya's lifeless body. Everyone was shocked. Even though they believed in Buddha, they still felt fear in the face of death. Dave observed their fear, disappointed by their weak beliefs. Most of them accepted their fate without struggle. Dave's power was sufficient to surpass true saints, but his true capabilities were immeasurable. After Dave left the Buddhist clan the next day, shocking news spread throughout the entire plain. The master of the Buddhist clan stepped down from his position, and the 20 ancestors of the clan appeared to vote for a new master. In the end, the ancestor who had greeted Dave when he entered the domain became the leader. His name was Monk Tatsuya. Tatsuya also declared that young Master Dave was their distinguished guest, and any clan that offended him would become their enemy too. Many were shocked, but they felt like the monks were just posturing, as Dave's clan was colossal. However, Dave was the one who had let the news spread to create more commotion. Before leaving the Buddhist clan, he cleaned up the clan's treasury, as it was dirty and needed to be cleaned. Dave sacrificed his time to sweep the entire treasury, not leaving a speck of dust behind. Tatsuya felt bitter about it, but the Buddhists didn't need many treasures, as they lived as poor monks and didn't desire wealth and pleasure. The treasures there had all been collected by the previous master, Kasuya, and Dave realized that Kasuya had done that for the man in red clothes, Rever. Dave gained many sin points due to this, but his progress was still slow, leaving him feeling helpless. While his name was resounding throughout the domain, he felt that it was still progressing slowly. He then entered his space world because he saw Kegu waiting for him. Swoosh! He appeared in front of Kegu, who bowed and handed over many spatial rings. "Master, the compensation from the Fang clan is inside these rings, covering almost 2/4 of their entire wealth." Dave smiled and collected them without much emotion. He then instructed Kegu to fetch Yudi and Sora and train them. Yudi, one of his loyal subordinates, was progressing slowly, and Dave wanted them to become stronger. He also found Samantha and she even asked him if she could join the training, given that she had the War Mermaid and Kraken bloodline. Even though it was not pure, she could strengthen her body, and the training for the body refinement of the Titan race is considered one of the best. Dave told Kegu to take it easy on Samantha, but she insisted on undergoing the same intense training as Yudi and Sora. He kissed Samantha before they entered the time tower he had created exclusively for his subordinates. The time inside was synchronized with the time similar to the Tower of Trials, and Kegu could request many pills and resources from Eldritch. After settling them, he found Grace still cultivating and had a feeling that she would surprise him once she finished her training. He also encountered Draco, who harbored a grudge against him for throwing him back into the Tower of Trials. Draco had become stronger than before and had already reached the true Saint mid-tier level. Their strengths were connected, meaning the more Dave grew stronger, the stronger Draco became. The reason Dave had wanted Draco to enter the tower was that Draco lacked significant fighting experience and was quite lazy, preferring to laze around and eat every day. Upon seeing that Draco had finally undergone enough training, Dave allowed him to accompany him. He told Draco that they would travel to various worlds and indulge in good food, a tactic easily used to manipulate Draco due to his weakness for food. Dave didn't leave immediately, he headed to a location with no people or buildings. He retrieved numerous bodies from the ground, including some true sane individuals, but the most precious one was Rever's body. He didn't know how powerful the creature he would create would be, as Rever's true cultivation was that of a divine monarch. He felt he might create a monster even stronger than Zegran, but he had already appointed Zegran as the leader of his undead corps. With Zegran's competitive nature, he would train even harder to become fit for leadership. Dave then gathered his energy, and every corpse was suddenly covered by his death energy, following the same process he used when creating Zegran. All the bodies turned into meat paste and were compressed in one direction. Undead synthesis. The flesh and dark energy started to mold, and Dave could hear the unwilling souls of other people. However, Dave didn't care about it and continued the process. After 10 minutes, a strong aura appeared, causing a larger commotion than when he created Zegran. After a huge explosion of energy, a formidable aura appeared in front of Dave, definitely stronger than that of a true saint. Being in his own space world, he would not be targeted by the purple lightning tribulation, as his space was isolated from the universe. He could cultivate here without constraints, unlike on the immortal plane, which only allowed true saints. He had gone to his father earlier to ask if he wanted to train here, but he was busy, and Dave also realized that he had never told his father about his space world. His father had been busy training in the blood pool in the ancestors' sacred ground. Roar! An energy, probably the strongest he had ever felt, emerged. The image of the undead he created was based on his imagination and various references. He aimed for this new undead to have the appearance of a scholar, yet lethal, as he didn't want to recreate a muscular figure like Zegran. He also had the authority to decide their genders and chose to create another male, understanding that his women might misunderstand his intentions if he were to make a female undead. Suddenly, a man stood at 5 feet 9 inches tall. He wasn't overly muscular, but his body wasn't overly skinny either. It was a normal build, yet he radiated an aura much stronger than Dave's other subordinates. While Dave had used the body of a divine monarch, he created a monster at the low tier of a heavenly sovereign. However, it wasn't enough to make Dave feel threatened. This lack of threat was either due to the subordinate status or simply Dave's lack of concern towards a heavenly sovereign. The man's face was based on Kirito's from Sword Art Online, but he had yellow hair and black eyes. He immediately retracted his aura upon seeing Dave, recognizing Dave as his creator and understanding that he couldn't betray him. This loyalty was ingrained in his mind, prompting him to kneel respectfully. Despite his higher cultivation, he could still sense the threat emanating from Dave's body. "Master, please give this humble slave a name," the man asked. Dave was satisfied with his attitude, knowing that his undead creations were very loyal, although their personalities could differ. Troublesome individuals might arise, and if this new creation proved to be arrogant, Dave was prepared to demonstrate his authority. As the god of naming, you shall be called Kirito. You will be the vice leader of the undead soldiers in the future, and you must also respect your leader Zegran, even if he is weaker than you right now, Dave explained. Currently, only the two of you are in that squad, but in the future, you can create undead to add to your troops. He was not that smart, but you will be the one to assist him. The truth is, I could make Zegran stronger if I gave him the body of that divine monarch, but I granted you that blessing, so don't let me down, Dave added. Kirito nodded with respect and replied, I thank you, Master, for naming me. Don't worry, I will assist the leader in building the undead squad in the future. He listened to all of his master's commandments and swore to serve him with all his heart. Dave didn't call Zegran because he felt that he was in a mysterious state after his evolution, and he didn't know what place Zegran was talking about that seemed to be calling him. He instructed Kirito to stay inside and help others build and manage the world. Kirito was smart and, since he had some memories of Rever, he would be skilled at aiding in the development of the space world. Kirito couldn't leave this place because he would be expelled from the immortal plane, so he had to remain on standby for now. Days went by, and Dave continued to attract attention because he appeared in many worlds without hiding his presence. He rode a black dragon whose energy was powerful enough to make others tremble. They visited various restaurants, and the owners didn't dare to accept his payment. Dave paid them much more than the cost of the food because he was a good person who helped the poor and weak. He was doing this to satisfy Draco's desires and was also accumulating sin points by showing off. He knew that many were spying on him, likely from other clans, curious about his activities. While he was relaxing with Draco, he suddenly received a message from Lucy. She informed him that she had returned but had failed in her mission, angering the matriarch. However, she had hidden her origins well, and Dave wouldn't suspect the Moonshadow clan's involvement. Lucy had been grounded and locked in her residence. The matriarch seemed cold and focused solely on her goal. She had even sent her daughter to the Alexander clan, and her true mission remained unknown to Dave. Dave smirked and said, It's time to make this woman face the might of my heavenly dragon. Draco looked at Dave in confusion upon hearing his words. Dave patted Draco's head and said, You're too young to understand. Draco nodded, not overly concerned about many things as long as he could play and enjoy plenty of food. Before visiting the Moonshadow clan, Dave decided to hatch the egg he received from the system. He found a secluded location and brought out the egg. He now possessed the sin of gluttony, one of the requirements to hatch the egg. He sent his sin energy and a significant amount of mana into the egg. Adding a drop of his blood, the egg greedily absorbed everything. Oh? Still not satisfied? Dave realized that the egg wouldn't hatch easily, It seemed to consume even his vast energy and mana reserves. He then traveled to different dead worlds, devoid of inhabitants and secluded. Placing the egg there, he allowed it to absorb everything. He created a space barrier to prevent any disruptions to the absorption process and decided to wait for the egg to hatch. The Moon Shadow Clan's domain was a place of ethereal beauty and enigmatic allure, nestled within the embrace of nature's secrets. This secluded realm lay hidden from the prying eyes of outsiders, shielded by a blend of ancient magic and natural camouflage. As one ventured deeper into its heart, the landscape transformed into a mesmerizing display of mystical wonders. Tall, ancient trees stood sentinel, their branches intertwined as if sharing secrets whispered by the wind. These trees exuded an almost palpable aura of age and wisdom. In the core of the Moon Shadow Clan, a beautiful woman was seated upon her throne, surrounded by a multitude of other stunning women who knelt before her on the ground. This clan consisted entirely of these beautiful women, their allure being a defining trait. Despite their allure, the clan's enigmatic nature had attracted the attention of many other clans, all drawn in by their remarkable beauty. The woman's face bore a resemblance to Lucy's, yet she exuded an air of maturity and irresistible charm. Her aura was potent enough to challenge any peak-tier true saint in strength. Gazing at those assembled before her, she spoke, her voice carrying authority. "Ah, you've all completed the mission I assigned to you." The group remained kneeling, but one among them rose to her feet, offering a report. "Matriarch, we've successfully ensnared men from various clans. Through illusions, we've convinced them that we've consummated with them and planted the seeds in their minds." The matriarch nodded in approval, dismissing them to their tasks. The clan's members possessed the skill of enchantment, a unique trait known only to them. They held an ability that allowed them to conceive offspring without engaging in traditional intercourse, provided they consumed a special fruit granted by their matriarch. This method was how the matriarch had given birth to Lucy as well. Inside Lucy's dwelling, a man occupied a chair, engrossed in reading reports that Lucy had prepared. Meanwhile, Lucy moved gracefully, her form shifting as she interacted with him while seated on his lap. She was naked and moving up and down as she was riding Dave's dragon. Plack. 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 Lucy moaned softly, struggling to contain her sounds of pleasure, fearful of disturbing Dave. Her longing for him was overwhelming, and upon finally seeing him, she couldn't resist asking for this intimate moment. Dave, understanding her desire, had no objections, considering it a reward for her yearning. So the matriarch plans to enter the sacred grounds once a month, harvesting numerous moon fruits from the moon tree during the night, Dave mumbled. Each member of the clan must remain a virgin. Losing their virginity would lead to their exclusion from the moon tree's blessings on the day of worship. Dave was taken aback by the revelation of this clan's unique reproductive process. Upon consuming the moon fruit, an embryo would be conceived within them. What was even more astonishing was that anyone could manipulate the appearance of their child, allowing them to deceive others into believing their offspring were natural-born. They would give birth as normal, with their bodies rapidly healing, preserving their yin essence, and maintaining their virginity. A sense of suspicion washed over Dave, particularly given the information he gleaned from Lucy's reports. The clan's annual worship day involved all members kneeling and praying to the moon god for blessings. The reason for their requirement of virginity was rooted in their yin essence's ability to nourish the moon tree. Their beauty served as a potent weapon, captivating and ensnaring others in an illusion that concealed their true intentions. As for the matriarch's plans, Dave sensed a veil of mystery shrouding them. However, for now, he decided to focus on the present night and deliver a memorable surprise to the matriarch. In this clan where virginity was the norm, only Lucy deviated from that standard. The worship ceremony was set to occur in the upcoming week, prompting those married to members of other clans to return and make preparations. While Lucy had lost her yin energy due to her union with Dave, the matriarch remained unaware of this due to Dave's law of illusion, which he had cast upon Lucy. This illusion was designed to allay any suspicions the matriarch might have upon Lucy's return to the clan. Considering that all the individuals here are virgins, let me show them the true pleasures of the world, Dave mused, setting the stage for an unforgettable night. A day later, the matriarch awoke from her restful slumber to the sound of a knock on her chamber door. She was puzzled as to why someone would dare to disturb her, given her well-known aversion to interruptions. Frowning, she permitted the person entry. Her personal secretary, drenched in sweat and aghast, stepped inside. "Matriarch, something of significant magnitude has occurred," the secretary stammered out, her face contorted in a mixture of fear and urgency. Startled by her secretary's demeanor, the matriarch, known as Yella, accepted the reports handed to her. The contents left her stunned, as she had not anticipated anyone having the audacity to perpetrate such actions against her clanmates. "Is this true?" Ciela inquired, a sense of apprehension washing over her. She sensed that her secretary's visible unease held deeper implications than the words spoken. The secretary, typically strong even among imperial saint emperors, seemed to have lost her composure. Trembling hands delivering her response, the secretary relayed the troubling events. Last night, 1,000 women from our clan suffered humiliation. Their yin essence has vanished, leaving them in a state of disarray. These women awoke with flushed faces, recounting how a charismatic man had entered their chambers and ensnared them. This man possesses an ability to charm women, rendering our clansmen powerless against his advances due to his formidable strength. Remarkably, their recollections of his face have been wiped clean, leaving only an impression of his striking handsomeness and strength. Upon awakening, the women discovered themselves bathed in a thick, white substance. Strangely, a portion of them has experienced an enhancement in their beauty, accompanied by reports of heightened talents. Ciela's emotions transformed into a fiery rage. "What? How dare he?" she thundered. "Our sacred ceremony is fast approaching, and the sanctity of our participants is paramount. Any impurity risks undermining the ceremony, potentially leading to divine abandonment." Seething with anger and disbelief that anyone would dare to disrupt her meticulously laid plans, Ciela knew she needed to take immediate action. The matriarch wasted no time, summoning the victims to gather intelligence regarding their attacker's identity, seeking answers that could preserve the honor of the upcoming worshipping ceremony. An hour later, a gathering of 1,000 women stood before the matriarch. Their skin radiated a luminous glow, their beauty and charm elevated to new heights. Even the matriarch herself, renowned for her own beauty, was momentarily taken aback by their transformation. A hint of envy flickered within her, briefly coveting their flawlessly smooth skin and the removal of any impurities. Seeking answers, she encouraged the women to be candid and hold nothing back. Overwhelmed by facing the matriarch's presence, some found the courage to share their experiences. Amidst the hesitant confessions, one woman's story emerged. As she slept, an enigmatic, handsome man, whose face remained elusive in her memory, had appeared. She recounted her body growing feverishly hot and her own consciousness succumbing to an overpowering instinct. Initiating a kiss, she had been acutely aware, yet her actions felt involuntary, guided by an unknown force. Though she blushed in shame, she couldn't deny the undeniable pleasure that ensued, lasting for hours. Upon awakening, she was astounded to find her talents advanced, breaking through previously insurmountable realms. As one woman's tale unraveled, a chorus of similar experiences arose. Astonishingly, it seemed that each of them had encountered the same mysterious man. While some expressed anger, acknowledging the compromising nature of their experiences, they also conceded to the undeniable benefits their talents markedly improved, and cultivation became a more attainable pursuit. This collective account left the matriarch perplexed. She grappled with the puzzle of how a single culprit could appear in multiple places, engaging with numerous women simultaneously. She speculated that the man might be capable of creating clones to accomplish his clandestine deeds. Fueled by anger and a desire to erase this stain from the clan's history, a chilling impulse took hold of the matriarch. She would use a skill to kill them silently. Moon returned suddenly, their bodies started to lose their lifespan, and everyone was filled with horror. "What are you doing, matriarch?" Many shouted in fear as they didn't expect their matriarch to have a plan to kill them. They didn't expect their matriarch would want to eradicate them just because they lost their yin essence. They were formed from the essence of the moon tree, so killing them was like giving them back to their source, the moon tree. The essence of the tree helps them to even fool some strong individuals except for a true saint powerhouse. Everyone was scared and didn't expect their matriarch to be brutal and didn't hesitate to kill them. They were in despair, but a blinding light suddenly covered them and every one of them disappeared in the place in a second. "What?" The matriarch's eyes constricted, and she was shocked because she didn't see how they disappear. She cannot even detect their aura anymore. Dave made the decision to create multiple clones of himself that night, intending to have fun with 1,000 women from the Moon Shadow clan. He collected many sin points from them, and it was also one of his plans. Concerned about their safety, he placed safety marks on them, as he believed the matriarch might attempt to harm them. He didn't want their beauty to go to waste, so as a lover of all beautiful women, he aimed to ensure their safety. He transported these clones into his domain, and one of his clones was assigned to inform them and present them with a choice. If they chose to follow him, they would have the opportunity to live peacefully in a world with better resources than their own clan. However, they would still need to abide by the rules of that place. Meanwhile, he intended to create an all-female group of warriors, led by Gabriella. He planned to contact Gabriella after he had settled the women. Those who didn't wish to participate would have their memories of this place erased, and Dave would allow them to return to the immortal plane, where they would need to fend for themselves. Initially taken aback, the women soon realized that returning to their clan would result in their matriarch's wrath, and their beauty might lead to their downfall. As they observed Dave's sincerity and began to form relationships with him, they chose to place their trust in him. Dave instructed Kirito to guide and inform them about their options and what they could do in this new situation. The shocking incident prompted the matriarch to become gravely concerned. She instructed her secretary to alert everyone to remain on high alert, acknowledging that she was uncertain where the man might strike next. Ciela had never encountered such a problem before, and the loss of 1,000 women was beyond imagination, especially considering her clan's small estimated population of 100,000. In response, she took measures to significantly enhance the clan's security. She issued orders for her most formidable subordinates to patrol the entire clan and actively search for any suspicious individuals. Unbeknownst to her, the perpetrator was indulging in leisure time with the matriarch's daughter. Dave chose to stay in the vicinity, relying on his clone's capabilities to handle various tasks. He had ample time and plans to manipulate the matriarch until the ceremony would occur. The following day, the matriarch didn't sleep as she awaited the attacker's appearance at night. However, she sensed no movement and heaved a sigh of relief. Regrettably, her secretary reported that 3,000 women had been attacked on the same night, but the attacker had employed a formation to remain unnoticed. The women had all vanished, leaving the matriarch feeling furious and helpless. She hadn't provoked anyone thus far, and she couldn't fathom who would dare to disrupt her plans. "Arg, I'll kill him," she exclaimed in frustration. The cycle continued as more days passed, and nearly half of the clan disappeared. Even some of the clan's strongest members fell victim to the attacks. The secretary's undergarments had also gone missing, causing her to live in constant fear. The matriarch realized that the man might be on par with her, prompting her to finally take action. The matriarch was under immense stress, evident in her worn appearance due to the clan's mounting issues. She couldn't seek assistance from other clans, as their visits to her domain might expose her plans. Entry into the Moon Shadow clan was challenging and involved a rigorous process. The rules are weird, but no one dared to not follow the rules as the matriarch is strong and she had so many connections to other clans. A week ago, she forbids anyone from entering the clan because of the ceremony. She decided to be the one who'll guard her whole domain and the attacker didn't attack that night. Ciela thought that the man feared her powers, so she finally can rest a little bit. She didn't know that Dave stopped attacking because he was waiting for the ceremony. She still needs people to start it. Dave had already abducted many women from this clan, and they enter his space world and have been introduced to others. However, she still required participants to initiate the ceremony. Dave had already abducted numerous women from her clan, introducing them to his space world and acquainting them with others. Guided by Kirito, the women were astonished by the space world, perceiving it as a heavenly place as long as they adhered to the rules. They began integrating with the others, with plans for Kirito to reorient them after a month to prepare for their future roles. He also told them about his master's plan later, and the benefits they will receive will be huge and immeasurable. Dave gave them ample time to decide and will not force them if they do not agree. While most of the females weren't particularly strong, Dave had successfully kidnapped a few formidable individuals. These strong individuals showed no arrogance in this space world, primarily due to the terror they felt from Kirito. They were well aware that the matriarch was exploiting them, and this realization fueled their desire to escape their predetermined fate. Consequently, they found refuge in Dave's realm, seeing it as a preferable alternative to the constant scrutiny and control imposed by the clan. Under the blanket of the moonlit night, a mesmerizing scene unfolded. Thousands of exquisite women, draped in graceful attire, knelt upon the earth, their gazes uplifted to the luminous heavens. The moon, resplendent that evening, cast its gentle glow upon the gathering, suffusing the surroundings with an aura of tranquility. At the forefront of the assembly stood the matriarch, an embodiment of authority and poise, flanked by Lucy, her daughter. The once tense lines on the matriarch's visage had eased, a testament to the days that had passed without the attacker's reappearance. The burdens of vigilance had momentarily lifted, allowing her a respite, evident in the softening of her expression and the way she held herself with newfound calm. The ceremony, shrouded in an air of anticipation, held both reverence and hope. The moon's radiant blessing seemed to envelop all present, infusing the gathering with a sense of unity and shared purpose. Fueled by determination, the matriarch vowed that after the ceremony's conclusion, she would relentlessly pursue and eliminate the man responsible for the turmoil he brought upon her clan. The impending ceremony held paramount importance, prompting her meticulous preparation. Her formidable subordinates were strategically stationed, ensuring the event's sanctity remained intact. With an aura of solemnity encompassing the gathering, all eyes turned towards Ciela. Her voice resonated with authority as she addressed the assembly, her resolve palpable. "Now, the ceremony shall commence. Together, we shall offer our prayers to the moon god." In harmonious unison, the attendees followed Ciella's lead, kneeling upon the earth. Ancient words flowed from her lips, rich with history and reverence. Omicron Sigma Upsilon Gamma Gamma Rho Alpha Phi Alpha Sigma Epsilon Nu Alpha Iota Mu Omicron Rho Phi Omicron Sigma. You will agree if you translate these Greek words into English. Every individual heeded her words, engaging in fervent prayer from the depths of their hearts. Omicron Sigma Upsilon Gamma Gamma Rho Alpha Phi Alpha Sigma Epsilon Nu Alpha Iota Mu Omicron Rho Phi Omicron Sigma. Lucy, too, embraced the ritual, heeding Dave's advice to seamlessly blend in. Omicron Sigma Upsilon Gamma Gamma Rho Alpha Phi Alpha Sigma Epsilon Nu Alpha Iota Mu Omicron Rho Phi Omicron Sigma. Meanwhile, Dave observed from the concealment of the shadows, driven by his curiosity to comprehend the nature of this enigmatic ceremony. For a mesmerizing span of 10 minutes, their voices swelled in harmonious chants, their fervent prayers imbuing the night air with an aura of profound devotion. And then, as if summoned by their collective reverence, a spectacle of breathtaking grandeur unfolded. Before their awestruck eyes, an immense tree materialized, its majestic form stretching 200 meters into the sky. Its towering presence seemed to bridge the earthly realm and the celestial heavens, an embodiment of nature's grace and the people's unwavering faith. Its leaves, a resplendent white, glowed with an otherworldly radiance, casting an ethereal glow upon the gathering. As the tree shimmered, a cascade of luminescence descended, embracing all those who knelt before it. The radiant light enveloped them, a testament to the unity of their devotion and the profound connection they shared with the moon above. In that moment, beneath the moon's serene gaze, the scene was a symphony of colors and brilliance, an emblem of the sacred bonds between humanity, nature, and the celestial realm. "In humble servitude, I beseech for the divine power and safeguarding of the gods," Ciella's voice resonated with a commanding fervor. Abruptly, a resplendent luminescence enveloped her form, illuminating her like a celestial being. Her latent powers surged, transcending the bounds of a true saint at peak tier, soaring to the pinnacle of semi-saint sovereign. The assembly stood in awe, witnessing their matriarch's metamorphosis into an entity of immense potency, her newfound strength promising elevated status in the immortal plane. Everyone was delighted due to their matriarch's transformation, but Ciella spoke some chilling words. "As an offering to you, moon god, I present these sacrifices, beseeching your benevolent presence." Her words elicited an immediate transformation of fear on the faces of everyone present. As her prayer reverberated, the magnificent tree responded with an eruption of energy that rippled through the surroundings. Astonishment gripped the crowd. Yet, a sinister twist unfolded. The tree's blossoming vitality gave birth to an ominous force, and an insidious strain commenced. Ciella's delight contrasted sharply with the sudden weakness that befell the women kneeling before her, Lucy included. Their energies were being siphoned away, and the tree showed no signs of relenting its draining grip. "What?" Bewilderment echoed through the assembly, except for Ciella. The realization dawned on them as their life force was absorbed, causing them to age prematurely as their lifespans were drained. No. The horror intensified as one of them disintegrated, her life force absorbed, leaving many others without a chance to retaliate. Despite years of ceremonial experience, this unprecedented catastrophe left them shocked. They now recognized themselves as mere sacrificial pawns in their matriarch's scheme. Those lacking strength succumbed more swiftly, while even Lucy struggled against the energy drain. Unwavering, she held on to her faith in Dave, facing the ordeal without fear. Yet, the ordeal extended beyond their ranks. People from allied clans, bound by marital ties and controlled by the Moon Shadow clan, met a similar fate. Their deaths reverberated across the plane, sparking turmoil and unrest in the whole immortal plane. "Ha! With this power, I need not fear anyone and conceal myself any longer." Ciella's laughter resounded with madness, echoing her revelation that their lives held no significance in her eyes. Next, even her once devoted subordinates stood stupefied, as the relentless energy absorption drew nearly everyone towards the tree, while some were transferred to the matriarch's control. "Oh, so this tree is connected to that moon god, huh?" The sudden appearance of a handsome figure before the matriarch caused a hushed awe to wash over the assembly. His charisma was such that even the matriarch herself found herself momentarily captivated. At that moment, Dave's gaze shifted toward Lucy, and without hesitation, he whisked her into his own domain, channeling his law of life to restore some of her lifespan. With a determined wave of his hand, a potent surge of energy emanated, targeting the tree. The matriarch was caught off guard, her astonishment freezing her in place. Then, a resounding boom echoed as the draining energy dispersed, and the tree reverberated with a furious roar. Dave's smile remained undaunted. An evil tree, are you? His mastery over the law of life came into play as he invoked a powerful technique. Law of life, life drain. His declaration was followed by a spectacle. The energies that the tree had absorbed were drawn forth and returned to the afflicted bodies, except for those people outside this place who died from the absorption of the tree. Aging forms were rejuvenated, and hope was rekindled within those who had faced despair. A cry of despair escaped the matriarch as she attempted to rush Dave, only to be met by his firm slap that sent her hurtling away in a violent detonation. Slap. Boom. The impact of Dave's forceful slap sent the matriarch hurtling through the air. She collided with the ground, the sheer force of the blow propelling her body deep into the earth. Her form disappeared into the depths below, the force of the impact leaving a profound impression of her fall. Dave's focus remained unwavering. He turned his attention to the enraged tree, which bellowed in defiance. Abruptly, the colossal tree underwent a metamorphosis because of his interruption and its form shifting into that of a woman. The enchanting sight that unfolded left the onlookers spellbound. From the bark and branches emerged an ethereal figure, embodying both beauty and darkness. Her face, a canvas of otherworldly beauty, held in a lore that defied mortal standards. Next, perfectly sculpted features were accentuated by entrancing eyes that radiated an enigmatic, almost hypnotic, charm. Yet, her body was swathed in an obsidian darkness that contrasted starkly with her stunning visage. The dichotomy between her captivating beauty and her dark shroud was mesmerizing, like a paradox that drew one's gaze. Despite her tall stature, which rivaled that of Grace, her aura exuded an unmistakable malevolence. The air seemed to tremble around her, carrying an ominous weight that sent shivers down the spines of those who beheld her. This woman's transformation was a symphony of contrasts, a breathtaking embodiment of allure and evil, captivating yet terrifying in the same breath. How hateful! Amidst trembling words, her voice laced with uncertainty, the woman spoke. In an instant, her presence seemed to shift, and before anyone could fully grasp the motion, she materialized behind Dave. With an abrupt and fluid motion, her hand drove forward, her palm piercing into his back with a resounding impact. Plack! The sound reverberated through the air, a testament to the abruptness and power of her attack. Dave's chest was impaled by her hand, a shocking and unexpected turn of events that left him momentarily stunned. The swiftness of her movement was such that he had been unable to perceive it. Fool! The woman spoke, her appearance undeniably beautiful. However, a lingering suspicion hinted that her form might not truly be a true body. Dave appeared unperturbed, but an air of fear gripped everyone present, their collective hope pinned on him despite the dire circumstances. The woman exuded a palpable aura of dread, casting a sinister shadow over the surroundings. I see. Dave's tone remained calm, even as he comprehended the situation swiftly. His body transformed into a shroud of dark energy, and in an instant, he materialized behind the woman. His arm snaked around her neck, and he strained to constrict his grip, attempting to choke her. So you're a clone, an individual gaining consciousness and rebelling against your creator, Dave mused aloud. His words were met with a change in the woman's expression, confirming his assumption, and you should be the moon goddess's clone. Dave had already scanned her, and he quickly realized that she was a clone. Her powers were not that strong for him to fear her, and she relied on the sacrifices provided by Ciela. The woman's face changed when Dave said that, and her expression turned cold as her voice chilled, saying, I will kill her and devour her body, but you will die first. Then I will be the original. As tension hung heavy in the air, the woman's eyes flared with a mixture of anger and determination. She instantly escaped his grasp, but in an instant, she lunged towards Dave with incredible speed, her movements a blur of calculated aggression. Her strikes were swift and fierce, each blow aimed with deadly precision. Yet, Dave's reaction was nothing short of extraordinary. As if he had been expecting every move she made, he smoothly countered her attacks with an almost uncanny ease. His reflexes were finely tuned, and his body seemed to flow with an innate understanding of her motions. He sidestepped her strikes gracefully, parried her fierce kicks effortlessly, and blocked her punches with an air of almost casual confidence. The clash between their energies was mesmerizing to watch. The woman's attacks were powerful and relentless, a testament to her skill and determination. But Dave's responses were on another level entirely. It was as if he had studied her every move beforehand, as if he knew the very patterns of her attacks before they even materialized. Despite her fury and intensity, the woman couldn't help but feel a growing sense of frustration. Her attacks, once precise and calculated, now seemed to be met with an invisible wall that Dave effortlessly erected. Each time she thought she had an opening, he expertly deflected her efforts, leaving her momentarily exposed. How hateful! Just as she spoke those words, she opened her mouth as if preparing to consume him. But Dave wasn't about to let her arrogance go unchecked. Despite her weak state, Possessing only the power of a semi-sane sovereign, he effortlessly imposed his control over her. With a mere thought, he enacted a sealing technique. Initially, Dave had been testing her combat prowess, but she had disappointed him. "What?" the woman exclaimed, her shock palpable as she realized her body had become immobile, her essence imprisoned by Dave's skillful manipulation. Horror washed over her face, but Dave had no intention of engaging with her at that moment. He still needed to interrogate the matriarch. He swiftly transported her to his domain, reserving his intentions for her at a later time. The spectators who had been watching the unfolding scene were left astounded by Dave's overwhelming power. None had anticipated his capability to effortlessly subdue the fearsome woman. Abruptly, a woman burst forth from the ground, her face contorted in rage, bearing a clear palm mark on her left cheek. "You! How can you slap a beautiful woman?" She extended a trembling finger towards Dave, her anger apparent in the pointed gesture. Unperturbed, Dave's lips curled into a confident smile as he began to approach her with deliberate slowness. "You're quite fortunate," he retorted, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. "You're lucky that you are only imprinted with my palm. If you make a wrong move, I will slap my dick to your face." His words hung in the air, a blend of warning and audaciousness that contrasted sharply with the woman's mounting fury. Dave's smile graced his features, radiating an air of elegance that seemed to enchant the women around him. His every movement held a captivating grace, drawing the gaze of those present. To them, he was akin to a hero, a savior who had plucked them from the brink of despair. His demeanor exuded a magnetic charm that seemed to cast a spell on those who watched. The women found themselves captivated by his presence, their eyes locked onto him as if he were the embodiment of hope itself. In the midst of turmoil, Dave stood as a beacon of strength and reassurance, his actions elevating him to a position of admiration and gratitude. To the women he had rescued, he was more than a mere individual, he had become a symbol of salvation, pulling them from the depths of darkness into a world where his elegance and heroism shone brilliantly unbeknownst to them. A diminutive dragon had infiltrated their treasury, moving with utmost stealth and precision. Its movements were so subtle that even the most vigilant of observers would have struggled to detect its presence. As it navigated the treasure-laden chamber, the dragon followed Dave's unspoken instructions, selecting each item with a calculated efficiency. Meanwhile, its occasional breaks for snacks provided a whimsical contrast to its serious task. Amidst the serious business of pilfering riches, the dragon enjoyed moments of indulgence, savoring its treats as if it were an inconspicuous part of the grand heist. Unseen and unfettered, the small dragon continued its clandestine mission, serving as an unwitting accomplice to Dave's strategic maneuvers. Dave looked at Ciela and extended his arms, and space itself seemed to bend to his will. In an instant, Ciela materialized within his grasp, his fingers constricting gently around her neck as he held her aloft. "What?" Ciela's voice held a mixture of shock and disbelief. She could feel the surge of spatial energy that whisked her from one place to another, leaving her no chance to react or resist. A sudden realization of his immense power dawned upon her. Just moments earlier, she had been lying unconscious on the ground, oblivious to the fate of the tree that once connected her to the moon's energy. "Release me. The moon god will descend upon this place today and bring your demise." Ciela's voice trembled with a mix of defiance and fear. Despite her struggles, Dave remained unyielding, his hand now placed gently against her forehead. "I already subdued her." With a mere thought, he initiated a technique. Soul Search. A guttural cry escaped Ciela's lips as a torrent of memories and thoughts began to flood her consciousness. For 5 minutes that felt like an eternity, Dave delved into her mind, unraveling her experiences, her secrets, and her innermost fears. After what felt like ages, Dave's grip on Ciela loosened. His eyes regained their focus as he surveyed her now limp form, her consciousness seemingly adrift. Quite intriguing," Dave murmured to himself, his mind abuzz with newfound knowledge. With deliberate care, he placed Ciela's unconscious body within his space world. The aftermath of the matriarch's defeat and the Moon Tree's destruction marked the beginning of the Moonshadow clan's downfall. The once proud domain, which had thrived under the moon's radiant influence and the matriarch's guidance, now stood on the precipice of collapse. The absence of the Moon Tree's life force reverberated throughout the land, its loss like a void that could not be filled. The domain, once vibrant and flourishing, now exhibited signs of decay and desolation. The energy that once pulsed through the very essence of the realm had dissipated, leaving behind an eerie stillness. Without the Moon Tree and the matriarch, the stability of the Moonshadow clan began to collapse. The land itself seemed to mourn the passing of its guiding moonlight. The once lush vegetation began to wither, their colors fading as if in sympathy with the clan's plight. Structures that had once stood strong now appeared fragile, as if unable to withstand the weight of their own existence without the Moon Tree's nourishing presence. "What is happening?" Everyone realized that their domain was collapsing. The people, once united by a common purpose, now faced a harsh reality. The betrayal of the matriarch and the loss of the moon tree had shattered not only their physical surroundings but also their sense of identity and purpose. Anticipating the impending collapse of the Moon Shadow clan's domain, Dave had already orchestrated a strategic plan to salvage their treasures. He had instructed Draco, his trusty accomplice, to gather every valuable item hidden within the realm and transport them into his secure pocket dimension. As panic swept through the clan members, Dave's composed demeanor remained unchanged. He understood their fear and uncertainty, their world unraveling before their eyes. With a calm wave of his hand, he put them all inside his domain forcefully. Amidst the crumbling remnants of the Moon Shadow clan's domain, a gathering storm of energy began to surge. The very foundations of the once mighty territory trembled under the weight of its impending destruction. Cracks snaked through the ground, buildings groaned in agony, and the air itself seemed to hold its breath then. In a cataclysmic release of pent-up energy, the domain exploded with a deafening roar. A shockwave rippled outward, a wave of devastation that shattered the remaining structures and flung debris into the sky. The explosion painted the horizon with a searing blaze of fire and light, a brief but powerful spectacle that told the tale of the realm's downfall. The shockwave wasn't confined to the domain alone, it echoed through the fabric of space itself, sending ripples across nearby planets. On those distant worlds, inhabitants felt the tremors beneath their feet and saw the skies illuminated with an unexpected brilliance. They gazed upward, awestruck by the spectacle as the news of the Moon Shadow clan's demise reached them. Dave's domain. Dave looked at the many women in front of him and he would admit that every one of them was very beautiful. Their numbers were estimated to be at 50,000, a significant count for the inhabitants of the space world. Next he commanded Kirito to prepare some land and gather many helpers to build their own place near the city, and he would let Lucy lead them. The first batch of women to enter this place had already integrated with everyone, strictly following Kirito's arrangements, as all of his words were coming directly from Dave's command. He had plans to turn them into a female vanguard that would serve him someday. Standing beside him was Lucy, who looked at him with reverence. She was being controlled by him, but she still had control over her mind. Seeing how her mother had done such things and hadn't hesitated to sacrifice her, she felt at a loss. But nothing mattered to her now as long as she was with Dave. Dave smiled and looked at each one of them. Now you know what your matriarch plans to do with each one of you. The reason she created the Moon Shadow clan is that she intends to use all of your life energy to sacrifice to the moon tree, causing the tree to transform into its devil form. After this event, your clanmates will be chased by others because several of their clansmates, who were controlled by some of you, died in a similar way to other women in your clan. Your fate will be worse if they catch you, and some of you will become their playthings. As he said that, each one of them knew that he was right. They were now in a situation where they didn't even know what they would do and had lost their purpose. Dave learned from Ciela that she was just a weak woman before who would have been sold in a slavery market, but she had escaped and been chased by the captors. She ran into the forest until she found a mysterious tree that seemed to be calling her. She approached the small tree, and her whole body suddenly gained power. She felt that she could kill the attackers. When the attackers found her, she released a strong energy that blasted them all, and she was stunned by her newfound power. She learned that she was blessed by the moon god and she just needed to nourish the tree to become stronger in the future. She hid in the shadows as she became wanted due to her killings, having killed the association that almost enslaved her. The moon tree helped her become more beautiful, and her face was now unrecognizable. She began her domination and slowly nurtured the tree until it bore fruit. The tree commanded her to kidnap many virgin women, and she did as the tree said. She removed their memories, infused them with the essence of the tree, and they became a part of the moon tree. After many years, she gradually built her clan, using the beauty of her subordinates to her advantage and gaining a reputation. Her power also grew stronger, and no one dared to offend her due to her extensive connections. She managed to befriend the Alexander clan by becoming a major supplier of beauty products for the clan. Dave looked at everyone and noticed their silence, so he spoke up. But just like what I did with some of your members, I took them to a special place where their safety is guaranteed, and they will be nurtured as brave warriors. As he said that, everyone was shocked. Some had thought that those who mysteriously disappeared within the clan had died, and they had learned that the attacker was a handsome man. This news couldn't be hidden, and they felt a constant lurking danger. They now realized that the man in front of them was the cause, and seeing their young Miss Lucy standing beside him, they didn't hold as much resentment against him, as he had also saved them. It seemed their young miss must be acquainted with him. Lucy nodded and reassured them, "Don't worry, they are fine, and nothing bad has happened to them. They are living peacefully in this place, which is the safest in the universe." Lucy's explanation began to make everyone believe Dave. You will help us? One woman mustered her courage, Cinna, the secretary of Ciela. Despite being betrayed by the person she had trusted the most, she stood up for the sake of her clan. She was a mature woman, with looks on par with Lucy's, but with a more mature body. She was an Imperial Saint Emperor and one of the strongest in her clan. Dave smiled and said, "Yes, but there's no free lunch in the world. I need your help as I need to collect many sin points, though I understand you might not fully comprehend that." Dave had meticulously crafted this plan, considering how to finish updating the system. He wanted to increase his sin points, even if slowly. He could create many clones to assist him. Creating chaos and fear wasn't sufficient. The organization Ronan had created earned him some sin points due to his mastery over it. He had generated sensational news, but progress was gradual. He decided on a more unconventional approach that could be beneficial to all parties involved. He planned to dual cultivate with many women, capitalizing on their loss to generate sin points. This method was slow, but if performed with many individuals, it would contribute to his system update progress. He offered benefits such as breakthroughs in cultivation and enhanced beauty in exchange for their participation. Dave outlined his dual cultivation plans to everyone, detailing the benefits they would receive. He emphasized that no one would be forced to participate and that those who chose not to could still live in his space world while following his instructions. Suddenly, Dave removed his clothes, revealing his majestic body. The sight caused many of the girls to blush, as they were all virgins and innocent. Some were drooling while others were fearful. "What do you mean by that?" Cinna's face turned red as she struggled to understand. "Well, I just want all of you to have sex with me. Isn't it simple?" Dave's straightforward statement stunned everyone. They could see he wasn't forcing anyone to join. The benefits were clear, and Dave had no reason to deceive them. Cinna didn't know what to do, but she gathered her courage and said, "Then let me try it first to see if you're telling the truth." Observing that some were skeptical, she decided to sacrifice herself for the greater good. Many were shocked by her decision but they remained silent. Dave smiled and nodded, opening his arms as he awaited their decision. Cinna, though shy, steeled her heart. She removed her clothes, revealing her beautiful body to everyone. Dave waved his hand, and a bed appeared in front of everyone. He gently lifted Cinna's shy body and placed her onto the bed. Cinna closed her eyes. It was her first time doing this, but she had already made her decision. Dave noticed her nervousness, so he silently released his lustful energy. She started to feel hot and overcome by lust. Time seemed to slow down, allowing him to fully enjoy the moment. She pleaded for him to enter her, shocking everyone with her actions. Dave smiled and began to insert himself, causing everyone's faces to turn red, except for Lucy. It was the first time they had witnessed such a scene, which made some of them feel excited and embarrassed. With rhythmic sounds of flesh colliding, Dave continued to move his hips, and Cinna found herself enjoying every sensation. She moaned loudly without a care for who heard. After about 30 minutes, Dave climaxed inside her, and Cinna's body started to absorb his essence. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, Cinna broke through to the peak of an Imperial Saint Emperor. Her transformation shocked everyone and validated Dave's claims. Not only did she become more powerful, but her beauty also intensified, stirring envy among the onlookers. Cinna, who was originally a top-tier Imperial Emperor, breaking through had a significant impact on those who were hesitant. Witnessing her experience and newfound strength, they decided to agree. Dave smiled and created a multitude of clones, their number reaching 5,000, his limit due to the strain it placed on him. With 50,000 participants, each clone catered to 10 individuals. The pleasure-filled session commenced, echoing moans resonating throughout the space. The sounds of bodies colliding were oddly satisfying to their ears. While some initially refused to partake, they soon realized that breakthroughs were attainable through this method. Fearing being left behind by their comrades in cultivation, even those who hesitated joined in. Dave allowed Lucy to join the experience, and his main body also participated. With his day relatively free, he decided to assist his subordinates. The session continued for 2 years within his domain. 24 days had passed in his space world, while 8 days had elapsed in the immortal plane. Dave's main body had already departed from the place, leaving his clones to attend to everyone. He had also summoned the women he had previously abducted, offering them the same benefits, and they eagerly joined in the activities. Dave spread the news to everyone in his space world, inviting all beautiful women to participate. Some men even wished to transform into women to access these advantages, but they refrained from deceiving anyone, recognizing that it was their lord who orchestrated this mission. It was like showing themselves to the gate of hell. Meanwhile, his other clones in the immortal plane had successfully negotiated with several dual cultivation sects, initiating the collection of sin points. They all changed their face, but they were still charming and handsome. He was diligently cultivating this chaos and fear for the sake of completing the system update. His system's progression had now reached 47%, and he sensed that if the current pace continued, he would finish the update even faster. Chronologically, Dave was now 20 years old, factoring in his time spent in various domains with different time ratios. However, when considering the immortal plane and the mortal plane, he remained an 18-year-old youngster. His bone age remained fixed at 18, yet the concept of age held little sway over him. Having mastered the law of time to perfection, he could choose his apparent age at will. He could manifest as a child, an elderly man, or anything in between, with his bone age aligning with his desires. He planned to continue the dual cultivation of his clones until the completion of the system update. All participants reaped significant benefits, and many experienced rapid breakthroughs. The Moon Shadow clan members had established their own settlement, identifying themselves as the Moon Race. Originating from the essence of the Moon Goddess, their potential was notably high. After a period of leisure, Dave decided to venture out due to a news report from Ronan. Ronan had ascended to the peak of true saint power, eliminating nearly 10 true saint powerhouses from various clans that had attempted to challenge their organization's dominance. The name of the assassin organization continued to send tremors through society, deterring many from crossing their path. Ronan provided an update on everyone's progress, noting that he now commanded 30 Imperial Saint Emperors thanks to the pills obtained from Eldritch. Gargantor was leading this group. Furthermore, Ronan revealed that the Royal Clan's Tournament of Geniuses was set to commence in 3 days. This widely recognized tournament served as a platform for individuals to make a name for themselves. Even some holy sons of prominent clans participated. The prerequisite for participation was being below the level of Imperial Saint Emperor and under 1,000 years old. The rewards were substantial and bestowed by the Emperor himself. Even the Alexander clan might send geniuses to compete. While Dave didn't particularly need these rewards, he decided to attend the tournament to reunite with Wendy and indulge in her presence. He missed the touch of her body, the softness, her bouncy chest and the allure of her fragrance. "Oh, my primordial sins are truly affecting me," he mused, acknowledging his rising lust. With 3 days before the tournament began, Dave planned to visit the demonic sect leader, Karina. He suspected she was quite agitated and heated. He employed a technique unique to the vampire clan, one only the Vampire King could execute: bite of love. It involved biting the victim's neck and drinking their blood, binding them to him. The victim would experience intense hunger and heat, which could only be quelled by drinking his blood. In this way, they would become his wife, unable to escape their fate. If either of them died, the other would also perish. It may sound harsh, but Dave was unconcerned, confident in his invincibility. He licked his lips, tore open a void, and set off toward the location of the demonic sect. Demonic sect. The domain of the demonic clan exuded an atmosphere of dark allure and mysterious energy. Next, as Dave traversed the spatial barriers and arrived at the entrance, the ambience immediately conveyed a sense of ancient power and eerie elegance. The sky above was a deep shade of crimson, an unusual hue that seemed to blend both day and night into a perpetual twilight. The clouds drifting by carried a hint of dark magic, casting fleeting shadows over the landscape below. The terrain was a blend of jagged cliffs and rolling hills, covered in a variety of eerie vegetation that thrived in the unusual environment. Thorny bushes and twisted trees twisted their way upwards, as if reaching for the dim light filtering through the ominous clouds. Their leaves bore unusual shades of deep purple and sickly green, contributing to the air of otherworldly enchantment. The architecture of the demonic sect was a marriage of Gothic elegance and ominous grandeur. Dark stone towers pierced the sky, adorned with intricate carvings depicting scenes of both beauty and darkness. Ethereal runes glowed faintly on the surfaces of buildings, a testament to the magic and sorcery practiced within. Sinister gargoyles perched on balconies and rooftops, their eyes seeming to follow Dave's every move. A central citadel dominated the domain's heart, its design exuding both power and foreboding. Massive gates, wrought from iron and adorned with demonic symbols, guarded the entrance. No demonic cultivators guarded the entrance because no one dared to venture into the demonic sect. The sheer power of their leader, Katarina, was utterly terrifying. Even though news of her defeat at Dave's hands had spread, it had not changed the reality that it had been only an incarnation of hers. Her true might was something no one dared to provoke. Dave effortlessly circumvented numerous restrictions as he entered, his presence going unnoticed amidst the unsettling atmosphere. As he moved through the domain, he witnessed demonic cultivators engaged in chaotic brawls, others indulging in boisterous revelry with mugs of beer in hand. Some partook in questionable activities, and the place seemed to attract eccentric and unhinged individuals. Detecting Katarina's distinctive aura, Dave sensed that she resided in the deepest, most concealed part of her castle, hidden underground. With a mere tear in the fabric of reality, he bridged the gap between spaces, instantly honing in on her exact location. In an instant, Dave had traversed the void, his determination leading him unerringly toward the heart of the demonic sex domain. Arg, how hateful that bastard arg, so hot, I am hungry. Within the confines of a lavish coffin, a woman of captivating beauty lay stretched out, her once serene visage now twisted in an unbridled frenzy. Despite the ethereal elegance that her appearance conveyed, there was a maddening turmoil consuming her very being. Her chest rose and fell with erratic intensity, matching the chaotic tempest that raged within her. A maelstrom of emotions manifested as a vivid, viridescent light that enveloped her form, casting eerie shadows against the interior of the coffin. Her cries, a dissonant symphony of fury and anguish, reverberated through the air, carrying with them a sense of raw, primal power. Her features contorted, betraying a mixture of pain and rage that pulsed beneath the surface. The beauty that once radiated from her seemed to clash with the storm of emotions that now consumed her essence. The green light, radiant and ominous, seemed to emanate from her very soul. Katerina, a figure of exquisite beauty, was at the center of this mesmerizing yet unsettling metamorphosis. The air was thick with an otherworldly energy, pulsating with arcane vibrations that resonated through the chamber. Her once flawless complexion still radiated an ethereal allure, even as subtle changes began to emerge. Soft, obsidian horns spiraled gracefully from her forehead, twisting elegantly like dark tendrils reaching for the unknown. They blended harmoniously with her long, obsidian hair, creating an aesthetic that was both beautiful and haunting. Fangs, sharp and gleaming, were visible as her lips parted slightly. As her hands extended, delicate claws emerged, their pointed tips glinting ominously. Despite these physical changes, her beauty remained undeniable, a testament to the allure of the demonic nature intertwining with her human essence. The horns, fangs, and claws did not detract from her attractiveness, rather, they accentuated it, offering a tantalizing blend of allure and danger. Karina had followed her master's instructions and entered this place, driven by her uncertainty in facing the challenges before her. Under her master's guidance, she came to understand that her master was a chosen hero of the demon lord of greed. However, she had failed to ascend within the allotted time, and as a consequence, the demon would reclaim her life. In a desperate bid, she sealed all her energy and the legacy of that technique within the confines of a coffin. She bequeathed this legacy to Karina, warning her that it could potentially shape her future for the worse, but also empower her beyond her previous capabilities. Bound to the demon lord, Karina found herself undergoing a transformation into a true demon, a fate she could not evade. Despite being subject to the demon lord's control over her life, she held on to her belief in her inherent strength and talent. With fragments of her consciousness remaining, she estimated the transformation process would be completed within a month. But suddenly, a striking man materialized before her, his presence akin to a recurring nightmare. "So, you're willing to embrace the power of a demon? Is that how you despise me so intensely?" Dave let out a sigh, acknowledging that despite his handsomeness, talent, impressive attributes, and strength, Karina had opted for demonhood rather than partnering with him. "Arg, I'll kill you!" Karina roared, her anger mounting as Dave's appearance seemed to ignite an intense, unfamiliar heat within her body. This sensation was unlike anything she had experienced before, and its intensity left her feeling consumed. An unrelenting hunger gnawed at her, her gaze fixated on Dave's neck with undeniable greed. Dave's smile was enigmatic as he delivered a powerful punch to the coffin. The resulting explosion shattered the coffin, despite its formidable defenses designed to withstand a semi-saint sovereign's attack. It was devoured by Dave's sin of gluttony, leaving nothing but remnants in its wake. In a decisive move, he obliterated the legacy within, absorbing its remnants and attaining a surge of divine energy. This energy, hailing from a demon lord's chosen hero, granted him access to a wellspring of divine power. Arg. Karina's transformation was abruptly interrupted by Dave's intervention, resulting in visible signs of weakening within her body. He also received some hate from an unknown individual and knew that it came from the demon lord. Her life force appeared to be draining, her form growing more feeble by the moment. With a smile gracing his lips, Dave gently scooped up Karina's weakened form, cradling her delicately in his arms. Offering his neck to her, he extended an invitation that seemed to shatter the remnants of her composure. A surge of primal instinct surged within her, propelling her to plunge her fangs into Dave's neck, savoring the taste of his blood. Sip. Oh, a gasp escaped Dave's lips, an unexpected sensation of pleasure coursing through him as she drank from him. Next, his blood, teeming with potent energy and a multitude of top-tier bloodlines, promised not only recovery but potentially even greater strength for Karina. Under the influence of his blood, the heat that had consumed Karina's body began to dissipate, her consciousness gradually returning. Slowly, she became aware of her surroundings, recognizing that she was now cradled in Dave's arms, her fangs embedded in his neck. With a breathless exhalation, she released her hold on him, a blush of shame coloring her features. "Ha," she managed, a mixture of embarrassment and anger bubbling within her, but Dave, seemingly unfazed, held her head gently in place, encouraging her to drink more of his blood. He understood the need to assert his dominance over the proud and headstrong Karina, ensuring her cooperation. Unable to resist the allure of his blood, Karina found herself surrendering to its charm, her resolve weakened by the rejuvenating energy it offered. Even as she resolved to enact her revenge once she regained her strength, for the moment, she allowed herself to indulge. Dave's touch was gentle as he caressed her hair, his grip firm yet comforting. In an instant, they vanished from their previous location, reappearing in a room that held a far more appealing aesthetic. Amidst a castle characterized by darkness and eeriness, this room stood out with its inviting design and environment Dave surmised to be Karina's own. A quarter of an hour later, satiation washed over Karina, prompting her to gently push Dave away, her face flush with residual shame. "Bastard, you finally appear," she erupted, her voice charged with anger. However, Dave appeared unaffected by her outburst, meeting her fury with a playful smile. He simply regarded her with a teasing glint in his eyes, an expression that further ignited her ire. Fueled by a combination of indignation and the echoes of her former fearsome reputation, Karina charged toward him, her intent clear to teach him a lesson for daring to treat her like a child. However, to her astonishment, her movements felt sluggish, as if her very essence had been entwined with a captivating web of enchantment. She strikes him using her fist, but Dave manages to repel it, and his fingers extended with deliberate slowness, lightly touching the tips of her outstretched hands. The gentle contact sent an electric shiver coursing through her, an unexpected sensation that caught her off guard. Her heart raced, a mixture of annoyance and a strange exhilaration fluttering within her chest. "Bastard!" She was angry and used her head to hit his chest, but Dave smiled, gently pushing her head down towards his hips. Her face softly landed on Dave's hips. Karina's face was facing his pants, and she immediately recognized what she felt in her face, a huge and hard object. "Arg!" she exclaimed, feeling humiliated. "Pervert!" she muttered in frustration. Filled with both humiliation and anger, she summoned her energy, wanting to blast the place. Dave noticed that she was becoming even more upset, so he decided to intervene. He stopped time, not wanting the situation to escalate further. Time stopped. He stood up and lifted her unconscious body. She was unaware of what had happened due to the pause time. He carefully placed her on the bed. Then, he positioned himself on top of her, and it seemed as though time began to flow once more. "What?" she exclaimed in confusion as awareness returned to her. Karina suddenly became aware that her energy had been repelled again, and now she found herself lying on the bed with Dave on top of her. Their faces were in close proximity, causing her to gnash her teeth in anger. "How dare you, let me go!" she seethed. She attempted to struggle, but Dave's arms restrained her own, while his thighs held down her feet. Dave wore a smirk and licked his lips. He, "You look beautiful, and you make me feel hungry," he commented with a suggestive tone. In that moment, as those words left his lips, he pressed his mouth against hers in a passionate kiss. Karina was taken aback, a mixture of shock and anger flooding her senses. She managed to let out, her attempts at struggling against his hold persisting. However, Dave's kisses grew more fervent, each touch of his lips against hers becoming more intense. Despite her initial resistance, she found herself gradually surrendering to the sensations. His skilled kisses were undeniable, and her resolve weakened as she reluctantly admitted to herself that Dave's kisses were truly captivating. As their lips remained locked in a heated exchange, a strange sensation enveloped Karina. It was as if an invisible thread connected their very souls, making her acutely aware of his presence. Amidst the whirlwind of emotions, she began to notice an unexpected shift within herself, a growing sense of comfort and pleasure from being so intimately close to him. Dave, perceptive to this shift in her demeanor, observed the change with a knowing smile. A transformation came over him as his fangs elongated, revealing his true nature. Without hesitation, he pressed his fangs against her neck, and the sensation of his bite sent a mixture of fear and an inexplicable rush through her. As his fangs pierced her skin, a mingling of sensations washed over her, a strange combination of pain and an oddly heightened pleasure. The primal exchange stirred conflicting emotions within her, blurring the lines between fear and a newfound, almost forbidden ecstasy. Ugh! Karina couldn't help but moan, pleasure coursing through her veins as the sensations intensified. The heat within her body seemed to intensify, and in a desperate attempt to ground herself, She found her hands involuntarily caressing Dave's. It was as if she had been transported to another realm of ecstasy, a sensation akin to being on cloud nine. Chest, trying to divert some of the overwhelming pleasure. Sensing her reactions, Dave withdrew his fangs from her neck, the physical connection broken. However, the intimacy between them only grew stronger as he leaned in to kiss her once again. Her lips met his in a passionate exchange, and in a strangely intimate act, he allowed her to drink her own blood from his lips, further intertwining their connection. Dave's hands began to roam across her body, his touch igniting a cascade of sensations. Gradually, he moved to fondle her chest, finding her skin exceptionally smooth and her breasts elastic and soft to the touch. As Dave's intentions grew bolder, he initiated the act of undressing her. Surprisingly, she didn't halt his advances. Her body burned with heat, and she found herself succumbing to the intense sensations that Dave evoked. There was a deep-rooted understanding that as long as it was Dave, her body wouldn't refuse him. The overwhelming pleasure enveloped her, rendering her lost in its embrace. The connection between them intensified as she reciprocated by starting to drink Dave's blood, discovering the exquisite taste and how it nourished her body. Driven by the desire that coursed between them, Dave shed his own clothes. His flawless physique was on full display before her, igniting a heightened sense of heat within her and an intense yearning to be completely captivated. His hands ventured below her, his touch igniting a wetness between her legs born from their passionate foreplay. Her flushed face bore testament to her arousal, though embarrassment was eclipsed by the immense enjoyment she derived from their intimate encounter. She moaned when Dave inserted his one finger inside her, but Dave kissed her lips passionately. Dave guided her into a state of relaxation, allowing her to ease into a more comfortable state to minimize any potential discomfort before they embarked on the main battle. After engaging in their intimate activities for approximately 5 minutes, Dave gently lifted her legs and positioned them on his shoulders. With a deliberate and gradual motion, he positioned his huge dragon and began to enter her, initiating their connection. Words became unnecessary between them as they became completely consumed by the overwhelming sensations of pleasure and desire. As their bodies intertwined, they found themselves immersed in a fierce heat of passion. Though a trickle of blood emerged from Karina's physical response, any discomfort was overshadowed by the intense pleasure she experienced. Dave's movements grew more intense, and she surrendered to the euphoria of their connection. Without displaying any restraint, he moved his hips with fervent intensity, igniting a chorus of moans from Karina as their union escalated. In the throes of their passion, she clutched Dave's hair tightly while their lips remained locked in a fervent kiss. As their connection deepened, a wave of ecstasy washed over Karina, and her moans crescendoed into an uninhibited release. Her body reached the peak of climax, yet Dave showed no signs of slowing down. He pressed on with unrelenting determination, fueled by their shared desire and an unquenchable passion. For hours on end, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle of passion, losing themselves in a world of their own creation. In the midst of this intimate symphony, the rest of the world faded away, leaving only the two of them to revel in the consuming desires that bound them. They traversed the labyrinthine corridors of the castle, their fervor guiding them through hidden alcoves and secret chambers where their passionate encounters continued to unfold. As time slipped away, they explored a multitude of positions, pushing the boundaries of their connection. Karina, entangled in the intoxicating allure of Dave's presence, found herself growing increasingly bold. She pulled him into the castle's shadows, exploring even the most concealed corners of their surroundings, lost in their shared world of desire. Their passionate encounters took on a thrilling edge as they ventured into the midst of their daily lives, their liaisons becoming invisible to all but themselves. Amidst the presence of maids and subordinates, the excitement of their secret escapades intensified. Even the cool embrace of the pool became a backdrop for their insatiable desires, the water's surface witnessing their fervent connection. Dave explored her body fully without leaving any place untouched. They took their passion to new heights, soaring into the sky where the limits of pleasure seemed to blur into infinity. In this whirlwind of desire, time held no dominion. Boundaries dissolved, and the sensations of pleasure became their only reality, a reality that encompassed every corner of the castle, every secret place, and every hidden fantasy they dared to explore. 3 days later, Dave awoke to find Karina still sleeping soundly beside him. She clung to him like a koala, both of their bodies bare and exposed. A warm smile spread across his face, and he leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. Despite the intimate nature of their recent activities, Karina's acceptance of him as her partner had grown. During their passionate days together, their conversations had flowed freely alongside their physical connection. The boundaries between pleasure and communication blurred, as they shared stories and teased one another. The intimacy they built wasn't just physical, it extended to a deeper connection that transcended the mere act. As Karina's eyes fluttered open, revealing deep black pools of affection, She gazed at him with a love that needed no words. "Hubby," she affectionately called him. Over the past 2 days, they had engaged in candid conversations, learning more about each other's lives and experiences. Dave had answered her queries, encouraging her to address him as hubby, a term she had grown accustomed to with initial shyness. Their passionate encounters hadn't abated for the past 3 days, and the bond they formed only grew stronger through their shared conversations. Dave's lips curved into a gentle smile as he leaned in to kiss her lips. "I have to leave today for an event in the royal clan. Would you like to join me?" he inquired. Dave found her transformation from fierceness to adorableness endearing. He noticed how her demeanor shifted, and she enjoyed being physically close, often embracing him tightly. Dave reciprocated her touch, appreciating her newfound affectionate nature. Karina had previously questioned Dave about accepting her identity as a demonic sect leader. His response reassured her deeply, as he conveyed that he was unbothered by anything even if it meant opposing the entire immortal realm. This assurance touched her heart, leading her to reconsider her current path. Recognizing that she had Dave by her side, she saw an opportunity to forge a new direction. Dave offered his support in helping her grow stronger, emphasizing that she needn't rely solely on herself anymore. With him as her companion, she felt empowered to leave behind the role she had once embraced. Her reasons for assuming the role of demonic sect leader had stemmed from a debt to her master. Now, with Dave in her life, she found herself yearning for change. Dave's words of encouragement ignited her determination to shed her old life and embrace a new beginning. Dave's smile conveyed his intention to aid her in this transformation. He proposed refining the demonic cultivators and even creating an undead army. Additionally, he suggested reuniting her loyal subordinates, many of whom had sought refuge within her sect because of misunderstanding. He assured her that they could escape their fates and begin anew. Karina shared that she hadn't coerced anyone into joining her clan, rather, she had offered sanctuary to those who had been rejected or falsely accused. Her request to spare them resonated with Dave, who pledged to take them to a special place where they could rebuild their lives. Karina's radiant smile indicated her agreement, her decision to stand alongside Dave and visit the royal clan. She contemplated changing her appearance for the occasion, but Dave reassured her that there was no need. He was unafraid and saw no reason for his partner to conceal herself. The royal clan is the most active clan, holding the greatest responsibility for managing the entire immortal plane. They exert their influence over numerous domains and planets, and their nature remains shrouded in mystery. None dare to provoke this clan, and many believe it to be the strongest of all. The royal clan also serves as the guardians of the mortal plane, utilizing their amassed treasures to facilitate passage into the mortal world. Yet, the reason behind their dedication to these responsibilities, even if it requires substantial wealth to sustain the portal, remains unknown. The place appears alive, adorned with numerous decorations in houses and along the streets. The royal clan's goal is to create a better environment for everyone, and the clan's inhabitants proudly demonstrate their progress toward achieving the same. Here, everyone exudes an air of carefreeness and happiness. Individuals from various clans and domains are rushing to join the royal clan, drawn by the upcoming Genius Tournament. There exists a chance that they might attract the attention of a powerful figure or even the Emperor himself. Speaking of the Emperor, his strength is unparalleled, and although he seldom makes appearances, he is a constant presence at the Genius Tournament. In the royal arena, the expanse was vast and majestic, with the capacity to accommodate millions of people. Numerous screens were strategically placed, ensuring everyone could witness every unfolding moment within the arena. Millions of attendees buzzed with excitement for the event, and a contingent of royal guards diligently maintained order. These guards were all formidable, benefiting from the clan's esteemed reputation, which made their task of maintaining peace a simple one. No one dared to challenge the authority of the royal clan. Even in the shadows, vigilant ancestors stood watch, safeguarding the well-being of the attending geniuses. The royal clan was renowned for its affinity for nurturing exceptional talents. Countless youths had received invitations to join their academy, and those who graduated from its halls went on to achieve fame in numerous domains. Laughter and chatter filled the air, creating a lively and vibrant atmosphere. Some attendees had arrived a week earlier, understanding that the lines would be considerably longer if they delayed their arrival. A floating stage held a few select seats, universally recognized as reserved for special guests of the clan and representatives from other prominent clans. This was also where the Emperor would sit, engaging with others while spectating the battles. The tournament surpassed mere displays of battling skills, it also assessed contestants' speed, comprehension of techniques, and critical thinking abilities. Many powerful powerhouses are already sitting on the platform, and every one of them is a true saint. The 9 clans, including the royal clan, have sent their geniuses, and the true saint powerhouses are accompanying them here. The top clans can send their 5 geniuses, and they don't need to line up to register like those who come from humble clans. Even the Fang clan, which suffered a huge loss from the demonic sect in Dave's hands, has sent their geniuses, and the one leading them is their 4th ancestor, Lilia. She doesn't look well because she feels the sneers of some people near her, but she endures it as she is in the domain of the royal clan. Causing trouble here would be akin to slapping the face of the emperor of the royal clan. The Buddhist clan has also sent their ancestor, who appears amiable, but many hate this old monk due to his tarnished reputation. The Irish clan has also sent their true saint powerhouse, their grand elder, and their holy daughter Venice is leading their group. On the other hand, the Fritz clan is being led by the patriarch himself, Francis Fritz, and his daughter Frida. Both are sitting next to each other, and many dare not question why Frida is also there, even though she is not a true saint powerhouse. There is a rumor that she possesses qualities of such a figure. Frida wanted to join the tournament, but she didn't expect that after absorbing some of the memories of Magicula and learning her skills, she would break through to the true saint level. She hides it from others. Since she cannot participate, the patriarch decided to entrust the leadership to one of their geniuses, who is the same age as Frida. His name is Chris Fritz, and he was the rival of Winston, who sent him a green hat as a gift before. The Holy Clan has also sent their true saint powerhouse and the head of the Paladin, who was also present at Matilda's birthday. They still need to ensure the safety of their geniuses. The Tang Clan patriarch is also present, and he is known to have some friendship with the Emperor. On the other hand, the ancient Alchemy clan didn't send their geniuses, but they still sent their representative as a form of respect to the clan. Their clan focuses on alchemy, and while they are weak in fighting, their wide connections make others fear them. Additionally, even though they are not proficient in sparring, they excel in killing and using poison, which makes many fear fighting them. The Alexander clan also dispatched a man who appeared to be a beggar, carefreely indulging in his drink. Many were unfamiliar with him, seeing him for the first time, yet he was the one leading the 5 geniuses of the clan. The Alexander clan's focus was not on rewards, for their matriarch simply desired their geniuses to refine their combat skills, ensuring their safety at all times. The man, bearing a beggar-like appearance, made others feel uneasy due to his unrestrained aura, sending a chilling sensation through their hearts. The Alexander clan is truly formidable, murmured some clans, their curiosity piqued about his identity. However, he paid no attention to anyone, remaining reticent. Dum-dum. Suddenly, the resonating sound of drums and trumpets filled the air, instantly silencing the crowd. An announcement echoed, igniting cheers from the people of the royal clan, who shouted in unison, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" The reverberating chant was almost painful to the ears, revealing the immense respect the Emperor commanded. A striking man in his 30s, exuding a robust, muscular presence akin to that of a true saint, entered the scene. His dark blue eyes emitted a cold aura that paradoxically brought a sense of security. His name was Warren Royal, and his title is Warlord due to his fierce power. Behind him was Wendy, who looked beautiful in her blue dress. Additionally, there were royal princesses and princes behind her, watching the show as well. Everyone in the royal family is required to attend. Everyone floated and went onto the floating platform above. The other true saints greeted the Emperor with respect, and some even flattered him. The Emperor noticed that someone didn't bother to greet him, and his eyes became serious upon seeing him. "Andre the Drunkard, I didn't expect that you were still alive. Andre the Drunkard, I didn't expect that you were still alive," the Emperor said, and the drunk man looked at him with a calm expression. "Where is my booze?" the drunk man inquired. The Emperor smiled bitterly and responded, "You still haven't changed, huh? Did your defeat to Lucien leave you so depressed?" Emperor Warren remarked, then produced a wine from his space ring and threw it to Andre. Andre caught it and promptly consumed the wine, leaving those around them stunned. "What? Is that Andre Alexander, the one who was once so famous? The same person who was supposed to be the next patriarch but suffered a significant loss to the current patriarch in a battle?" "Shh, be quiet or you'll implicate our clan," someone cautioned. Andre looked at the Emperor and commented, do you want me to reveal your secret as well? You two were also." The Emperor interrupted him, handing Andre more wine and instructing, "Don't create trouble here." The Emperor didn't let him finish speaking. Andre was one of his friends, along with Lucien. While Andre and Lucien were once rivals, they were also cousins. The Emperor ignored him and proceeded to his throne, followed by his children. The Crown Prince was also present, positioned near Wendy. He was known for his gentle demeanor, but he and Wendy didn't have a good relationship. With everyone seated, the Emperor was about to command his subordinates to start the event, as he didn't need to give a long speech. However, a powerful aura suddenly enveloped the area. A portal materialized before the true saint powerhouses, and the ancestors of the royal clan gathered near the emperor, familiar with this aura. TSK, a demonic sect, Andrei snickered, showing his disregard. Swoosh. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared in front of everyone. She wore a black dress, and her stunning figure seemed to draw the very souls of those beholding her beauty. Everyone felt terrified because, even though she rarely acted and appeared in public, her reputation alone could still strike fear into their hearts. However, no one was shocked by her aura. Instead, they were more surprised to see her smiling like a girl in love, with a handsome man beside her, his arm wrapped around her waist. He had long red hair that he left untied, which had a mesmerizing effect on the women who saw the scene. So handsome. Wow, can there really be such a perfect guy in real life? Even the princess and daughters from prominent families were charmed by his handsome face. They almost forgot that the leader of the demonic sect was present. Wendy, who had been wearing a calm expression, changed when she saw him. His presence caught her off guard. She hadn't expected him to appear here, and she was still uncertain about how to face him. She wanted to punish him for his actions, but she also owed him for the pill he had given her, which allowed her to absorb a part of her previous body's strength. Now a semi-saint sovereign, she could have broken through to an even higher level if not for the suppression of the immortal plane's will. As expected, he is a womanizer, and even the demoness was captivated by him, Wendy thought, struggling with her emotions. She felt a pang of pain in her heart as she saw him with another woman. HMMP, why would I even think of it? A mere human isn't enough to affect me, a goddess. She tried to reassure herself. The truth was that ever since she met Dave, she found herself significantly affected by his presence. But the geniuses from the Alexander clan who were participating in the event were equally stunned. They were led by Jiang Chen, who had been recommended to the matriarch by Dave due to his exceptional talent. As expected, young master is truly exceptional, Jiang Chen admired, planning to seek his advice on romantic matters. He didn't recognize the woman Dave was with, but he was still proud of his young master. Dave remained composed as he and Karina displayed their affection for each other, seemingly unfazed by the shocked onlookers. What does this mean, young Master Dave? Have you aligned yourself with the demonic sect? The Emperor inquired. Dave had garnered a positive reputation through various stories, even though the Emperor had never met him personally. Dave's image was placed on the not to offend list. The royal clan held some minor grievances against the demonic sect, but their sentiment wasn't as strong as their animosity towards the Buddhist clan and the Holy Clan. The reaction of the ancestor from the Buddhist clan was somewhat unusual. He didn't display hostility towards Karina. Similarly, the Holy Clan refrained from any aggression, likely due to Dave's presence. Dave's aura exuded friendliness and calmness. But there was a sense of terror when faced with his smile. The Emperor then turned his attention to Andrei, who shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "Don't associate our clan with such a weak demonic group." Andrei's statement was true. He was also taken aback by Dave's presence, having heard numerous stories about him. Dave's reputation was well-deserved, he was undeniably strong, and facing him seemed more dangerous than facing Lucien. Warren understood that Andrei was correct. With the might of the Alexander clan, there was doubt whether Warren's own clan had even a 30% chance of winning a war against them. The mere presence of Lucien was enough to exert significant pressure. Fortunately, Warren had maintained a good relationship with the Alexander clan. Dave smiled and addressed the Emperor, saying, "Well, she's now my woman, and I'll give her anything she desires." As he spoke, he gently kissed her forehead, prompting many women to feel a mix of envy and admiration for Dave. Wow, he's not just handsome, he's also dominant. Oh, my dominant CEO boss. Damn, I need to change my underwear. Warren was taken aback by Dave's statement, noticing that Dave seemed unconcerned about how others perceived his alignment with the demonic sect. Do you know that her clan has committed many sins and atrocities? The leader of the Paladins interjected, his deep dislike for the demonic sect evident due to their enmity with his church. Karina remained silent but wore a gentle smile as Dave continued to show his affection for her. Dave's smile remained as he retorted, "Oh, does that mean your church has never committed any wrongdoings? And do you really want to become my enemy? I'm here as an individual," Dave continued, his tone assertive. "My clan isn't involved. Those who wish to challenge me are welcome to step forward." How about that? As he spoke, a powerful aura emanated from his body, causing those around him to feel suffocated. Wendy, however, wasn't surprised by this display, as she knew Dave was adept at concealing his true strength. At this moment, she still harbored uncertainty about her chances against Dave. Although she had absorbed her previous body's strength, She now possessed her celestial arts, which she considered her trump card against him.